Lin Dong, upon experiencing a heartbreak, was so enraged by his rival that he fainted from blood loss. Upon regaining consciousness, he discovered that he had acquired a super rich system, which tasked him with spending a staggering 100 billion. Thus began Lin Dong's ascent to the pinnacle of life. Chapter 1. The Super Rich System. Lin Dong, let's part ways. In a secluded grove beside the playground of Jiangnan University, Jiangshan addressed her boyfriend, Lin Dong. Shan, why? What have I done wrong? Why must you be so heartless? Lin Dong queried, his voice tinged with agitation. Having been high school classmates, they had been a couple since their senior year. Jiangshan was no ordinary girl, she was the belle of the class, excelling academically, albeit slightly less than Lin Dong. Their relationship had drawn the ire of teachers, who allowed them to be together only after they assured that their studies would not suffer, promising to break up if their grades ever slipped. True to their word, both gained admission to the prestigious Jiangnan University, a feat that evoked envy in many. However, Lin Dong could not have anticipated that less than a year into university, Jiangshan would begin to distance herself, ultimately leading to her desire to end their relationship. He had sensed a change in her demeanor since the beginning of the semester. She often seemed distracted during their time together and frequently declined his invitations for dates. One Saturday, he even witnessed her getting into a car belonging to a notorious playboy from their class. Yet he consoled himself with the thought that it might merely be a casual gathering among classmates. But today, Jiangshan's declaration of breakup shattered Lin Dong's illusions. Shan, tell me, is it because of Huang Junlang? What if it is? Shan, Huang Junlang is notorious for his playboy antics. He got a girl pregnant last semester. Are you not aware? Junlang has explained everything. It was a mistake made when everyone was intoxicated, and that girl was the one who took the initiative. He even compensated her afterward. Shan, do not believe his words. He is deceiving you. He is simultaneously involved with many other girls. Enough, Lin Dong. I am merely here to inform you. Please do not pursue me any further. Farewell. With that, Jiangshan turned to leave, but Lin Dong grasped her arm. Shan, listen to me. Huang Junlang is not a good person. Don't let him deceive you. Did he coerce you? Surely he did. I will confront him. Jiangshan forcefully shook off Lin Dong's hand. Lin Dong, stop deluding yourself. Junlang did not force me. It was my choice. I no longer wish to be with you. After graduation, life will be a struggle for work, to buy a house and a car, to live as a debt slave. I want to enjoy the finer things in life. Do you understand? Do you see this bag? It's the latest from the Donkey brand, worth over 10,000. With you, I could never afford such luxuries. Junlang can provide what you never could. But Huang Junlang is merely toying with you. He will not marry you. Many have been discarded by him. Lin Dong persevered in his final attempt. Lin Dong, it is wrong to speak ill of others behind their backs. A voice interjected, and Huang Junlang, clad in designer attire, approached, wrapping his arm around Jiangshan's waist. Junlang, you're here. Jiangshan leaned into Huang Junlang, adopting a demure demeanor. Witnessing this, Lin Dong's heart bled. Jiangshan, you will eventually regret today's decision. He turned to leave. Wait, Huang Junlang called out to Lin Dong, then turned to Jiangshan. Shan, you go ahead. I need to speak with Lin Dong for a moment. Junlang, let us go together. I have completely severed ties with Lin Dong. There is nothing left to discuss. Not worry, it will be just a few words. It will not affect our relationship. Fine, but be quick. I will wait for you at the school gate. Jiangshan cast a glance at the two before departing. Speak your mind. If you came to gloat over my heartbreak, you will be disappointed. There are plenty of women in this world. I, Lin Dong, will not hang myself on a single tree. Though his heart ached, Lin Dong maintained a defiant facade, refusing to display vulnerability before Huang Junlang. Lin Dong, I merely wish to convey one thing. Huang Junlang stepped closer, whispering in Lin Dong's ear. Jiangshan has a splendid figure. I did not expect that after being together for so long. I must take my leave. Shan is still waiting for me. I have booked a presidential suite at the Golden Leaf Hotel. Are you familiar with it? An 8-star establishment. You will never afford a meal there in your lifetime. With that, Huang Junlang turned and walked away, laughing heartily. Lin Dong, upon absorbing Huang Junlang's words, felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. He and Jiangshan had been together for 4 years, yet their relationship had only ever progressed to holding hands and kissing. Each time Lin Dong sought to cross the boundary, Jiangshan had insisted on waiting until marriage to share her most treasured self. Yet now, he realized that Jiangshan had only been with Huang Junlang for a few days. At that moment, Lin Dong felt a surge of blood rushed to his head. His vision turned crimson as he could no longer contain himself, spitting blood before collapsing to the ground. When Lin Dong regained consciousness, he found himself in the school infirmary. Just as he prepared to rise, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding's super rich system binding in progress. 10%, 30%, 50%, 80%, 100%. Binding of the super rich system complete. Before him appeared a panel visible only to him. Host, Lin Dong. Balance, 10 quadrillion yuan. Constitution, 15 weak. Spirit, 28 average. Skills, freely addable, requiring consumption of rich points. Rich points, 0. As Lin Dong struggled to comprehend this, the voice in his mind continued. Welcome, host Lin Dong, to the super rich system. This is an unknown binding system, non-transferable. Should the host perish, the system will vanish. The host balance is linked with major banks in this realm and can be accessed via fingerprint, facial recognition, or iris scanning for payments. Gameplay. Upon expending 1 billion, the host will earn 1 rich point, which can be utilized to enhance constitution, increase comprehension, add skills, or elevate skill levels. Rule. There is but one rule. The host is strictly prohibited from bargaining when purchasing any item. Those who haggle are unworthy of this system. Chapter 2. The 8-star hotel. Lin Dong was still pondering the authenticity of the so-called super rich system when the door to the infirmary swung open. A stunning woman in her 30s, clad in a white medical uniform, entered. This was the school physician, Chun Xian, 32 years of age, married for several years yet childless, with a husband who owned a small company. However, it was rumored that her relationship with her husband was fraught with difficulties, and they were currently embroiled in a divorce. Whispers circulated around the school that her husband, in a bid to secure a partnership with a major corporation, had attempted to drug her, hoping to facilitate a night with the CEO of the rival company. Upon seeing Lin Dong awake in bed, Chun Xian addressed him. Thank you, Dr. Chun, I understand. Lin Dong replied as he unsteadily rose and exited the infirmary, still feeling slightly dizzy. Are today's students so infatuated? Chun Xian sighed, reflecting on her own marriage. Once, during their university days, she and her husband had been deeply enamored. Yet, last month, he had secretly drugged her for the sake of his company's advancement, leading to unimaginable consequences had she not discovered it in time. She remained baffled as to why he would commit such an act. As Lin Dong walked through the campus, he noticed fellow students pointing and whispering about him, for he had recently gained notoriety. The tumultuous relationships that often unfolded at Jiangnan University had never before led to someone fainting from heartbreak, making Lin Dong's situation unprecedented. With Huang Junlang's deliberate publicity, Lin Dong had quickly become a figure of interest around the university. However, Lin Dong was not preoccupied with such matters. Upon exiting the school gates, he felt parched and approached a nearby vending machine, eager to purchase a bottle of mineral water. As he prepared to pay, he instinctively reached for his mobile balance, but suddenly recalled the super rich system he had just bound to. Deciding to test its veracity, he opted for fingerprint payment. Ding! The super rich system has successfully processed a payment of 3 yuan. The vending machine dispensed a bottle of water. Is it truly possible? Lin Dong murmured, clutching the bottle. He then glanced at the displayed information. Host. Lin Dong balance. 999999999999997 physique. 15. Weak. Mentality. 28. Average. Skills. Can be freely added at the cost of rich points. 0 suddenly. Lin Dong erupted into laughter. The super rich system was indeed genuine. This meant that from this moment forward, he was wealthier than anyone else in the world. The richest man on earth seemed trivial in comparison. The Forbes list was irrelevant. Collectively, their fortunes paled in comparison to his. Henceforth, Lin Dong resolved to live a different life. The past 20 years had been stifling, but the coming decades would be vibrant, free, and unrestrained. Once he had regained his composure, Lin Dong made his way to the nearby 8-star hotel, Jiangnan Hotel, seeking a meal, as he felt lightheaded from hunger. This establishment was the most luxurious and expensive hotel in Jiangnan province. He recalled how, during a past visit with Jiang Shan, she had expressed a dream of dining there. Sir, how may I assist you? A tall, fair-skinned attendant approached him as he entered. May I ask how many are in your party? She inquired politely. Just one. He replied. Please follow me. She gestured graciously. Lin Dong had anticipated being led directly to a dining area, yet the attendant brought him to the front desk instead. Sir, do you have a membership card? Asked another attendant at the front desk. Several others stood nearby, their beauty rivaling that of flight attendants, all exceeding a height of 1.7 meters, with flawless skin and long legs. I'm afraid our food is of premium quality, all imported from abroad, and any leftovers are discarded at the end of the day to ensure absolute freshness. Therefore, prices are significantly higher than elsewhere. Without a membership card, a deposit is required for dining. How does one obtain a membership card? Lin Dong inquired. Our hotel membership card requires a deposit of 1 million for a standard membership, 2 million for a premium membership, and 5 million for a VIP membership. Then please issue me one. Sir, how much would you like to deposit? Let us start with 100 million. Excuse me, what did you say? I didn't quite catch that, the front desk attendant stammered. I said, start with 100 million. Are you certain? She asked, astonished. Absolutely. Please hold for a moment. Our manager will be here shortly. The attendant then used her walkie-talkie to call for the manager, suspecting Lin Dong might be a prankster, as he hardly appeared to be someone capable of depositing such an amount. Received, came a crisp voice over the intercom. Shortly thereafter, a striking young woman in a black professional suit approached. This woman was evidently a cut above the rest, a true manager. What is the matter? She asked as she reached the front desk. The attendant discreetly whispered a few words to her. Sir, is it true you wish to deposit 100 million for a membership card? The beautiful manager inquired of Lin Dong. Are you certain you intend to deposit 100 million? Yes. Which bank will you be using for payment? The manager began to operate the front desk computer. Any will do. What is your preferred method of payment? Fingerprint. Very well. Please verify the amount and confirm by placing your finger on the scanner. The manager turned the computer towards Lin Dong, allowing him to review the displayed amount. After confirming it was indeed 100 million, he pressed the confirmation button and placed his finger on the scanner. 3 seconds later, a mechanical voice from the front desk announced, transfer successful. 100 million received. In that instant, all 6 or 7 tall attendants at the front desk, including the manager, gasped in unison. Their gazes shifted from skepticism to admiration, almost as if they wished to devour Lin Dong whole. Chapter 3. Zhao Xian had served as the lobby manager at this 8-star hotel for over 3 years, having encountered numerous wealthy individuals, some worth tens or even hundreds of billions. After all, those who frequented such an establishment were typically affluent. While the membership cards were refundable and many large corporations regularly deposited millions for clients, a direct deposit of 100 million was unprecedented. Such a person must surely possess a fortune exceeding 1 billion. Otherwise, they would not dare to engage in such extravagance. Although the Forbes list featured individuals with fortunes in the hundreds of billions, Zhao Xian learned that many hidden billionaires remained unnoticed, and those on the list might not even represent 1% of the total. Most wealthy individuals preferred to maintain a low profile, and Lin Dong was clearly one of these hidden elites, undoubtedly a top-tier heir from a wealthy family. Initially, upon seeing Lin Dong, Zhao Xian had looked down on him. His attire seemed to total no more than 200. Such individuals were commonplace. However, upon hearing the front desk announce that Lin Dong intended to deposit 100 million, she immediately assumed he was merely jesting. Yet, out of professional courtesy, she inquired further and facilitated the payment process, secretly hoping to witness his failure. To her astonishment, the payment was successful, proving that appearances could be deceiving. Having been exposed to the elite society, Zhao Xian yearned for that echelon, dreaming of stepping into that circle. Although many wealthy individuals had hinted at their interest, she held little regard for those ostentatious tycoons, most of whom merely sought to possess her physically. From what she had discerned, none of those who had shown her interest were genuinely affluent. They were merely pretenders masquerading as the wealthy. What she truly desired was the admiration of authentic aristocrats, who typically exuded a sense of humility. The young man before her was evidently one of the elite, effortlessly willing to spend 100 million without a flicker of hesitation. He epitomized her criteria: youthful, affluent, and discreet. She resolved to align herself with this monumental figure, recognizing it as her prime opportunity to alter her fate, harboring absolute confidence in her own allure. Meanwhile, the front desk attendant who had called the manager now regretted her decision. Had she processed Lin Dong's request herself, the business would have been hers. But by summoning the manager, she had forfeited that chance. Lin Dong handed his identification card to Zhao Xian, having already perceived her lack of genuine interest. Why would one need an ID to apply for a membership card? It was clear she doubted his intention to recharge 100 million. Nevertheless, Lin Dong was unfazed. After 20 years of receiving disdainful looks, he had learned to endure. I am a student at Jiangnan University, and from this day forth, I shall dine here thrice daily. Please prepare the finest ingredients in accordance with breakfast, lunch, and dinner standards. Should I be unable to come, simply discard the leftovers and continue preparing for the next meal. Upon hearing this, the onlookers were astounded. Such a lavish expenditure on daily meals would likely exceed hundreds of thousands for just one person. The notion of discarding food if he were absent was astonishingly extravagant. This was beyond mere wealth. It was the realm of the truly opulent. Moreover, the fact that he was a student at Jiangnan University, so young yet so affluent, confirmed the legend of the ultimate highborn. All present gazed at Lin Dong with starry eyes, eager to attach themselves to this towering figure, prepared to sacrifice anything for the opportunity. They did not dare to dream of marrying into such a prestigious family, but even a slight association would yield immeasurable benefits. At that moment, all it would take was a subtle hint from Lin Dong, and they would likely line up for his favor. Very well, Mr. Lin, we shall fulfill your request. After securing the membership card, Lin Dong was ushered into a luxurious private room. Mr. Lin, this is our hotel's finest suite. Your dishes will be served shortly. Here is my business card. Should you require anything, feel free to call me, and I will provide you with the utmost service. Zhao Xian said, handing Lin Dong her personal business card, which was not hotel-issued but rather privately printed for select individuals who met her standards. Lin Dong accepted the card, and as he took it, Zhao Xian deliberately brushed her delicate, fair hand across the back of his. A wave of tingling sensations washed over him. What an exquisitely tender hand, he thought to himself, marveling at her captivating charm. Soon, a sumptuous array of dishes adorned the table, featuring an impressive selection of world-class delicacies: lobsters, abalone, king crabs, shark fin, bird's nest, Japanese tomahawk steak, French foie gras, Spanish ham, and caviar. Each dish was visually appealing and tantalizing to the appetite, complemented by a bottle of 1983 Lafite. The total cost of the meal likely exceeded $1 million, but Lin Dong was unconcerned. He was now truly wealthy, with money being his only remaining asset. If he could not eat it, he would simply discard it. After all, he had the means. He sampled each dish, and it was evident why it was an 8-star hotel. The flavors were exquisite. Mr. Lin, how do you find the taste? Are you satisfied? Zhao Xian inquired, leaning closer to him, her breath warm against his neck, providing a comforting sensation. Quite satisfactory. The hotel certainly lives up to its reputation for quality, he replied, pleased. Please enjoy your meal. Should you need anything, do not hesitate to call. I shall not disturb your dining experience. Zhao Xian felt it was time to withdraw. Miss Zhao, with such a plethora of dishes, I cannot possibly eat them all alone. Moreover, it feels incomplete to enjoy such exquisite ingredients without the company of a beautiful woman. Would you honor me by dining with me? Lin Dong proposed. He genuinely found Zhao Xian to be exceptional. Her figure and visage were top tier, and her attire accentuated her attributes. The fragrance she emanated stirred his masculine instincts, and her casual gestures ignited his desires. Dining with such a beauty was undeniably a delight. Mr. Lin, that seems inappropriate, especially since I am currently on duty. Zhao Xian hesitated, torn between her professional obligations and her desire to join him. This opportunity to strengthen their connection was something she craved, and despite being the lobby manager, she had never indulged in many of the exquisite dishes at this table. However, she understood that a woman must possess a certain allure, subtle yet enticing. A balance of proximity and distance that serves as the greatest form of seduction. A woman's allure, fully unveiled, pales in comparison to the intrigue of one partially concealed. Do not worry about propriety. If your manager raises any issues, simply inform me, and I shall address it. If necessary, I could purchase the hotel and appoint you as the owner, Lin Dong stated grandly. In that case, I shall graciously accept your invitation, Zhao Xian replied, setting aside her reservations and taking a seat to pour wine for Lin Dong, realizing that further excuses might provoke his ire. She needed to seize this moment wisely. As for Lin Dong's jest about buying the hotel, she dismissed it with a laugh. Acquiring such an establishment would undoubtedly require over 15 billion. And while she thought highly of Lin Dong, she did not believe he possessed such financial capability. Of course, her assumption about Lin Dong's personal wealth did not account for the resources of his family. Many individuals today boasted net worths in the billions or even hundreds of billions, primarily through stock holdings and other intangible assets. However, those capable of liquidating several hundred billion in cash were exceedingly rare. Such individuals were the true aristocrats. If Lin Dong were indeed to buy the Jin Yi Hotel and appoint her as the owner, she would wholeheartedly follow him, even to the ends of the earth. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, had he been aware of Zhao Xian's thoughts, he might have indeed pursued the acquisition without hesitation. After all, what was the matter? He would not hesitate to spend even 300 billion if it meant securing his desires. The two of them shared laughter and conversation as they savored their extravagant meal. Chapter 4, Jiangnan International Residence. After finishing his meal, Lin Dong exited the 8-star hotel, glancing back at the entrance where Zhao Xian and several attendants bowed in farewell. He felt as though the world had transformed into a realm of beauty. What was Jiangshan to him now? If he wished, he could easily amass a harem of 3,000 beauties. What to do next? Naturally, it was time to purchase a residence. Lin Dong had long desired to move out of the school dormitory, where 4 students were crammed into a single room, now reduced to 2, as the others had found girlfriends and moved out. The remaining roommate was rumored to be in a passionate relationship and planned to relocate as well. Lin Dong had considered renting an apartment with Jiangnan, but she had adamantly refused. Thinking of how quickly Jiangnan had taken up with Huang Junlang only intensified his frustration. If only he had acted decisively back then, he mused. Now it seemed Huang Junlang had reaped the benefits. At that moment, Lin Dong's old, second-hand phone rang. Lin Dong picked up his phone to find a call from his roommate, Lu Peng. Although he had moved out to live a carefree life with his girlfriend, their bond from living together for over a year remained strong. Lin Dong answered the call. Dongzi, where are you? The three of us are in the infirmary. Doctor Chen said you've already left. We've heard about your situation. Please don't do anything foolish. Try to see things positively. Out with the old, in with the new. Once you feel better, we can organize a gathering to help you find someone better. Lu Peng's anxious voice resonated through the phone. Are you really okay? Are you really okay? Then tell me, where are you now? We'll come find you. Really? Of course it's true. All right, I'm not that foolish. Don't worry. I'm hanging up. Jiangnan International Mansion. The properties here are the most expensive in Jiangnan province, with an average price starting at 200,000. The location is unparalleled, surrounded by rivers on three sides, with only one exit. The scenery is breathtaking. There are only 6 buildings here, each with 38 floors. And the smallest unit is over 200 square meters, while the largest exceeds 1,000 square meters. This is truly a gathering place for the affluent. The parking lot is filled with luxury cars. Vehicles worth under $1 million feel out of place here. Lin Dong arrived at the sales office of Jiangnan International Mansion. Upon entering the lobby, he found it somewhat sparse, with only 5 or 6 saleswomen chatting in small groups. None of them seemed inclined to approach him upon his arrival. The development had been open for 3 years, yet the properties remained largely unsold due to their exorbitant prices. Even a small unit could cost several tens of millions, making it unaffordable for most. In the beginning, there were many prospective buyers, but over 2 years, those who could afford to buy had done so, and those who could not were still unable to. Consequently, most of the original staff had left, and many saleswomen departed with several million in commissions. After all, with properties priced in the tens of millions to over 100 million, commissions could be quite lucrative. Initially, the commission rate was only 0.2, but it had since risen to 1, yet selling even 2 units in a year remained a challenge. Many lingered here just to secure a minimum salary. Noticing Lin Dong's presence, the staff discerned his attire and immediately recognized he was not a serious buyer, thus returning to their conversations without acknowledging him. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Dong stood there for 2 to 3 minutes. Just then, a young woman in her mid-20s emerged from the restroom in the sales office. Cui Jia had only started selling properties at Jiangnan International Mansion last month, having secured her position through a connection who had gifted a sum of 10,000 yuan. Coming from a small town, she had hoped to earn a fortune in such a prestigious establishment, but to her dismay, in over a month, she had yet to meet a single client. After a month, the number of prospective buyers she had encountered could be counted on one hand. The seasoned employees had rushed to attend to clients upon entry, leaving her no chance. Moreover, during her time, not a single property had sold at Jiangnan International Mansion. Today, upon seeing a young man her age standing in the lobby, and noticing the veteran staff had no intention of attending to him, she decided to approach. Sir, are you here to view properties? Cui Jia asked as she approached Lin Dong. A surge of excitement filled her, as she finally had the opportunity to show a prospective client around. What type of unit are you interested in, sir? What options do you have? Cui Jia promptly launched into an extensive description of the available units. The inventory was quite limited, so Lin Dong's choices were few. Ultimately, he selected a spacious 500 square meter unit on the 22nd floor of Building 3. Cui Jia retrieved the key from the front desk, and the two set off to view the property. As they left, the lobby buzzed with discussion. Look at him, coming here to view properties? Just look at his outfit. He clearly appears to be a nobody. Does he even know where he is? A single square meter here would be enough for him to toil a lifetime. Only a novice like Cui Jia would take him seriously. Isn't this a waste of time? He probably hails from the countryside and has no idea about the property prices here. Once he finds out, he'll be terrified. 2 hours later, the two sat on a bench at the edge of the lobby, where Cui Jia poured Lin Dong a cup of tea. Mr. Lin, are you satisfied with what you've seen? Cui Jia asked, sitting across from him. Not particularly. The location of Building 3 isn't ideal. Are there any units left in Building 1? Lin Dong believed Building 1 had the best location, and since he was buying, he wanted the best. Please hold on a moment. I'll check for you. Cui Jia picked up her tablet to search for availability. Mr. Lin, there is only 1 unit left in Building 1, and it's on the top floor. It's a large duplex unit occupying the 37th and 38th floors. The crown jewel of Building 1, with a total area of 1,300 square meters. However, it is priced rather steeply, and I wouldn't recommend it. Oh, can we go take a look? Lin Dong inquired without asking about the price. We can, but that is fine. Let us go see it. Lin Dong interrupted. Xiao Jia, are you going to view the crown jewel of Building 1? Lu Jia, who was nearby, overheard their conversation. Yes, Lu Jia. Xiao Jia, I'm not criticizing you. But properties here aren't for just anyone to view, especially not the crown jewel of Building 1. It was designed by overseas masters. If anything were to get damaged, who would take responsibility? Look at him. Does he seem like someone who could afford to buy here? Lu Jia pointed rudely at Lin Dong. I believe Mr. Lin is not that kind of person, Cui Jia defended. Well, since you want to heed my advice, do as you wish. But make sure to clean up after yourselves once you're done. Leave not a trace behind. Understand? Understood, Lu Jia, Cui Jia replied, and led Lin Dong directly to the top floor of Building 1, the crown jewel. Chapter 5, the crown jewel of Building 1. Upon entering, Lin Dong was immediately awestruck. True to its reputation, the decor was lavish beyond measure. Standing before the 3-meter-high, 10-meter-long floor-to-ceiling windows, he felt as if he were on top of the world, surveying the vast expanse below. Mr. Lin, this is the crown jewel of Building 1. The glass in these windows is imported bulletproof glass, 10 centimeters thick. Even a missile couldn't shatter it. Moreover, its transparency is unparalleled, allowing sunlight to pour in without obstruction. Just this window is worth over 10 million. And the exquisite chandelier above you? It's imported from France and can be adjusted to over 10 different colors. This is the kitchen. This is the bedroom. This is the study. This is the wine cellar. This is the restroom. This is the reception area. This is the entertainment room. They then ascended to the 28th floor, where an indoor swimming pool awaited, equipped with a system that automatically changes the water daily and uses purified, sterile water that is safe for drinking. Cui Jia took a handful of water and drank a sip, hoping to impress Lin Dong with its purity. After spending over an hour exploring, Cui Jia prepared to wipe the floor. No need to clean. I'll take this property, Lin Dong declared. Cui Jia was taken aback, her hand trembling. Mr. Lin, what did you just say? I said, no need to clean. I'll take this property. Really? Thank you. Mr. Lin, shall we proceed with the paperwork? Cui Jia inquired excitedly. Certainly. Throughout their journey, Cui Jia felt a sense of unreality. Lin Dong was genuinely going to purchase this apartment. She had just calculated that the total price of the property was 398 million, and her commission would amount to 3,980,000. In her lifetime, she had never encountered such a sum. With that money, she could buy 10 apartments in her small county. This is precisely why Cui Jia, being new to the industry and hailing from a small town, believed Lin Dong's words without hesitation. Had it been someone else, they would never have believed that a seemingly ordinary person could afford to buy a property for 400 million. They would have dismissed the idea outright and would not have shown Lin Dong the property. Upon returning to the sales office, Cui Jia busily prepared the contract and called her manager, who promptly arrived with the finance team. By the time all the formalities were completed, evening had fallen. Yet not a single staff member had left the office. They found it hard to believe that Cui Jia had actually sold the penthouse in Building 1. Only after the payment was settled did they reluctantly accept this reality, their hearts bleeding at the thought of 4 million. Just moments ago, Lin Dong had stood in the lobby for a few minutes without anyone approaching him. Had anyone done so then, that 4 million would have been theirs. Lu Jia, in particular, felt a strong urge to slap herself. 4 million. Last year, she had to endure a month of being with a wealthy man just to finalize the sale of a house worth 800,000. It had taken her an entire month to earn that paltry sum, while Cui Jia had effortlessly earned 4 million in just half a day, leaving her feeling utterly despondent. After exiting Jiangnan International Mansion, Lin Dong called Zhao Xian. He enjoyed a delightful dinner at a hotel before spending over 10,000 to purchase a new model smartphone. Discarding his old second-hand device into the trash, he called his university professor to request a few days of sick leave. As news of his fainting spell had spread through the school, naturally, his professor was aware of it and did not press him further. Reclining on the imported leather sofa, Lin Dong relished the comfort that wealth could afford. He glanced at the display before him. Host, Lin Dong. Balance, 999999501986412 yuan. Constitution, 15, weak. Spirit, 28, average. Skills, freely increasable, requiring expenditure of Shenhao points. Shenhao points, 4. There were plus signs next to Constitution, Spirit, and Skills, indicating he now possessed 4 Shenhao points. Without hesitation, Lin Dong allocated all 4 points to his Constitution. The Constitution value surged from 15 to 19. In an instant, he felt warmth coursing through his body. The weakness caused by years of malnutrition began to noticeably improve. He felt invigorated and noticed a remarkable increase in his physique. Could such effects truly be possible? If he invested dozens of Shenhao points into his Constitution, would he not surpass even Olympic champions? Lin Dong envisioned a glorious life ahead. He retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, where he found 2 friend requests, one from Zhao Xian and another from Cui Jia. He accepted both. Moments later, Zhao Xian sent a message. Brother Lin Dong, are you asleep? Not yet. Is something the matter, Sister Xian? If there's nothing going on, can I send you a message? Of course, why would I mind? I'm thrilled to hear from you. You're so sweet, Brother Lin Dong. I have Sunday off. Are you free? I'd like to invite you to go swimming. Upon reading her message, images of Zhao Xian in a bikini flooded his mind, igniting a rush of heat within him. How could he resist such blatant temptation from this fair-skinned, beautiful, long-legged sister? Ultimately, he found himself unable to resist. I'm free. Sister Xian, I wouldn't miss it. It's settled then. See you Sunday. All right, Sister Xian. Good night. Good night, Brother Lin Dong. Lin Dong found himself eagerly anticipating the arrival of Sunday. After spending some time on WeChat, he grew bored. His social circle was small, consisting mainly of acquaintances from school, junior high, high school, and university, along with a few relatives. Only a few of his roommates reached out to check on him. Lin Dong's parents had passed away in an accident when he was under 10, and he had lived with his second uncle until high school. However, once he obtained custody, life became challenging. He endured beatings and verbal abuse, often subsisting on leftover food, which led to his persistent malnutrition. It was only after gaining awareness that he realized their struggle was not for his custody, but rather for nearly $2 million in compensation from his parents' death. Since he began high school at 16, he had received not a single penny, had it not been for his aunt and older aunt's assistance. He might have already dropped out. According to the initial agreement, the nearly $2 million in compensation was supposed to be given to Lin Dong upon turning 18, but he had yet to see a single cent. His aunt and older aunt had confronted his second uncle and aunt numerous times over this matter, but to no avail. The money was in their hands, and his aunt had openly stated that those funds had been entirely spent on Lin Dong over the years. Lin Dong silently estimated that in his uncle's household, they had likely spent no more than $5,000 on him over the years, primarily for essential school fees during junior high and 1 or 2 sets of second-hand clothing each year. Contemplating this, Lin Dong felt that life was exceedingly unfair. Chapter 6. Sending Gifts. After leaving the WeChat interface, Lin Dong opened Douyin. During his leisure time, he enjoyed browsing Douyin. He saw that his favorite streamer, Shui Wei'er, was live, so he clicked in. Lin Dong had been following Shui Wei'er since her debut over a year ago, and he considered himself among her earliest fans. From a handful of followers, she had grown to 50,000. Her livestream audience had expanded from mere dozens to a few hundred. However, Lin Dong had never gifted her anything. He simply enjoyed listening to her voice and her singing. Given Shui Wei'er's potential, she could achieve more. Yet she opted for a voice-only streaming format without showing her face, which made it difficult to attract substantial viewership on Douyin. As few viewers tune in solely for the music, most were there to see attractive hosts. Thus, despite her beautiful voice and singing talent, she remained a small-time streamer. Neither hot nor cold. As soon as Lin Dong entered the live stream, he heard her familiar voice singing Qi Xinjuedui, the heartache I endure for you. You will never understand. Why must I force myself to love everything about you? You have relentlessly pushed my defenses away, tightly closing the door and counting my tears. Hearing this song brought tears to Lin Dong's eyes. Humble love often leads to inevitable disappointment. In the end, those who chase after it end up with nothing. As the song concluded, gifts began to pour into the live chat. However, they were primarily modest gifts, ranging from a few to several hundred. Nevertheless, Shui Wei'er graciously acknowledged each one. Thank you, Brother Xinyu, for the gift. Thank you, Brother Gaoshan Lu Shui, for the gift. Thank you, Sister Xian, for the gift. Lin Dong felt he was no longer short on funds and decided to send gifts to the streamer he admired. He charged his system balance with 10 million yuan and began gifting Shui Wei'er, selecting the most expensive gift, the World Star. Shui Wei'er was in the live stream thanking her generous viewers. She broadcast live for several hours each day, receiving gifts worth a few hundred, from which she manages to keep 1 or 200, perhaps 3. She is quite content with this. It is not that she is unwilling to show her face. Rather, she finds it inconvenient in her school dormitory, where she shares space with 3 roommates. They all dress casually in the dorm, and as a music student, she hopes that people appreciate her singing rather than simply her appearance when sending gifts. There have been prominent figures who have privately messaged her, expressing a desire to meet and support her, but she has declined their offers, feeling that such exchanges resemble transactions. Although she is in need of money, she is resolute in her decision. Suddenly, a radiant light flickered in her live stream. Is this the effect of a world star? In over a year of streaming, she had never received one, though she had seen others receive them in different streams. A world star costs 2,000, and typically, she would earn that amount over a week. Yet today, someone sent her a world star. Before she could discern who had sent it, a second burst of light appeared, followed by a third and a fourth. The dazzling world star effects began to cascade continuously in her live stream. A user named Ejin Xiaohuachai sent her a World Star 10, then a World Star 11, and subsequently a World Star 66. Such consecutive gifts exceeding 66 not only flood the host stream with notifications, but also garner publicity across the entire Douyin platform. In an instant, numerous viewers flocked to her stream, witnessing the emergence of a wealthy benefactor in her previously unremarkable channel. Wow, a hidden tycoon appears in an obscure stream. Let us go and take a look. The number of viewers surged from over 200 to more than 1,000 and continued to rise. Thank you, Ejin Xiaohuachai, for the World Stars. Thank you. Moi Shuer loves you. Shui Weier was so overwhelmed with excitement that she could hardly find the words to express herself. Yet, the effects showed no sign of abating. Ejin Xiaohuachai sent a World Star 666, followed by a World Star 999, and then a World Star 1314. Ultimately, Lin Dong's generosity culminated at 1314, as he felt a bit fatigued. Meanwhile, Shui Weier's stream exploded in popularity, with the viewership skyrocketing to a staggering 100,000. Wow, Huachai is incredible. Huachai is magnificent. Does Huachai need any followers? Shui Weier found herself in a daze. What does 1314 World Stars signify? In monetary terms, that amounts to over 260,000. Even if she were to take half, she would receive a staggering 130,000. She glanced at the generous gifter, Ejin Xiaohuachai, who had followed her for quite some time, but had never sent gifts before today. Shui Weier immediately sent a private message. Thank you for the gifts. May I add you on WeChat? Lin Dong, upon receiving her message, promptly shared his WeChat ID. Soon after, she added him. Thank you for your gifts, dear. It's nothing. I've listened to you sing for so long without sending anything. So I felt a bit embarrassed and wanted to make it up today. I appreciate your support. I'll sing for you sometime. I'm Li Shuiwei. And what is your name? I'm Lin Dong. Their conversation meandered through trivial topics, with Shui Weier expressing her gratitude to Lin Dong in nearly every sentence. Lin Dong moved to the 3-meter-tall floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the enchanting night view along the river, so splendid and captivating. He captured a few photos of the scenery with his newly purchased phone and shared them on his social media, captioning it, "The riverside night view is truly mesmerizing." Lin Dong rarely posts on social media, but today, his spirits were high, prompting him to share. After posting, he felt a wave of fatigue and lay down on his luxurious 4-meter-wide bed to sleep. While Lin Dong succumbed to slumber, many on Douyin found themselves wide awake, particularly the prominent streamers. Despite the top streamers racking up millions in gifts, those were primarily funded by their guilds, leaving them with no share of the earnings. The true profits went to the lesser-known streamers. Just moments ago, a small streamer had received a staggering 260,000 in gifts, a feat rarely seen, especially for someone without the backing of a guild. Why was such a substantial benefactor still unclaimed? Some of the larger streamers had already begun to scrutinize Shui Weier's broadcasts to see if they could entice this generous benefactor to their streams. Chapter 7. The Purpose of the Skill Bar. Li Shuiwei lay in her dormitory bed, unable to sleep. That night, her 3 roommates had gone to socialize with boys from another dormitory. She had feigned illness to avoid attending, as she rarely participated in such activities. After all, her family was not as affluent as the others. Her family had sacrificed nearly everything for her to attend the music academy, and she would only join these outings when absolutely necessary. She felt fortunate to have stayed behind that evening. Otherwise, she would have missed the bounty from the wealthy benefactor. Receiving a one-time gift of 260,000 is an occurrence even the top streamers seldom experience, let alone someone of her stature. Just before she ended her stream, a guild had reached out to her, expressing interest in promoting her, possibly connecting her with a couple of renowned streamers to excite the benefactor. Given this benefactor's lavish tendencies, there was a chance of receiving millions in gifts. The guilds understood the psychology of such benefactors well. What do they value most? Certainly, their reputation. They would never want to lose face in front of their favorite streamers. If one could grasp this aspect, it would lead to a continuous stream of gifts from these benefactors. However, the guild's intent was to exploit the situation for profit, leaving her with nothing, and they would even demand a share of her earnings. Yet, Li Shuiwei refused, unwilling to exploit Lin Dong's generosity in such a manner. Even when faced with threats that she may struggle to find her footing in the streaming world, she was uncertain whether she would regret her decision and wondered if Lin Dong's interest was merely a fleeting whim. Additionally, she contemplated how to judiciously utilize the more than 100,000 she would receive to improve her family's circumstances. Thus, she resigned herself to a night of insomnia. Meanwhile, Lin Dong's social media was buzzing with activity. His post featuring the riverside night view garnered an overwhelming number of comments. The angle of his photograph was so appealing that it was immediately apparent he had taken it from a high-rise in Jiangnan International Mansion. What is Jiangnan International Mansion? It is the priciest property in Jiangnan province, starting at 200,000 per square meter. Even the smallest units cost 50 million. Lin Dong had shared a photo taken from there. Comment 1. Lin Dong, where did you steal this picture? Great angle. Comment 2. Dongzi, are you working part-time there? Can you get me a job? Perhaps I could meet some wealthy friends. Comment 3. Dongzi, are you being pampered by a rich woman there? Any connections left? The comments varied widely, yet none questioned whether Lin Dong had actually purchased property there. The following morning, Lin Dong awoke to find the sun high in the sky. After freshening up, he approached the window, gazing at the riverside view, still feeling as if he were dreaming. What to do today? Ah, right. He needed to buy a car. Then it struck him. He didn't know how to drive. What to do? Should he hire a driver? Finding a driver to chauffeur a sports car seemed absurd. Now, enrolling in classes requires at least a month. Lin Dong felt he could hardly wait that long. He then recalled that there was a skill section within the system, where skills could be freely added. Thus, Lin Dong opened the panel. With another Shinhao point acquired after spending 10 million on Douyin last night, his total had now reached over 500 million, granting him yet another Shinhao point. Lin Dong clicked the plus sign next to the skill point and entered car driving. Shortly thereafter, the system began to load. Within a few seconds, Lin Dong felt an influx of knowledge in his mind, all pertaining to automobile operation. He instinctively knew which was the brake, the accelerator, and the clutch, how to start, shift gears, turn, and reverse. It felt as though he had personally driven a car, and the clarity was astonishing. Lin Dong was exhilarated. This system was truly remarkable. He was eager to get behind the wheel of a car immediately. Exiting the international mansion, Lin Dong arrived at the Jiangnan hotel. As he reached the entrance, Zhao Xian came out to greet him. Mr. Lin, breakfast is ready. Please follow me. Lin Dong found Zhao Xian to be quite capable and discerning. Just last night, she had affectionately called him brother on WeChat, but today she addressed him formally as Mr. Lin. He appreciated her ability to maintain boundaries between personal and professional matters. After breakfast, as they left the hotel, Zhao Xian deliberately leaned closer to Lin Dong and whispered in his ear, "Don't forget our agreement, Lin Dong." Her breath, fragrant and gentle, sent a thrill through Lin Dong, prompting him to silently curse. What a temptress. Lin Dong then spent several $100,000 to acquire a new outfit. As the saying goes, clothes make the man. After swapping out his street vendor attire for designer brands, he indeed felt rejuvenated. Coupled with the 4 Shinhao points he had added to his physique last night, he appeared significantly more spirited. Resembling a completely different individual compared to the previous day, a veritable second-generation wealthy heir. Had he worn this outfit while house hunting yesterday, he would not have been left waiting in the lobby for several minutes. Once dressed, Lin Dong made his way to a Mercedes dealership. After setting his sights on a luxury vehicle worth over 3 million, he promptly paid for it and drove it away. Thanks to his new attire, he encountered no disdain from sales staff, avoiding the scenario of being looked down upon and then surprising them with his credit card. Driving the newly purchased Mercedes, Lin Dong felt no unfamiliarity, realizing the system was truly impressive. However, a pressing issue remained. He could drive, but he lacked a driver's license. How could he possibly obtain one? Among his acquaintances, it seemed none possessed such capabilities. Zhao Xian, Lin Dong believed she might be able to help. After all, as a lobby manager at an 8-star hotel, she must know some influential individuals. Thus, he parked the car at the entrance of the Jiangnan hotel and called Zhao Xian. Lin Dong, have you already missed your sister so soon? Zhao Xian's magnetic voice resonated through the phone. Sister Xian, I need your assistance, Lin Dong stated directly. Feel free to ask. If it's within my ability, I want tea refuse. Could you come out to talk? I'm at the hotel entrance, in a new Mercedes that hasn't been registered yet. All right, brother, wait a moment. I'll be right there. Within 5 minutes. Zhao Xian appeared beside Lin Dong's car. As she settled into the passenger seat, Zhao Xian asked, "What do you need help with, brother?" "I want to get a driver's license. Do you have any connections?" "Money is no object." Lin Dong replied straightforwardly. "A driver's license?" Zhao Xian was somewhat puzzled. How could a super-rich heir like Lin Dong still be without a license at this age? Nonetheless, since he hadn't elaborated, she refrained from questioning further. "That shouldn't be difficult. When do you need it?" Zhao Xian inquired. "The sooner, the better. Then please give me your ID, and I'll take a photo." "Sure." Lin Dong produced his ID and handed it to Zhao Xian. After taking a picture, she sent it to someone and then made a call. "Hello, sister. I've sent you a photo of the ID. Please ask brother-in-law to help me get a driver's license as quickly as possible." "All right. Thank you, sister. And please extend my gratitude to brother-in-law." Upon hanging up, Zhao Xian turned to Lin Dong and said, "You can get it by this afternoon at the earliest." "Thank you, Sister Xian. How much will it cost?" "I'll transfer it to you." "No need for that. Since you call me Sister Xian, let us not be so formal." "In that case, Sister Xian, do you have time? Accompany me to a place." Lin Dong decided to drop the formalities. "Since we're brothers, I'll make time." "All right. Please buckle up, we're off." Lin Dong started the car and departed from the Jiangnan hotel. Chapter 8. Delivering the car. Lin Dong brought Zhao Xian to a Porsche dealership. Upon entering, a beautiful female salesperson greeted them warmly. Observing that they had just disembarked from a newly purchased Mercedes and noting Lin Dong's affluent appearance, she eagerly asked, "Sir, madam, are you here to look at cars? Which model are you interested in? Do you have the Porsche 911 in stock?" "Yes, we do." "Then, please show us." "This way, sir." The attractive salesperson led them to a Porsche 911. "We currently have 2 cars in stock, one red and one black. Which one would you like to see?" Lin Dong casually glanced and said, "I'll take the red one. Just prepare the invoice for me." "Excuse me?" The salesperson was taken aback, astonished by his willingness to purchase without even an inspection. "Sir, you're not even going to take a look? Haven't I seen enough? I want the red one. It looks great." The salesperson had never encountered someone who would buy a car based solely on its exterior, without even considering the interior. "Please follow me." She led them to the front desk and began to explain the car's specifications. This red Porsche 911 is the latest high-end sports model, featuring a 6-cylinder horizontally opposed twin-turbocharged engine. Before she could finish, Lin Dong interrupted. "All right, enough of the details. Just tell me the price. What options would you like?" "Just the best ones." "Please hold on. Let me calculate that for you." 2 minutes later, she returned. "Sir, the total comes to 3,280,000. After completing the payment, they settled onto a sofa in the lobby to wait for the paperwork to be processed. "Lin Dong, the red one doesn't seem suitable for you. Why not consider the black one?" Zhao Xian suggested. "Are you buying it for me?" Lin Dong inquired playfully. "You can't be serious." Zhao Xian expressed her shock. "Do I look like I'm joking? This is a gift for you, Sister Xian." No, that is far too extravagant. I can't accept." Zhao Xian immediately declined. "Sister Xian, now that you've called me brother, let us not be so polite. You know this amount is nothing to me. It's merely the cost of 2 meals. If you refuse, how can we continue to enjoy our time together?" "Well, all right. Thank you, Lin Dong." Despite her composed exterior, she lacked savings and could never afford such a luxury car. Moreover, the red Porsche 911 is a model that any woman would adore. As the attractive salesperson approached them, she overheard their conversation, casting an envious glance at Zhao Xian. She wished she had a brother who could casually gift a luxury car worth over 3 million without batting an eye. "Sir, please provide your identity card or ID number so we can process the insurance and registration." "Sister Xian, please use yours," Lin Dong said, looking at Zhao Xian. "Lin Dong, isn't that a bit inappropriate?" Although Lin Dong claimed that the car was purchased for her, Zhao Xian thought it was merely for her to drive. She never anticipated that it would be registered in her name. At this moment, Zhao Xian was somewhat dazed by this unexpected surprise. "Did we not agree that it was a gift for you? Did you think I was joking? Well then, thank you so very much, Lin Dong." Zhao Xian still handed her ID to the saleswoman. Approximately 10 minutes later, the saleswoman returned with the paperwork. "Sir, the formalities have been completed. Here are the keys and documents. You may take the car." "Sister Xian, take it. Let's go," Lin Dong said, rising to leave. Zhao Xian accepted the documents and keys and proceeded to drive away. The 2 cars traveled in tandem on the road. Shortly after setting off, Lin Dong received a call from Zhao Xian. "Lin Dong, where are we headed now? Shall we go to a hotel for a meal? Though I'm not very hungry." "I'm not hungry either," Zhao Xian replied. "Then how about coming over to my place?" Lin Dong suggested. "Sounds good." The 2 arrived at Jiangnan International Mansion, parked the car, and walked towards Building 1. The name Jiangnan International Mansion was well known to Zhao Xian, and given its proximity to her workplace, she often gazed at it with envy, dreaming of owning a residence there. Although such a dream seemed distant, it was still a delight to have the opportunity to see it up close. Upon entering the elevator of Building 1, they ascended directly to the 27th floor. Even though Zhao Xian had mentally prepared herself for this moment, she was still overwhelmed by the opulence surrounding her. The grand chandelier above, the floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the river, and the luxurious furnishings, the sofa, the television, the wall art, each element radiated affluence. Living in such luxury, Zhao Xian felt she would willingly sacrifice a decade of her life. "Please, have a seat," Lin Dong urged, pouring her a glass of water. "Lin Dong, your home is truly exquisite. The night view of the river must be breathtaking from here," Zhao Xian inquired, gesturing toward the vast windows. "It's quite nice. If you wish to see it, you can come by any time." "Really?" Zhao Xian asked, her uncertainty evident. "Of course. By the way, where are you from, Sister Xian?" "I'm from Yincheng and have been working in Jiangcheng for 3 or 4 years. Have you bought a place in Jiangcheng?" "Not yet. The housing prices are so high, and I have no idea when I'll be able to afford one." Zhao Xian lamented. "With your salary, it shouldn't be too much of a strain to mortgage a home in Jiangcheng." Lin Dong queried, puzzled. "Actually, my salary is not high, and I have to support my parents and younger brother. Renting, buying clothes, and cosmetics are significant expenses," leaving me with little savings. Zhao Xian replied, her tone tinged with melancholy. Chapter 9. Why don't you move in? Lin Dong did not know why he suggested this. After all, he had only known Zhao Xian for 2 days, and inviting someone to live together felt rather abrupt. Yet, the word slipped out, and he felt a flicker of anticipation within. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, during his previous relationship with Jiangnan, he had been quite submissive, rarely voicing his opinions. However, being with Zhao Xian was different. She always sought his input in her decisions, making him feel respected. What man does not harbor a touch of masculinity? Who does not wish for a woman to defer to him? Thus, Zhao Xian's demeanor and communication style instinctively made Lin Dong feel at ease. And he subconsciously enjoyed her company. Is that really all right? Zhao Xian hesitated. Although she voiced her concerns, internally she was exhilarated. Moving in would mean entangling herself with Lin Dong. As for whether Lin Dong would act inappropriately towards her, she was entirely unconcerned, even contemplating enticing him. Every woman experiences that day. From a young age, Zhao Xian had been quite ambitious. From high school to university, she was the belle of the school, with many suitors, including some charming and wealthy heirs, all of whom she turned down. In other words, Zhao Xian had never been in a relationship. She knew what she wanted. If her aim were simply to find an ordinary man to spend her life with, she could date 10 or 8 suitors without issue. However, she desired to realize her own worth, to change her destiny and that of her family, for those who could help her achieve her life's ambitions. The difference between used and pristine was monumental. She never envisioned marrying a super-rich heir like Lin Dong, as such families would arrange suitable matches for their children. She held a clear understanding of her position. Having chosen this path, she had never considered marriage. Therefore, when Lin Dong invited her to move in, it felt like an overwhelming stroke of happiness that left her momentarily speechless. What is wrong with that? I can't possibly occupy such a large space alone. Having someone to converse with is pleasant. Of course, if you have a girlfriend, then forget I said anything to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, Lin Dong clarified. No, not at all. I don't have a boyfriend. To be honest, I've never been in a relationship. I just wondered if it might disturb you, Zhao Xian quickly replied, fearful of Lin Dong misinterpreting her words. Never been in a relationship? That is hard to believe. Lin Dong thought, though he merely responded, it wouldn't be a disturbance. I enjoy a lively atmosphere. Living alone in such a spacious house feels a bit empty. If you weren't here, I would invite a couple of friends over to liven things up. Well, since you've put it that way, I appreciate it. Should I move in tomorrow then? Is there anything you need help with? No, I can manage on my own, and I don't have much to bring. All right then. You can take a look around now and see which room you'd like. You can choose any room on this floor. I live on the upper level. Of course, if you prefer the upper floor, that's fine too, but remember to lock the door at night, Lin Dong teased. Lin Dong, if I'm on this lower floor, it's so you can come in whenever you like, Zhao Xian replied, her voice laced with a hint of flirtation. What a temptress. Lin Dong thought to himself. Sister Xian, didn't you want to invite me swimming? You can do so anytime. There's a pool upstairs. Great. Shall we go now? Zhao Xian suggested enticingly. Ahem. Perhaps another time, Lin Dong replied, realizing he was no match for Zhao Xian's charm. Her current half-reclining posture and allure were overwhelming. He felt that if they continued, he would lose all restraint. Zhao Xian approached Lin Dong, leaning close to whisper in his ear, then Lin Dong, feel free to invite me anytime. I've already bought my swimsuit, and no one has had the pleasure of seeing it yet. Lin Dong felt a rush of heat at Zhao Xian's words, tempted to succumb to her allure, yet he restrained himself, standing up and excusing himself to the upper floor. He could no longer bear it. Inviting Zhao Xian to live together felt like a grave error. Who could withstand such temptation daily? Wasn't this a threat to his very sanity? Zhao Xian remained behind, laughing softly to herself, finding Lin Dong utterly adorable. She was certain that he was likely inexperienced. How could a super-rich heir like Lin Dong be a novice? Who would believe it? Perhaps there was something wrong with him? Surely not. If that were the case, what advantage would she have? How could she climb this tree? No. That couldn't be. Zhao Xian could only comfort herself silently. If Lin Dong were to discover Zhao Xian's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly take drastic measures against her for daring to question his prowess. Such an affront is utterly insulting. He intended to show her what it means to be a true master of the night. Ascending to the top floor and entering the lavish bedroom, Lin Dong cast her onto the opulent bed. His initial purpose was to evade Zhao Xian, for her allure was overwhelming, yet he found himself unbothered by it. He retrieved his phone and opened WeChat, only to find that his nocturnal photographs of the riverside had garnered over 100 comments, most of which were mocking him. Upon returning to the chat interface, Lin Dong noticed several messages awaiting his attention. Cui Jia had sent a cheerful morning greeting, while his cousin Wang Li, the eldest daughter of his aunt's family, who was 2 years his junior and studying in another city, also reached out. Their bond was strong. During high school, she had lived with his aunt for the first 2 years. only moving to his elder aunt's home in their final year due to academic pressures and the distractions posed by her younger cousin. Wang Li messaged, "Brother Lin Dong, where did you take those beautiful photos?" Lin Dong replied, "They were taken in Jiangnan. If you like them, come visit during your break, and I'll show you around." He added, "You know I would never deceive you." Wang Li responded eagerly, "That's a promise. I'll come to see you as soon as I'm free." Lin Dong continued, "By the way, I saw that you are now a streamer on Jingyu Live. Remember to invite me to support you." Wang Li replied, "Of course. Brother Lin Dong, all four of us in the dorm are streaming. It's not only fun, but also a way to earn some pocket money." Lin Dong offered, "I'll drop by tonight to help boost your viewership." Wang Li then inquired, "Are you still working part-time? I made over 3,000 last month from streaming, and my mother sent me another 1,500. I'll transfer 2,000 to you for a nice meal with Jiangnan." Lin Dong felt a surge of emotion at this. Despite their infrequent meetings since he moved from his aunt's house in sophomore year, the bond remained strong. He replied, "No need for that. Buy yourself some lovely clothes instead. When you come to Jiangcheng, I'll have a surprise for you." Curiosity piqued, Wang Li asked, "What kind of surprise?" He teasingly replied, "That's a secret." Wang Li playfully retorted, "How annoying. I have to go now. Class is starting. Bye." Lin Dong responded, "Goodbye." Shortly thereafter, he noticed Wang Li had transferred 2,000 to him. After a moment's thought, he accepted it, planning to shower her with gifts later that evening. Feeling the time was right, Lin Dong descended the stairs and tossed a set of keys to Zhao Xian. He believed that since he had made a promise, he must honor it. If things became unbearable, he could always move elsewhere and purchase another place. In his view, until they had established a solid relationship, they should not engage in reckless behavior. He aspired to be a responsible man. Chapter 10. Boss Yi. At that moment, on the 33rd floor of the Jiangnan Hotel. In the chairman's office, General Manager Lu Xian stood opposite a man in his 30s. This man reclined in the chairman's chair, his feet propped up on the desk. He was Yi Hong, the chairman of Jiangnan Hotel and its largest shareholder. "Lu Xian, is there anything pressing at the hotel?" Yi Hong inquired. He had come to Jiangnan province on business and decided to check in on the hotel, a rare occurrence as he typically visited only once or twice a year. "Everything is running smoothly, Chairman. You've done well, and I'll be doubling the year-end bonuses for the staff, with a 50% increase in their incentives." Lu Xian reported respectfully. "Thank you, Chairman Yi." Lu Xian bowed slightly in gratitude. "All right, if there's nothing else, you may return to your duties. I merely came for a brief visit and will be leaving shortly," Yi Hong replied casually. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Xian added, "Chairman Yi, I need to report a matter. A guest applied for a membership yesterday, depositing 100 million. Oh, was it under a personal account or a company account?" Yi Hong's interest was piqued. Under a personal account. He spent 150,000 in a single meal and requested the hotel to prepare a daily meal for him, insisting on the finest cuisine, which must be discarded if he does not arrive. Sounds like a nouveau riche. How old is he? 21, apparently a student at Jiangnan University. 21, a student? Spending 100 million on meals? Have you ever met this individual? Chairman, I haven't. He was attended to by the lobby manager, Zhao Xian. Bring Zhao Xian to me, Yi Hong commanded. Understood, Chairman Yi. Lu Xian discreetly glanced at Yi Hong and spoke into the intercom. Does anyone know where she has gone? No, she didn't inform us. Lu Xian ceased speaking and turned to Yi Hong, saying, Chairman Yi, I'll call her now. Lin Dong proceeded directly to the dining room, while Zhao Xian hurried to Lu Xian's office. Upon reaching the front desk, she was informed that the general manager was looking for her. Upon discovering that the general manager was absent, Zhao Xian used the intercom. Hello, Mr. Lu. This is Zhao Xian. I am currently at your office door. May I ask where you are? Lu Xian, feeling the pressure from the chairman's presence, finally heard Zhao Xian's voice over the intercom. She felt a jolt of anxiety upon realizing that Mr. Lu had summoned her to the chairman's office. The chairman, Yi Hong, was a mysterious figure. Having worked at the hotel for over 3 years, she had only seen him during the annual meeting. Now, he unexpectedly wanted to see her during her working hours. If she mishandled this situation, her job could be at stake. She had yet to secure her position with Lin Dong. Losing her job would be troublesome. Zhao Xian rushed to the chairman's office. A few minutes later, she arrived at the office door and knocked twice. Come in, a steady voice called from within. Zhao Xian entered to find General Manager Lu Xian standing, facing Chairman Yi Hong. Chairman Yi, Mr. Lu, greetings. I am Zhao Xian, she stammered, closing the door behind her. Yi Hong observed Zhao Xian carefully as she introduced herself. She was strikingly beautiful, and her attire accentuated her professional charm. He was surprised that such a remarkable woman was working as a lobby manager. It seemed beneath her capabilities. Manager Zhao, how do you justify leaving your post during working hours without notifying anyone? How did you attain the position of lobby manager? Yi Hong inquired sternly. Hearing Yi Hong's immediate reprimand, Zhao Xian felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety. The authoritative aura of such high-ranking individuals was daunting, yet she managed to explain, "I apologize. Chairman Yi, I left the hotel to accompany a client." Accompany a client? When did our hotel require the lobby manager to accompany clients? Was it out of necessity for the hotel, or your personal ambition to ingratiate yourself with these individuals? Yi Hong's words were piercing. He was well aware of women who aspired to climb the social ladder, willing to do anything to achieve their goals. He immediately categorized Zhao Xian as one of those women. Initially, he had a favorable impression of her, but upon hearing her claim of accompanying a client, he assumed she was merely playing the same game as many others, where accompanying often implied a deeper, more compromising involvement. Zhao Xian felt a sense of injustice. Yi Hong had misjudged her as a woman willing to trade her integrity for wealth, a notion she found intolerable, especially since she was still pure. She has already reached the age of 27 this year. In a society rife with temptations, it is quite a feat for a woman as beautiful as she to resist such allurements and persevere to this point. Who is Mr. Lin? Yi Hong inquired. Where is he now? Let us go meet this esteemed guest and ascertain the truth of what you, Manager Zhao, have said. After uttering these words, Yi Hong stood up and exited the office, followed promptly by Lu Xian and Zhao Xian. Chapter 11. Is your hotel for sale? Lin Dong was indulging in the finest culinary delights in a private room. The joy of wealth was palpable. These delicacies, once mere figments of his dreams, were now his to savor, half consumed. Just as he was relishing the moment, the door to the room swung open. Lin Dong assumed it was Zhao Xian arriving and said, "Sister Xian, why not join me for a bite?" However, upon turning around, he was met by a man in his 30s entering, with Zhao Xian trailing behind him. Accompanied by another man in his 40s or 50s, two individuals unknown to him aside from Zhao Xian. Noticing Zhao Xian's somewhat distressed expression and slightly reddened eyes, Lin Dong's heart sank. "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Yi Hong, the owner of this establishment. May I inquire if you are satisfied with our ingredients and services? Should you have any requests, please do not hesitate to let us know. We shall certainly accommodate you," Yi Hong said courteously as he approached Lin Dong. He was quite intrigued by Lin Dong, a young man capable of spending 100 million on indulgences. Getting to know him could prove beneficial. As a businessman, he understood the value of connections. Jingyi Hotel was merely one of his ventures, and he also managed various other enterprises. It was conceivable that he might collaborate with Lin Dong or the family behind him in the future. "Hello, Mr. Yi. I am rather satisfied with this place." "That is delightful to hear. I have heard that you are an outstanding student from Jiangnan University. Truly impressive for one so young," Yi Hong complimented. "Indeed. However, as for being outstanding, I am well aware of my own capabilities," Lin Dong replied modestly. "You are too humble, Mr. Lin. Jiangnan University ranks among the top 5 in the nation. Those who gain admission are destined to become elites in various fields. Here is my business card. Should you require my assistance, feel free to contact me," Yi Hong offered, presenting a golden business card to Lin Dong. "Mr. Yi, I wish to ask you something," Lin Dong said as he accepted the card. "Please, do speak, Mr. Lin. Is your hotel for sale?" "Ah." Yi Hong was momentarily taken aback. Not only he, but also Lu Xian and Zhao Xian behind him wore bewildered expressions. "Mr. Lin, are you jesting?" Yi Hong replied with a smile. "Do I appear to be jesting? If your hotel is for sale, I am prepared to purchase it. What is there to joke about?" Lin Dong stated earnestly. "Mr. Lin, are you aware that the initial construction cost of this hotel was over 10 billion, not including the land? Are you certain you wish to buy? Of course. If you are willing to sell, simply name your price. If not, then so be it." Yi Hong scrutinized Lin Dong for a moment, finding it difficult to gauge this young man, who was over a decade his junior. Spending 100 million for leisure was one thing, but directly inquiring about the sale of the hotel was another. While there were many who could produce several billion in cash, few could muster hundreds of billions. Even if Lin Dong's family possessed assets in the thousands of millions, it would be unusual for him to behave so casually. Could he be one of those heirs from concealed affluent families? Yi Hong pondered privately. "If you truly wish to buy, it is not impossible. However, I must consult with the other board members, as this hotel is not solely mine. That said, I must advise you that we require cash." "Then please inquire and respond swiftly," Lin Dong said nonchalantly. "Very well, Mr. Lin, please continue your meal, and I shall provide you with an answer shortly," Yi Hong replied before turning to leave the private room, followed by Lu Xian. Zhao Xian initially intended to depart as well, but was called back by Lin Dong. "Sister Xian, please wait. I have something to discuss with you." After some contemplation, Zhao Xian decided to stay. While she could forego her job, she mustn't let go of the opportunity presented by Lin Dong. When Lin Dong expressed his intention to purchase the hotel, she was taken aback. This was a matter of hundreds of billions, and in cash no less. Should Lin Dong truly acquire it, given their rapport over the past couple of days, he would likely retain her and perhaps even offer her a promotion. She genuinely hoped that her boss would sell the hotel to Lin Dong, as he seemed capable of making such a purchase. She was already on the radar of her employer, and without a change in ownership, her job security was uncertain. Gentlemen, someone wishes to buy our Jinyi Hotel located in Jiangnan. Shall we sell? Chen Dongxing asked. Who is it? Such extravagance. A university student named Lin Dong. Currently attending Jiangnan University, Yi Hong replied. A university student? Old Yi, are you being duped? Liang Jie questioned. Do you truly believe a university student could muster hundreds of billions to buy our hotel? Chen Dongxing added. I share your sentiment. Do I seem like someone easily deceived? Yi Hong retorted. Indeed. This rests on you. You are the largest shareholder, Chen Dongxing remarked. Your combined shares exceed mine. If I declare a sale, and you unite to oppose it, I am at a loss, Yi Hong countered. Is he serious about buying? What is his background? Are you certain he has the means? Liang Jie queried. I have reason to believe he is genuine. He just loaded 100 million onto a membership card yesterday to indulge, Yi Hong explained. That suggests he is not merely jesting. What kind of person is he to be able to produce such cash at such a young age? Chen Dongxing speculated. He could be one of those heirs from hidden affluent families. Li Bin, you have encountered such heirs before. What do you think? If he can indeed produce hundreds of billions in cash to acquire Jinyi Hotel, it is safe to assume he belongs to such circles. They are often permitted to experience hardship for a time, only to eventually take over parts of their family's enterprises, Li Bin elucidated. Should we investigate? Yi Hong proposed. Absolutely not. If discovered, you might not even know how you met your demise, Li Bin warned. Is it truly that dire? What kind of society are we in? Are you perhaps overdramatizing? Yi Hong queried. Some matters are beyond your experience. You are unaware of the depths involved. Their influence can be formidable, should the opportunity arise. I shall introduce you to them. Liang Jie expressed eagerness. I have long wished to witness just how impressive these so-called hidden figures truly are. So have I? Yi Hong replied. Well then, is Jinyi Hotel for sale or not? Li Bin pressed. What price is he offering? Yi Hong responded. What do you two think? I am indifferent. You may decide. We are not in need of this money. If the deal goes through, I would like to meet this individual. What venture is this? Liang Jie asked. Nothing is confirmed yet. Once it is, we shall find a time to convene and discuss in person, Chen Dongxing replied. I think it is feasible. Old Yi, propose 200 billion to him. If he attempts to negotiate, hold firm at 180 billion. If he presses lower, declare it off the table. After reaching a consensus, Yi Hong prepared to descend and present Lin Dong with a quotation. Chapter 12, 200 billion. Jinyi Hotel. Room 3. Zhao Xian remained behind and asked Lin Dong, Little brother Lin Dong, do you truly intend to purchase the hotel? I do wish to buy it, but I fear your boss may not be willing to sell. What is his background? Lin Dong inquired. I am not entirely certain. Chairman Yi seldom visits the hotel. He typically only appears during annual meetings. It is said he operates numerous other companies, with Jinyi Hotel merely being one of his ventures. So enigmatic? This could prove challenging. He likely does not lack for funds, Lin Dong remarked. This amount of money, 2 or 300 billion, is merely a trifling sum. Is this the realm of these super-rich individuals? It is truly astounding. Zhao Xian felt numbed, having worked at Jiangnan's most prestigious hotel for 3 to 4 years. She had leveraged her advantages to meet many clients and forge numerous friendships, several of whom had fortunes in the tens or hundreds of billions. She believed she was nearing this elite circle. As a result, Lin Dong imparted a lesson to her over the past few days. It turned out that she had only scratched the surface of the iceberg. In the presence of these truly super-rich individuals, a mere whim or fleeting interest could lead to the expenditure of hundreds of billions. The so-called billionaires that she was acquainted with were likely insignificant in comparison to figures like Lin Dong and Yi Dong. The money spent on a casual remark by others could easily surpass her entire net worth multiple times over. How could she compete? They were simply not in the same league. As Zhao Xian pondered these thoughts, her gaze towards Lin Dong became increasingly infatuated. This was the ideal man in her heart. Though young, he possessed an impeccable charisma. Even casual dining discussions revolved around business deals worth hundreds of billions, reminiscent of ancient monarchs surveying their realms. If Lin Dong were to know Zhao Xian's admiration, he would likely burst into laughter. An impeccable demeanor? A monarch guiding the nation? Just 2 days prior, he had been abandoned by his girlfriend over a handbag worth just over 10,000 yuan, left with barely 1,000 yuan to his name. In this materialistic society, any ordinary person suddenly endowed with such boundless wealth would likely exude an air of superiority, perhaps even more than he could. However, it is not always certain. Every commodity has its price. If Lin Dong were to offer a high enough price, Yi Dong would undoubtedly sell. For he was a shrewd businessman whose goal was to maximize profits. Listening to Sister Xian's analysis, there indeed seemed to be a possibility. Come on, Sister Xian. Don't just stand there, sit down and eat something. If this hotel is bought, You will manage it, Lin Dong said casually while eating. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Zhao Xian's mind buzzed, nearly causing her to faint. Did Lin Dong just say he would let her manage the hotel if he bought it? Although she was currently a lobby manager, the title of general manager was a whole different level, with vastly superior status and remuneration. General Manager Lu Xian was the highest authority aside from Yi Dong and a few board members, and when Yi Dong was absent, he was akin to a local emperor here, earning a salary and bonuses exceeding 10 million. How much did she earn in a year? Now Lin Dong was suggesting that she could be promoted to general manager? Was this not a meteoric rise? Is Lin Dong joking with me? Zhao Xian murmured, feeling a bit dazed. What kind of joke is this? Why does everyone think I'm joking? Haven't I mentioned that if your boss gives you a hard time, I would buy the hotel and make you the boss? I noticed your red eyes when you came in. You must have been caught by your boss this morning when we went out. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian's eyes reddened once more, tears beginning to flow uncontrollably. However, this time it was different. The earlier tears had stemmed from grievance, but now they were from a surge of emotion and happiness. Lin Dong, we have only known each other for 2 days. Why are you being so kind to me? You gifted me a car, let me stay in such a luxurious room. And now you're buying the hotel to promote me. Zhao Xian spoke with a choked voice. Noticing something amiss in her tone, Lin Dong turned his head. Sister Xian, why are you crying? Just as he was about to say more, the door to the private room was pushed open. Zhao Xian quickly adjusted her demeanor and stepped aside. Yi Hong entered, followed closely by Lu Xian. Lu Xian had been with Yi Hong at the chairman's office door and was now shadowing him again. There was no escaping it. This was a decisive moment for his fate. The hotel might soon have a new owner, and if that happened, would he still retain his position as general manager? Given Zhao Xian's relationship with Lin Dong, it seemed unlikely. His current position brought in a salary of 6 million, with bonuses around 10 million, and with Yi Dong frequently absent, this was his domain. He could discreetly skim off a few million. And losing such a lucrative job would be hard to replace. Over the years, he had leveraged his power to exploit female attendants aspiring to climb the ranks, even hinting at Zhao Xian several times, all of which she had ignored. If it weren't for Zhao Xian's undeniable work ethic, she would have been ousted long ago. At this moment, he could only pray that this transaction would not materialize. Otherwise, his good fortune would truly come to an end. Lu Xian, you and Manager Zhao step out for a moment. I need to discuss some matters with Mr. Lin, Yi Hong instructed upon entering the room. Yes, Yi Dong. Lu Xian replied and exited the private room. Mr. Lin, do you genuinely wish to purchase this hotel? Yi Hong asked after taking a seat. Mr. Lin, I just conferred with several shareholders. If you are earnest about acquiring this hotel, here is the price. Yi Hong gestured with his hand in a scissor-like motion. 200 billion? Very well, let it be 200 billion. However, I am not well versed in the transfer process. Please liaise directly with Zhao Xian. She will be the general manager here moving forward, Lin Dong responded nonchalantly. 200 billion is merely a trivial matter. In truth, he had never spent 200 yuan so effortlessly before. Splendid. Since Mr. Lin has agreed, let us finalize it. However, the transfer procedures may be somewhat intricate, likely taking about a week. According to protocol, Mr. Lin is required to pay a 10% deposit. Should the transaction fail due to circumstances on your part, the deposit will not be refunded. Understood. Yi Hong retrieved his phone and made a call. Moments later, a voice came through the line. Hello, Yi Dong. This is Zhou Wenhua. How may I assist you? Director Zhou, please come to room 3, Yi Hong instructed over the phone. 10 minutes later, a knock echoed from outside the door. Come in. Lu Xian, you all enter as well, Yi Hong called out. The door opened, and Zhou Wenhua, Lu Xian, and Zhao Xian entered the room together. I have an announcement. Mr. Lin and I have reached an agreement. The Jiangnan Hotel will be transferred to Mr. Lin for 200 billion. Director Zhou is here to accept the deposit and issue a receipt. The transaction will be completed within a week, Yi Hong stated. Looking at the three, the expressions of the three varied upon hearing the news. Zhou Wenhua appeared indifferent, having served as Yi Hong's aide for a long time. He held multiple positions beyond being the financial director of Jiangnan Hotel. The sale of the hotel would alleviate his burden. Lu Xian, however, looked ashen. He had been recruited by Yi Hong through a headhunting firm. While finding another job would not be overly difficult, securing one of this caliber was another matter entirely. The most elated of all was Zhao Xian, her face flushed with excitement, making her quite a sight. Zhou Wenhua provided Lin Dong with an account number, and Lin Dong promptly transferred 20 billion as the 10% deposit, receiving a receipt in return. With the deposit transfer concluded, the transaction was virtually sealed. Yi Hong's gaze towards Lin Dong had shifted noticeably. As per Li Bin's remarks, this young man could produce such substantial cash to purchase a hotel. He must belong to one of those concealed, affluent families. Yi Hong had limited knowledge of them. They were somewhat enigmatic and possessed formidable influence, often inaccessible unless one reached a certain echelon. It was said that these individuals were not merely wealthy. At this juncture, Lin Dong spoke, "Ye boss. As I am still a student, I lack the time to handle the transfer. You may directly consult Sister Zhao. She will be the general manager here moving forward. Director Zhou, please proceed as Mr. Lin suggests," Yi Hong instructed Zhou Wenhua. "Yes, Yi Dong." Then Yi Hong turned back to Lin Dong. "Mr. Lin, the transaction is finalized, and we may consider ourselves friends now. It feels overly formal to call you Mr. Lin. I am Yi Hong, slightly older than you. So let us be a bit more familiar. How about calling me Yi Gu? Since Yi Gu has suggested this, I shall not call you Mr. Lin anymore. You may address me as Lin Lao Di." "Haha, splendid. Lin Lao Di is indeed a forthright individual. Should you ever find yourself in Hucheng, do reach out to me, allowing me to extend a bit of local hospitality. Rest assured, when I visit Hucheng, I will certainly seek you out," Lin Dong affirmed. Upon recalling that his cousin Wang Li from his aunt's family is attending university in Hucheng, Yi Hong felt a sense of potential necessity for assistance in the future. He departed, accompanied by Zhou Wenhua and Lu Xian, while Zhao Xian chose to remain behind, aware that she was now to serve this astonishingly youthful boss. "Sister Xian, I entrust this hotel to you," Lin Dong said to the lingering Zhao Xian. "Rest assured, Chairman Lin, I shall not disappoint your expectations and will manage the hotel effectively," she replied. In the chairman's office of Jin Yi Hotel, Yi Hong and Lu Xian were engaged in conversation. "Lu Xian, the hotel is soon to have a new owner. If you wish to stay on, I can speak with Lin Laodi on your behalf, even if you cannot become the general manager. A position as a department manager is still attainable." Upon hearing that Yi Hong intended to keep him as a department manager, Lu Xian felt he could not accept such a demotion. "Chairman Yi, if you leave, I have no desire to remain here. I wish to follow you," he declared. "Lu Xian, I currently have no suitable position for you. How about I provide you with your annual salary for this year, and you seek opportunities elsewhere? What do you think?" Yi Hong suggested. "Chairman Yi, we still have years left on our contract. You cannot abandon me like this," Lu Xian exclaimed anxiously. "Lu Xian, I have stated my position clearly. Do you still not understand? Do you need me to spell it out for you? I am fully aware of your actions over the years. You have yet to cross my bottom line. Thus, I have turned a blind eye. However, should I choose to pursue this matter, the offenses you have committed, while not monumental, could certainly warrant a lengthy sentence." Hearing Yi Hong's words, Lu Xian was struck with fear, realizing that his seemingly inconspicuous actions had not escaped the notice of his employer. Wiping the cold sweat from his brow, he said, "Chairman Yi, I understand. I will pack my belongings and leave immediately. You have worked for me for a few years. Go see Director Zhou and collect your salary before you depart," Yi Hong advised. "Thank you, Chairman Yi," Lu Xian exclaimed before exiting the room. After leaving the hotel, Lin Dong contemplated purchasing a sports car. However, after several rounds, he found none that appealed to him. All were mass-produced models, and the slightly more expensive ones were out of stock, requiring a reservation. Reclining on a leather sofa, he checked his system and noted an increase of 20 Shinhao points. Host, Lin Dong. Balance, 99999978992598996. Physique, 19, weak. Spirit, 28, ordinary. Skill, automobile driving technique, entry level. Shinhao points, 20. Although his physique had reached 19 points, it remained weak. His spirit remained at 28 points. The skills section now included an entry-level automobile driving technique. Lin Dong allocated 11 Shinhao points to his physique, raising it to 30 points. Transitioning from weak to ordinary, his body began to radiate warmth consistently, which gradually subsided after a full minute. He then allocated 6 Shinhao points to his spirit, elevating it from 28 to 34 points. He instantly felt a refreshing clarity in his mind, seemingly gaining intelligence. The remaining 3 points were dedicated to enhancing his automobile driving skill. After completing these enhancements, Lin Dong felt a slight perspiration and proceeded to the 28th floor. After shedding his clothing, he leaped into the crystal-clear swimming pool. What a delight! Climbing out, he caught sight of a large mirror and approached it. "Is this me?" Lin Dong was taken aback. Although the reflection bore his features, his physique had transformed entirely. The previous Lin Dong, though handsome, had a frail build that could not complement his nearly 6-foot stature. However, the figure in the mirror now exhibited defined musculature, exuding strength. After donning a newly purchased designer outfit, Lin Dong returned to the expansive mirror, where his reflection revealed a strikingly handsome man with a well-proportioned physique, resembling a top-tier wealthy gentleman. With such an appearance, he could easily pass as a charming young man. Lin Dong declared flamboyantly, "Gentlemen, please keep a watchful eye on your girlfriends, sisters, and sisters-in-law, for I am about to venture out." Chapter 14, Bugatti Chiron. In the evening, Lin Dong strode into Jin Yi Hotel with the confidence befitting a wealthy young man. "Chairman Lin, greetings." The 4 beautiful receptionists greeted him with admiration in their eyes. Word had spread throughout the hotel that Lin Dong was set to become the new owner, while Zhao Xian had begun assuming the duties of general manager, and the former manager Lu Xian had already departed. As Lin Dong entered the lobby, the receptionists began to gossip. Chairman Lin is so young and handsome. Indeed, handsome and wealthy. He is the man of our dreams. You silly girl, Chairman Lin wouldn't look twice at you. How do you know? Perhaps he has a preference for someone like me. Please, Chairman Lin favors someone like Manager Zhao. You don't know that eating the same dish repeatedly can become tiresome? If one day he wishes to try something new, our sisters may have a chance. Unaware of the discussions behind him, Lin Dong approached Zhao Xian as she came forward to greet him. Sister Xian, why are you still here? Were you not appointed as the general manager? Have you not gone a handover? Lin Dong inquired, puzzled. Chairman Lin, I have taken over the general manager's responsibilities. I came specifically to welcome you. Here is your driver's license, Zhao Xian said, handing him a small booklet. Thank you, Sister Xian. Please attend to your duties. I will leave after my meal. By the way, could you find out when your sister and brother-in-law are free? I would like to invite them to dinner as a gesture of gratitude. Certainly. I will check with them. I am quite busy right now and do not fully understand many matters, so I shall not accompany you further, Zhao Xian replied, calling a front desk staff member to lead Lin Dong to dinner before departing. Chairman Lin, please. The young receptionist said respectfully. I can find my way. You need not accompany me, Lin Dong replied. Chairman Lin, we have already reserved a private room for you. Allow me to guide you there, the receptionist insisted. A change of room? Why? Lin Dong asked. Chairman Lin, yesterday you were the hotel's esteemed guest, so you were assigned room 3. However, today you are the chairman. And the chairman's exclusive room is room 1, the receptionist explained. Very well, lead the way, Lin Dong acquiesced, no longer dwelling on the matter. After dinner, Lin Dong wandered around Jiangnan. Although night was approaching, Jiangnan is a city that never sleeps, with many shops remaining open until midnight. Yet, he still could not find the sports car he desired. Upon inquiry, he learned that limited edition sports cars sell out immediately upon release and are seldom available at dealerships. Only premium car dealerships had them, often at prices significantly higher than the original. Lin Dong pondered, realizing that the only person within his circle who might have connections was Yi Hong, the former owner of Jin Yi Hotel. Thus, he called Yi Hong. The call connected swiftly. Lin Laudi, have you arrived in Hucheng so soon? Yi Hong's voice resonated through the phone. Brother Yi, I am still in Jiangnan. However, I have a favor to ask. I wish to purchase a globally limited sports car. Do you have any leads? Lin Dong inquired. Lin Laudi also has a penchant for collecting limited sports cars? Well, what man does not appreciate a fine automobile? Yi Hong chuckled. Indeed, you have come to the right person. I happen to co-own a car dealership with some friends, specializing in the resale of high-end vehicles. Yi Hong's dealership indeed focused on premium models, often overlooking anything priced below 10 million. That sounds great. Brother Yi, please help me find something suitable for my needs. Lin Dong replied. Lin Laudi, I possess a limited edition Bugatti Chiron, released 3 years ago, with only 8 units available globally. The original price was 60 million, but due to its exclusivity, the price has appreciated to around 80 million. What do you think? Sure. Yigu, do you have any pictures? Please send me 2 so I can take a look. All right, I will send them to you shortly. I believe this car suits you perfectly. Driving it into Jiangnan University will undoubtedly elevate your status. Haha, Yigu understands me well. I will transfer the money to you directly. Are you coming to Hucheng to drive it, or should I have it shipped to you? I'll come to Hucheng during the May Day holiday. I have some matters to attend to there, Lin Dong remarked, planning to visit his cousin Wang Li and improve her living standards. As some things were difficult to explain over the phone, Lin Dong promptly transferred 80 million to Yi Hong. To him, money was merely a numerical value now. He opened his newly purchased laptop, downloaded Whale Live, and registered an account under the name Yijin Xiaohuachai, having never watched Whale Live before. Mainly due to his inability to afford a computer, he was eager to explore this major live streaming platform. Entering his cousin Wang Li's live stream room number, he noticed it was nearly 11 o'clock, and she was thoroughly engaged in her broadcast. Upon entering, he saw Wang Li expressing gratitude to those sending gifts. Although the contributions were modest, typically 10 or 8 yuan, the top contributor had only just over 10,000, with the second place falling to a few hundred. Lin Dong felt it necessary to remind his cousin when he visited during the May Day holiday that her brother was now a billionaire, and her expressions of gratitude might be perceived as rather inadequate. He charged 10 million to his account, intending to shower Wang Li with gifts. Initially, he considered sending several million but thought better of it, fearing it might startle her. It would be wiser to wait until his visit to Hucheng to leave her a bit of a financial cushion, allowing her to prepare for any inquiries from their aunt, lest she suspect him of any illicit activities. Thank you, Wang Gu, for the gifts. Thank you, Little Star, for the gifts. Thank you, Senior Brother, for the supercar. Much appreciated. Lin Dong observed that someone named Senior Brother had gifted Wang Li a supercar, which cost 200 each, and he was the top contributor. He typed a comment, "Little sister, if you call me brother, I'll help you surpass the top contributor in an instant." In Huqing, at the Yunhu University dormitory, Wang Li was live streaming and thanking her viewers. A comment caught her attention, and without hesitation, she exclaimed, "Yijin Xiaohua Chai. Is it true you will help me surpass the top contributor?" Of course. Lin Dong continued to comment, "Well, thank you, Yijin Xiaohua Chai." At that moment, the top contributor, Senior Brother, commented back, "Who are you, buddy? Trying to steal my top spot? Let us see if you have the capability." Without hesitation, he chose the most expensive super rocket. Liftoff. Yijin Xiaohua Chai sent the streamer a Super Rocket X1. Lin Dong commented, "Are you keeping up?" Senior Brother sent the streamer a Super Rocket X1. Yijin Xiaohua Chai sent the streamer a Super Rocket X2. Yijin Xiaohua Chai sent the streamer a Super Rocket X3. Yijin Xiaohua Chai sent the streamer a Super Rocket X66. Each Super Rocket costs 2,001, and with 66 already exceeding 100,000, Senior Brother, the top contributor, hesitated to continue. The stream's popularity surged as sending 66 super rockets advertised across the entire channel. Comments flooded the screen. "Wow, a big shot. Why do I feel like I recognize Yijin Xiaohua Chai? Is it true? This is the super big shot from Douyin who gifted 260,000 in 1 hour last night. Is it really him? I can't believe he is here. A big shot is indeed a big shot, making waves with 66 super rockets. How impressive. How come I've never heard of him before? Just recently risen. He has been gifting in smaller streams. Ah, that makes sense." Chapter 15 Han Shiyun Huqing, Yunhu University, Girls' Dormitory. "Wow, Lily, who is this? So generous. It can't be another senior who has a crush on you, right?" "Exactly. Much more generous than Zhou Sudong, who claimed to like you. We gave him your stream room number, and he only gifted over 10,000. This person, Yijin Xiaohua Chai, is quite generous." Wang Li was equally puzzled. She did not know Yijin Xiaohua Chai, yet he had gifted over 100,000 right away. She had only recently begun streaming. With most of her supporters being schoolmates, and Zhou Sudong, a senior pursuing her, was the top contributor. "Should I add him as a friend?" Wang Li inquired. Typically, streamers would add wealthy benefactors as friends to encourage continued gifting. It was rumored that some streamers would even meet with affluent supporters and make certain sacrifices to keep them engaged. "Lily, don't worry about him. He has only gifted over 100,000. Our Lily is not so cheap. If he wants to pursue you, he will surely reveal himself at school." Lin Dong halted his gifting after sending over 100,000, not out of reluctance to spend, as he could easily gift billions without a second thought, but rather to avoid startling his cousin. It would be best to wait until his visit to Huqing. After gifting, Lin Dong did not disclose his identity and exited the live stream, casually browsing Whale Live for streamers of his preference, gifting another 66 super rockets to various favorites. After an hour of exploration, he had already gifted over 1 million. He had appeared in the news several times, and under the name Yijin Xiaohua Chai. He had garnered a bit of fame on Whale Live. Numerous smaller streamers eagerly anticipated the arrival of this affluent benefactor, knowing that his presence would guarantee a surge in gifts and traffic. After wandering for over an hour, just as Lin Dong was about to head downstairs, he noticed a notification in the upper right corner of his screen indicating a new area. Curious, he clicked on it, and the computer interface shifted, displaying a message that it was locating nearby streams. In less than 10 seconds, a series of new live rooms appeared, likely close to Lin Dong, many possibly in Jiangnan. He selected a popular stream and discovered that the host was Han Shiyun, one of the 3 most beautiful girls at Jiangnan University. Han Shiyun was a prominent figure at Jiangnan University, possessing not only beauty but also remarkable talents. At the freshman gala, her alluring dance captivated over 80% of the male population at the university. Following that, she became a topic of much discussion, with rumors of her flirtations with several wealthy suitors, yet none managed to win her heart. Huang Junlang was among them. These affluent men vied for her affection, gifting imported delicacies, designer clothing, and even a luxury BMW worth hundreds of thousands from a super-rich second-generation heir. This was true mastery, navigating among numerous wealthy suitors while ensuring no one could easily possess her, thus igniting their competitive and possessive instincts. A multi-talented beauty, adored by many at Jiangnan University, naturally attracted a significant audience, with thousands already watching her stream. Lin Dong's entrance stirred considerable excitement in the stream, especially after having gifted over 100,000 and making multiple appearances in advertisements, with his account level exceeding 100. In the realm of Jingyu Jibua, ascending in rank is as simple as presenting gifts. One can elevate their status with a mere 10,000, with no cap on progression. Lin Dong had just invested a staggering 1,720,000, achieving a rank of 172, the pinnacle within this live streaming domain. Upon entering the chat room, he instantly claimed the top position, while the second place contender lingered at just over 120. Welcome, Ejin Xiao Huachai Gij, to the live stream. He heard the melodious voice of Han Shiyun, who, without further ado, initiated a spectacular wave of 66 super flames. Ejin Xiao Huachai presents to the host Han Xiao a super rocket 1. Ejin Xiao Huachai presents to the host Han Xiao a super rocket 66. Thank you. Ejin Xiao Huachai Gij, for the super flame moi. Would you prefer to hear a song or watch a dance? Han Shiyun inquired, eager to captivate this esteemed benefactor. Wow, the Huachai de Lao has arrived. Huachai de Lao is incredible, regardless of the room. His entry is always marked by the standard 66 super flames. We revere Huachai de Lao. I've chased after you for ages, finally meeting you. Does Chairman Chai still need a lackey? The screen flooded with countless comments. At that moment, another formidable figure entered the room, boasting an even higher rank than Lin Dong at 298, pushing Lin Dong down to second place. This individual, known as Lang Lang, sent a shimmering comment that easily drew everyone's attention. Shiyun, tonight I shall dethrone the number 1. Will you truly go on a date with me? Indeed, Jun Lang. If you secure the number 1 position tonight, I shall accompany you tomorrow. The audience erupted with excitement. Who is this? Is the goddess being swept away? That's our school's affluent and handsome Huang Junlang. His family is quite wealthy. It seems Huang Junlang is determined to win over Han Shiyun tonight. Tomorrow would surely bring sensational headlines. Aptly titled Affluent Handsome, Huang Junlang spends millions to win over campus beauty Han Shiyun. This was bound to make waves on campus. Lin Dong had initially planned to depart, but upon witnessing the scene, he felt a surge of indignation. How dare Huang Junlang, who already has Jiangnan, pursue Han Shiyun here? The audacity. I must thwart his plans tonight, collecting some interest now and gradually reclaiming my investment later. Huang Junlang was equally resolved to secure Han Shiyun's affection. After spending considerable resources over time without success, his frustration only fueled his determination. He came from a business-oriented family, well known in Jiang City and accustomed to lavish spending, earning him the title of handsome and rich at school. Throughout his university years, he had successfully pursued numerous women by showering them with money, but Han Shiyun had proven elusive, resisting his advances despite his lavish efforts. As months passed, he had poured hundreds of thousands into pursuing her, yet had not even touched her hand. This further ignited his desire for conquest. Tonight, regardless of the cost, he would win Han Shiyun, satisfying his own desires while simultaneously outshining his rivals. As for Jiangnan, he had already grown weary of her, and if she was agreeable, he might continue for a few more days, but competing for Han Shiyun's affection? That was out of the question. Chapter 16, The Battle for Number 1. With her remarkable talent for singing and dancing, Han Shiyun had drawn attention since middle school, remaining the center of admiration throughout high school. Even upon entering university in Jiang City, she quickly became the object of fervent pursuit. She had skillfully navigated her way among several affluent suitors, who showered her with extravagant gifts, including luxury cars worth hundreds of thousands. However, she refrained from accepting such expensive items, settling instead for clothing and accessories, which she later resold at a profit. Eventually, she devised a plan to leverage live streaming to encourage her admirers to gift her even more generously. In just a few months, she amassed over 1 million in gift shares, a far more lucrative venture than her previous methods. Yet, recently, she noticed a decline in their interest, with 2 or 3 suitors shifting their affections to others. Most concerning was Huang Junlang, one of her primary protectors, who had begun courting someone else. Rumors swirled of him frequenting the Jin Yi Hotel with Jiangnan, igniting a sense of urgency within her. Aware that such relationships could not endure indefinitely, she decided to send a subtle message to her admirers. Whoever secured the coveted number 1 spot tonight would earn a date with her. With 2 of her key protectors present, Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong, she was confident that the evening would prove profitable. Observing the total gifts for the number 1 position, which stood at 78,000, Zheng Yong had contributed significantly. She, in second place, had already gifted nearly 40,000, meaning she only needed to invest another 40,000 to claim the top spot, provided Zheng Yong did not arrive first. He had previously spent over 200,000 on gifts, successfully wooing several small streamers along the way. Just then, Zheng Yong, with a rank of 380, entered the live stream, pushing Huang Junlang down a notch. Sure, I'm here, Zheng Yong announced in the chat. Welcome, Yonggu, thank you for your support. Sure is ready to ensure you secure your date tonight. Yonggu, Shiyun is waiting for you. Huang Junlang interjected. Zheng Lao I'm still here. Don't speak so confidently. It could backfire, replied Zheng Yong. Despite their verbal jabs, both felt a twinge of apprehension. Their backgrounds were comparable, and neither was foolish. This rivalry could lead to mutual destruction. Yet the allure of Han Shiyun's delicate form and enchanting voice spurred them forward like a potent elixir. Without further ado, they launched into a flurry of super rockets. Lang Lang presents to the host Han Xiaoxiao a Super Rocket 1. Yongchuan Tianya presents to the host Han Xiaoxiao a Super Rocket 1. Lang Lang presents to the host Han Xiaoxiao a Super Rocket 66. Yongchuan Tianya presents to the host Han Xiaoxiao a Super Rocket 66. Half an hour later, the frenzy intensified. Lang Lang presents to the host Han Xiaoxiao a Super Rocket 1314. Yongchuan Tianya presents to the host Han Xiaoxiao a Super Rocket 1314. The live stream was nearing a breaking point, with participation exceeding 100,000. An avalanche of impressive comments flooded the screen. Han Shiyun was nearly overwhelmed with joy, astonished by the generosity of both men, each having gifted over 200,000. This surge would likely yield her over 3 million in gift shares, an unfathomable sum. However, Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong soon regained their composure, realizing that if they continued this way, even if one of them won Han Shiyun's heart, the other would be left in utter despair. Thus, Huang Junlang dialed Zheng Yong. Upon answering, Huang Junlang cut straight to the chase. Zheng Lao Air, I am prepared to invest 5 million to secure Han Shiyun. If you exceed that amount, I will withdraw and request a refund for my recent gifts. What do you say? After a brief silence, Zheng Yong replied, Huang Dexian, transfer 3 million to me now, and I shall not contest Han Shiyun. If that doesn't work for you, let us continue this battle. Huang Junlang pondered for a moment before responding, agreed. I will transfer 3 million to you. And from now on, you are not allowed to associate with HNSHYN. The voice of ZH Ing Ying echoed over the phone. Huing JNL Ing promptly transferred the 3 million to ZH Ing Ying. Individuals of their status, though somewhat unscrupulous, still honored their word. Huing JNL Ing calculated that to ascend to the top of the leaderboard, he needed to spend nearly 400,000 more, totaling over 6 million already invested in HNSHYN. Even though his family was immensely wealthy, parting with that sum did cause him some pangs of regret. However, securing HNSHYN made it all worthwhile. The extravagant expenditure was justified, as HNSHYN had previously mentioned that she had never had a boyfriend. Her lack of romantic experience implied that her purity remained intact, a quality that heightened a man's desire far beyond that of women like G Ing SHN. In the live stream, after ZH Ing Ying accepted Huing JNL Ing's 3 million, he exited the room, leaving the rocket at 1314. The audience was bewildered. Just moments ago, a fierce competition had been underway, and now one participant had abruptly withdrawn. Huing JNL Ing then sent 200 more rockets, surpassing ZH Ing Ying and claiming the top position. SHYN, I am now number 1. ZH Ing LOR has conceded and left. I await you tomorrow night. The live chat erupted into chaos. Oh my goodness, a date at night. We all know what that entails. My heart is breaking. No. My goddess, please don't go. It's impossible for her not to go. A big shot has spent money. It seems yet another goddess is about to fall. The live stream buzzed with various comments, and Huing JNL Ing relished this effect. He was asserting his dominance. HNSHYN found herself in a predicament. She couldn't comprehend why ZH Ing Ying had exited so suddenly. She was aware of their similar backgrounds. Originally, she had intended for the two to compete fiercely, resulting in a tie that would allow her to accompany both on a date. With 3 of them together, she believed they would not act inappropriately. However, ZH Ing Ying's unexpected withdrawal had derailed her plans. Although she had received over 5 million in gifts, a solitary date with Huing JNL Ing was bound to lead to complications. With a silent sigh, HNSHYN lamented the disruption of her previously flawless plan. Yet she could take solace in the fact that she still had over 2 million in gift shares. Chapter 17, Record-Breaking. JNL Ing, I await your call tomorrow. HNSHYN's voice rang out in the live stream. The chat exploded once more. Oh no, my goddess. My heart aches to breathe. Another goddess is leaving us. The massive golden bullet screen from Huing JNL Ing reappeared. Haha, good SHYN. Tomorrow I shall ensure you have a splendid evening. Yet, at that moment, Huing JNL Ing's thoughts were darker. Having spent over 6 million, he was determined to ensure she would not rise from bed for 3 days. Lin Dong sensed it was time to act, sending a message. His high-level account made his comment stand out. I heard that if you surpass the top, you can date the host? Lin Dong remarked. Firecracker Big Shot. Please save our goddess. Yes, Firecracker Big Shot. Rescue the goddess from the clutches of the demon. What a joke. If Firecracker Big Shot surpasses the top, the goddess will belong to him. Then I want Firecracker Big Shot to take the top down as well. The ordinary comments flooded in. I just want to ask the host, if one surpasses the top, can one date you? Lin Dong continued. Sure. Lin Dong ceased speaking and sent his rockets soaring. A small firecracker, sending the host H and she Oxy, oh, a super rocket 1. 10 minutes later, a small firecracker, sending the host H and she Oxy, oh, a super rocket 666. Half an hour later, a small firecracker, sending the host H and she Oxy, oh, a super rocket 1314. An hour later, a small firecracker, sending the host H and she Oxy, oh, a super rocket 2520. 2 hours later, a small firecracker, sending the host H and she Oxy, oh, a super rocket 5200. The onlookers were left in shock. Huing J and L Ing was stunned. H and SHYN was also bewildered. The live stream's popularity surged to over 300,000. 5,200 super rockets? That amounted to over 10 million. This was the largest single gift event since the inception of J Ing Live. CHIZ Ing is incredible. CHIZ Ing is powerful. CHIZ Ing is domineering. CHIZ Ing, you are my idol. CHIZ Ing, I want to bear your children. Countless such comments flooded the screen. At that moment, Huing J and Ling felt as though he had swallowed a fly. Over 6 million had vanished without a trace. He was seething with rage. He dialed G Ing SHN, needing an outlet for his frustration. The phone connected. Hello? J and L Ing, what is the matter? Why are you calling so late? G Ing SHN's voice came through. SHN, come out immediately. I am waiting for you at the school gate. Huing J and L Ing commanded. J and L Ing, it's already past 2 in the morning. Can't we discuss this tomorrow? I demand that you come out now. Huing J and L Ing gritted his teeth. But there are no buts. Get out here immediately, or you will regret it. He slammed the phone down. On the other end, G Ing SHN had been roused from sleep by Huing J and L Ing's call. After 2 brief exchanges, she was taken aback by his tone. Hesitating, she slowly rose, being careful not to wake her roommate as she quietly dressed. When she was with L and D Ing, such a scenario would never have occurred. He had truly loved her to the core, always considering her needs. Whenever she expressed hunger, regardless of the hour, he would deliver food to her dormitory door before calling her. He had never spoken to her in such a manner. Moreover, L and D Ing respected her. After 4 years together, he had refrained from crossing boundaries simply because she said she was unprepared. However, since being with Huing J and L Ing, his initial kindness had faded. Last month, even during her menstruation, he had forced himself upon her, showing no concern for her well-being. Now, at 2:30 in the morning, she was being coerced to meet him. It was undoubtedly driven by his base desires. Reflecting on this, tears began to flow uncontrollably down G Ing SHN's cheeks. She could only blame herself for being foolish, naive, and too enamored with vanity. Her roommate and close friend, ZHYN, awoke to the commotion and noticed movement on G Ing SHN's bed. SHN, what are you doing? ZHYN asked, rubbing her eyes. Sensing something was amiss in G Ing SHN's tone, and realizing they were alone in the dorm, ZHYN turned on the light and saw G Ing SHYN dressing while sobbing. ZHYN rushed over and embraced G Ing SHN. SHN, what's wrong? Did Huing J and L Ing bully you again? No. What do you mean no? I can tell. SHN. I've told you before that Huing J and L Ing is not a good person. I warned you to keep your distance, but you didn't listen. Now look what has happened. YN, I'm fine. Still trying to deceive me. I've noticed you secretly crying at night several times. SHN. I truly don't understand. L and D Ing loves you so much. Why did you choose Huing J and L Ing? Just because he is wealthy? YN, please stop. G Ing SHN could no longer contain herself and broke down in ZHYN's embrace. A few minutes later, after her tears subsided, G Ing SHN pulled away from ZHYN's comforting arms and continued dressing. ZHYN stopped her, saying, SHN. It's late, don't go out. Let us talk about it tomorrow. Yin, it's impossible. Junlang is still waiting for me at the school gate. If I don't go out, he might abandon me. But if he does, what does it matter? However, I've already conceived Junlang's child. What should I do if he no longer wants me? Jiangshan cried out. Shanshan, you sigh? After putting on her clothes, Jiangshan hurriedly rushed to the school gate. Han Shiyun was currently flushed with excitement. Thank you, Chairman Chai, for the 5,200 super rockets. Chairman Chai, I love you. Moi? She then directly sent a friend request to Lin Dong. After the two became friends, Han Shiyun sent a message. Chairman Chai, let us exchange WeChat. Here is my phone number. I'll wait for your notification tomorrow. They successfully added each other on WeChat. Chapter 18. Are you Lin Dong? The next day, Lin Dong slept until noon before rising. After freshening up, he arrived at Jinyi Hotel. Hello, Chairman Lin. As he entered the hotel, he was greeted by numerous familiar faces. After lunch, Lin Dong went directly to the chairman's office to rest. Not long after, a knock sounded at the door. Come in. Zhao Xian entered. Chairman Lin, the hotel handover has begun. When will you be available? Sister Xian, I've said I won't concern myself with the handover. You can make the decisions. Just notify me when payment is needed. All right. I won't disturb your rest then. By the way, I'll be moving in tonight. I'll leave the door open for you, Zhao Xian said before leaving the office without waiting for a response from Lin Dong. This is absurd. I've been teased again. Lin Dong sat in his chair, scrolling through his phone. Opening WeChat, he saw a message from Lu Peng. Dongzi, I have something to tell you. You must hold back. What is it? That scoundrel Huang Junlang posted a photo of you unconscious and bleeding on the campus website, along with some of your exploits. You're famous now. Damn, send it to me. Shortly after, Lin Dong received images from Lu Peng. It was indeed a photo of him unconscious in the grove. That scoundrel, just a little interest collected last night, and now he'll see how I make him pay. Lin Dong cursed inwardly. Lin Dong played on his phone for a while longer before sending a message to Han Shiyun. 6 o'clock tonight, Jinyi Hotel. Just report your name when you arrive. Han Shiyun was in class, but had been attentively checking her phone all morning, fearing she might miss a call or message from this powerful figure, Lin Dong. Compared to the half-hearted, flirtatious rich second generations like Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong, Han Shiyun preferred to engage with a figure like Lin Dong, who could easily spend millions. Although she felt a tinge of worry about possibly encountering a bizarre individual, she secretly hoped that Lin Dong was indeed a genuine and capable wealthy man. She was well aware of Jinyi Hotel, being the only 8-star hotel in Jiangnan province and renowned among Jiangnan University students. It was said that even a simple meal there could start at tens of thousands. Although she had yet to dine there, she was confident that many rich heirs would invite her if she wished. The afternoon passed swiftly. At 5:30, Han Shiyun arrived at Jinyi Hotel, dressed in tight jeans and a fitted shirt. One could not deny that Han Shiyun had the confidence to attract attention. No wonder so many wealthy heirs were drawn to her, completely captivated. As she entered the hotel lobby, a server approached. Excuse me, miss. Are you here to dine or stay? Miss Han, please follow me. The server led Han Shiyun to room 1. Having received a message that Chairman Lin was inviting her to dinner. Once inside the room, she found it empty. Nervously, she chose a seat. Moments later, the door opened. Han Shiyun's heart raced as she looked up at the entrance. A young figure stepped inside. Upon seeing him, she felt a sense of familiarity. Are you Lin Dong? Han Shiyun asked, standing up uncertainly. You really are Lin Dong? She repeated. Absolutely. Are you the one who sent over more than 10 million in gifts last night? What? Does it not seem like me? How could this be? If you are Lin Dong, then how? Han Shiyun stammered, struggling to comprehend. In recent days, Lin Dong had indeed gained notoriety at Jiangnan University, but not in a favorable light. His exploits circulated widely on WeChat and the campus network. His long-term girlfriend had been taken by another, leading to his emotional collapse, complete with photographs. If this person before her was truly Lin Dong, how could he have been so easily discarded? It seemed implausible. Classmate Han, oh, there's so much to say? Please, sit down. Let us eat and talk. Han Shiyun took her seat but kept her gaze fixed on Lin Dong, unable to believe that this was the Lin Dong of the recent rumors. Soon, the door opened again, and the dishes began to arrive, filling the table with an extravagant feast. Chairman Lin, the dishes are ready. Enjoy your meal. And feel free to call for me if you need anything, the newly appointed manager said before exiting. Chairman? Or Lin Dong? The server wouldn't address a guest by name, so it must be Chairman. But why call him that? Han Shiyun was filled with questions. Classmate Han, let us eat. You must be hungry, Lin Dong said, pouring her a glass of red wine. Han Shiyun gazed at the lavish spread before her. Many dishes she had only seen on television, now presented to her. She sampled a dish and was astounded by the exquisite flavor. It was indeed worthy of an 8-star hotel. As they neared the end of their meal, Han Shiyun could no longer contain her curiosity. Lin Dong, is it true that the person everyone is talking about at school these days is you? How could it not be? There's nothing impossible about it, classmate Han. I always believed that love should not be tainted by anything, which is why I concealed my identity. But as you can see, the outcome was quite different. So that is how it is. Han Shiyun finally understood. He had been pretending to be poor. Who would be so foolish as to break up with a powerful figure like you? In truth, he had only wanted to annoy Huang Junlang, the one who had taken his girlfriend. Merely trying to irritate him had led to a staggering expenditure of over 10 million. Lin Dong's true identity was indeed daunting. Your girlfriend is Jiangshan? Yes. Don't be disheartened, Chairman Lin. Abandoning one tree means there's a whole forest waiting for you, Han Shiyun consoled. I'm all right. I've come to terms with it. Why not make use of such conditions? Don't you think so, classmate Han? You're right. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, I'm the owner of Jinyi Hotel. Han Shiyun was left speechless. Chapter 19, Returning to School. After leaving Jinyi Hotel, Han Shiyun was in a daze. The rumors at school about the so-called loser Lin Dong being a hidden super tycoon were hard to believe. He was even the owner of Jinyi Hotel. What was its worth? 100 billion? 200 billion? And yet, it appeared that Jiangnan Hotel was trivial in Lin Dong's eyes. How much wealth did he truly possess? 1,000 billion? 2,000 billion? Even more absurd was the fact that such a magnate had been discarded by Jiangnan. Jiangnan was aware that both she and Lin Dong were members of the school's dance club. Although they were not particularly close, they were acquainted. Had Jiangnan known Lin Dong's background, she would have surely regretted her oversight, realizing that she had forsaken a significant opportunity for a trivial one. Since Lin Dong requested her to keep his identity a secret and wished to maintain a low profile, she resolved to honor his request. Relishing the fact that no one else was vying for Lin Dong's attention, she had already made up her mind to align herself with him. Engaging in live broadcasts seemed impractical now. The moment she went live, she would undoubtedly face criticism, as the chatroom often brimmed with harsh words. In the eyes of most, she was already considered Lin Dong's partner, although, in reality, they had shared nothing more than meals together. Han Shiyun, too, was reluctant to endure public scorn. After all, she had already amassed over 7 million in gift shares, sufficient to secure a larger home for her family. Once she established connections with Lin Dong, financial concerns would surely dissipate. Upon returning to the international mansion, Zhao Xian had already moved in and was busy arranging her space. Lin Dong did not disturb her and proceeded upstairs. The following day, Lin Dong arose early. After freshening up, he descended to find Zhao Xian ready for work. "Sister Xian." "Good morning," he greeted. "Mr. Lin, why are you up so early today?" She responded. "Let us head out together." They departed in a black and red car from the international mansion, arriving at the Jiangnan Hotel. After breakfast, Lin Dong walked to school. He chose not to drive his luxurious car because the hotel was merely a 10-minute stroll from the campus. Moreover, the grandeur of his vehicle seemed somewhat out of place amid the affluent students at school, many of whom owned cars costing several million. He had seen a couple of luxury cars superior to his. Curiosity enveloped his peers as they spotted him. The female students smiled subtly, whispering amongst themselves once he had walked past. In contrast, the male students felt less restrained, voicing their comments openly beside him. "Isn't that Lin Dong?" one remarked. "Seems like it. I doubt he lost much blood." Another chimed in. "You know, such emotional turmoil can be quite damaging. He could end up seriously hurt." "Is it really that dire? Lin Dong must be quite resilient." Lin Dong feigned ignorance to their chatter and continued toward his classroom. He felt powerless. Confronting them was unwise, especially alone against three. Upon entering his classroom, he found most of the students already seated, all eyes turning curiously towards him. They had lived together during their first year at school, forming a bond as the self-proclaimed four rascals of Jiangnan. "Are you all right?" Lu Peng inquired. "No worries. I'm fine," Lin Dong replied. "We were all concerned you might be downcast. That would tarnish our reputation as the four rascals." This time, it was Fan Biao who spoke. "It's just a woman. In today's world, it's hard to find a three-legged frog, but there are plenty of two-legged women around." "Exactly," added Zhou Wenhua, another of the four rascals. "Relax, I'm perfectly fine." "Do I look troubled?" Lin Dong assured them. "Great. If you're all right, let's organize a get-together tomorrow night. I've already made arrangements. I'll let you know the venue by tomorrow afternoon. It's been ages since we've all gathered." Lu Peng suggested. "Why the formality? We're just hanging out, not hosting a formal event," Lin Dong replied. Lu Peng leaned in confidentially and said, "Don't worry. This gathering isn't with our schoolmates, but with students from Jiangnan Media University. The art students there are exceptionally attractive, far surpassing the girls at our school." "How do you know students from Media University?" Lin Dong asked. "I recently started dating a girl from there. What do you think?" Lu Peng beamed with pride. "Already switched partners? Your pace is astonishing. It's because of guys like you that I, as a mere commoner, am left with nothing," Lin Dong retorted. "Hey, don't compare me to that Huang Junlang. I'm about genuine feelings, while he's just throwing money around. You see how devastated anyone is after breaking up with me? We part on good terms. I never pursue married women." Lu Peng defended himself. "I think you're both similar." "All right, I was just joking. Tomorrow afternoon, right? I'll be there." "Thanks, guys," Lin Dong concluded. The morning classes passed swiftly. As the lunch break approached, the homeroom teacher entered and scanned the room. When no one volunteered, she suggested, "If no one has anything to say, let us have Su Yingxue perform a piano solo. However, since she performed last year, it may lack novelty. How about someone collaborates with her? One can sing while the other plays the piano. Does anyone think they can sing well?" No sooner had she finished speaking than the class monitor, Ding Wei, stood up to volunteer. "I'll do it. As the class monitor, I should take the lead." His declaration was met with disdainful glances from his classmates. "Seriously? You didn't step up when the teacher asked for volunteers, but now you want to lead in partnering with Su Yingxue?" Even a fool could see the inconsistency. Su Yingxue was renowned as one of the school's three goddesses, known for her aloofness, with admirers often forming long lines around the schoolyard. Unlike Han Shiyun, who accepted gifts from anyone only to resell them at a lower price. Su Yingxue would toss any gift straight into the trash without a second glance. Chapter 20. Rumors abound. After Ding Wei volunteered, several other boys expressed their desire to collaborate with Su Yingxue. Ultimately, however, the homeroom teacher chose Ding Wei, as his position as class monitor held sway in her eyes. Yingxue and Ding Wei, you have a few days to rehearse. I don't expect you to win, but you mustn't embarrass yourselves, the teacher instructed before leaving the classroom. As soon as the teacher departed, a figure appeared at the classroom door. Is Lin Dong here? The voice drew everyone's attention. Wait, isn't that Han Shiyun, one of the three goddesses? One student exclaimed, incredulous. Is she really looking for Lin Dong? Another questioned. Han Shiyun, whom are you seeking? A classmate asked. Is she genuinely here for Lin Dong? The entire class regarded Lin Dong with astonishment, with dozens of eyes upon him. He had no choice but to rise and walk outside. Upon reaching the door, he addressed Han Shiyun, saying, let us go, and proceeded forward, with her obediently following behind. Once Lin Dong and Han Shiyun left, chaos erupted in the classroom. Wow, after just 3 days, Lin Dong has managed to win over one of the school's three goddesses? Someone exclaimed. Did you see that? The goddess was following him like a devoted follower. Another chimed in. Pinch me. I need to know if this is real. Careful. That hurts. This can't be a dream. Another student pondered aloud. What was Lin Dong's ex-girlfriend's name again? I think it was Jiangnan. Wasn't she taken by Huang Junlang, one of Han Shiyun's two protectors? The implications of Lin Dong's bold move sent ripples through the room. He stole my girl, and now he's wooing your goddess. The fierce retaliation left Huang Junlang reeling. Meanwhile, the other three members of the four rascals exchanged glances, simultaneously exclaiming, Old 3 is impressive. Su Yingxue observed with curiosity, intrigued by the unexpected alliance, as Han Shiyun, a goddess in her own right, had never been seen alone with anyone, always wary of what others might think. Why has she come to seek out Lin Dong alone? Does this imply that her ultimate choice is indeed Lin Dong? What qualities does Lin Dong possess that would captivate Han Shiyun? Su Yingxue could not fathom it. Lin Dong appears to be more enigmatic than he seems on the surface. At this moment, Su Yingxue found herself enveloped in a profound curiosity about Lin Dong. Unaware that curiosity is often the precursor to entrapment, Lin Dong led Han Shiyun to the playground behind the school. Since it was lunchtime, there were only a few couples lingering about the playground. Speak up, Han Shiyun. What brings you here? Lin Dong inquired. You could have simply sent me a message or called. Why come directly to the classroom? Lin Dong, I am assisting you right now. Do not mistake my good intentions for folly, she retorted. Oh, assisting me? In what way? Lin Dong asked. Han Shiyun pondered for a moment and replied, Lin Dong. Consider this. After the scandal from a few days ago, whenever you appear, people will immediately say, look, that's Lin Dong, the one whose girlfriend was stolen, who was so furious he fainted from blood loss. However, since I have come to see you, when you appear, the gossip will shift from your fainting incident to whether we are truly together. Which version of the narrative do you think is more favorable? Lin Dong contemplated her words and realized the truth in them. Then I owe you my thanks, Han Shiyun. No need for thanks. I have yet to express my gratitude for all those gifts you showered upon me to prevent my date with Huang Junlang. Not to mention treating me to lavish meals every day. But Han Shiyun, are you not concerned about tarnishing your reputation? No worries. After all, I owe you. Han Shiyun replied nonchalantly, as Lin Dong and Han Shiyun continued their stroll across the playground, discussing trivial matters. Their interaction only intensified the rumors surrounding Lin Dong's departure with Han Shiyun from the classroom. The school was relatively small, and given Han Shiyun's status as one of the three goddesses, the news spread rapidly. Naturally, the other three troublemakers played a significant role in this. In today's age of instant communication, a message in the WeChat group sufficed for everyone to be informed. The most circulated version of the story claimed that 3 days prior, Huang Junlang had stolen Lin Dong's girlfriend, Jiangnan, leaving Lin Dong so enraged that he fainted from blood loss. Yet, merely 3 days later, Lin Dong had managed to win over the goddess Han Shiyun, whom Huang Junlang had pursued for months. Huang Junlang's humiliation was palpable. Initially, many were skeptical. Han Shiyun had been pursued by numerous affluent suitors, yet had never been seen with anyone. Why would Lin Dong, a seemingly ordinary individual, have any chance with Han Shiyun? However, when they witnessed Lin Dong and Han Shiyun exiting the school together from the playground, everyone was compelled to accept this new reality. Lin Dong had intended for a brief stroll with Han Shiyun before parting ways. Yet, he suddenly recalled that it was lunchtime and naturally invited her to join him for a meal. Han Shiyun readily accepted, and the two departed the school together. This scene was witnessed by many, including Huang Junlang and Jiangnan. Huang Junlang, upon seeing Lin Dong and Han Shiyun leaving together, nearly lost his temper but managed to restrain himself. He understood that confronting Lin Dong would only serve to deepen his own humiliation. The thought that the goddess Han Shiyun, whom he had pursued for 6 to 7 million, had now so easily fallen for Lin Dong was unbearable. His feelings at that moment mirrored Lin Dong's despair 3 days earlier when he had been dumped. Jiangnan felt a pang of sorrow as she observed Lin Dong and Han Shiyun laughing and leaving the school. The place next to Lin Dong had always belonged to her, yet she had pushed him towards another. Some realizations only come after a loss. She had to tread carefully in her relationship with Huang Junlang, fearing his displeasure. Yet, with Lin Dong, he had always been the one to tread lightly. Her status had plummeted from princess to servant, allowing her to appreciate Lin Dong's devotion over their 4 years together. Yin was right. She might never find another who loved her as deeply as Lin Dong did. It was she who had buried her own happiness, with tears in her eyes. Jiangnan turned away. After their meal, the two rested at Jiangnan Hotel. Lin Dong took a reprieve in the chairman's office, while Han Shiyun occupied a presidential suite, naturally at no cost due to Lin Dong's position as chairman. The afternoon passed swiftly. As Lin Dong walked through the campus, he noticed that the gazes directed at him had transformed from disdain to envy and jealousy, just as Han Shiyun had predicted. Upon entering, four tall receptionists bowed and greeted him as usual. "Hello, Lin Dong." As he entered the lobby, the newly appointed manager hurried over to bow, saying, "Hello, Lin Dong." Lin Dong responded, "No need for such formality. We are all on the same team. Please continue with your duties. I can manage on my own." "Understood, Lin Dong." With that, Lin Dong stepped into the elevator, disappearing from the lobby. Unbeknownst to him, a beautiful woman had been observing him from a seating area designated for guests. Sun Siyu had been sitting in the rest area of Jiangnan Hotel for over an hour. She was a third-year student in the acting department at Jiangnan Media University. Typically, students in her program began leveraging their resources to secure roles in films during their third year to lay the groundwork for their post-graduation careers. While her classmates had begun landing roles, some even playing supporting characters and gaining modest fame, Sun Siyu had not secured a single role in her third year. This was not due to a lack of beauty. On the contrary, her looks and figure were exceptional even among her peers in the acting department. The reason for her lack of roles lay in her principles. She refused to compromise her dignity for a part by catering to the whims of directors or investors. Moreover, she was financially secure, as her parents owned a business with assets amounting to several million, allowing her to maintain her self-respect. Unlike her less privileged classmates, who were willing to sacrifice their dignity, and even their bodies, for a chance at success, Sun Siyu had turned down an opportunity when a director sought her for a minor role, contingent upon her dining with investors. Naively, she had thought nothing of it, but during the meal, as the director and investors toasted her, one of the investors made an inappropriate advance. The result was her pouring a glass of water over his face, enraging the director, who threatened to blacklist her. After that incident, opportunities became scarce. Today, she received a call from a renowned director offering her a role in a film with an investment exceeding 100 million. But she needed to meet for further discussions. After much contemplation, she decided to attend the meeting. However, once at Jiangnan Hotel, she had yet to receive any further communication from the director, leaving her to wait in the lobby. The moment Lin Dong entered, he captured Sun Siyu's attention. As he walked in, the receptionists bowed to him. Although she could not hear their words from a distance, their respectful demeanor was unmistakable. In her hour of waiting, she had observed numerous guests entering and exiting the hotel, yet none had warranted such reverence from the staff. Thus, Sun Siyu was nearly certain that Lin Dong either possessed an extraordinary background or was simply the heir to the local tycoon or a shareholder. However, these matters were of little concern to her. She was merely curious and had to continue waiting for the phone call. Approximately half an hour later, Sun Siyu's phone finally rang. "Hello, Director Xiang, where are you?" "I have arrived at the Jiangnan Hotel," she inquired upon answering the call. "Miss Sun, I apologize for making you wait so long. Please come directly to room 151. I will be waiting for you." Director Xiang's voice resonated through the phone. "Director Xiang, is there any reason we cannot discuss this outside?" "Miss Sun, you must understand that we are discussing commercial secrets. What if they leak and the investors withdraw their support?" "Director Xiang, I believe it would be more prudent to discuss this outside. A private room would suffice. No one would know." "Miss Sun, you must realize that this is an investment of over 100 million. The role of the second female lead is significant, and many are vying for it. I have exerted considerable effort to secure this meeting, and you must seize this opportunity. If you do not come, I will have to contact others. Then feel free to contact others. Goodbye." Sun Siyu concluded, abruptly disconnecting the call. What a farce. She was no naive newcomer. As dusk approached, how could she guarantee her safe exit if she entered? Asking her to sacrifice her integrity for a mere supporting role was preposterous. In the Jiangnan Hotel, on the 15th floor, room 1. This was the hotel's most luxurious presidential suite, priced at 66,666 per night. Inside the room, in addition to Chen Xiang, a man in his 40s and a 20-something woman dressed as a secretary were present. After Sun Xiu hung up, Chen Xiang's face alternated between shades of anger. Director Xiang, how is it possible that someone dares to refuse you, given your reputation in the industry? They must not wish to continue in the entertainment world, remarked the middle-aged man, who was short and stout, exuding affluence. Mr. Yu, this girl is still a novice and does not comprehend the rules of our industry. She likely comes from a modestly wealthy family and has yet to fully commit to this path, Chen Xiang explained. Oh, a novice? This is excellent. I favor such candidates. Can you secure her for me? I will increase the investment by an additional 20 million, Mr. Yu proposed. Mr. Yu, that may be difficult. You just heard her. She is quite resistant, Chen Xiang replied, visibly troubled. Then let her take on the leading role. Let us see if she can withstand such temptation. But the lead role has already been assigned to Yao Shui. If we change it now, it will surely displease her. There is no contract signed yet. We can change it at any time. What can she do if she is displeased? Mr. Yu said nonchalantly. I will do my best. Not just your best, ensure it. Chapter 22, Networking. At this moment, Chen Xiang's mind was racing with 1,000 frustrations. These detestable capitalists, in pursuit of their self-interest, were attempting to dictate terms. They expected a third-year student, who had yet to graduate and had never acted in a production, to take on the leading role in a film with an investment exceeding 100 million, while relegating a top-tier actress to a supporting role. If this news were to leak, Yao Shui's fans would surely erupt in outrage. If the lead actress were competent, she might achieve instant fame, but if she lacked skill, the film would be doomed. Despite his internal vitriol directed at Mr. Yu, Chen Xiang maintained a facade of ingratiating smiles, assuring him, rest assured, Mr. Yu, I will find a way to make it happen. In this era, wealth dictated authority. Although he had some renown in the industry, he was not at a level where he could disregard the capitalists. Only top-tier directors wielded such influence. When they announced a project, countless leading actors and even superstars would flock to them. Numerous capitalists would approach, eager to invest their money. The choice of a director of that caliber determined who would reap the greatest profits. The following afternoon, Lu Peng informed Lin Dong that the evening's networking event would take place at the Jiangnan Hotel and advised him to arrive early to avoid tardiness. Lin Dong sent Zhao Xian a message, instructing her to inform the others to treat him as an ordinary guest upon entering the hotel. After attending class that afternoon, Lin Dong arrived early at the Jiangnan Hotel, waiting in the chairman's office. The other 3 guests were still busy preparing. Sun Xiu returned to the Jiangnan Hotel, but this time not to meet any directors. She was there at the invitation of her roommate, Zhang, Min's new boyfriend. The 4 of them stood at the entrance of the Jiangnan Hotel, awaiting Lu Peng and the others. Min, is your boyfriend really treating us here? We were just joking yesterday. Should we choose another place? Her roommate Chen Lan asked. Yesterday? Upon hearing that Zhang Min's new boyfriend wanted to treat them to dinner and that they could choose the location, they had casually suggested the Jiangnan Hotel, not expecting him to actually follow through. Lan, don't worry. Trust my judgment. If he can't even afford a meal, how can he be worthy of being Zhang Min's boyfriend? Min, it seems your boyfriend is impressive. He must be a rich second generation. I envy you. Ask your boyfriend if he has any wealthy friends who are still single and introduce one to us. Chimed in another roommate, Zheng Yun. Does he have any other rich friends like him? Or are they all just poor losers? I can't say for sure. Yun. Don't just think about finding a rich second generation. A potential partner with promise isn't a bad choice either. Sun Xiu interjected. You must understand that our best outcome is to marry a wealthy second generation who cherishes us. If we truly aspire to be stars, we cannot fathom the hardships involved. In the end, we might end up with nothing. Don't be so pessimistic. It's not pessimism, it's reality. How many times have we seen roles that require us to entertain or even compromise ourselves to obtain? Even if we sacrifice, success is never guaranteed. Thus, I no longer wish to be a star. I just want to find a rich second generation and live a stable life. At that moment, Sun Xiu felt powerless to refute, for she knew that without her family's support, her situation would not be much better than theirs. After a brief conversation, Lu Peng arrived with the other 2 guests in his car. Lu Peng is driving a BMW 7. They have already arrived. Look at those 4 ahead, he remarked. Wow. Impressive. They are clearly on a different level than our school, another commented. Indeed, they are from the acting department, destined to become major stars. Any one of them would easily overshadow our class, except for Su Yingxue, especially the tallest one. She rivals Su Yingxue in stature. Definitely a goddess. Honk. Lu Peng parked at the Jiangnan Hotel entrance and honked twice. My boyfriend is here, let us go, Zhang Min exclaimed, leading her roommates toward Lu Peng's parked car. After Lu Peng and his companions disembarked, they briefly introduced themselves before the 7 of them proceeded into the Jiangnan Hotel, where they were escorted to their reserved private room. Once seated, Lu Peng called Lin Dong. "Hey Dongzi, where are you?" "We're in room 46. Hurry over, you're the last one," Lu Peng urged. "Okay, I'll be there shortly," Lin Dong replied over the phone. "Apologies, I have another roommate arriving soon. Please go ahead and order whatever you like." Lu Peng addressed a few young ladies with a casual demeanor. Upon receiving a call, Lin Dong promptly descended the stairs. On his way, he made a brief phone call to Zhao Xian, requesting her to arrange for a complimentary meal under the guise of an event at the hotel for room 46. Soon enough, Lin Dong arrived at the designated room. "I apologize for the delay. Something came up," he expressed with genuine regret. As Lin Dong settled in, dishes began to arrive one after another, and everyone eagerly picked up their chopsticks. Aside from Lu Peng and Lin Dong, who had previously dined here, the remaining 6 individuals were experiencing the cuisine for the first time. Their praises for the food were abundant, though they ordered merely standard fare, unlike Lin Dong, who consistently indulged in the finest delicacies. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Sun Xiu felt a sense of familiarity wash over her. Suddenly, she recalled that he was indeed the same person who had been greeted with a bow by the staff upon entering Jin Yi Hotel the previous day. What a coincidence it was. Just yesterday, she thought she would never cross paths with someone of his stature, and yet here they were, sharing a meal. Although she was curious about Lin Dong's identity, she refrained from inquiring, as they were not well acquainted. After the meal, Lu Peng proposed a karaoke session upstairs, a suggestion that received unanimous approval. As an 8-star hotel, Jin Yi Hotel offered a plethora of dining and entertainment options. However, when it came time to settle the bill, they were unexpectedly informed that the hotel was running a promotion, and their table had been fortunate enough to be selected for a complimentary meal. Moreover, all their expenses for the day would be waived. The group was elated, as this amounted to a considerable sum, and they anticipated that their karaoke outing would have cost nearly 100,000. They jokingly suggested that Lu Peng should treat them again in the future, to which he readily agreed. Lin Dong simply smiled in silence. Sun Xiu suspected there was something amiss. No hotel would give away a meal without any conditions, typically offering a discount instead. Particularly in such a high-end establishment, it was improbable that they would waive a bill of 10,000 casually. That only solidified her belief that Lin Dong was undoubtedly a high-ranking figure within the hotel. However, since Lin Dong seemed disinclined to reveal this, she felt no need to expose him. As they entered the private room, guided by the waiter, the atmosphere became relaxed. The dim lighting and a few drinks led Lu Peng and Zhang Min, a couple, to retreat to a corner, engrossed in each other. This display of affection caught everyone by surprise, but they soon returned to their own amusements. The 3 beautiful ladies sang while the 2 other guests, aside from Lin Dong, busied themselves with their phones. Lin Dong sat on the sofa, feeling somewhat bored, contemplating leaving but deciding against it. He opted instead to enjoy the melodious voices of the ladies. It must be said that despite their studies and performance, their singing was commendable. As time passed, and the ladies took a break from singing, Lu Peng seized the microphone, expressing gratitude to the 3 beauties for gracing them with their presence. He then pointed to Lin Dong, saying, "This is my brother Lin Dong, who is still single. Any of you lovely ladies without a boyfriend should consider exchanging contact information. Who knows, you might just make a match. I can assure you, my brother is quite devoted in relationships." Lin Dong, upon hearing this, felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. Was this a compliment or a jest? While he indeed had a reputation for being loyal, it was to the extent that a breakup had once left him in a state of utter despair. Those unaware might take it as praise, but anyone familiar with him would find it laughable, especially considering that Lu Peng was likely a bit inebriated. Lu Peng awaited the ladies' reactions, having learned from Zhang Min that none of them had boyfriends, which was the impetus for his playful suggestion. The tallest among them, Sun Xiu, seemed beyond Lin Dong's reach. A goddess of her caliber would certainly leave even a seasoned flirt like Lu Peng at a loss. However, Lin Dong might have a chance with the other 2. Lately, he appeared to have undergone a transformation. His physique had become more robust, and his demeanor exuded newfound confidence, shedding the submissiveness he had exhibited while with Jiang Shan. At first glance, he presented a rather appealing image. Zheng Yun and Chun Lan remained unresponsive to Lu Peng's words. They recognized that among the 4 individuals from their dormitory, only Lu Peng was a wealthy heir, while the others were far from affluent. This was evident from their shared journey in Lu Peng's car. What affluent heir would ride in someone else's vehicle? Truly, a genuine rich kid would not be concerned with such trivialities. Although Lin Dong had joined later, his attire, consisting of common streetwear, did not suggest wealth. While he appeared handsome and well-proportioned, good looks alone would not suffice. Furthermore, they were students from the Jiangnan Media University's performance department. Having encountered countless attractive individuals, Lin Dong would only be considered average among them. They had no intention of wasting their youth on someone like him. While the 2 remained indifferent, Sun Siyu was intrigued by Lin Dong. Clearly, he was an influential figure. Yet he chose to present himself as an ordinary individual, skillfully concealing his true identity even from his roommates. Sun Siyu felt compelled to alert her roommates that the wealthy heir they admired was right before their eyes, and they were oblivious to it. A golden opportunity lay before them, yet they treated it as inconsequential. She was curious to see their expressions upon discovering Lin Dong's true identity. Would they feel remorse or regret? For those who aspired to be with a wealthy heir, such a realization could be infuriating. Fine, if they did not pursue him, she would. With that, Sun Siyu stood and approached Lin Dong, extending her right hand. Hello, Lin Dong. I'm Sun Siyu, a junior in the performance department at Jiangnan Media University. It is a pleasure to meet you, and I hope we can become friends and get to know each other better. The room fell into a sudden hush. Lu Peng nearly dropped the microphone in disbelief. How could a goddess like Sun Siyu express interest in Lin Dong? It seemed implausible. The other guests simultaneously recalled that the goddess Han Shiyun had sought out Lin Dong the previous afternoon. Was there some irresistible charm about him that attracted these women? One occurrence could be dismissed as coincidence, but what of the second? Would there be a third or fourth? Lin Dong, momentarily taken aback, reflected on his sudden surge of romantic prospects since acquiring the system. First, it was Zhao Xian, then Han Shiyun, and now Sun Siyu, all of them at a goddess level. Which should he choose? Only children make such choices. He desired them all. They exchanged a brief handshake before swapping phone numbers and WeChat contacts. Just then, the door to the private room swung open. Initially, they assumed it was the waiter, but the first to enter was a short, portly middle-aged man, followed closely by the director Chen Xiang, who had met with Sun Siyu the day before. Chen Xiang and Yu Chenghai were accompanying two other investors that evening. But upon spotting Sun Siyu and her classmates, Yu Chenghai instructed his secretary to follow them, waiting to see which room they entered. Once the investors were settled, he promptly made his way here. Upon entering the room, Chen Xiang introduced himself. Hello, everyone. I am Chen Xiang, and gestured to the short, stout man beside him. This is Mr. Yu from Xinyuan Entertainment. We are here primarily to meet you all. You must be students from Jiangnan Media University. Mr. Yu and I have come to Jiang City to cast roles for a film with an investment of over 100 million. We hope you won't mind sharing a drink with us. As soon as Chen Xiang finished speaking, Yu Chenghai eagerly approached Sun Siyu, exclaiming, You must be Sun Siyu. I am Yu Chenghai from Xinyuan Entertainment. It is a pleasure to meet you. I find you to possess a remarkable charm, making you a perfect candidate for the leading female role in a film we are investing in. As Yu Chenghai gazed at Sun Siyu, his eyes sparkled with admiration. She was stunningly beautiful and exuded grace, towering over him, prompting him to slightly tilt his head upwards as he spoke. He had always been fond of women taller than himself. Height mattered little when one could dominate with his own considerable presence. This only intensified his desire to conquer her. Sorry, Mr. Yu, I am not interested in starring in your film, Sun Siyu calmly replied. She quickly grasped the situation upon seeing Chen Xiang and Yu Chenghai appear before her. It became evident that Chen Xiang's invitation yesterday was to accompany Mr. Yu. The sight of Yu Chenghai's short and stout figure filled her with revulsion. She would rather be done away with than be in the company of such a man. The role of the leading lady was of no concern to her. Son, you may not realize that this film has an investment of over 100 million, with the possibility of additional funding. We have also secured the popular actress Yao Shui for the supporting role. Should you accept this film, you could achieve overnight fame. Yu Chenghai continued to tempt her. His words elicited little reaction from Sun Siyu, but her companions, Zheng Yun and Chen Lan, were captivated. A leading role alongside Yao Shui could indeed lead to stardom. After all, who in the performing arts did not yearn for recognition? The challenge lay in the lack of opportunity. I truly have no interest, Mr. Yu. Sun Siyu remained unmoved. Mr. Yu, I am interested. Zheng Yun and Chen Lan eagerly chimed in. Zhang Min, however, hesitated to join them, concerned about her boyfriend Lu Peng's presence. She had finally secured a wealthy partner and did not wish to jeopardize that. Yu Chenghai held little interest in Zheng Yun and Chen Lan, having already indulged in numerous encounters with women of their caliber. He signaled Chen Xiang to persuade Sun Siyu, but she swiftly turned to Zhang Min, saying, Min, I have matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. Then she addressed Lin Dong. Classmate Lin Dong, could you accompany me? Oh, certainly. Lin Dong replied eagerly, having been looking for an excuse to leave. After exchanging pleasantries, the two departed together. Chapter 24, Good Fortune. Tonight we feast as Lin Dong and Sun Siyu exited. Yu Chenghai's expression soured. Since becoming the general manager of Xinyuan Entertainment, he had not encountered such a dismissive woman in a long time. For someone so disinterested in the entertainment industry, he found himself at a loss. Zheng Yun and Chen Lan flanked Yu Chenghai, toasting him in hopes of securing the role. The trio, aside from Lu Peng who remained aloof, began to curry favor with Chen Xiang, a director of modest renown who held considerable sway in their eyes. They spent the evening drinking, each lost in their own thoughts. In the elevator, Lin Dong and Sun Siyu descended. Sun Siyu suddenly inquired, "Lin Dong, is this hotel owned by your family?" "Huh." Lin Dong was caught off guard. "You need not conceal the truth. I am aware that you have a significant connection to this hotel," Sun Siyu asserted. "I have nothing to hide." "I do not understand what you are implying," Lin Dong responded. "Hotels do not offer complimentary services without cause, and when they do, it amounts to tens of thousands. Your actions may be excessive. A discount would suffice." "What does the hotel's policy have to do with me?" Lin Dong thought her intellect was quite impressive. To deduce such information from a simple comped meal was remarkable. Unbeknownst to him, Sun Siyu had observed the staff's deference to him upon his arrival. "Very well, Sunday. You have bested me. The complimentary meal was indeed my doing," Lin Dong admitted reluctantly. "And what is your relationship with this hotel?" Sun Siyu's curiosity was piqued. "As you inferred, this hotel is owned by my family." "A minor heir?" "That would be accurate." "Impressive, Lin Dong. I did not expect you to be a super rich heir." "Son, you are not lacking either. You have turned down offers from directors and investors for a leading role. Your status as a super rich heir surpasses mine by some measure." Their banter continued as they exited the hotel. At the entrance, Lin Dong asked, "Of course. Am I to hail a cab myself?" Sun Siyu replied, her demeanor decidedly nonchalant. Zhao Xian had already retired for the night. Lin Dong surmised that she must have been exhausted from the hotel handover, which was likely quite cumbersome. After bathing, he lay on his bed and opened his laptop. He accessed Jingyu Live, only to find that Han Shiyun and his cousin Wang Li were not broadcasting. He aimlessly browsed. Noting his astonishing level of over 1,000, which categorized him as a king, he casually clicked on a gaming stream. Upon entering the broadcast room, a 5-clawed golden dragon spiraled across the screen, followed by the jubilant announcement, "The king has arrived." The entrance was nothing short of spectacular. The chat exploded with excitement. "Wow! The legendary Chai Zong has appeared. Welcome, Chai Zong." The host, a charming girl named Mo Li Hua, was playing Survival Island. Upon noticing Lin Dong's king-level status, she quickly found a corner, stood up, and with a delicate pose, greeted, "Welcome, Chai Zong, to my stream. It is an honor." The young host's performance amused Lin Dong. Indeed, money had a way of commanding respect. He sent a message in the chat, "Little Mo Li, focus on the game. If you win, I shall bestow upon you 666 gifts in celebration." Mo Li Hua was elated by Lin Dong's message. If she succeeded in this match, it would be worth much more than winning 100 or 1,000 rounds. She quickly settled into her position, exclaiming, "Thank you for your support, Chai Zong. I will strive to win." The audience's comments flooded in, praising Chai Zong's prowess. Mo Li Hua carefully maneuvered her character. Her skills commendable as she typically achieved victory in 8 out of 10 matches. However, the fear of failure loomed large. A misstep could mean losing over 1 million in gifts, so her anxiety was palpable. As she fought her way through the competition, she felt a sense of relief when only 3 opponents remained. Victory seemed assured. Yet, suddenly, a grenade landed beside her. Mo Li Hua hurriedly attempted to evade. But it was too late. The explosion claimed her character, leaving her despondent. The chat room echoed with disappointment. Lin Dong, finding the host's skill sufficient, felt a twinge of competitiveness and sent a message, "Little Mo Li, how about we team up for a round?" He joined the game, and together they embarked on a new adventure. They landed in a valley, scavenging for equipment to arm themselves. Mo Li Hua remained close to Lin Dong, generously offering him superior gear, which he graciously accepted, though he acknowledged his own lack of experience. However, the fortune of the two was remarkable, as there seemed to be no formidable opponents in this match. Ultimately, Mo Li Hua led Lin Dong to a triumphant victory, marking Lin Dong's inaugural success in the game. Despite his lack of skill, surprisingly, no one in the live stream criticized him. Instead, they praised his performance. Who would dare to insult such a prominent figure? With millions of viewers in the live stream, one could hardly imagine them not being impressive in real life. If such a person were to be angered, they would surely go to great lengths to track you down. Lin Dong was in high spirits, launching into a flurry of excitement. He sent a small firecracker to the streamer Mo Li Hua, accompanied by a super rocket. As people thought the excitement had concluded, he sent another small firecracker, then another, until the count reached 1,314, amounting to over 2 million in value. The most expensive gaming companion on Jingyu Live had emerged, a session of Survival Island costing over 260 million in gifts. Mo Li Hua added Lin Dong as a friend, inviting him to reach out to her whenever he wished to play games. Chapter 25, A Drastic Change at Home. Due to the upcoming May Day holiday, there would be no rest this weekend. The May Day Cultural Gala was scheduled for the day before the holiday. The transfer of Jiangnan Hotel was complete, and Lin Dong officially became its owner, successfully spending 180 billion to acquire 180 elite points. After investing 40 elite points to elevate his physique and spirit to 50 points, Lin Dong opted not to continue increasing them, feeling that the difference between 45 and 50 points was minimal. Upon reaching 50 points, both attributes entered a robust realm. The remaining 140 points were left untouched, reserved for any skills he might need in the future. On the eve of the May Day holiday, Lin Dong had no classes in the afternoon and rested in his dormitory, preparing to attend the school's cultural gala that evening. Jiangnan Media University had already commenced its holiday, and those living nearby began leaving campus. Suddenly, his phone rang. Sun Si glanced at the caller ID and saw it was her mother, quickly answering the call. However, after the conversation, Sun Si felt utterly bewildered. Instinctively, she sensed that something was amiss at home. After persistent inquiries, her mother tearfully revealed that her father had not eaten or drunk anything for 2 days, losing significant weight and refusing to be persuaded. In Sun Si's eyes, her father was her world, but now that world was crumbling. She could not fathom how their family, having conducted business successfully for so many years, could suddenly face bankruptcy. Briefly gathering her belongings, Sun Si rushed home. Her family resided in Yancheng, not far from Jiangnan, easily reachable by train in just over half an hour, or by car in 2 to 3 hours. By the time she arrived at her grandparents' house, it was nearly evening. She knocked on the door, but no one answered. She knocked again, still met with silence. Could it be? No, it was impossible. Sun Si felt a tremor of fear and quickly dialed her mother's number. When the call connected and she heard her mother's voice, she finally felt a sense of relief, although her mother sounded fatigued. Soon, the door finally opened. Upon seeing her mother, Sun Si could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. After they both cried for a while, they entered the house. Your grandparents and little sister have been taken to your uncle's. Your father has locked himself in his room and refuses to come out. See, you must persuade your father. He hasn't eaten for 2 days. If this continues, his health will deteriorate. Upon entering the room and seeing the man sitting there smoking, Sun Si could hardly reconcile this man, now with most of his hair turned white, with her father. Once, he had been so vibrant. Emerging from the countryside to establish a successful life in the city, the pride of the family, earning the admiration of all. But the man before her now appeared utterly defeated, a man in his 40s who looked to be in his 60s. Dad, Sun Si cried, tears streaming down her face. Alas, your father was deceived. That partner absconded with all the company's funds and fled abroad. As the legal representative of the company, all loans and debts are under your father's name, including some high-interest loans. The shock was overwhelming. In a single night, he aged significantly and has been sitting here for 2 days. Why? How could this happen? How could a perfectly fine family suddenly fall apart? Sun Si sat on the floor, unable to stop her tears. Just months ago, when she left home, everything was harmonious and filled with warmth. Her father was still the man she revered. Her mother was the same chatty middle-aged woman who loved to fuss over her daughters. What a fortunate family they had been. And now it seemed they were on the brink of ruin. Chun Tillian knelt down to embrace her daughter, her eyes dry and gritty, having shed far too many tears in the past days. She did not blame her husband, knowing he bore the heavier burden. She lamented only that the swindlers had been so adept at disguise and deceit. See, your father and I cannot overcome this hurdle. If anything happens to us, you must take care of your sister. You are now an adult and must shoulder the responsibility of caring for her, understand? Chun Suelian said, holding Sun Si tightly. Upon hearing her mother's words, Sun Si's heart quaked, and she quickly replied, Mom, please do not do anything foolish. I beg you. It was as if Chun Suelian did not hear her daughter's pleas, continuing, but do not worry too much. Your father and I have saved a little money with your uncle. Though it is not much, it should be enough to cover your needs. Mom, please don't do anything rash. There must be a way out of this. Sun Si insisted. Chun Suelian continued, however, you will need to move to a place where they cannot find you, for many of these creditors are loan sharks, and I fear for your safety. Mom, can't we just pay them back and resolve this? Sun Si suddenly thought of Lin Dong, the young master of Jiangnan Hotel, undoubtedly wealthy. If he could lend her money, it might solve their family's crisis. She could repay him gradually, or even consider being his mistress if necessary. At this moment, Sun Si would not hesitate to align herself with anyone, even someone like Yu Qinghai, who was short, overweight, and unattractive, as long as they could help her family avoid this disaster. In her heart, nothing was more important than her family's well-being. Foolish girl. Paying them back might resolve the issue, but we cannot repay this debt. Your father and I have exhausted every avenue. We have sold everything we could and borrowed as much as possible, yet it only amounted to a drop in the bucket. Chapter 26. Is 100 million enough? Jiangnan University. Thousands of students sat neatly on the sports field, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the May Day Cultural Gala. The school leaders began with their speeches, followed by performances of singing, dancing, skits, stand-up comedy, and magic tricks. Everyone felt a sense of bewilderment. At that moment, the homeroom teacher spoke. Today, there is a special situation. Because Yingxue is feeling unwell, she cannot perform. Is there anyone who can play the piano to fill in? You don't need to play exceptionally well, just enough to manage. All eyes turned to Su Yingxue, who, indeed, had lost her usual rosy complexion and appeared somewhat pale. After a considerable wait, the homeroom teacher noticed that no one had volunteered and continued. Whoever takes on this task, I shall ensure smooth sailing for any future requests for leave or other matters. Upon hearing this, many students felt tempted, yet playing the piano is an intricate endeavor, not something one can master in just a few days to perform publicly. Lin Dong, too, felt a stir of ambition and considered taking on the responsibility. It would make requesting time off more convenient in the future. Thus, he used his points to add piano to his skill set and directly invested an additional 10 points, elevating his proficiency from novice to expert. Soon, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind. With newfound confidence, Lin Dong stood and declared, "Teacher, I shall give it a try." All the classmates turned to him. Expressions of disbelief etched on their faces, including the three rascals, Su Yingxue, and the homeroom teacher. Lin Dong can play the piano? Surely, this was a jest. During his university years, he had either been working part-time or commuting to his job, leaving no time to learn the piano. Can you? The homeroom teacher hesitated to ask. Yes, I learned while working part-time. Lin Dong replied. Can you perform a complete piece? The teacher pressed further. I can. Very well. Since no one else has volunteered, give it a shot. But remember, seek not for success, but rather to avoid failure. At this moment, Dingwei stood up, a pained expression on his face, and said, Teacher, I'm not feeling well either. Let Lin Dong go alone. He would not risk sharing the stage with Lin Dong. Fearing embarrassment, he would rather sit in the audience and enjoy the spectacle of Lin Dong's potential failure. The classmates observed Ding Wei's display of feigned agony, stifling laughter. The homeroom teacher noticed as well, but chose not to expose him, instead asking Lin Dong, Are you sure you can manage alone? He secretly hoped Ding Wei wouldn't join him. Collaborating with another male seemed pointless. However, he also thought that playing solo might be rather monotonous. So he spent 30 more points to enhance his skills in lyric writing, composition, and singing, elevating them to expert levels. Now all was ready, and Lin Dong awaited his turn backstage. In Yangcheng, at Sun Siyu's grandmother's home, she pleaded with her parents, Dad, Mom. One of my classmates is the young heir of Jin Yi Hotel. You know of Jin Yi Hotel, right? An 8-star establishment, the most luxurious in Jiangnan province. Worth a fortune. If he helps us, our family can overcome this crisis. Sun Siyu earnestly sought to reassure her parents, believing that as long as there was hope, they would not abandon their aspirations. As a resident of Jiangnan province and a former billionaire, her father was well aware of Jin Yi Hotel's reputation. Having hosted an important client there in the past, the hotel's value could reach at least 15 billion. If what his daughter claimed was true, it could indeed help them out of their predicament. If they could settle the debts owed to loan sharks and banks and lift the company's restrictions, he believed he could rise again with his capabilities. If possible, how could he ever consider abandoning this happy family? Really? Sun Weiqing asked, his voice nearly hoarse. This was the first thing he had said in 2 days. Really? Really? Sun Siyu exclaimed, wiping her tears, overjoyed that her father finally spoke. Chun Zulian felt relieved that her husband had finally broken his silence. Yet, even if he had the means, why would he help us? You are merely classmates. Our family faces a financial gap of nearly 100 million. Can you truly borrow that much? Sun Weiqing questioned. 100 million? Sun Siyu was taken aback by this figure. She had initially thought their debts were only in the millions, assuming Lin Dong, being a super-rich heir, would not mind such a sum. Yet, she was astonished to learn it was indeed 100 million. 100 million. Even if Lin Dong was a super-rich heir, could he genuinely produce such a large amount of cash? Perhaps his family could, but as a student, it was improbable they would allow him to use so much money to lend to someone he had only known for a few days. What to do? What to do? No, she had finally ignited a flicker of hope in her parents. She could not let them see her despair. Dad, Lin Dong will lend it to me, because he is my boyfriend. We have been together for half a year, but I was afraid you would think I'm too young, so I didn't tell you. Sun Weiqing and Chun Zulian were taken aback, their last doubts evaporating. They found it no surprise that their daughter had found such an impressive boyfriend. They had absolute faith in her judgment. Yet, Sun Weiqing couldn't help but wonder if his daughter was merely trying to comfort herself by fabricating a lie. It was quite possible. Thus, Sun Weiqing said, Then call him now and see if he can lend you the money. Sun Siyu felt a pang of anxiety and responded, Dad, let us wait until tomorrow. You should eat something first, and I'm hungry too. As a businessman who had navigated the complexities of the market for many years, Sun Weiqing could discern the subtle changes in his daughter. Indeed, he sighed inwardly. This was merely a stalling tactic on her part. At this moment, Chun Tzulian interjected. See you? You should call him. If you can borrow the money, your father can prepare accordingly. If not, we still need to ensure that you and your sister are settled. Otherwise, your father and I could never rest peacefully. With no other choice, Sun Siyu took out her phone and dialed Lin Dong's number. Although she felt hopeless, she still wished for a miracle. At Jiangnan University, Lin Dong awaited his turn backstage when suddenly his phone rang. He glanced at the screen. It was Sun Siyu. What could this girl want? Although puzzled, Lin Dong answered the call. Hello, Sun classmate, is there something you need? On the other end, Sun Weicheng, hearing Lin Dong refer to his daughter as classmate, felt his last shred of hope vanish. No man would address his girlfriend in such a manner. Lin Dong, are you free right now? I'd like to discuss something with you. What is it? Lin Dong inquired. I'd like to borrow some money. Lin Dong was taken aback. Borrow money? Wasn't he her family rather affluent? Why would she seek assistance from him? How much? He asked. 100 million. How much? Lin Dong thought he had misheard and asked again. 100 million. What on earth do you need that much for? Lin Dong questioned. Lin Dong, my family's business has failed, and we owe a substantial amount to loan sharks. If we don't repay, our family will be finished. Please, I beg you to help me. I promise to repay you slowly. Sun Siyu's choked voice came through the phone. Loan sharks? Such entities can be deadly. Lin Dong recalled the moment when she had rejected that Mr. Yu's advances. If he refused her now, it wouldn't be long before she became prey to those predatory individuals. Well, let us consider this an act of saving a girl on the brink of ruin. Is 100 million sufficient? Lin Dong asked. Chapter 27. The boy. Is 100 million sufficient? Sun Weicheng and Chun Tzulian exchanged incredulous glances, their eyes wide with shock. Their daughter's boyfriend was indeed a figure of unfathomable depth. 100 million seemed to be of no consequence to him. This was an astronomical sum, one they could never muster even at the peak of their prosperity. Yet, he could effortlessly produce it. What a remarkable person to be their daughter's boyfriend. They felt a surge of joy for their daughter. Furthermore, his willingness to lend such a sum indicated a genuine affection for her. That's enough. Thank you, Lin Dong. At that moment, Sun Siyu felt an overwhelming urge to cry. From the afternoon until now, she had been tense, and now she could finally relax and let it out. Please send me your card number, and I will transfer the funds shortly. Lin Dong's voice emanated from the phone. All right. Thank you so much, Lin Dong. After hanging up, Sun Siyu sent her card number to him, only to find her parents staring at her. Dad, Mom, what's wrong? Siyu, is this Lin Dong really your boyfriend? Yes. Otherwise, he wouldn't casually lend $1 billion, would he? Just wait until he's free. He is usually very busy. All right. Mom, please go cook. I've been hungry for a while. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed from Sun Siyu's phone. Your account ending with this number has received a transfer of $1 billion. The three of them were momentarily stunned, then collectively sighed in relief. Although Lin Dong had promised to lend the money, the weight in their hearts would not lift until the funds were confirmed. Now that the money had arrived, the family's crisis was resolved. Chun Tian happily went to prepare dinner, while Sun Weicheng emerged from the room he had occupied for 2 days, had a glass of milk, and headed for a shower. Sun Siyu sat on the living room sofa, reflecting on everything that had transpired that day. She could hardly imagine what might have happened without Lin Dong's assistance. Her parents might have borne all the burdens and left this world, while she and her sister would have ended up in a place devoid of kin, living in solitude. Lin Dong had saved her parents, rescued her and her sister, and salvaged their nearly fractured family. Thus, she resolved in her heart that from this day forth, her life would belong solely to Lin Dong. As long as he needed her, she would be there. When he no longer required her presence, she would fade away, whether as a lover or a servant. She was committed to Lin Dong. At Jiangnan University, Lin Dong awaited his turn to perform. The next act was his. If he knew Sun Siyu's current thoughts, he would certainly be perplexed. How could lending $1 billion lead to such expectations? At that moment, the host's booming voice rang out. Due to the next performer, Suing Xue. Being unwell, we invite Lin Dong to present a piano solo. As soon as the host finished speaking, the audience erupted in chatter. What? It's Lin Dong instead? Where's my goddess? They've switched performers? Can Lin Dong even play the piano? He might as well be playing cotton. Hey, Lin Dong, why not perform how you bled that day? I need to learn. My girlfriend is about to break up with me. Laughter ensued, and the atmosphere became somewhat chaotic. After taking the stage, Lin Dong heard the laughter from the audience, but paid no heed. He approached the piano, took the microphone, and said, Good evening, esteemed teachers and fellow students. I am Lin Dong, and tonight I will present an original song titled Boy. I hope you enjoy it. Seated at the piano, with his hands poised over the keys, Lin Dong steadied his emotions, recalling how to play as if he had practiced countless times. His fingers began to dance over the keys, and the notes floated softly into the ears of everyone present. Could it be that Lin Dong truly knew how to play the piano? He had hidden his talent well. Lin Dong's voice soon filled the hall. Once, unexpectedly, he and she fell in love, in a time without hesitation. Believing, understanding, thus love was unrestrained. A pair of hands could not let go. The persistence in the heart and the future. Unable to forget your love. But the ending cannot be changed. I could not keep you. Nor do I wish for him to provide you with a future filled with expectation. An immature boy. Oh, in this venue of over 10,000, silence reigned. Was it shocking? Indeed. No one had anticipated Lin Dong would sing such a heartfelt song. Whether in lyrics, composition, performance, or piano playing, everything resonated deeply. Many who had experienced similar emotions found their eyes moist. Jiangnan leaned against her best friend Zhu Yan, tears streaming down her face. The song Lin Dong wrote encapsulated their past. The Hianqian the lyrics referred to Lin Dong and her. Zhu Yan looked at her sobbing friend and sighed inwardly. A man as exceptional and devoted as Lin Dong should not have to suffer for a scoundrel. She was unworthy of him. Suing Shua sat in the audience, staring blankly at Lin Dong on stage. This man, who had been her classmate for 3 years, seemed entirely unfamiliar to her. His piano skills, vocal ability, and talent for songwriting were all top tier. Most importantly, he crafted such profound lyrics drawn from his own experiences. Exceptional men are like fireflies in the night, always captivating. Suing Shua wondered if Lin Dong had revealed his hidden side after being dumped. How many secrets did he possess? Her curiosity only grew. Han Shiyun felt somewhat disheartened. She was not surprised by Lin Dong's excellence. After all, how could such a remarkable individual lack depth? Yet, hadn't Lin Dong claimed to be low-key? Was this his version of being low-key? Now, there would undoubtedly be many more competitors. While she dismissed others as potential threats, she felt a sense of urgency regarding Su Yingxue, who shared a class with Lin Dong. She needed to act swiftly to win Lin Dong's affection before he became an enigma to everyone. Missing this opportunity would mean losing him forever. Meanwhile, several music teachers at the school watched Lin Dong with eyes akin to beholding a rare treasure. A student with such musical talent had gone unnoticed by them. It was uncertain who initiated the first round of applause, but soon, a thunderous ovation erupted from the audience. Lin Dong stood, bowed to the audience, and then exited the stage. That night, he was destined to be the most dazzling man. Chapter 28, Lake City. Lake City. This is a coastal city, more developed in various aspects compared to the inland Jiang City. At this moment, Lin Dong sat on a plane bound for Lake City, resting his eyes. Behind him, a tall and graceful flight attendant was massaging his shoulders. He was seated in a super luxurious first-class cabin, complete with private rooms, top-notch food service, and the attentive care of a beautiful flight attendant. The service was excellent, albeit exorbitantly priced, costing 50 times that of economy class. A luxury not afforded by the average person. Mr. Lin, would you like some food or water? Lan Xian inquired while continuing to massage Lin Dong's shoulders. She had been massaging him for nearly an hour, her hands sore, yet since Lin Dong had not asked her to stop, she dared not cease. Merely checking if he desired anything to eat. Lan Xian serves as a flight attendant in the luxurious first-class cabin of an airline, distinguishing her from her counterparts in business and economy class. Her role involves providing personalized service to first-class passengers, resulting in a more relaxed work environment and a significantly higher salary compared to the other classes. The expectations for this position are exceptionally high, as those who can afford such opulence are typically affluent individuals. Having been assigned to this cabin for less than a month, she is aware that her predecessor left the job to marry a wealthy man and enjoy a life of luxury. The turnover in this profession is considerable, as it is not uncommon for colleagues to leave for a more prosperous life with a partner. Consequently, there is a large pool of reserve attendants eagerly awaiting the opportunity to take flight. Upon entering the training program, they are required to sign a lengthy employment contract, which stipulates substantial penalties for resignation, essentially the costs incurred by the company in training them. Despite these measures, many still choose to leave each year, with varying degrees of success in their new endeavors. Lan Xian has no aspirations of marrying a wealthy man. She simply wishes to cherish her current job. Mr. Lin? Lan Xian called again when she noticed Lin Dong had not responded. He was sound asleep. Mr. Lin? She continued, yet he remained unresponsive. Sighing in relief upon realizing he was indeed asleep, Lan Xian ceased her massage and gently closed the cabin door behind her. Half an hour later, Lan Xian's voice once again broke through Lin Dong's slumber. Mr. Lin? Mr. Lin? Slowly, he began to awaken. Mr. Lin, we have arrived in Hucheng. Ah, so soon? Lin Dong yawned. You've been asleep for over an hour, Lan Xian informed him. Thank you, Miss Lan. He replied gratefully. Not at all, Mr. Lin. It is our duty. Lin Dong stretched and exited the plane, carrying only his phone and no luggage. Upon stepping out of the airport, he stood by the roadside. Having previously called Yi Hong to arrange for a pickup, Yi Hong had promised to come, but for some reason, He had yet to arrive. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Mr. Lin. Turning around, he saw Lin Xin, dressed in her flight attendant uniform and pulling a small suitcase. Are you waiting for a friend? She inquired. I was planning to take a taxi, Lin Dong admitted. Intending to head straight to Yihang's company. Taking a taxi? Lin Xin expressed her surprise. It was unusual for someone who could afford first-class tickets to require a taxi. Is this your boyfriend? A slightly older flight attendant approached, pulling her suitcase. Li Jia, please don't misunderstand. This is Mr. Lin, who just happened to be seated in my section on the flight, Lin Xin clarified. Lin Xin, you must be discerning when choosing a partner. Some men feign wealth to gain the trust of newcomers like you. Several of our colleagues have fallen victim to such deceit, only to end up with nothing. Li Jia warned. Li Jia, it's not as you think. I understand. Young people often seek handsome partners. But as you grow older, you'll realize that looks cannot sustain you. It is essential to find someone practical, kind, and wealthy. Trust me, Li Jia would never mislead you. Lin Dong cast a glance at Li Jia, who was heavily made up. What a strange woman, he thought. Why was she bothering him? Just then, a luxurious Range Rover pulled up in front of them. My boyfriend has arrived, Lin Xin. Would you like a ride? Li Jia said somewhat smugly. As the car door opened, Lin Dong's irritation vanished upon seeing Li Jia's boyfriend. He was short and overweight, resembling a middle-aged man. No wonder she was so quick to confront Lin Xin. Jealousy was evident. Thank you, Li Jia, but we'll take a taxi, Lin Xin replied. Didn't you just fly first class? Why take a taxi? Li Jia retorted. If you find yourself deceived, don't blame me for not warning you. At that moment, a roar of engines caught their attention, accompanied by gasps of admiration from the crowd. Look at that stunning car. Wow, what a sleek supercar. I dream of owning one. Soon, two dazzling supercars came to a halt behind the Range Rover. As the doors opened, Yihang emerged and walked directly towards Lin Dong. Apologies for the delay. My brother. Here is your car key, Yihang said, tossing a key to Lin Dong. Lin Dong caught it and embraced Yihang. Brother Yi, you need to have taken time out of your busy schedule for me. Let us not stand on ceremony. Let us check out your car. It hasn't been driven for more than 300 kilometers in 3 years. It's as good as new, Yihang said, putting an arm around Lin Dong's shoulder. Lin Dong approached his Bugatti Chiron, running his hand along the sleek surface, relishing the exquisite feel. It's incredible. It's so stylish. Brother Yi, I absolutely love it. I'm glad you do. Now let us get in. I'll take you somewhere to celebrate. Then I'll follow your lead, Brother Yi. At that moment, a person from the other supercar approached Yihang, handing him another set of keys. Mr. Yi, here are your car keys. Thank you, Mr. Yi. As Lin Dong stood beside his Bugatti, preparing to enter, he noticed Lin Xin still standing in astonishment on the roadside. Miss Lin, where are you headed? Allow me to give you a ride, Lin Dong offered. Get in, he urged, entering the driver's seat of the Bugatti. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Xin stepped forward and took the passenger seat. Once inside, Lin Dong called Yihang to inform him they would be making a quick stop. As they drove off, the two supercars roared away from the airport. Li Jia watched the cars disappear, her expression sour. The rapid turn of events had left her stunned, and she felt disillusioned with her own boyfriend. Nearby, several flight attendants had witnessed the scene. Did you see that? Lin Xin got into that supercar. Who took a photo? Quickly, find out what kind of car that is. I've never seen it before. I did. I'm searching now. Oh my goodness, it's the latest limited edition Bugatti Chiron. Only 8 have been made globally. And the original price was 60 million. What? 60 million? That is outrageous. Even more outrageous, that was the price 3 years ago. It's now valued at 80 million. Goodness. How is it that Lin Xin, having just arrived for a month, encounters such a young, handsome, and wealthy man? Why can't I find someone like that? Chapter 29, Welcome to Join. Lin Dong escorted Lin Xin to her hotel before accompanying Yihang to the Hu Xian Club, the most prestigious establishment in Hucheng. Situated in the heart of a man-made lake. With picturesque scenery, it offers a variety of activities for the wealthy, including golf courses and horse racing. Yihang led Lin Dong to the golf course, where a group of 7 or 8 young men and women were chatting in the lounge area. All in their 20s or 30s. Outside, a man and woman were playing golf, with the man instructing the woman by holding her hands from behind. Everyone, I'd like to introduce my brother, Lin Dong, who is currently attending university in Jiangnan, Yihang announced to the group in the lounge. Immediately after, he turned to Lin Dong and said, Lin Laodi, these are all our members. Lao Yi, did you call us here today just to meet Lin Dong? One of the young men, approximately 24 or 25 years old, inquired. His name was Wang Chong, and like Yihang, he was also a mid-level member. Within the organization, there existed a hierarchy among members, as a higher membership level indirectly indicated greater strength. Generally, lower-level members would not dare to confront higher-level ones. However, Since he and Yi Hong belonged to the same tier, there was no need for formality, and he spoke freely. Furthermore, Yi Hong was a versatile businessman with a rather affable personality. Wang Chong, the purpose of gathering you all here today is to serve as witnesses. I will exercise my privileges as a mid-level member to invite Lin Dong to join us. Upon hearing Yi Hong's words, the others present were somewhat taken aback and regarded Lin Dong with renewed interest. It was not easy to have Yi Hong directly utilize the privileges of a mid-level member. It is worth noting that a mid-level member can only invite one person to join, and this opportunity is exceedingly precious. Some individuals have even offered tens of millions to secure a spot, yet it remained unattainable. Why would Yi Hong grant his sole invitation to this young man? What was his background? At that moment, a man in his 30s spoke up. After finishing his sentence, he took out his phone and asked Lin Dong to add him as a friend. Lin Dong was somewhat bewildered. He could not quite comprehend the significance of this request and what joining would entail. Nevertheless, since it was Yi Hong's suggestion, he decided to comply. The two exchanged friend requests, and Lin Dong sent his identification number to the other party, subsequently receiving a document. Upon opening it, he discovered it was merely an abbreviation. The full name was Mo Du Chao Pao Club. The headquarters was located in Mo Du, with branches in many first-tier cities. Lin Dong noticed that Jiangnan was included among these cities, although all the others seemed to be in the south, with none in the north. Initially, it had been established merely to accommodate car enthusiasts for racing and social gatherings. Gradually, it evolved into a highly organized entity, representing an elite social circle. Members could not only gather for leisure activities such as dining, racing, horse racing, and golfing, but also engage in business discussions, fostering mutual advancement and achieving a win-win situation through resource sharing. Many newly affluent individuals were eager to gain entry into this circle to connect with these elite talents. Yet they lacked the means to do so, as wealth alone was insufficient for entry. The criteria for membership were stringent, requiring fulfillment of 3 conditions. First, one must possess a sports car valued at over 100 million. This should not be too difficult. Second, one must personally hold assets exceeding 1 billion or come from a family with assets over 10 billion. This was also not too daunting. Third, one must have a recommendation from a mid-level member or higher. This was indeed the most challenging requirement. If someone were to offer a spot, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy among the newly wealthy. Of course, while this spot could not be openly bought or sold, the underground market was a different story. Membership was divided into 4 tiers: ordinary members, mid-level members, senior members, and core members. Ordinary members lacked the right to recommend others. Mid-level members had 1 recommendation slot. Senior members had 3, while core members had unlimited slots. Those who achieved core membership were typically influential figures and part of the management. To ascend in membership level, one needed to contribute meaningfully. Numerous racing competitions and various gatherings were organized annually to enhance camaraderie among members. After reviewing the information, Lin Dong appreciated Yi Hong for being well-informed and recognized the potential for valuable connections. If not for Yi Hong facilitating his entry, he would have remained oblivious to such a realm, with even ample funds lacking a venue for expenditure. Unbeknownst to Lin Dong, Yi Hong's decision to expend his only invitation was influenced by Li Bin's remarks, which indicated that if Lin Dong could procure 2 billion to purchase the Jiangnan Hotel, he would undoubtedly be a direct descendant of a hidden aristocratic family. Yi Hong had never encountered individuals from these concealed families, or if he had, he remained unaware. These people were notoriously enigmatic, operating in the shadows. Naturally, Yi Hong would not hesitate to forge connections with such individuals. Lin Xiong, I will need you to present proof of assets. There is no need for that, Yi Hong interjected. I recently sold the Jiangnan Hotel in Jiangcheng to Lin Laudi, and he possesses 100% equity. The others present were taken aback upon hearing this. The 8-star Jiangnan Hotel was relatively well known, and acquiring it would require at least around 2 billion. To spend such an amount on a hotel, one would need to possess assets of at least 5 billion. Clearly, Lin Dong's family background was formidable. Does Lin Laudi's family operate hotels? Wang Chong inquired. Believing that Lin Dong's acquisition of the Jiangnan Hotel indicated a business interest in the hospitality sector, likely aimed at monopolizing Jiangcheng. After all, who would spend 2 billion on a hotel without a strategic purpose? At this moment, he no longer held Lin Dong in low regard, even contemplating the prospect of forming a friendship. This is outrageous, exclaimed everyone present, except for Yi Hong, gazing at Lin Dong in shock. He spent 2 billion on an 8-star hotel simply because the cuisine suited his palate? This was 2 billion, not 2 million. The attendees, seasoned members, although most were merely ordinary members, were far removed from the newly affluent outside. However, they had never encountered someone willing to part with 2 billion merely to satisfy his appetite. Haha, Lin Xiong truly possesses a sense of humor. Wang Chong chuckled. Lin Dong merely shrugged, choosing not to elaborate further. To be honest, no one would believe me anyway. Shortly thereafter, the procedures for Lin Dong's membership were completed. He was now an ordinary member. In fact, for those who were internally recommended, the process was largely a formality, as no one would waste an invitation on an individual failing to meet the requirements. Lin Dong felt that the ordinary membership tier was somewhat beneath him. Yet the summary only indicated that contributions were necessary for advancement. However, it did not specify what those contributions entailed. Thus, Lin Dong inquired, "Brother Yi, what contributions are necessary to ascend to mid-level membership?" "What? Lin Laudi wishes to upgrade so soon after joining? I was merely asking." The summary did not clarify what constitutes a contribution. In truth, transitioning from ordinary to mid-level was relatively straightforward. By actively participating in events and undertaking manageable tasks over a few years, one could attain mid-level status. Are there any alternative methods? The simplest and quickest way is to donate 1 billion directly, and you will automatically be upgraded to mid-level membership. Donating 1 billion for an upgrade? Lin Dong felt a surge of joy, as he had been lamenting the lack of avenues to spend his funds, with only 100 God of wealth points remaining. The power of these points was indeed formidable, and it was wise to save more for future needs. What if I wish to ascend to senior membership? Is a donation acceptable? How much would it require? Lin Laudi, are you truly considering a donation? It is actually unnecessary. Higher membership levels merely entail more privileges, and spending such sums is not worthwhile. I find it quite worthwhile. Any issue that can be resolved with money is not a problem at all. Lin Dong proclaimed with an air of ostentation. Upon hearing this, the others were impressed by his words, exclaiming, "How magnificent!" Lin Laudi, while transitioning from ordinary to mid-level requires 1 billion, moving from mid-level to senior requires 10 times that, a total of 10 billion. Are you still inclined to donate? Yes. Are you serious? Absolutely. In the end, Lin Dong indeed spent a staggering 110 billion to become a senior member. At that moment, not only the other members, but even Yi Hong felt astonished, wondering if Lin Dong had lost his senses. Even if he were a descendant of a hidden aristocratic family. This was an astronomical sum, 110 billion. Many publicly listed companies were not valued at such amounts. In the present scene, fewer than half of those capable of producing 1 billion yuan are present, and even if they could, it would almost deplete their entire wealth. Yi Hong is considered the wealthiest among them, with 110 billion yuan representing nearly 1/5 of his assets. However, his funds are either tied up in investment projects or fixed assets, making it exceedingly difficult for him to produce 100 billion yuan at this moment. How many individuals in this world are still toiling for mere thousands in salary? Retaining 110 billion yuan for personal use would be far more appealing to him. This notion is incomprehensible to others, who all perceive Lin Dong as insane. Meanwhile, Lin Dong delights in the addition of 110 wealthy points to his account. While everyone else is devising methods to approach Lin Dong and cultivate a relationship with him, a man's exasperated voice emerges from a nearby golf practice area. "Damn it. You think I give you face?" Following this outburst is a woman's stifled sob. "Believe me, I'll make you infamous by tomorrow." The woman approaches, and Lin Dong recognizes her as the renowned star, Yao Shui. Just days prior, he had overheard a certain Mr. You mentioned plans to invite Yao Shui to play the second female lead in a production, with Sun Siyu in the leading role, which Sun Siyu had subsequently declined. He had not anticipated encountering the celebrated actress so soon. However, the star before him appears far from the glamorous figure seen on television. The left side of her face bears signs of recent swelling, likely from a slap, and even Lin Dong can hear the commotion from where he stands. Lin Dong had once admired Yao Shui, who had starred in numerous dramas and films, earning the title of the HINSHSHU, the killer of homebodies. At that time, Lin Dong had indeed been a homebody. Witnessing his former idol in such a state leaves him disheartened. Indeed, those who seem radiant in the eyes of the less fortunate are often reduced to mere instruments of pleasure in the eyes of the powerful. Having been wronged, slapped, and now forced to ingratiate herself, she remains unaware that Lin Dong is now regarded as a figure of significance by others. Yao Shui gently covers her swollen face with her left hand, quietly weeping. She feels wronged. The man had groped her thigh and chest, and when she merely attempted to stop him, he retaliated with a slap. Yet, she cannot leave, as her manager has warned her that inciting the ire of such influential men could spell disaster for her career, not only for her, but also for the company she represents. Thus, she remains, hoping to appease him. "Yin Yong, can you calm down?" Yi Hong frowns as he interjects. "Old Yi, stay out of this. It was just a few touches, and now he is pretending to be pure. I swear, Yao Shui, if you don't clean your name tonight, I will ruin you by tomorrow." "I'm sorry, Mr. Yen," Yao Shui whispers. "Apologies mean nothing. You better clear your name tonight, do you understand?" "I'm sorry, Mr. Yen. Did I ask you if you understood?" Mr. Yin, do you want a beating? Yin Yong rises again, ready to slap Yao Shui once more. Yao Shui stands frozen in fear. However, this final slap does not land on her face, as Lin Dong, unable to bear the sight of his former idol being struck, steps in front of her and catches Yin Yong's hand mid-swing. Who do you think you are, kid? Daring to meddle in my affairs? Yin Yong is taken aback, not expecting anyone to intervene. Yin Yong, is it? You prey on women. Are you even a man? As tensions escalate, Yi Hong swiftly steps between them. Yin Yong, Lin, we are all acquaintances here. Let us not act impulsively. Who the hell is he to me? Do I know him? Yin Yong scoffs. At this moment, someone whispers something in Yin Yong's ear. His previously displeased expression gradually morphs into a smile. Ah, it's Lin Dong, my apologies. We are all friends here. Since Lin Dong has taken a liking to this young lady, I shall relinquish her to you, Yin Yong declares generously. Someone had informed him that Lin Dong had just spent 110 billion yuan to upgrade from a regular member to a VIP member. He was still merely a mid-tier member, while Lin Dong's status surpassed his own. Such a bold expenditure had never been recorded in the organization's history. To spend such a sum for an upgrade indicated an immense fortune, far beyond that of mere nouveau riche, truly belonging to the elite class, someone not to be trifled with. Seeing Yin Yong relent, Lin Dong does not press the matter further. The group settles down to engage in casual conversation, primarily seeking to establish rapport with Lin Dong. Yao Shui remains standing behind him. Chapter 31. A crisis for my cousin. Lin Dong spends the day at the Hu Xian Club, conversing with various individuals until dusk, when he finally parts ways with them. Exiting the club, he drives his limited edition Bugatti Chiron, ferrying his former idol, Yao Shui, toward the Sheraton Hotel. Inside the car, Yao Shui expresses her gratitude. Mr. Lin, thank you. Had it not been for Lin Dong, she would have faced grave consequences, either submitting to Yin Yong or bracing for scandal. She has no doubt about Yin Yong's capability to ruin her, as even her manager fears him. Stealing a glance at Lin Dong's profile, Yao Shui is captivated. In terms of looks, physique, and character, he is of exceptional caliber, not to mention possessing a background that even Yin Yong fears. Such a man shines like a star in the night sky, radiating brilliance wherever he goes. She ponders what type of woman could possibly be worthy of such an extraordinary man, perhaps only one of equal stature. Thus, she buries her infatuation deep within her heart. It's nothing, merely a small favor. Miss Yao, I actually enjoy your films, Lin Dong remarks. Really? Mr. Lin, you truly appreciate my work? Yao Shui exclaims, surprised. She did not expect someone of his stature to pay her any mind, leaving her flattered. Lin Dong is momentarily taken aback. Is it truly that surprising? She is the new, one of the 4 little flower daughters. Is it odd that I enjoy your films? Many at school admire you. Not only do they enjoy your movies, but there are also 2 posters of you in swimsuits in my dorm. However, this must remain a secret. I genuinely do admire your work. Which of my films do you like best? Yao Shui inquires. I like. Just as Lin Dong begins to respond, his phone rings. He pulls over to the side of the road and glances at the screen. It is his cousin, Wang Li, calling. Hello, Wang Xiaomei. I've arrived in Hucheng and will come find you shortly. Brother, I'm at Jin by Hui Huang. Hurry, I think I've been drugged. My head feels so dizzy. Wang Li's weak voice comes through the phone. Lin Dong is alarmed, sensing the gravity of the situation. Send me your location immediately. I'll be there right away. Hang in there. Turning to Yao Shui, he apologizes. Miss Yao, I'm afraid I have an urgent matter to attend to. Thank you. After dropping Yao Shui off, Lin Dong accelerates, his car speeding away several meters down the road. Concerned about his driving skills, he spends 10 wealthy points to enhance his driving proficiency, elevating it to an expert level. Yao Shui watches Lin Dong disappear into the distance. Feeling a pang of disappointment as she mutters to herself, he didn't even leave a contact number, claiming he would take me out for a meal. How insincere. Upon realizing that her crisis had finally been averted, her spirits lifted considerably. She retrieved her sunglasses and hat from her bag, adorned them, and proceeded toward the splendid La Dun Hotel, renowned for its opulent atmosphere. In a lavish private room, Wang Li found herself secluded in the restroom, dialing Lin Dong's number. What was meant to be a relaxing outing with a few friends unexpectedly turned into a gathering with several senior students from her school, culminating in an assemblage of over 10 individuals, most of whom were unfamiliar to her. Her companions contemplated leaving, yet they were repeatedly thwarted, as they were merely a group of vulnerable young women facing off against several men. Ultimately, after much pleading, they were granted permission to depart, but only after each had consumed a drink. With no other recourse, they complied, eager to leave swiftly. However, after Wang Li finished her drink, she began to feel dizzy and weak, quickly realizing she had been drugged. Seizing the opportunity, she slipped away to the restroom to call Lin Dong, who had mentioned he would be in Hucheng that day. Now, she could only hope for his swift arrival, as the potential consequences were dire. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was driving towards Jin by Hui Huang, but due to the congested city traffic, he was unable to accelerate. Checking the distance, he estimated it would take approximately 20 minutes to arrive, uncertain if his cousin Wang Li could endure that long. In his urgency, he called Yi Hong. Hello, Lin. What is the matter? Yi Hong's voice resonated through the phone. Brother Yi, do you know the owner of Jin by Hui Huang? Can you get in touch with him? Lin Dong replied anxiously. Jin by Hui Huang. Of course. Wang Chong is the owner. You should reach out to him. Before Yi Hong could finish, Lin Dong hung up. Lacking the time for further explanations, he promptly called Wang Chong. Brother Lin? Wang, listen to me. My cousin is in the private room at Jin by Hui Huang, and she has been drugged. I'm on my way, but it will take 20 minutes. I'm not sure she can last that long. Please send someone to look after her. Upon hearing this, Wang Chong recognized the gravity of the situation. Don't worry, Brother Lin. I will handle this properly and ensure your cousin is safe. After concluding the call with Lin Dong, Wang Chong immediately contacted the manager of Jin by Hui Huang, who then dispatched over 20 security personnel to the private room. Not long after Lin Dong spoke with Wang Chong, Wang Li's call came through once more. Brother, where are you? Hurry, they're banging on the door. Wang Li's voice trembled with fear. Don't worry, sister, help is on the way. Just hold on for 5 minutes. No? Just 2 minutes. Help will be here. I'm so scared, please hurry. Suddenly, the restroom door was forcefully kicked open. Why is it taking so long? Your friends are waiting for you. A strange man's voice boomed. Ah, I don't know you. Get away. The line fell silent. Lin Dong cursed under his breath, consumed by rage. Wang Li was like a sister to him. Having stayed with her family for 2 years, he was treated as one of their own. If something were to happen to her, how could he face her family or himself? Yet, he felt utterly powerless, hoping fervently that Wang Chong would keep his word. Chapter 32. Rescue. Hearing his sister's terrified screams, Lin Dong could no longer contain himself. Despite the heavy traffic, he activated his overtaking skills, leaving cars in his wake, narrowly avoiding collisions thanks to his expert driving. At Jin by Hui Huang, outside the private room, Su Wanli was pounding on the door. Wang Li, still inside, had yet to emerge, and the effects of the drug were likely taking hold. Anticipating his imminent possession of such a prime student, Su Wanli's excitement was palpable. After several unanswered knocks, he grew impatient and kicked the door open. Spotting Wang Li on the phone, he swiftly snatched it away and pulled her out. As he dragged her from the restroom, he noticed several others were being taken advantage of. Unable to resist due to her weakened state, Wang Li felt utterly hopeless. Once inside the room, she saw her friends being accosted, some with hands already creeping beneath clothing. Although their minds remained alert, their bodies were rendered powerless, and they could only submit to their fate. Wang Li foresaw the grim destiny awaiting them. Just then, the door to the private room was violently swung open, and more than 20 security personnel armed with electric batons stormed in. Everyone freeze. Anyone who moves will face dire consequences, bellowed Li Hu, the manager of Jin by Hui Huang. The room fell silent, fear gripping everyone present. Who is Miss Wang Li? Li Hu inquired. I am. Wang Li quickly extricated herself from Su Wan Li's grasp, eager to reach Li Hu, whom she hoped was sent by Lin Dong to rescue her. However, as she took a couple of steps, her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the floor. Quickly, assist Miss Wang to the sofa. Li Hu commanded the nearby security guards. 2 guards rushed to help Wang Li. Li Hu confronted Su Wan Li. You have quite the audacity, attempting such schemes in my territory and involving the friend of a major boss. What do you propose we do about this? Su Wan Li, trembling, fell to his knees before Li Hu, slapping himself as he pleaded, Master Hu, I was wrong. Please spare me. We've dined together before. My father is Su Zhongtian. The fear was evident in his voice. Although Li Hu was merely the manager of Jin by Hui Huang, he was notorious in the underworld and had recently allied with the establishment's mysterious owner. Su Wan Li realized that Wang Li's connection to the powerful owner placed him in grave danger. He feared his days of comfort were numbered, and not only would he face repercussions, but his father would also suffer. Observing Su Wan Li's self-inflicted blows, Li Hu recalled how, just a few years prior, he would not have hesitated to act violently. However, after aligning himself with the boss, he had learned that sometimes violence was not the solution. As an individual of authority, resorting to brute force was the most primitive approach. He now prefers to assert his dominance through his identity, background, and strength, much like the individual kneeling before him, who, upon hearing his name, immediately bowed and apologized. You all come here. Li Hu commanded the others. Trembling, they approached and joined Su Wan Li in a row of kneeling figures, beginning to slap their own faces. Su Wan Li dared not challenge this tiger lord, let alone them. Minutes passed, and the faces of those kneeling had swollen from the slaps, blood oozing from their lips, yet they dared not cease. If the tiger lord were to take matters into his own hands, it would not merely be a matter of slapping faces. All right, That will suffice for now, Li Hu declared. Thank you, Tiger Lord. Thank you, Tiger Lord. The group sighed in relief. At that moment, Lin Dong arrived. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of 20 to 30 security personnel wielding electric batons, and several individuals kneeling in the center, their faces swollen and bloodied, while Xiaomei sat on the sofa. Xiaomei, brother, Wang Li, upon seeing Lin Dong, felt tears welling up. Lin Dong hurried over and embraced Wang Li. It's all right. It's all right. He comforted. You must be Mr. Lin. Li Hu acknowledged upon noticing Lin Dong. Greetings. I am Lin Dong, and I thank you for saving my sister. There is no need for formalities, Mr. Lin. I owe you an apology for this incident occurring on my territory, Li Hu replied politely. This was a person of great significance, and he dared not treat the situation lightly. How shall we deal with these individuals, Mr. Lin? Li Hu inquired. The kneeling figures did not dare to breathe. Acutely aware of Lin Dong's formidable identity, realizing he must be a friend of the illustrious Golden Splendor's proprietor, Lin Dong glanced at the kneeling individuals. Had Wang Li truly been harmed, he might have lost control and taken retribution against them, but with her unharmed, he remained calm. Xiaomei, how do you wish to handle them? Lin Dong asked Wang Li. Brother, I just want to leave this place quickly, Wang Li replied weakly. Then let Wang Chong take care of it, Lin Dong said, helping Wang Li to her feet, preparing to depart. Brother, those are my roommates. We came together. Can we leave? Lin Dong addressed Wang Li's roommates. Then let us leave together. Lin Dong assisted Wang Li in walking ahead, with her 3 roommates following closely behind. After their departure, Li Hu took out his phone and made a call. Is the matter resolved? Wang Chong asked. Yes. Well done. However, Mr. Lin requested you handle these individuals. What is their background? They appear to be the offspring of several small-time bosses. Send them in and handle their families as you see fit. Understood, boss. Chapter 33, Confrontation with My Cousin. Upon exiting, Lin Dong and Wang Li, along with her 3 roommates, realized the sports car could only accommodate 2 passengers, leaving 3 without a seat. Ultimately, Lin Dong took them to a nearby hotel. Initially intending to book separate rooms for each, the girls insisted on staying together, leading Lin Dong to reserve 2 suites, one for himself and one for the 4 of them. Reclining on the bed, he reflected on the recent events, still feeling a sense of unease. Thankfully, his sister was unharmed. Otherwise, he would have carried that guilt for a lifetime. Had he not encountered Wang Chong today, the situation might have escalated. Thus, he resolved that since he had ample funds, he should invest in cultivating relationships. More friends would mean more avenues, and one never knows when assistance may be required, as was evident today. Having come to this realization, Lin Dong called Wang Chong. Brother Lin, is your cousin all right? Wang Chong inquired. She is fine. Thank you for your help today. If you ever need anything from me, please don't hesitate to ask. You're too kind, Brother Lin. I share responsibility for today's events since it happened in my domain. And your sister endured undue hardship. This isn't your fault. She simply lacked vigilance. By the way, Brother Wang, if you have any projects requiring funding, feel free to approach me. I'll invest, but involve myself in management, merely as a shareholder. Wang Chong felt exhilarated at Lin Dong's words, as they aligned perfectly with his intentions to befriend him. Knowing Lin Dong had the means to donate a staggering sum to elevate membership levels hinted at his immense wealth, far beyond that of ordinary affluent families, placing him in the realm of the elite. Since Brother Lin holds me in such regard, I do happen to have a project. Tomorrow evening, the Lakeside Club will host a charity gala. Shall we meet and discuss? That sounds splendid. See you tomorrow. Wang Chong hung up, humming a cheerful tune. Feeling exceptionally pleased, a second-tier actress behind him, giving him a massage, asked, What has you in such high spirits, young Master Wang? I've encountered a benefactor. Shouldn't tea that make me happy? She paused, momentarily stunned. To her, young Master Wang was the benefactor. Who could possibly play that role for him? After concluding his call with Wang Chong, Lin Dong reached out to Yi Hong, similarly informing him that he was available for investment opportunities. Yi Hong also invited him to the charity gala the following evening. In another suite, the 4 young women had finished bathing and were gradually recovering. Although the recent experience had left them somewhat frightened, they were still carefree young girls. Lying on the bed, they began to gossip. Li, was that person who rescued us really your cousin? Yes. What do you think? Isn't he impressive? Impressive? He is practically a god. Weren't you saying your cousin was unfortunate, with no parents and an uncle who treated him poorly, living with you for 2 years? Didn't you mention that? That is true. But did you not see? The general manager of Golden Splendor treated him with such deference, addressing him as Mr. Lin. What kind of establishment is Golden Splendor? Didn't you notice those scoundrels kneeling before the manager, slapping themselves? Your cousin must be concealing many things from you. By the way, does your brother have a girlfriend? Yes. Her name is Jiangnan. They've been together since high school. Why? Are you interested in my brother and hoping to become my sister-in-law? Get lost. The following morning. Brother, I have something to ask you. Wang Li inquired after her roommates had departed. I understand you have many questions. Come, let us find a quieter place to discuss. Get in the car, Lin Dong said, unlocking the door of his Bugatti Chiron. Wang Li gazed at the sleek sports car, momentarily bewildered. Brother, is this your car? She stammered. Indeed. Now hop in. Lin Dong replied, taking his seat in the driver's side. Oh, okay. Wang Li, still in a daze, climbed into the car. Lin Dong drove them to the seaside, where they attracted many curious glances. As he drove, other vehicles kept their distance, even at red lights, clearly intimidated by his presence. Finding a quiet spot by the sea, they leaned against the railing as the ocean breeze enveloped them. Xiaomei, I know you have many questions. Feel free to ask, Lin Dong said, gazing at the distant horizon. Brother, is that car really yours? Wang Li questioned. Yes, I just purchased it yesterday here in Hucheng. I came to see you and to buy this car. How much did it cost? 80 million. 80 million? Where did you get such money? Did you rob a bank? If I had robbed a bank, would I be here chatting with you? Besides, which bank has 80 million to spare? Then how did you acquire the money? I earned it. How? This brief exchange is insufficient to convey everything, but rest assured that I have not engaged in any unlawful activities. You only need to know that I am now a true tycoon. Does my mother know? No, she does not. Who else is aware of this? As of now, only you are in the know. Really? How much hush money are you planning to give me? Whatever amount you desire is yours. There is a distinct lack of sincerity. The two engaged in extensive conversation. Although they had not met for a long time, they felt no estrangement. On this day, Lin Dong accompanied Wang Li on an extensive shopping spree through the grand malls of Hucheng, purchasing numerous luxurious garments and cosmetics. Wang Li was not shy. After all, he was her brother. With newfound wealth, it was only natural for him to spend lavishly on his sister. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Lin Dong drove Wang Li in a Bugatti Chiron to the Hucheng Club. No one dared to stop a Bugatti Chiron from entering the club. After parking the car, they had to take a yacht to reach the gathering spot at the center of the lake. Upon arriving at the lakeside, several yachts awaited to ferry guests. The pair casually boarded one, and the yacht's captain steered them toward the heart of the lake. Lin Dong leaned against the edge of the yacht, gazing into the crystalline waters below, reflecting on the opulence of the wealthy. Brother, what are we doing here? Wang Li's voice interrupted his thoughts. I brought you to attend a gathering and to meet two individuals. In my absence from Hucheng, you may reach out to them for assistance. One of them is the owner of Jin by Hui Huang. Chapter 34, The Charity Gala. Lin Dong and Wang Li arrived at the lake center. After disembarking from the yacht, they were escorted by a waiter to the second floor of the building. Please, the waiter said, opening the door to the grand hall on the second floor and gesturing for them to enter. Upon entering the hall, they were instantly transported into another realm. The entire space spanned at least 5,000 square feet, adorned extravagantly with dazzling lights, and filled with hundreds of guests, mingling in small groups. It was Wang Li's first visit to such a venue, and she felt a bit anxious, gently tugging at Lin Dong's sleeve. Don't be afraid. Relax. Feel free to take whatever you desire, Lin Dong reassured her with a pat on the back. He too had never encountered such a scene and felt somewhat nervous. But then he thought, as the world's richest man, it should not be he who feels anxious. They walked together into the hall. As Lin Dong passed a waiter, he casually grabbed a glass of wine and took a sip. It was quite good. Wang Li, on the other hand, remained more reserved. Lin, you finally arrived. Wang Chong approached, holding a glass of wine. Apologies for the wait. Allow me to introduce. This is my cousin Wang Li, currently studying at university in Hucheng. I hope you will look after her. Lin, don't mention it. Your cousin is as good as my own. If she needs anything in Hucheng, she can count on me. I still have a bit of influence here, Wang Chong replied, handing Wang Li a gilded business card. Thank you, Brother Chong. Wang Li whispered. Cousin, feel free to explore. Take whatever you fancy as if it were your own home. Your brother and I have some matters to discuss. You two go ahead. Wang Chong led Lin Dong to a private room on the third floor. By the time they entered, two individuals were already seated within. One man, in his 40s, appeared somewhat refined, while the woman, likely in her 30s, wore subtle makeup that accentuated her mature allure. Lin, allow me to introduce you. This is General Manager Shao Jia. And this is General Manager Tang Ling. This is my brother Lin Dong, who has joined us as the fourth shareholder. Wang Chong introduced each party succinctly. After shaking hands with both, Lin Dong took a seat. Wang Chong then began to elaborate on the project at hand. In summary, he had secured a diamond mine in a foreign country, which he had personally inspected for quality. The total investment was estimated to be between 15 to 20 billion. Wang Chong planned to invest 5 billion for a 40% stake, while seeking to raise an additional 60 billion from 3 investors. Due to necessary administrative procedures and building connections, he aimed to secure a larger share. This meant that Lin Dong and the others would invest a total of 100 billion for a 60% stake. Xiao Jie and Tang Ling would each contribute 25 billion for a 15% stake. Hence, the remaining 30% was available for an additional 50 billion. Lin, if you find this insufficient, we can bring in another shareholder. I assure you, this mine is a newly discovered gem, Wang Chong assured Lin Dong. Insufficient? I find it quite modest, Lin Dong responded. Just 50 billion? Very well, I shall invest 50 billion for a 30% share. Agreed. I will send the documentation shortly. Now let us toast. After Lin Dong departed, Wang Li began to wander about the hall, gradually relaxing as she found herself largely ignored, relishing the tranquility. When she reached the food station, she found herself captivated. Each dessert appeared delectable. This is so sweet. This one is so crispy. This one smells amazing. This one is so soft. Wang Li sampled each treat, placing her favorites on her plate. Suddenly, she spotted someone and hurried over. Are you Yao Shui? Yao Shui was engaged in conversation with an industry veteran when her voice interrupted. Looking over, Yao Shui saw a young girl in her 20s. Hello, I am Yao Shui. Wow, you are truly Yao Shui. I adore the films you star in. May I take a photo with you? My doormates and I are huge fans. Wang Li exclaimed with excitement. Thank you for your support. I promise to produce more quality films. After taking a photo together, Yao Shui departed. Wang Li then posted the picture on her social media, captioning it, "Guess who this is?" After putting her phone away, she resumed her search for new targets. Oh, isn't that the popular star Wang Kaixian? And isn't that the diva Lung Qingqiu? The hall was suddenly filled with a young girl who held a pastry in one hand and her phone in the other, seeking to take pictures with the stars. Virtually every celebrity obliged her, as all present were notable figures in Hucheng. Despite the girl's seemingly innocent demeanor, one could not dismiss the possibility that she was accompanied by a powerful figure. Wang Li eagerly pursued celebrities for photos, her excitement palpable. Her phone already contained 7 or 8 snapshots with famous personalities. Wang Li, just as she was engrossed in viewing her phone, a voice broke through. Wang Li looked up to see a heavily made-up young woman clinging to the arm of a stout older man. Wang Minjun? Wang Li inquired. The woman bore a striking resemblance to her classmate, but her heavy makeup made it difficult to be certain. It's really you. How did you get in? This is the most exclusive gathering in Hucheng. I see now. You must be here working as a waitress. Wang Minjun remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Your brother? Is he the security guard here? I suppose he has resigned, considering he dares to bring people in without permission. Wang Minjun, do not speak ill of my brother. Wang Li retorted angrily. Minmin, why not introduce this lovely lady? Inquired the older man beside Wang Minjun. This is our classmate Wang Li. Wang Minjun reluctantly introduced, fully aware of the implications in her companioness words. Hello, Wang Li. The older man extended his hand for a handshake. Wang Minjun, is this your father? Wang Minjun. The older man. The single remark ignited the fury of both young women. Wang Li, if you continue to speak nonsense, I shall tear your mouth apart. This is my boyfriend. Wang Minjun exclaimed in exasperation. The older man joined in the conversation. Wang Li, if you apologize to me now, provide your contact information and guarantee that you will come out when I summon you, I will let you off today. Otherwise, not only will you be expelled, but your brother's job will also be at risk. It was evident that he took Wang Minjun's words seriously, truly believing that Wang Li's brother was the security here. Chapter 35, Conflict. Boyfriend. Wang Li was taken aback. Oh no, I misspoke. Primarily, Wang Minjun had always acted like a rich girl at school, flaunting designer bags, luxurious clothing, and being chauffeured in extravagant cars. Who would have thought she would choose such a boyfriend? It was utterly disgusting. But what's done is done. Who told you to speak ill of my brother? I refuse to apologize. Humph. After saying this, Wang Li turned to leave, only to be grabbed by Wang Minjun. After seizing Wang Li, Wang Minjun began to shout loudly. Where are the organizers? This person sneaked in to eat and drink for free, and is even looking for celebrities to take pictures with. Is anyone going to manage this? That is not true. Don't pull me. Wang Li struggled to break free. Their quarrel attracted the attention of onlookers, and gradually, more people gathered around. After all, it was rare to see someone causing a scene in such a place, making it all the more intriguing. At this moment, staff from the organizing committee approached. Wang Minjun pointed at Wang Li and declared, it's her. She sneaked in to eat and drink for free and is looking for celebrities to take photos. Miss, please present your invitation, the staff member instructed Wang Li. The organizers had rented out the Hu Xian Club for the charity gala, and practically every influential business owner in Hucheng received an invitation. Invitations had to be shown upon entering the club, but no one dared to stop them due to Lin Dong's impressive car. I don't have an invitation, Wang Li exclaimed, on the verge of tears with so many eyes upon her. See, I told you she came in to eat and drink for free. You organizers let anyone sneak in. Wang Minjun arrogantly retorted. Security, security, the staff called out. Soon, several security guards arrived. "Please escort this young lady out," the staff instructed them. As the guards approached, two voices rang out simultaneously. One belonged to the renowned singer Lung Qingqiu, and the other to one of the emerging four little flower daughters, Yao Shui. "She is my temporary assistant. I brought her in," said Lung Qingqiu. "Yes, I can vouch for that," Yao Shui added in agreement. Lung Qingqiu genuinely liked the lively and charming Wang Li and felt pity seeing her isolated and helpless, prompting her to lend a hand. For her, it was merely a small effort. Yao Shui, recalling her own fortunate escape from danger the previous day, also wished to assist Wang Li. With two prominent stars vouching for her, the security guards hesitated. At that moment, the man standing beside Wang Minjun spoke up. "Ladies, please do not take all the credit for yourself. Some actions come with consequences." Zeng Shuqing, a billionaire businessman, recognized both celebrities. However, he was well aware that many in the hall were more influential than him, though certainly not these two stars. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were celebrities. Yet, in the realm of wealthy entrepreneurs, they were merely performers. Wang Minjun interjected, "You're talking nonsense. Wang Li is my classmate. She is still a university student. How could she be your assistant? Furthermore, she just claimed her brother brought her here, and he must be a security guard." "Miss, may I ask what your brother's name is?" the staff inquired. "My brother is Lin Dong," Wang Li replied, feeling somewhat wronged. "Lin Dong? Is there anyone among you called Lin Dong?" the staff asked the security guards. The guards exchanged glances and replied, "No." Upon hearing Wang Li mention her brother's name, Yao Shui's heart skipped a beat. Could it be the Lin Dong who helped me yesterday? Just as she prepared to speak, Wang Li continued, "My brother was taken away by someone named Wang Chong. He said they were going to discuss business and seemed to have gone upstairs." Wang Chong. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The only Wang Chong in who Chong was the heir of the Wang family, a figure of the highest caliber in the city. If her brother was doing business with Wang Chong, he must be quite capable himself. The staff and Zeng Shuqing began to panic. The young Master Wang was not someone they could afford to offend. In Hu Cheng, he was notorious. If he considered you a friend, he would be wholeheartedly loyal. But if you were his enemy, he would go to great lengths to eliminate you. Many small business owners have been ruined by him through various means. Thus, it was said within Hu Cheng that even if one could not befriend Wang Chong, they must never become his enemy. Zeng Shuqing felt a cold sweat break out as he realized that his billions were nothing but dust in Wang Chong's eyes, who could easily bring him to ruin. Just then, Lin Dong and Wang Chong descended the stairs after concluding their business discussion. Lin Dong scanned the room and, not spotting Wang Li, noticed a crowd gathered in the center of the hall. He hurried over to part the crowd, only to see his cousin Wang Li being held by a heavily made-up young woman. Wang Li appeared distressed, struggling to break free, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "Little sister," Lin Dong called out. "Brother." Upon hearing her brother's voice, Wang Minjun instinctively loosened her grip, allowing Wang Li to break free and rush to Lin Dong's side. Embracing him, "It's okay. It's okay," Lin Dong reassured her. At that moment, Wang Chong also stepped in and inquired, "What is happening?" Seeing Wang Chong, Zeng Shuqing felt dizzy, nearly collapsing. The staff wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads and quietly recounted the earlier events to Wang Chong. "Who is he?" Wang Chong asked, pointing at Zeng Shuqing. "Master Wang, this is Zeng Shuqing, the owner of Shangyun Real Estate," someone from the crowd explained. "Mr. Zeng, I give you 3 days to pack your belongings and leave Hu Cheng, or I will take matters into my own hands after that." "Master Wang, I was wrong. Please spare me. It was all her doing. She is to blame," Zeng Shuqing exclaimed, slapping Wang Minjun across the face, sending her to the ground, dazed. Zeng Shuqing immediately knelt, begging for mercy. Being forced to leave Hu Cheng in 3 days was more unbearable than a death sentence. Although he was worth billions, that was not cash. If he had actual cash, leaving would be easy. However, his wealth was tied up in fixed assets, and liquidating them in such a short time would incur significant losses. Moreover, with Master Wang's declaration tonight, it was uncertain if anyone would dare to buy them. Additionally, he was currently involved in a project into which he had invested considerable funds. Leaving now would mean a loss. Ultimately, he might go from a billionaire to a penniless wretch drowning in debt, with several mistresses and 2 illegitimate children waiting for his support. Chapter 36, Pursuit. "I won't repeat myself," Wang Chong stated expressionlessly. Zeng Shuqing had already lost all hope when a voice rang out. "Wang Chong, are you bullying people again?" Yi Hong stepped in. "President Yi, help me. We have worked together before. I am Zeng Shuqing of Shangyun Real Estate." Zeng Shuqing clung to the hope of rescue. If there is anyone who can rescue Hu Qing, Yi Hong is undoubtedly among them. As the second young master of the Yi family, he was originally merely the second in line for succession. However, he has managed to turn the tide, rivaling his elder brother, leaving the family elders in a quandary about who should inherit the Yi family fortune. In the end, they decided to provide each brother with a sum of money. allowing them to develop independently for 10 years, with the more accomplished one being chosen as the heir after that period. Now, 5 years have elapsed, and it is said that Yi Hong has firmly grasped the advantage. Old Yi, I have not bullied anyone. It is he who has wronged Lin's brother's cousin. What do you suggest we do? Wang Chong pointed at Lin Dong. Yi Hong indeed noticed Lin Dong holding a young woman. Oh, you dare to bully Lin's younger cousin? You have quite a bit of audacity. Yi Hong inquired of Zheng Shuqing. Ah, Zheng Shuqing seemed somewhat bewildered. Wang Chong, how did you handle this? I instructed him to leave Huqing within 3 days. 3 days? That seems rather excessive. I believe 1 day should suffice. As soon as Yi Hong finished speaking, Zheng Shuqing fainted from the sheer pressure. The two powerful figures in Huqing had rendered him incapable of recovery. Throw him out and call for an ambulance. If he doesn't regain consciousness, so be it. If he does, remind him that what he said tonight still holds weight. Wang Chong instructed the staff. Yes, young Master Wang. Several security personnel lifted Zheng Shuqing away, while Wang Minjun was also escorted out. With the matter resolved, everyone turned their curious gazes toward Lin Dong, who had forged connections with the two powerful figures of Huqing, a rather intimidating identity indeed. Upon seeing Lin Dong, Yao Shui felt a surge of joy, believing that her status might prevent her from ever encountering him again. To her surprise, just a day after parting, they met once more. She had also harbored some anticipation since arriving. While everyone is present, I wish to announce that Lin Dong is my brother, and his cousin is my cousin. In Huqing, should anyone dare to bully her, they shall not escape my wrath, Wang Chong declared loudly to the onlookers. And I as well, Yi Hong added. Thank you, brothers. Lin Dong replied. Yi Hong, already in his 30s, and Wang Chong, at least 26 or 27, made Lin Dong feel that calling them brother was not a loss. Lin, no need to be so polite. All right, everyone disperse. Gradually, the crowd began to disperse. Yao Shui approached Lin Dong and said, Mr. Lin, we meet again. Miss Yao, greetings. At this moment, Wang Li also regained her composure and, glancing at Lin Dong and then at Yao Shui, asked, Brother, do you know Sister Yao Shui? Yes. Sister Yao Shui, thank you for helping me earlier, and also to Sister Qing Qiu. Lung Qing Qiu, who had initially intended to leave, walked over upon hearing Wang Li call her. No need to be polite, little sister. Thank you both. Lin Dong expressed his gratitude. In Jiangcheng, at Jiangnan International Mansion, Zhao Xian drove her Porsche 911 through the gates. She was unaware that a taxi was trailing behind her. Inside the taxi, apart from the driver, sat a young man and woman. Driver, where is this place? The young man inquired. So expensive? He questioned. Young man, I've waited for more than half an hour. Does time not cost anything? All right then, thank you, driver. The two paid and alighted. As they approached the entrance of Jiangnan International Mansion, they were halted by a security guard. Hey, what are you two doing? Hurry up and leave. This is not a place for you. Whose is it? Of course. It belongs to the owner. Is it yours? Get lost. Big brother, the housing prices here must be quite steep. Kid, are you from a remote area? Let me tell you, the price per square meter here starts at 200,000, and a house costs at least 50 million. How could that not be expensive? Ah, so pricey? Is it possible that someone could be renting here? Are you out of your mind? You bought a house for 50 million to rent it out? Besides, people who can afford the rent here wouldn't care about that little bit of money. Get out. Okay, I am leaving. Thank you, big brother. The young man led the young woman away, and they found a cheap inn to stay in. Once inside their room, the girl spoke up. Zhao Yang, can't we just go find your sister? The young man, Zhao Yang, was Zhao Xian's brother, and the girl was Feng Miao, his girlfriend. However, their relationship faced opposition from Feng Miao's family, as they were from different social standings. Thus, they had secretly run away to seek refuge with Zhao Yang's sister. Upon arriving, Zhao Yang discovered that his sister Zhao Xian had lied to their family. Zhao Xian had claimed that it was challenging to earn a living in the city, needing to rent and manage life. Yet, Zhao Yang found her driving a luxury car and living in a mansion. Wait. Let us wait for mom and dad to arrive before we go. I've always been afraid of my sister. Only my parents can handle her. I will call my mom first. Zhao Yang took out his phone and began to dial. Mom, listen to me. I found my sister. She is quite wealthy now, driving a car worth millions and living in a mansion worth tens of millions. Hurry over to see. You brat, have you gone mad over money? Mom, it's true. I'm not lying to you. I saw her leave work yesterday in a red sports car worth millions. And then, the voice on the other end inquired. Then I couldn't catch up. Today, I took a taxi and waited at the gate, and I saw my sister enter a community. I asked the security guard. And the housing prices there start at 200,000 per square meter. We could buy a whole house with that money. Each house is at least 50 million. Are you really not lying to me? You didn't mistake her for someone else, did you? Why would I lie? I know my sister well. Chapter 37, Snail. Meow meow. You should also call your parents and have them come tomorrow. After finishing his call with his mother, Zhao Yang turned to Feng Miao. Are you silly? Your parents oppose our relationship because your family is from the town, while mine is from the countryside and not as wealthy. But if they see my sister's wealth now, they surely won't object, and then we can be together openly. Feng Miao considered Zhao Yang's words and found them reasonable. Thus, she called her parents. Her mother scolded them, but they would definitely come the next day. But will your sister buy you something? Feng Miao questioned skeptically. I'll ask her. She definitely won tea, but if my parents ask her, she surely will. Didn't you see me directly inviting my parents over? Don't worry. My parents are always on my side. Since I was little, all the good things have been mine. In their eyes, my sister exists to serve me. Yeah. I also want a car like the one your sister drives. It's so beautiful. I dream about it. All right. I will buy you one. We will each have one. The two fantasized about their bright future as they gradually drifted off to sleep. In Huqing, at Huxian Club, the charity auction for the evening had commenced. All attendees were seated in the hall on the first floor. The host on stage was the renowned host of Huxi Province, Rao Xiaoqing. Esteemed guests, good evening. Welcome to the third charity auction held in Huqing. This is a day to gather love, feel care, and embrace warmth and harmony. It is also a day to showcase the compassion and dedication of individuals from all walks of life. After the host finished her speech, a video began to play on the large screen. The video depicted the struggles faced by students in remote mountainous areas, where some had to walk for 2 to 3 hours just to reach school. Each day, they would spend 5 to 6 hours merely commuting to and from school. Additionally, the conditions of the schools were deplorable, with desks and chairs being donated by students' families, all in a state of disrepair. Many students had parents who had gone to work elsewhere, leaving only elderly grandparents and young children at home. At a tender age, these children have already taken on responsibilities within their families, mastering the art of laundry and cooking. They yearn for knowledge and aspire to venture beyond the mountains to explore the world outside. As the video concluded, Rao Xiaoqing announced, all proceeds from tonight's auction will be donated entirely to the children featured in the video, providing them with new schools, desks, chairs, backpacks, and clothing. The first item up for auction was a song, a new piece by the renowned diva Lung Qingqiu. The bidding commenced without a reserve price. 100,000, 150,000, 300,000, 500,000. Very well, guest number 17 bids 500,000. Is there a higher bid? Lin Dong glanced at his paddle. Number 7, and raised it, declaring, I bid 5 million. Upon hearing this, many turned their heads towards Lin Dong, eager to identify the benefactor. 5 million. Guest number 7 bids 5 million. Is there a counteroffer? 3, 2, 1 sold. The audience welcomed Lung Qingqiu to the stage to perform her new song. She was astonished that her song fetched such an exorbitant price, knowing she would receive none of it, as it would all be donated. Yet, she felt elated, realizing that this contribution could benefit the children in the video. After Lung Qingqiu finished her performance, the second auction item was a painting by a renowned master, which ultimately sold for 800,000, despite its actual worth being no more than 100,000. Given the charity's purpose, such exorbitant bidding was not unexpected. One by one, items were sold, and Lin Dong refrained from further bids until it was time for Yao Shui, which he acquired for 5 million as well. Lin Dong's character dictated that a drop of kindness deserved a fountain of gratitude. Since they had assisted his cousin Wang Li that evening, he felt it was only right to honor them. Soon, the auction was nearing its conclusion. As the last charitable item was sold, the entire event was about to wrap up. Lin Dong raised his paddle and spoke up. Host, I wish to donate a song. Rao Xiaoqing, who was preparing to deliver her closing remarks, noticed Lin Dong's paddle raised in declaration. Having spent 10 million that evening, he certainly deserved this moment of recognition. Rao Xiaoqing invited Lin Dong to the stage. Mr. Lin is prepared to donate a song. Does anyone wish to place a bid? She inquired. Yes, 100 million. Rao Xiaoqing stuttered in disbelief. The audience gasped. Aside from Yi Hong and Wang Chong, the other distinguished guests were utterly astonished. Was he truly donating 100 million? It seemed Lin Dong had never made an appearance in Huqing before. Not only was he close with the wealthy Wang and Yi families, but he was now also donating over 100 million, showcasing an unparalleled level of generosity. Lin Dong approached the piano and began, Tonight, I present a song titled Snail, hoping that the children in the video may one day have their own sky. As he played, the gentle melody flowed from the piano. The lyrics spoke of shedding burdens and aspiring to find a blue sky, moving with the soft breeze, ignoring past pains, and climbing step by step towards the sunlight. The small sky held grand dreams, and despite the weight of their shells, they gazed upward with hope. As he finished the piece, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. The children in the video, like the snails in Lin Dong's song, longed to escape the mountains and discover their own skies. Mr. Lin, did you compose this yourself? Asked an audience member. Mr. Lin, you are incredibly talented and handsome. Yao Shui gazed at Lin Dong on stage, her eyes filled with admiration. He was the man she revered. Lung Qingxiu also regarded Lin Dong with astonishment, recognizing his unique qualities. Chapter 38, Returning to Jiangnan. A fine car is indeed a fine car. The premium price is justified by its superior performance. With Lin Dong's exceptional driving skills, the Bugatti Chiron sped effortlessly down the overtaking lane. Reflecting on recent events, from his cousin's perilous encounter at Jinbihui to the bullying at the charity gala, he realized how much Wang Chong had assisted him. Despite his immense wealth, he possessed little beyond money. Relying solely on others to resolve problems was not a sustainable strategy. If Yi Hong and Wang Chong were to discover his lack of a solid background, they might covet his wealth. Thus, it became imperative for him to enhance his capabilities and establish his own influence. With his boundless financial resources, forming a faction would be straightforward. Yet finding individuals who were utterly loyal to him proved challenging and would require time. However, it was crucial to build his power swiftly. Additionally, he needed to bolster his own strength. A glance at the panel revealed that his godly wealth points remained at 200, indicating that the 100 million he donated last night and the 100 million he transferred to his cousin Wang Li today did not increase his points. It seemed that giving money did not augment his godly wealth points. He must acquire something in return. However, the 110 million he had donated did increase his points, earning him the status of a premium member. Thus, it was indeed possible to donate money. But he needed to receive something of value in return. His physical and mental attributes stood at 50 points, rated as strong. Since his physicality increased from 18 to 50 points, he had not been tested further. But Lin Dong felt confident that he was no less fit than those who regularly exercised. He pondered whether enhancing his physicality to 100, 200, 500, or even 1,000 points would grant him superhuman abilities. This was a journey for him to explore gradually. Improving his mental acuity would sharpen his senses and clarify his thoughts, which was equally imperative. Finally, there was the skill section. He currently possessed 5 skills: driving, composing, lyric writing, singing, and piano, all rated at 10 points, marked as proficient. Since the skill section could be expanded freely, he wondered if he could add dragon subduing 18 palms. He decided to give it a try. Lin Dong pulled over at a service area to test whether he could increase this skill. If it worked, it would be remarkable. He was exhilarated by the thought of becoming the greatest martial artist in the world. He entered increased dragon subduing 18 palms into the skill section. The panel displayed a message indicating it was under review. I don't recall this happening when I previously added skills. Just then, a voice resonated in Lin Dong's mind. After system evaluation, the skill dragon subduing 18 palms does not exist in the host's current world. Increase failed, deducting 10 godly wealth points. Damn, I knew it wouldn't work. Novels are indeed just fiction. Lin Dong resignedly accepted the reality. As he prepared to continue his journey, he suddenly felt his car lurch forward slightly. Lin Dong was momentarily taken aback. What the heck? Did I just get rear-ended? He quickly opened the car door to investigate. Indeed, a luxury sedan had collided with the rear of his Bugatti Chiron. Lin Dong assessed the situation and concluded that he was parked in a service area, implying the fault lay with the other party. What bad luck. Not only did he lose 10 godly wealth points, but his newly purchased Bugatti was also damaged. Upon closer inspection, he was relieved to find the damage was not severe. Hey, how did you park? Do you not know this is a roadway? A woman in her 30s yelled at Lin Dong as she exited her vehicle. Miss, I parked in the service area. You are entirely at fault for the rear-end collision. Lin Dong replied to the woman. I am entirely at fault. It was clearly your reckless parking that led to this situation, and you should bear full responsibility. Do not think that driving a sports car makes you exceptional. It could very well be rented or borrowed. Look at the state of my beloved vehicle. I assure you, if you do not compensate me today, you shall not leave. Initially, Lin Dong considered letting it go, feeling that it was not worth the trouble. But he did not expect to encounter such an arrogant individual. Sighing, he decided to report the incident rather than engage in a futile argument. The woman's shrill voice attracted a crowd of onlookers. During the May Day holiday, with traffic bustling, many spectators parked in the service area to witness the aftermath of the Bugatti Chiron being rear-ended. Wow, is that a Bugatti Chiron? That car starts at 30 million. Just repainting it could cost hundreds of thousands. Such a hefty price tag? Certainly, the woman responsible for the rear-end collision should be fully liable. It seems even selling a BMW wouldn't cover the damages. Alas, one cannot afford to be reckless with luxury vehicles. They should be avoided henceforth. Hey, what are you all talking about? Are you all just idly standing around? Lin Dong realized that this woman was venting her frustrations on the world. Soon, the authorities arrived on the scene. After assessing the situation and reviewing the service area footage, they determined that the Bugatti was entirely at fault. At this point, the woman fell silent. Miss, since it has been concluded that you bear full responsibility, I must inform you that my car is a limited edition Bugatti Chiron. With only 8 in existence globally, originally priced at 60 million, now valued at 80 million. The damage to the rear alone will likely cost a minimum of 1 million to repair. How do you intend to compensate me? Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, the crowd gasped in astonishment. 8 million? Even the slightest scratch could lead to repair costs starting at 100,000. Their perception of wealth had been utterly transformed. The world of the affluent was simply beyond their comprehension. What? Starting at 1 million? Impossible. Are you trying to swindle me? I'll turn the tables on you. Look it up on your phone and see if I'm lying. The woman, upon searching online, became visibly unsettled. I don't have any money. I have my life. But no money. Here she was, resorting to deceitful tactics once again. Truly a piece of work. Miss, if you claim you have no money, that is acceptable. But I will initiate compulsory execution, and soon your house and car will be auctioned off. You may also face detention for 10 to 15 days. What do you think of that? The woman was rendered speechless, her face shifting from pale to flushed with fear. The onlookers were thoroughly entertained. Brother, please don't take my mother away. I beg you, let me apologize on her behalf. When I grow up and earn money, I will repay you, okay? Lin Dong noticed a little girl, around 5 or 6 years old, clutching his pant leg. Little one, is she your mother? Lin Dong pointed at the woman. Yes, she treats me well. Does she ever hit you? Only when I misbehave. When I am good, she doesn't. Your mother owes me a substantial amount of money. Are you not afraid? I have money. The little girl produced a 10 yuan note from her tiny pocket and handed it to Lin Dong, saying, "This is all I have." Lin Dong accepted the 10 yuan, stood up, and walked towards his car, remarking, "Some people really live like dogs." He opened the car door, started the engine, and disappeared from view in a flash. Wait, is he really letting go of over 1 million just like that? The world of the wealthy is truly incomprehensible. Chapter 39, Discovery. Jiangcheng. Upon arriving at the entrance of Jiangnan International Residence, Zhao Xian was unexpectedly stopped. Upon closer inspection, she realized it was her parents and her brother Zhao Yang, accompanied by 3 unfamiliar individuals. What brings you here? Zhao Xian hurriedly exited her vehicle. Humph. How would we know about your life in the big city, driving luxury cars, and living in lavish homes while we toil at home? Her mother, Li Chunying, replied. Mom, it's not what you think. This car belongs to my boss. Zhao Xian explained. Your boss? You drive his car every day? Why doesn't he let anyone else drive it? Can we talk somewhere private? Do you have a place to stay? I can book you 2 rooms at a hotel. I'm not going anywhere. I want to stay here. Don't think I'm oblivious. Your brother has been watching you for days, and you stay here every night. Li Chunying pointed at Jiangnan International Residence. Mom, this place belongs to my boss. I can't bring you inside. Nonsense. What boss? I suspect he's your boyfriend. Which boss would let you drive his car and stay in his home? You've forgotten your family since you got a boyfriend. Do you want me to discipline you right here? Zhao Xian's father, Zhao Taizhu, threatened as he raised a wooden stick toward her. Zhao Xian was taken aback by her father's sudden aggression. A blow to her arm brought tears to her eyes. Feeling wronged, she recalled how she had scrimped and saved for her family, covering her brother's university tuition and living expenses while still sending 2,000 home each month. After all these years of hard work, she was now being hit and scolded. However, what could she do? These were her parents and brother. Ultimately, there was no choice but to lead them into the international residence. Upon entering the room, they were all rendered speechless by its opulence. Such a luxurious home, unlike anything they had seen on television, was now right before their eyes. Feng Miao's family was equally astonished, realizing that they had previously considered their own circumstances to be satisfactory, only to find themselves mere frogs at the bottom of a well in comparison. Looking at Zhao Yang, they no longer felt disdain but rather admiration. With a sister like Zhao Xian, he had a bright future ahead. Sister, your place is incredibly luxurious. The decor, the view. It's even more extravagant than what we see on TV. Zhao Yang exclaimed as he approached the grand floor-to-ceiling windows. Imagining what it would be like to live here every day. The space was vast. He and Feng Miao would have no issues residing here together. At that moment, Zhao Xian asked, Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Speak your mind. Zhao Taizhu pointed at Feng Miao and her parents, stating, This is Feng Miao, your brother's girlfriend. And these are her parents. We've come to discuss arranging a marriage for your brother. You just need to provide 5 million to help them buy a house and a car. Zhao Xian was so enraged she nearly laughed. Her father, who had spent his life as a farmer, casually mentioned 5 million. Did he even comprehend how much that was? It was undoubtedly Zhao Yang's suggestion. I don't have that much money, Zhao Xian retorted. Then how much are you willing to contribute? Zhao Taizhu inquired. He felt that 5 million was indeed excessive. Realizing it was Zhao Yang's idea, I want to contribute a single cent. What? Are you looking for trouble? Zhao Taizhu shouted. You can beat me to death, but I want to give you a dime. You ungrateful girl, do you want to drive me to my grave? You must provide that money. Zhao Taizhu scolded Zhao Xian. In tears, Zhao Xian shouted, You've always favored him just because he is the son. Any treats go to him. While I've worked hard to pay for my own college, have you ever contributed a single cent? And you little rascal, what kind of education have you received? You lack any sense of gratitude, and now you demand 5 million? Do you think I'm an ATM? Let me be clear, starting today, I will not give you a single penny. Zhao Xian had finally reached her breaking point. Because she was the daughter, she had never received recognition from her family, regardless of her accomplishments. Even when she consistently ranked first in examinations, her parents remained indifferent, while they always favored Zhao Yang, punishing her whenever he complained. Eventually, she was accepted into university, but nearly dropped out due to her family's unwillingness to finance her education. They questioned the purpose of her extensive studies, arguing that she would eventually marry and would be better off working to support the family. Fortunately, her teacher provided assistance, and she managed to balance her studies with part-time work to complete her education. Now, her family has come to demand 5 million for her brother's wedding. Where would she procure such a sum? Although she has been promoted, Lin Dong has yet to discuss a salary increase with her. Zhao Xian's outburst stunned everyone present, particularly Li Chunhua and Zhao Taizhu, who had always viewed their children as obedient. The sudden defiance took them aback. Regardless of the circumstances, Li Chunhua declared, "If you don't give us money, we want to leave." Zhao Xian retorted, "Let me be frank. This house is provided by my boss out of pity. Do you have any idea how much it's worth?" She continued, 400 million. The sheer enormity of this figure left them astounded. They could hardly fathom such wealth. Likely enough to purchase an entire street in their town. Zhao Yang had mentioned that his sister's residence was worth at least 50 million, which they dismissed as implausible. But little did they know that even that figure was an understatement. Do you understand what 400 million means? With that amount, you could buy a house in our hometown for anything in this place. If you choose not to leave, then I will. Don't be surprised if security apprehends you for trespassing. Breaking into such a high-end community could mean a prison sentence of at least 10 years. After saying this, Zhao Xian stood to leave. "Stop. Are you trying to rebel, you wretched girl?" Zhao Taizhu exclaimed, rising to strike Zhao Xian, but was halted by Li Chunhua. "Dad, you've always called me a wretched girl. I am your daughter. Even beggars outside have more dignity," Zhao Xian replied, tears brimming in her eyes. Zhao Yang was taken aback. He had believed that summoning their parents would ensure Zhao Xian would comply with his desires, as had always been the case. However, the current situation was beyond his expectations. "Sister, we don't speak. I know what you're thinking. You believe that by bringing mom and dad here, you can comfortably rely on me. How old are you now? Shouldn't you earn your own living if you want to marry?" Zhao Xian dismissed the others and exited. The others quickly followed her. After all, they were from a small town and feared that if they were apprehended, they would have no recourse. As Zhao Xian reached the entrance, the door swung open from the outside. When Lin Dong arrived in Jiangnan, night had already fallen. Had it not been for some delays on the road, he would have arrived earlier. He noticed that Zhao Xian's eyes were slightly red as she prepared to leave. "What's wrong, Xianjia? Are you going out?" he inquired, noticing the group behind her. Zhao Xian tensed upon seeing Lin Dong. "I'm sorry, Lin Dong. These are my family members who came to visit from my hometown. I just brought them up to rest for a bit, and I'll take them away shortly," she said nervously, fearing Lin Dong would be displeased, especially given the house's immense value. "Where are you all going at this hour? There are plenty of rooms here. It's not like you can't stay," Lin Dong responded. In truth, Zhao Xian was overthinking. The house was meant for habitation, and there were several rooms available. Lin Dong felt no concern. No. I've booked a hotel for them, Lin Dong. I need to." Zhao Xian was cut off by Zhao Taizhu. Lin Dong was taken aback. "Wretched girl? Is he referring to Zhao Xian? What kind of father addresses his daughter that way?" It seemed he perceived himself as Zhao Xian's boyfriend. However, considering their cohabitation, outsiders might indeed perceive it as such, making it impossible to clarify. Yet, the notion of a 10 million dowry, along with a house and car in Jiangnan, felt akin to selling his daughter. Lin Dong remained silent, glancing at Zhao Xian, who was trembling with emotion, her eyes wide with fear as tears streamed down her face. "Dad, what nonsense are you spouting?" Sir, I'm merely Zhao Xian's employer, not her boyfriend," Lin Dong interjected. "Employer? Is it common for employers to live with their subordinates? Are you trying to evade responsibility?" Zhao Taizhu questioned. Lin Dong was speechless. Realizing he had gotten himself into a predicament, explaining would likely fall on deaf ears, so he opted for silence. "Dad, please, I beg you to stop. Do you want to drive me to despair?" Zhao Xian cried out. "Sister, Dad is trying to help you," Zhao Yang interjected, his excitement palpable. "Since Dad has suggested that you and your husband buy a house and car in Jiangnan, it's a done deal. And with a 10 million dowry, that money will surely end up in my hands. With that idea of a car, a house, and savings, why would I need to work?" The Feng family was equally elated. If Zhao Tieju's wishes were fulfilled, they would wholeheartedly endorse the union. Zhao Xian observed her family's expressions, devoid of any remorse for her suffering or the threats she had made. They were motivated solely by financial gain. If Lin Dong were impoverished, they would undoubtedly pressure her to break up. Witnessing Lin Dong's wealth, they appeared intent on extorting him. In their eyes, money was all that mattered, and her existence was insignificant. In that moment, Zhao Xian realized that she had always been viewed as a mere tool by her family. It was her own folly to have sent money home, believing it to be her roots. Now, she understood that she was like a mayfly, without roots or stability. Her heart felt cold, and so did her spirit. Zhao Xian ceased to speak and turned to enter the elevator. She only wished to escape this place. Lin Dong sensed the discord and hurried after her, squeezing into the elevator just as the doors were about to close. The remaining Zhao Yang and others exchanged glances, uncertain of what to do. Ultimately, they decided to leave, as this was someone else's home, and they were genuinely intimidated by Zhao Xian, fearing they might be mistaken for thieves. In a park in Jiangnan, Lin Dong and Zhao Xian sat beside a river. Zhao Xian recounted her experiences over the past 2 decades. Lin Dong listened quietly, not interrupting. Perhaps it's time for change. I've lived for them for over 20 years. Now I wish to live for myself. Xianjia, let us invite uncle and auntie to the hotel for dinner tomorrow. They've traveled so far. It's the least I can do. If you need any financial assistance, feel free to take from the finance department, whatever decision you make. I will support you, Lin Dong proposed. Thank you, Lin Dong. Zhao Xian leaned against him, crying. She had feared Lin Dong would look down upon her for her family. But to her surprise, he showed no disdain. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Dong had also endured hardship. His parents had passed away when he was young, and life with his uncle was hardly better. Yet he had loving relatives, while Zhao Xian had none. He felt a deep sympathy for her, always considering her family. She ultimately realized that they viewed her solely as a means to an end. Xianjia, cry it all out. You'll feel better afterward. Lin Dong gently patted her back. Zhao Xian wept in Lin Dong's embrace for approximately half an hour before finally rising. She noticed that her tears had soaked the front of his shirt, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Lin Dong, I am truly sorry for wetting your clothes. Upon realizing that Zhao Yang and the others had already departed, she added, Lin Dong, I shall go search for them. As she spoke, she moved towards the door, only to be halted by Lin Dong's hand. Sister Xian, did you not express your intention to live for yourself from now on? You must learn to decline. If you pursue them now, it will only embolden them further, and they are adults who can handle themselves. Very well then. Good night, Lin Dong. Zhao Xian replied before retreating to her room. She found merit in Lin Dong's words. If she was to live for herself, she needed to master the art of refusal. Lin Dong lay on his bed, gazing at the system panel before him. Host, Lin Dong. Balance, 99999686546255465. Physique, 50 strong. Mentality, 50 strong. Skills, driving, 10 mastery. Piano, 10 mastery. Singing, 10 mastery. Lyric writing, 10 mastery. Composition, 10 mastery. Godly points, 190. With a resolve to enhance his abilities, he decisively allocated 50 godly points to his physique. Instantly, the value surged from 50 to 100. In that moment, Lin Dong felt an overwhelming heat coursing through his body, akin to countless ants crawling beneath his skin, an exhilarating sensation that persisted for 5 minutes. He emerged from this experience feeling as though he had just surfaced from water, drenched and invigorated. Without haste, he allocated another 50 godly points to his mentality. Suddenly, his mind felt clouded, as if he were intoxicated. He closed his eyes and lay still on the bed. After a few minutes, clarity returned, and upon opening his eyes, he realized his vision had significantly improved. Previously, he had experienced mild nearsightedness, yet now he could discern a mosquito on the 3-meter-high ceiling, even observing its legs in motion. Remarkable. Hastily, he checked the panel once more. Host, Lin Dong. Balance, 99999686546255465. Physique, 100 limit. Mentality, 100 limit. Skills, driving, 10 mastery. Piano, 10 mastery. Singing, 10 mastery. Lyric writing, 10 mastery. Composition, 10 mastery. Godly points, 90. His physique and mentality had reached their maximum, but the plus sign had vanished, indicating no further enhancement was possible. Was it truly the case? So soon could he no longer improve? With such a fortune remaining, what purpose would future godly points serve? To enhance skills? He could not even augment Jiang Long Shibazhang. So what was the point? Never mind, he would ponder it later. He sensed that this system was not as straightforward as it appeared. Rising from his bed, Lin Dong felt a sticky sensation on his skin. He approached the poolside, pondering whether Sister Xian was asleep. Casting aside his concerns, he stripped off his clothes and leaped into the pool. What a refreshing experience. After swimming a couple of laps and cleansing himself, Lin Dong emerged and examined his body. There were no significant changes, nor any particularly prominent muscles. Yet, he felt an explosive power within, convinced that he could fell a bull with a single punch. Chapter 42, Donglai International. The following morning, in the office of the chairman at Jiangnan Hotel, Lin Dong addressed Zhao Xian, Sister Xian, I am preparing to establish an investment company named Donglai International. However, I lack the time to set it up myself, and I require a trustworthy individual to help me build the foundation. I hope you can assist me. She hesitated, fearing her abilities might fall short and hinder Lin Dong's grand aspirations. Sister Xian, you possess the capability. You should not confine yourself to this modest hotel, but explore the wider world. Then I shall give it a try. Fear not, and act boldly. My greatest support to you will be boundless financial resources. If you identify any potential talent, we shall recruit them. If others offer 1 million, we shall offer 5 million or 10 million. As long as they are talented, we shall not shy away from expenditure. Excellent. When shall I set out? The sooner, the better. Then I shall depart tomorrow. Very well. Summon uncle and aunt so we may share a meal together. Reflecting on the events of the previous night, Lin Dong sensed a transformation in Zhao Xian. Once optimistic and cheerful, she was now evolving into a cold, business-savvy woman. To be candid, Lin Dong preferred the former Zhao Xian, who occasionally offered him subtle temptation. Yet, he understood that experiences shape individuals. Meanwhile, at a modest inn where Zhao Taizhu and his companions were lodging, they gathered, awaiting Zhao Tiezhu's decision on their next course of action. Dad, what shall we do today? Zhao Yang inquired. What shall we do? We shall go directly to her hotel to confront her. But what if my sister refuses to see us? Refuse? After raising her for so many years, now that she has a good life, she wishes to deny her father? I will cause a scene at her workplace so she cannot hold her head high before her colleagues. Yes, let us proceed with that. Li Chunhua chimed in. The Feng Miao family remained silent, yet they hoped Zhao Yang could secure Zhao Xian's assistance, as it concerned their daughter's future happiness. As they prepared to head to Jiangnan Hotel, Zhao Xian's phone call arrived, inviting them to dine at the hotel. Dad, it seems my sister has relented. Our house and car are within reach. Zhao Yang exclaimed joyfully. Feng Miao shared in the excitement, as Zhao Yang's fortune would also benefit her. Zhao Taizhu smiled, saying, Look at you, so pleased. Your brother-in-law is a wealthy man, residing in a mansion worth billions. He certainly cannot manage such a large hotel alone. Did you not mention your sister is the manager? Have her arrange a position for you. Indeed, my sister is the general manager. Apart from her husband, she holds the highest authority. She can certainly arrange a managerial role for me and have Miao Miao accompany me. Have your sister assign you a managerial position and Miao Miao a financial role. This way, your brother-in-law will not stray with his newfound wealth, and you both can support your sister. Li Chunhua suggested. Thus, the group set off joyfully towards Jiangnan Hotel. Upon arrival at the hotel, they were led to a private room by the staff. Lin Dong and Zhao Xian were already seated, and the dishes had been served. As they surveyed the table laden with delicacies, they felt their mouths water. Such culinary delights seemed only fit for emperors on television. Who would have thought they would have the chance to indulge in such a feast? Uncle and aunt, you have traveled far. Today I shall extend my hospitality. Please enjoy freely, and should there be insufficient food, let Sister Xian inform the kitchen to prepare more, Lin Dong said graciously. Thank you, brother-in-law. Zhao Yang sat down and began to eat, with the others following suit. This lobster is exquisite, Miao Miao, do have a taste. Dad, Mom, do try some of this lobster as well. How is this crab so large? Mom, this is an emperor crab. It is quite expensive, costing several thousand for just one. What is this? It looks dark and melts in the mouth. It is divine. That is caviar. And this is abalone. I do not even recognize this. This is even tastier. As they savored the feast, Lin Dong stood up and said, Uncle and aunt, please enjoy your meal. I must attend to some matters and will take my leave. If more food is needed, please have Sister Xian notify the kitchen. Lin Dong departed. Aware that Zhao Xian had matters to discuss with her family, he preferred to refrain from interfering with her decisions, offering his unwavering support regardless of her choices. After some time had passed following Lin Dong's exit, Zhao Xian finally spoke. Contemplating the situation, she considered that if Zhao Yang could secure a stable job here, it would indeed be beneficial. She stated, Please provide me with your university diploma. I wish to ascertain which position would suit you best. Instantly, Zhao Yang fell silent, and the atmosphere grew tense. Zhao Xian's gaze was fixed on him, eliciting a sense of unease within him, although he had previously harbored fears of Zhao Xian. None compared to the trepidation he felt at that moment. Her penetrating stare left him feeling apprehensive. Ultimately, he admitted with a tremor in his voice, Actually, I never attended university. Oh, you didn't go to university? What about the money I scrimped and saved to send you? Zhao Xian inquired, taking a deep breath. At that time, I lost some money gambling and was forced to lie to you, claiming I had been accepted into university, Zhao Yang stammered. Sister, we had no choice. Those creditors threatened me, saying they would take one of my hands if I didn't repay them. Our parents had no option but to deceive you. I know it was all my fault, but I have changed. I haven't gambled since that day, he explained. I can attest to that. Yang Yang has truly turned over a new leaf. Li Chunhua interjected. Zhao Xian took several deep breaths, striving to quell the fury surging within her. Chapter 43. Managing People and Money. Zhao Xian inhaled deeply, striving to control her anger. Very well, you shall start from the ground up as a service worker. Sister, I do not wish to be a service worker. Arrange for me a managerial position and assign Miao Miao to handle finances. This way, we can prevent your husband from straying with his newfound wealth. I assure you that I will report his every move accurately. As our mother suggested, we support you. Zhao Yang boldly proposed. Zhao Xian was both angered and amused. Manage people? Manage money? Supporting yourself? Are you attempting to undermine Lin Dong? Do you envision this hotel bearing the Zhao surname in the future? Their audacity astonished her. Do you comprehend the monthly revenue here? Do you realize how much this meal cost? I shall inform you that your meal amounted to 1 million. The monthly revenue here approaches 10 billion. Do you truly believe you possess the capability to manage such a sum? As her words echoed, all dining ceased, and heads lifted in shock. 1 million for a single meal? That's utterly absurd, Zhao Yang exclaimed, swallowing hard. You consumed a meal totaling 1 million, Zhao Xian reiterated, leaving them momentarily speechless. After the shock subsided, Zhao Taizhu added, since you have such wealth, why not purchase Yang Yang a house and a car promptly? It would facilitate his marriage and bring him peace of mind. Zhao Xian gazed at her family, feeling a profound sorrow for being born into such a clan. Initially, she had hoped to assist her relatives, but now all she desired was to escape their presence. Please continue your meal. I need to step out for a moment, she declared before rising to leave. Disheartened, she felt betrayed by her family's collective deception. Her hard-earned money had been squandered on repaying gambling debts. Today, when she had the means to meet their demands, they would only escalate their expectations, forever ungrateful and insatiable. She truly wished to distance herself from them. The others resumed their meal, unwilling to waste the lavish feast worth over 1 million. Zhao Xian made her way to the chairman's office, where Lin Dong was idly engaged with his phone. Ah, Sister Xian, why are you back so soon? Lin Dong, I wish to leave immediately. I no longer wish to see them, Zhao Xian asserted. Leave now? What will happen to them? Should I give them some money? Lin Dong queried, suspecting that Zhao Xian's family had said something hurtful to provoke her reaction. Absolutely not. If you do that, it will truly become endless. They will never be satisfied. Then shall we disregard them? Yes. No need to concern ourselves. If they create a disturbance at the hotel, we will simply report them and have them detained for a couple of days to teach them a lesson. Very well. Sister Xian, where is your first destination? To Mo Du, a world-class metropolis with a concentration of talent. I have a college roommate there who can assist me. Thank you, Lin Dong. Zhao Taizhu and the others remained oblivious to Zhao Xian's immediate departure to Mo Du. They had indulged in the extravagant meal, reluctant to abandon the lavish spread worth 1 million, which they consumed for a full 3 hours. Chapter 44. A quiet departure after finishing their meal. The group exited the private room, guided by the server to the chairman's office. Brother-in-law, where's my sister? Zhao Yang inquired. Do not call me brother-in-law. I have told you, my relationship with Sister Xian is strictly professional. We have never crossed any boundaries, and I am still a university student. Lin Dong replied. The group exchanged glances, sensing something amiss. It had been acceptable to call him that during the meal, but now it was suddenly inappropriate. Mr. Lin, where is my sister? Zhao Yang pressed. She has left. We must go find her. When I say she has left, I do not mean she has left the hotel. Rather, she has departed Jiangnan. This is Sister Xian's resignation letter. Read it for yourselves, Lin Dong said, handing Zhao Yang a sheet of paper. Resigned? The group was taken aback, sensing trouble brewing. Zhao Yang took the paper and confirmed it was indeed Zhao Xian's resignation letter. Mr. Lin, why did my sister resign? Where has she gone? Uncertain, but it appears she went to seek out a college roommate, Lin Dong replied. At that moment, Li Chunhua hurriedly retrieved her phone and dialed Zhao Xian's number. Sorry, the number you dialed is unavailable. It's over. It's all over. Li Chunhua sank to the floor. Humph. You conspired with that wretched girl against us, didn't you? I warn you, if she does not return, we shall remain here, Zhao Taizhu declared angrily, directing his ire at Lin Dong. Old man, do not take your anger out on me. Your daughter has left. I did not force her to go. You drove her away. What does that have to do with me? If you continue to act this way, it will only reflect poorly on you. I do not care. If she does not return, I will remain here. After all, I am being well fed and well treated. Zhao Taizhu remained obstinate. Indeed, Lin Dong's words struck fear into them. He was a figure of considerable influence in their eyes. Do not intimidate me. I have lived long enough to not be easily frightened, Zhao Taizhu retorted. Though he spoke defiantly, The tremor in his voice betrayed his inner turmoil. Old man, why would I intimidate you? I know a bit about Sister Xian's situation. You claim she is your own flesh and blood, yet how can the disparity be so vast? If you had shown her even a modicum of care, she would not have chosen to leave today. I witnessed her weeping as she departed, and she stated that she has repaid you for your years of raising her and wishes never to see you again. You will likely find it challenging to locate her for the rest of your lives. Zhao Taizhu, upon hearing Lin Dong's words, felt a surge of blood rush to his head, nearly collapsing. Li Chunhua rushed to support him. Zhao Yang's mind reeled as well. All his dreams for a bright future had been shattered. Feng Miao's parents grasped her hand, preparing to leave. They had no desire to accompany Zhao Taizhu in his madness, fearing he might be taken away. Miao Miao, Zhao Yang called out. Feng Miao turned, her eyes filled with pity as she looked at Zhao Yang. In an instant, Zhao Yang felt as though he had plummeted from paradise to hell. Meanwhile, Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua were equally overwhelmed with rage, their tempers flaring. If Zhao Xian were to change her contact information, where would they go to find her? In the village, their family was the envy of all. Blessed with a fine daughter who earned money without labor. What would they do if that source of income were to vanish suddenly? How would the villagers perceive their family? Contemplating these thoughts, the elderly couple deeply regretted their past decisions. How wonderful it would have been to remain at home. They could have spent their days playing cards and strolling leisurely. All of this turmoil was caused by that rascal Zhao Yang. If it weren't for him, they would still be living comfortably at home. Now, they were left with nothing. The couple did not reflect on their own harshness towards Zhao Xian in her youth. Instead, they lamented that they should not have heeded Zhao Yang's advice to leave their hometown. Of course, they were correct in thinking that had they stayed, Zhao Xian's monthly remittances would not have dwindled. Lin Dong quietly observed the family's performance from the sofa. He could easily pay them off to leave. Even if they demanded exorbitant sums, he could afford it. Yet, he was reluctant to part with his money. Given their familial background, it was nothing short of miraculous that Zhao Xian had not succumbed to despair, and he held a certain admiration for her. Zhao Xian was a woman of both beauty and stature, rivaling the so-called three goddesses of Jiangnan University. And she exuded an allure of maturity that was even more enticing to men. Working at the prestigious Jinyi Hotel, she mingled with wealthy businessmen. And if she truly set her mind to it, making money would be effortlessly within her grasp. Old man, if you still doubt my words, I suggest you come to the hotel every morning to see if Sister Xian shows up for work. Just remember not to disrupt the hotel's operations, or I won't hesitate to show you no courtesy. That is all I have to say. You may take your leave now. The family departed in a daze. But Lin Dong felt indifferent. Some lessons are only truly understood upon experiencing loss. Once they lost Sister Xian's support and faced a period of decline, perhaps they would finally recall her virtues. Chapter 45. There is truly no turning back. In the afternoon, Lin Dong registered a company named Dong Lai International Investment Company Limited, appointing Zhao Xian as the general manager, with Jinyi Hotel incorporated under its umbrella. However, it remained a mere shell until Zhao Xian could recruit various talents to expand the company. The following day, upon arriving at Jinyi Hotel, Lin Dong discovered Zhao Yang and his family lurking in a corner of the outdoor parking lot. As expected, they were still unwilling to give up. Lin Dong ignored them and entered the hotel. The morning passed in a leisurely manner. Just as he was about to leave, he received an unexpected phone call. It was Zhu Yin, Jiang Shan's friend, informing him that Jiang Shan had suddenly collapsed and was now in the hospital. Lin Dong was taken aback. What did Jiang Shan's collapse have to do with him? She had already cast him aside, had she not? Shouldn't this news be directed at Huang Junlei? He initially felt inclined to disregard it. However, the thought lingered, and he could not shake the emotional weight. He decided to go, if only to confront the memories of the past 4 years. Driving to the hospital that Zhu Yin had mentioned, he stopped along the way to purchase some fruit. Arriving in a limited edition Bugatti Chiron to buy fruit naturally drew much attention, and the fruit stand quickly became crowded, with the owner overjoyed as he sold more than his usual daily volume. Thus, Lin Dong's purchase was particularly substantial. As he walked through the hospital corridor, he suddenly overheard 2 voices from a nearby medical room. Doctor, please, can you save my mother? I'm begging you. Sir, our hospital is not a charity. Without money, how can we provide treatment? Just treat her first. I will find a way to raise the money. To be frank, your mother's condition is serious. Even if we perform surgery here, the success rate is low. You would be better off seeking a hospital with more advanced medical equipment. The chances of success would be higher. Doctor, how long does my mother have left? Without surgery, perhaps 3 months. If the operation is successful, she could live for 10 years, but if it fails, she may not even last 3 months. As Lin Dong passed the medical room, he casually glanced inside. A man in his 30s was desperately pleading with a doctor in his 50s to save his mother. Lin Dong chose not to intervene. Such occurrences were commonplace. A lifetime of hard work could be undone by a single serious illness. Entering the hospital room that Zhu Yin had mentioned, he found her seated beside the bed, where Jiangshan lay pale and unconscious, while a doctor conducted an examination. Lin Dong placed the fruit on a chair. Upon seeing him, a flicker of joy crossed Jiangshan's pallid face. She must have known that Zhu Yin had informed him of her situation. Lin Dong remained motionless, waiting for the doctor to finish. When the doctor turned to face him, he remarked, "You must be the patient's boyfriend. You young people really need to be mindful. The patient is already 3 weeks pregnant, but is in such a fragile state. Continuing like this could adversely affect the fetus's development. If you do not wish to keep the child, you must wait until her health improves before considering surgery." Pregnant? Lin Dong's mind reeled at the doctor's words, and a wave of anguish crashed over him. For long years, countless days and nights spent delivering food to Jiangshan beneath her dormitory. Countless times he had celebrated receiving his paycheck because it meant he could buy her gifts. They had shared laughter and tears, dreamed of a future together with children of their own. Yet, he had never imagined they would arrive at such an outcome. After 4 years of being together, he had never once disrespected her wishes. And now, she was pregnant with another man's child. The irony was overwhelming. Was their love truly so cheap? Worth less than a new designer handbag? Lin Dong took a deep breath and replied, "I understand. Thank you, doctor." Upon hearing the news of her pregnancy, Jiangshan's last glimmer of hope extinguished, and her already pale complexion grew even more ashen. She opened her mouth to speak, but found herself unable to make a sound. Zhu Yin, too, was taken aback by the turn of events. She knew Lin Dong still had feelings for Jiangshan and had witnessed their sweet moments together. But she had not anticipated this scene. The doctor departed, leaving the room enveloped in an eerie silence. Eventually, Jiangshan broke the quiet, saying, "Lin Dong, I'm so sorry. There's nothing to apologize for. Everyone has the right to make choices. Since you have chosen this path, I will wish you well." Lin Dong replied, "Lin Dong, I truly regret it. If it weren't for my vanity, accepting Huang Junlang's various gifts, I would not have been unable to refuse his invitation to his gathering. I certainly wouldn't have been taken advantage of after drinking too much." By the time I awoke the next day, it was already too late, Jiangshan sobbed. Strangely, Lin Dong felt no waves of emotion upon hearing Jiangshan's explanation. He had expected to be filled with anger and seek revenge on Huang Junlang, yet he felt none of that. Was she truly just drunk? Perhaps there were other factors at play. After all, just days earlier, his cousin Wang Li had faced a similar situation. Yet, if Jiangshan had been resolute in her heart, how could Huang Junlang have ever had the opportunity? Ultimately, the bond they shared over 4 years was not sufficiently resilient. Jiangshan had already begun to harbor such thoughts. Even in the absence of Huang Junlang, there would surely be others. "All right, since you are fine, I shall take my leave." Lin Dong expressed his desire to depart, wishing to distance himself from the scene. Jiangshan was taken aback. Lin Dong's demeanor was unexpected. There was no fury directed at Huang Junlang, nor was there any self-pity. All that remained was tranquility. Based on her 4 years of acquaintance with Lin Dong, he should not have behaved in this manner. In that moment, she realized that she hardly knew the Lin Dong before her. Lin Dong exited the hospital room, silently uttering, "Goodbye, Jiangshan," thus marking the conclusion of their 4-year relationship. From this moment onward, Jiangshan would entirely belong to his past. Within the room, the sound of Jiangshan's suppressed sobs erupted, yet these lamentations no longer held any significance for him. Chapter 46, Xiao Pejun. Upon leaving the hospital, Lin Dong inhaled deeply several times. Everything had come to an end. In that moment of complete release, Lin Dong felt an unprecedented sense of relaxation. Just as he drove out of the hospital gates, a voice rang in his ears. "Thief! Catch the thief!" Lin Dong hastily pulled over. Stepping out of the car, he saw a young man sprinting towards him, clutching a wallet, with a woman in her 30s pursuing him from a distance. "Get away! Get away! Do you want to die?" the young man shouted, brandishing a dagger with his other hand as he ran. Lin Dong was about to test the limits of his enhanced physical abilities when suddenly, a shadow zipped past him with astonishing speed. When Lin Dong turned to look at the thief, he saw that the young man had already been pinned to the ground by a powerful hand. The thief struggled on the ground, but could not escape the grip of that iron-like hand. A master, undoubtedly a master, was Lin Dong's immediate impression. His senses, heightened to their peak, allowed him to feel the intense aura emanating from the man who had just passed by. Upon closer inspection, Lin Dong recognized him as the man who had sought the doctor for his ailing mother in the hospital. Xiao Pejun, filled with anxiety, had just exited the hospital. His mother's illness was grave, requiring a substantial amount of money for a chance at recovery. However, he was financially destitute. Just as they were about to conclude their last business deal, protecting a high-ranking official speaking on behalf of a small nation, they were ambushed by unidentified assailants, leaving only 3 of the 12 in their party alive. Upon returning home, the 3 unanimously decided to distribute all their earnings to the families of their fallen brothers. Unexpectedly, his mother's illness had escalated so rapidly that without immediate surgery, they would miss the optimal treatment window. But where could he possibly procure such a vast sum of money? As the ancients said, a single penny can thwart a hero. And now he faced a far greater financial burden. What was to be done? Surely, they too were struggling for survival. Seeking their assistance would be akin to a drop in the ocean. Upon stepping out of the hospital, he heard someone shouting about a thief, and instinctively rushed to subdue the assailant. With one hand, he pressed the thief to the ground, and despite the latter's desperate attempts to escape, it was futile. Soon, the woman whose wallet had been stolen caught up and retrieved it from Xiao Pejun's grasp. "Thank you, big brother." She expressed her gratitude hurriedly. "It's nothing. Quickly report it." Xiao Pejun replied. Yes. The woman took out her phone to call the authorities. A few minutes later, the police arrived and took the thief away. The woman continued to express her gratitude to Xiao Pejun, even offering him a substantial sum of money from her wallet, which he declined, stating that he had not apprehended the thief for monetary gain, even though he was in dire need at the moment. Just as he was about to depart, a figure blocked his path. Moving to the left, the figure mirrored his movements. Shifting to the right, the same occurred. After several repetitions, he finally realized that this was intentional. "Young brother, what is the meaning of this?" Xiao Pejun inquired, gazing at Lin Dong. "Might we find a place to converse?" Lin Dong suggested. "We should not be acquainted, correct? I can offer financial assistance for your mother's treatment. However, do not misconstrue my intentions. I merely happened to witness you seeking assistance for her while visiting a friend in the hospital." Xiao Pejun scrutinized Lin Dong closely. Having traversed the edge of life and death for many years, he sensed a hint of threat emanating from Lin Dong. He was intrigued by how this young man managed to project such an aura. It was known that even within the mercenary circles abroad, few could instill fear in him. They found a nearby park, as it was still early and not many were present. "What is your name, big brother?" Lin Dong asked. "I am Xiao Pejun." "Xiao to go, I understand you are in urgent need of funds for your mother. I can arrange the finest hospital for her, equipped with the best facilities and medications. However, regardless of the outcome, you must serve me for 10 years. What say you?" Xiao Pejun regarded Lin Dong, who met his gaze with equal intensity. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Pejun replied, "Agreed. However, I will only ensure your safety and will not partake in any unlawful activities." "It's a deal." Lin Dong extended his hand, which Xiao Pejun grasped firmly, solidifying a partnership that would forge a legend. Chapter 47, Sparring. "Xiao to go, I am Lin Dong, and you may henceforth refer to me as Lin Xiao." "Lin Xiao, please refrain from calling me Xiao to go. Simply call me Pejun." "Very well, Pejun. I wish to engage in a sparring session." Lin Dong had long desired to test his prowess. Since achieving his physical and mental limits, he felt an abundance of untapped strength coursing through him. "Lin Xiao, please." Xiao Pejun responded, eager to assess the capabilities of this young man who had evoked a semblance of threat within him. They positioned themselves approximately 10 meters apart. Lin Dong had no intricate techniques. He relied purely on his heightened senses and explosive power. He summoned the strength within him, allowing it to permeate his being. In that moment, Lin Dong exuded an aura reminiscent of a primordial beast. Xiao Pejun felt an overwhelming pressure, and while astonished, he also projected the fierce energy cultivated from his years on the brink of mortality. Lin Dong propelled himself off the ground, darting toward Xiao Pejun with a punch aimed at his opponent. Since this was merely a spar, Lin Dong lacked a clear understanding of his own strength and thus only exerted 50% of his power. As Xiao Pejun sensed the immense pressure approaching, he momentarily faltered, and Lin Dong's fist was upon him before he could react. He quickly crossed his arms to shield himself. The impact sent Xiao Pejun staggering back 7 or 8 meters before he regained his footing. Lin Dong halted where Xiao Pejun had previously stood, grimacing as he shook his slightly pained right hand. Meanwhile, Xiao Pejun stared incredulously at his reddened and swollen arm, astonished. Lin Dong's strength surpassed his expectations. Initially, while Lin Dong had posed a minor threat, Xiao Pejun had dismissed it, considering Lin Dong too young, appearing scarcely in his 20s. He thought that no matter how long someone practiced at that age, they could not compare to someone like him, who had spent years on the battlefield. Thus, he had inevitably underestimated Lin Dong. However, the realization that Lin Dong had propelled him back several meters with just a single punch, leaving his arm bruised, made him acutely aware of his misjudgment. Indeed, there are always greater talents beyond one's own. Little did he know that Lin Dong had only exerted 50% of his strength. Had he been aware, his reaction would have been even more profound. "How is this punch of mine?" Lin Dong asked, shaking his right hand, which still bore the remnants of pain. "Lin Xiao, you are the first person of your age I have met, possessing such remarkable strength at such a young age," said Pejun, filled with admiration. "The first at my age? Does that imply there are others more formidable than I, albeit older?" Lin Dong felt a twinge of dissatisfaction with Xiao Pejun's assessment. He had already reached the duel limit. Was there truly anyone stronger than him? Did this not imply that he was unable to surpass his peers? Even with my advantages, I cannot attain invincibility. It seems I must delve deeper into the intricacies of the system. Pejun, let us proceed. We should assist Auntie in transferring to another hospital, so she can undergo surgery sooner, allowing you to remain by my side with peace of mind. Thank you, Lin Xiao. Xiao Pejun exclaimed, filled with excitement. Lin Dong inquired within the Jiangnan province group about any connections to the higher-ups at the first hospital. A person named Lu Chun added Lin Dong as a friend and provided a contact number for the hospital's director. Upon calling, Lin Dong explained his purpose, and the director responded with warmth and politeness, assuring Lin that they would arrange for an expert consultation at any time. When Lin Dong, accompanied by Xiao Pejun and his mother, arrived at the first hospital that afternoon, a team of over 10 specialists awaited them at the entrance. You must be Mr. Lin. Greetings, I am Lu Chuan, the director of the first hospital. Welcome to our facility. We will do our utmost to assist the patient. Thank you, Director Lu. Lin Dong replied. No need for thanks, Mr. Lin. It is our duty. Following this, the specialist team conducted an extensive series of examinations on Xiao Pejun's mother. The conclusion was clear. Surgery must occur promptly to prevent any further deterioration of her condition, as each passing day increased the risk associated with the operation. Consequently, the hospital scheduled the surgery for the following day. In the luxurious ward of the first hospital, Pejun asked, "Is such a fine hospital going to cost a fortune?" "Mom, rest assured, I have resolved the financial matters. You need only focus on your recovery. I no longer wish to undergo treatment. Save that money for your future wife. You are over 30 and still without a partner. Look at that boy next door who grew up with you. His son is nearly in middle school. Very well. You must keep your promise. I have longed for grandchildren my entire life." Xiao Pejun stepped out of the ward, wiping away the moisture gathering at the corners of his eyes. The greatest regret of his life was towards his parents. He must not allow his mother to depart this world with unresolved wishes. Chapter 48, The Gathering. The following day, Xiao Pejun's mother's surgery was a resounding success, performed by the most esteemed medical professors in Jiangnan province, with the hospital assigning 2 senior nurses for her care. Lin Dong entrusted the responsibility of the situation to Xiao Pejun, who began working discreetly to protect Lin Dong. Meanwhile, Zhao Yang and his family split into 2 groups, with Zhao Taizhu and Li Chunhua stationed at the hotel entrance, while Zhao Yang remained at the Jiangnan International Mansion's doorway. They seemed unwilling to leave quietly. Without Zhao Xian's financial backing, they faced an uncertain future. Lin Dong chose to ignore them, curious to see how long they could maintain their vigil. They needed a profound lesson. Good news arrived from Zhao Xian. Under the allure of substantial financial incentives, interest in Donglai International was burgeoning, and discussions were underway. As an investment firm, Donglai International prioritized assembling a formidable legal team, negotiation experts, and assessment personnel. Lin Dong urged Zhao Xian to tighten her grip, emphasizing that expenditure was of little concern, as he was on the verge of collaborating with Wang Chong, hoping that the newly recruited individuals would prove invaluable. As evening descended, they assembled at the splendid Jinsha Entertainment City in Jiangqing. Zhang Min brought Lu Peng along to a class gathering. She chose to accompany Lu Peng, a quintessential rich second-generation heir, not only due to his wealth but also because of his striking appearance, embodying the archetype of a tall, handsome, and affluent man. Zhang Min harbored a hint of pride in showcasing him. Upon entering a lavish private room, they found approximately 20 to 30 young individuals already present, a mix of both genders. These young men and women were notably attractive, as one might expect from the performing arts department of a media university. After all, who would pursue acting without a measure of allure? The arrival of Zhang Min and Lu Peng captured the attention of the gathering. After all, Zhang Min was among the more distinguished members of her class. Zhang Min, who is this? A classmate inquired. Zhang Min seized the moment to introduce. This is my boyfriend, Lu Peng, a student at Jiangnan University. His family runs a modest business, with assets around several million. Wow, Zhang Min, you have found yourself a tall, rich, and handsome boyfriend. I envy you. Min, who would have thought you quietly advanced ahead of us? You are set to become a wealthy lady while the rest of us must continue striving for success. The surrounding voices echoed with envy. Zhang Min felt a sense of elation, relishing the attention and admiration directed her way. Hello everyone. I am Lu Peng, Min's boyfriend. Thank you all for taking care of Min. I would like to toast you all. Lu Peng proclaimed as he raised a large glass of beer from the table, downing it in one go. His display of bravado earned him further praise from the girls present. However, the boys cast uneasy glances at Lu Peng, feeling a pang of discomfort at the thought of their class flower being whisked away by someone from another school. After a brief introduction, the group resumed their singing and dancing. What is it like to mingle with students from a media university? Lu Peng was now acutely aware. It resembled a lively mini-concert. Each individual exuded a strong desire to perform, singing and dancing, leaving Lu Peng with little opportunity to shine. Thankfully, Zhang Min remained by his side. After a while, Zhang Min excused herself to visit the restroom. Lu Peng continued to sit on the sofa, playing the role of an audience member for this future star, applauding her efforts. Approximately 10 minutes later, Zhang Min hurriedly re-entered the room, seizing Lu Peng's hand, urging, "De Peng, we must leave quickly." "What is the matter, Min Min?" Lu Peng asked, noticing her distress. "Hurry, we can talk outside," Zhang Min insisted urgently. Very well. As they prepared to exit the room, the door burst open, and a group of men clad in black surged in. The lights flickered on, and all activity ceased as everyone turned to face the unexpected intruders. "Who the hell just hit me?" A bald man in his 30s, with a face full of anger and tattoos adorning his torso, demanded. The room fell silent, no one daring to speak. Fear gripped the students. It was evident that this man was trouble. The bald man quickly spotted Zhang Min and Lu Peng. Stepping forward to confront them, he seized Zhang Min's hair, yanking it forcefully, causing her to scream as she was pulled into his embrace. "So it was you who slapped me, huh? This is the first time in my life I have been struck. What do you think should happen now?" The bald man whispered menacingly in Zhang Min's ear. Lu Peng, witnessing the bald man's aggression, was startled but quickly regained his composure, exclaiming, "What are you doing? Let Min Min go, or I will report you," Lu Peng declared, reaching for his phone to call for help. Yet, before he could dial, a black-clad henchman kicked him onto the sofa, leaving him gasping for breath, his phone flying into the crowd of students. Several timid girls let out shrieks, and the rest stood frozen in shock. Chapter 49, Brothers in Peril. The bald man, still gripping Zhang Min's hair, addressed the other students in the room. "You are all together, right? This little girl just slapped me. What do you think should be done about it?" "It was you who touched me first," Zhang Min cried. "I only touched you because I was giving you the time of day. Ask around. How many girls would want me to touch them? I am not even interested." In the private room, no one dared to utter a word. However, at that moment, a female classmate, hidden behind the crowd, quietly finished speaking and picked up Lu Peng's phone. She then composed a brief message stating Fuli Jinsha room 47 in danger and randomly selected someone to send it to. Afterward, she discreetly returned the phone to its original spot. Lu Peng, regaining some composure, looked at the bald man and said, "You must be He Gu. I apologize on behalf of Min Min. How much do you want to let her go? Name your price." He recognized the gravity of the situation, despite their numerical advantage. Most of his companions were women, and if a fight broke out, they would likely be the ones to suffer. Moreover, it was uncertain if anyone else would dare to act, as the fear written on their faces was evident. "Are you this girl's boyfriend?" the bald man inquired. "Fine. You seem reasonable. Just hand over $1 million, and I'll let you off the hook. Otherwise, this girl is quite a catch. A little fun wouldn't hurt." The bald man laughed heartily. "De Peng, save me," Zhang Min cried out, her hair gripped painfully by the bald man, rendering her immobile while he continued to take advantage of her. "Hey Gu, $1 million is too much. We are merely students and cannot possibly gather such an amount. If you let Min Min go, I am willing to compensate 100,000. 100,000? Are you trying to insult me?" The bald man squinted at Lu Peng. "That's all I have. I hope you can show some mercy and let us go." Lu Peng truly had only 100,000, although he came from a wealthy family. His parents' business was not particularly large, and his high spending habits left him with little savings. This sum represented his living expenses for the upcoming month. But he had no choice. He needed to rescue her first. "Fine. 100,000 it is. Just transfer the money," the bald man said. He hadn't expected students to be so affluent. He had thought he might manage to extort a smaller amount. Lu Peng felt a wave of relief wash over him. Losing 100,000 was manageable, as he could easily concoct an excuse to ask his parents for more. Just as he was preparing to retrieve his phone to make the transfer, he heard Zhang Min scream, "Ah, bastard. Stop it." Lu Peng's fury surged, clouding his judgment. He seized a bottle and charged at the bald man, smashing it against his head. Moments earlier, as Lu Peng had reached for his phone, the bald man had been gripping Zhang Min's hair with one hand while the other had intruded into her clothing. The bald man, now bleeding profusely, released Zhang Min and clutched his head in agony. Several men in black quickly reacted, rushing to pin Lu Peng to the ground. The students from the Media University were paralyzed with fear. They had never witnessed such a scene. Zhang Min, too, was taken aback. She hadn't expected Lu Peng to dare come to her rescue, and her heart felt a flicker of gratitude. As Lu Peng was pinned down and rendered immobile, Zhang Min attempted to help, but was seized by the recovering bald man. The bald man now appeared menacing, blood streaming down his face, creating a terrifying visage. "You've got guts, kid. I, He Gu, have been in this city for ages, and you are the first to dare strike me. If I don't make an example of you, how will I face anyone in the future?" Raise his head. You can't bear to see your girlfriend being bullied? Open your eyes and witness how I torment her. One of the men in black yanked Lu Peng's hair, forcing him to face the bald man, who began to grope Jiang Min indiscriminately. Jiang Min struggled fiercely, only to receive a series of heavy slaps that left her dizzy and unable to resist any further, succumbing to the bald man's advances. In no time, the bald man had torn off her outer garment, revealing her undergarments. Stop! Stop! I'll give you money. 1 million. Lu Peng felt his heart wrench in despair, struggling against his captors, but they held him down firmly, leaving him helpless to prevent the bald man from assaulting Jiang Min. The bald man ignored Lu Peng's pleas, continuing his assault on Jiang Min. Earlier in the restroom, he had been unable to resist touching her, and having previously engaged in such acts without consequence, he believed he could do as he pleased. However, he hadn't anticipated being slapped by Jiang Min, which prompted him to follow her to this location. Now, seeing her completely subdued, the bald man leaned in to kiss her lips. Chapter 50. An opportunity to call for help. Lin Dong was reclining on the sofa, engrossed in his phone, when he suddenly received a message. Upon closer inspection, he saw it was from Lu Peng, stating, "Fully Jinsha room 47 in danger." Lin Dong sprang to his feet. Lu Peng would not send such a message without reason. He considered calling Lu Peng, but realizing that Lu Peng must be in a precarious situation, he opted to call Xiao Pejun instead, instructing him to come out immediately. Lin Dong hurried downstairs and drove towards Fully Jinsha, meeting up with Xiao Pejun along the way. The two swiftly made their way there. Upon arrival, they were led to room 47 by a waiter. Lin Dong pushed the door open to find a bloodied bald man harassing a young woman, while Lu Peng was pinned to the ground by several men in black, one of whom was yanking his hair to force him to look up. Lu Peng's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the bald man. In the corner of the room, a group of 20 to 30 young men and women stood frozen in shock. Lin Dong's entrance startled everyone, including the bald man, who halted his advances and shouted, "Who the hell are you? Do you even know where this is?" Only then did Lin Dong realize that the girl being harassed was Lu Peng's girlfriend, Jiang Min. The audacity of bullying Lu Peng's girlfriend while making him watch was utterly depraved. Lin Dong stepped forward. "How dare you? You're asking for death. Everyone get him!" The bald man bellowed, grabbing a bottle and charging at Lin Dong. With a loud crash, the bald man was sent flying several meters back, rolling on the ground in pain before he could even swing the bottle. Within moments, the 7 or 8 men in black alongside the bald man lay sprawled on the ground, emitting cries of agony. With the threat neutralized, Lu Peng quickly stood up, removed his shirt, and draped it over Jiang Min. Lin Dong approached Lu Peng, patting him on the shoulder. "Are you all right, De Peng?" "I'm fine, thank you, Dongzi." Lu Peng replied, relieved. "It's good to hear that." Lin Dong then stepped over to the bald man, placing his foot on his face and bending down to say, "You dare to lay hands on my brother and harass his girlfriend, bald man? How do you propose we handle this?" The bald man, unable to articulate clearly with Lin Dong's foot on his face, stammered, "You're finished. I'll tell you, I'm with Chen Luyi. If you touch me, you want to find a place to hide in Jiangqing." "Oh, such bravado. I'm quite curious to see just who this Chen Luyi is." "Get up and call him here," Lin Dong commanded, releasing the bald man. The bald man scrambled to his feet, glancing nervously at Xiao Pejun behind Lin Dong, clearly intimidated by his strength. "Hurry up and call," Lin Dong urged. The bald man, trembling, took out his phone and made a call. He informed the person on the other end that there was a disturbance at Fully Jinsha, and that he had already been attacked, urging them to bring reinforcements, as those causing trouble were quite formidable. Lin Dong paid no heed to the bald man's lies. He simply awaited the arrival of assistance. "Kid, Yi Lu will be here soon. You're doomed." The bald man, reassured by the imminent arrival of Yi Lu, regained his audacity. Who is to perish is still uncertain. Let us proceed to the lobby and await. After Lin Dong spoke, he was the first to descend to the lobby below. Xiao Pejun dragged the bald man down the stairs. In the center of the lobby of the Fully Jinsha Entertainment City, Lin Dong sat, with the bald man beneath his feet and Xiao Pejun standing behind him, while over a dozen security personnel lay incapacitated around them. The manager of Fully Jinsha stood among the crowd, astonished by the sight of Xiao Pejun behind Lin Dong. His strength was remarkable. The security guards had fallen one after another without the ability to rise. Many onlookers surrounded the lobby. Even the 20 or so individuals from the media university had not dispersed, including Lu Peng and Jiang Min. All gazed at Lin Dong with curiosity. Lin Dong adorned his hand with a ring designated for high-level members, having just summoned all members in Jiangcheng to Fully Jinsha under his status as a high-level member. This was a privilege exclusive to high-level members. Apart from fellow high-level members who could refuse, intermediate and low-level members had no right to decline. No one had yet witnessed the extent of energy generated when all members in Jiangcheng gathered. It remained to be seen whether Chen Luyi could withstand it. Chapter 51. Chun Luji. Chun Luji, whose real name was Chun Sheng, had forged a prominent reputation in Jiangnan over a decade ago with his iron fists. He was nicknamed Chun Luji due to having 6 fingers on his left hand. Upon meeting him, people began to refer to him as Yi Lu, and the name Chun Luji gradually faded into obscurity, with few daring to address him by it directly. Today, Chun Luji received a call from his subordinate He Pai, requesting him to bring a group to deal with a disturbance at Fulijinsha. How brazen of someone to cause trouble on his turf, especially to have attacked He Pai. This individual must be new to Jiangnan. Though He Pai was not one of his most capable subordinates, he commanded a small group of about 10 men, indicating that the assailant possessed considerable strength. Chun Luji gathered over 100 men and set off for Fulijinsha. He had not personally acted in quite a while. If he did not remain active, his body would grow rusty. Upon arriving at the entrance of Fulijinsha, Chun Luji led the way, followed by his entourage of over 100 individuals. Upon entering the lobby, Chun Luji was taken aback. In the center of the lobby sat a young man, with a middle-aged man standing behind him. While the young man's foot was planted on the neck of his subordinate, He Pai, who had made the call, over a dozen security guards lay on the ground, and hundreds of patrons at Fulijinsha were watching the spectacle. It had been many years since Chun Luji had endured such humiliation. This was no mere slap to his face. It was akin to someone defecating atop his head. With so many witnesses, if he failed to resolve this situation appropriately, how could he maintain his standing in Jiangnan? Chun Luji took several steps forward, closing the distance to Lin Dong to about 7 or 8 meters. His entourage of over 100 followed closely behind. The onlookers, witnessing the sudden influx of people, began to discreetly slip away, fearing for their safety. However, many bolder souls remained, merely inching closer to the edges of the lobby, facing off against over 100 individuals. Despite Xiao Paijun's display of strength, no one held a favorable opinion of their chances. At this moment, Lu Peng quietly spoke a few words to Zhang Min before stepping into the center of the lobby to stand behind Lin Dong. Lin Dong had offended the opposition to rescue him, and Lu Peng could not stand idly by. Young man, do not act so impulsively. Some actions carry consequences. Chun Luji admonished Lin Dong. Yi Lu, save me, cried He Pai, trapped beneath Lin Dong's foot. Even if my dog bites someone, I must handle it myself. If anyone else dares to intervene, I shall break their hands. Truly, Yi Lu lived up to his reputation. He was indeed domineering, not even bothering to inquire about the reasons. However, today I have not only struck with my hands, but also with my feet. What can you do about it? The reason is irrelevant. What matters is that you have harmed my man, and you shall not leave this lobby unscathed. Let us see what you can do. Chun Luji declared as he charged towards Lin Dong. His iron fists were not merely for show. Although he had not fought in a long time, he practiced daily. While he had diminished since his peak, he remained formidable. Today, he had to decisively subdue Lin Dong and his companions, or he would lose face in Jiangnan. As Chun Luji advanced, Xiao Paijun also moved, swiftly positioning himself in front of Lin Dong to intercept Chun Luji's iron fists. Chun Luji, closing in on Lin Dong, intended to subdue him directly, but was taken aback to find Xiao Paijun standing before Lin Dong. How swift, Chun Luji thought, astonished. The distance between him and Lin Dong was only 7 or 8 meters, a straight shot, and given his sudden move, the opponent had reacted with remarkable speed. This was undoubtedly a master. Undeterred, Chun Luji had once fought his way through many experts to earn the title of the foremost figure in Jiangcheng's underground world. He launched a powerful punch toward Xiao Paijun. Xiao Paijun sidestepped, bending slightly as he mentally prepared himself, and then unleashed a punch of his own. The two fists collided midair with a resounding impact, and they separated. Xiao Paijun took a small step back, steadying himself while regarding Chun Luji with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Conversely, Chun Luji staggered back 7 or 8 steps before regaining his footing. He stared at Xiao Paijun, who had only taken a single step back, and was even more astonished. This person is incredibly strong, Chun Luji mused. He considered himself the top contender in Jiangnan, aside from a few hidden masters from noble families, and he rarely took anyone else seriously. Yet, this individual not only managed to withstand his punch, but had also forced him to retreat several meters. Moreover, he felt at least 3 fingers on his right hand were fractured. These two were certainly not ordinary individuals. They were likely heirs from powerful families, but not from Jiangcheng's local factions. As the recognized leader of the underground world, he had some knowledge of the local noble families and had interacted with several heirs. None matched the prowess of the person before him. They must be outsiders. However, since they had stepped onto his territory, even a dragon would have to lie low. What did it matter if they were from a noble family? He had support behind him. Otherwise, he would not have reached such heights. Chun Luji refrained from charging forward again, having realized from their earlier encounter that he was no match for Xiao Paijun. You are quite formidable. However, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend against 4 hands, especially when you must also protect your master. Let us see how you handle this." Just as Chun Luji prepared to leverage his numbers to subdue Lin Dong, Xiao Pejun suddenly surged towards him at lightning speed. Before he could react, a powerful hand, resembling a vice, had already clamped around his neck. "You." Chun Luji barely managed to utter a word before Xiao Pejun's grip silenced him, leaving him wide-eyed and terrified. "Yilu, Yilu." The subordinates around him attempted to advance, but were halted by Chun Luji's gesture. For if the man before him exerted even a modicum of force, Chun Luji would find himself in dire straits. Lin Dong stepped forward and addressed Chun Luji. "So, Yilu, your dog has bitten someone outside, yet you seek to break the hand of the bitten. I am curious to know what your reliance is. Behind you are over 100 subordinates, or is it your misplaced confidence in your own abilities?" At that moment, a thunderous roar of machinery suddenly reverberated from outside the hall. Chapter 52, The Mysterious Figure. Fu Li Jinsha, being the largest entertainment venue in Jiangnan, boasts an immense ground floor lobby. The resounding noise of the machines echoed throughout the entire hall. Shortly thereafter, a customized Aston Martin drove straight in, followed by a second and a third. Ultimately, 12 limited edition sports cars, each valued at no less than 10 million, entered the scene, drawing gasps of astonishment from the onlookers. It is rare to see even one of these vehicles, yet today, 12 have arrived simultaneously. Lu Chun emerged from the first sports car, a scion of the prestigious Lu family in Jiangnan, and also the leader of the city, holding the status of a senior member. Given his stature, he need not have been present. However, he had received notification from headquarters 2 days prior about the emergence of a second senior member in Jiangnan. As the city's leader, he was compelled to meet this individual. Coincidentally, Lin Dong had issued a summons for senior members today, prompting his attendance. 12 cars, 12 individuals, 10 men and 2 women, most of whom were in their 20s or 30s. These individuals collectively represented a significant portion of the power in Jiangnan. While ordinary people might not recognize them, those who have reached a certain level of understanding would be aware of the formidable influence they wield. In the eyes of the common folk, Chun Luji, the reputed kingpin of Jiangchang's underworld, is regarded as a figure of immense stature. Yet, unbeknownst to many, Chun Luji is merely a pawn employed by certain individuals to attract attention. The true heavyweights remain hidden in the shadows, maintaining a low profile. Lu Chun led his entourage towards Lin Dong. Everyone held their breath, as if anticipating an imminent clash of titans. "Brother Lin, might I request a favor from you?" Lu Chun addressed Lin Dong directly. The anticipated cataclysm did not occur, and all eyes were on the unfolding situation. Lin Dong regarded Lu Chun, recognizing him as the sole senior member in Jiangnan and the city's foremost leader. It was this very person who had facilitated the surgical procedure for Pei Jun's mother at the first hospital. "Pejun," Lin Dong called out. Upon hearing his name, Xiao Pejun released his grip on Chun Luji. After being freed, Chun Luji gasped for air and respectfully addressed Lu Chun, "Young Master Lu." A resounding slap echoed through the now silent hall, catching everyone off guard. "Apologize to Brother Lin," Lu Chun admonished as he struck Chun Luji again. "Young Master Lu." "Aye." Another slap followed, and Chun Luji, realizing the gravity of the situation, quickly comprehended Lu Chun's identity. As the heir of Jiangchang's foremost family, the Lu family, his position as the preeminent figure in the underworld was heavily supported by the Lu family. To put it bluntly, Chun Luji was but a dog of the Lu family, unleashed to draw attention. Those whom young Master Lu could call brother were certainly individuals of equal standing. It was clear that he had offended someone of considerable importance today. He quickly turned to Lin Dong and respectfully said, "Young Master Lin, I apologize. It was Lu Ji's ignorance to offend you. I hope you can forgive me and not hold this against me." A true gentleman knows when to bend and when to stand firm. Chun Luji's rise to his current status was not without merit. Here was a middle-aged man, around 40, bowing and scraping before a young man of merely 20, an act not easily performed by just anyone, especially one who publicly claims the title of Jiangchang's underworld leader. Lin Dong chose to ignore Chun Luji and instead addressed Lu Chun. "Since you have spoken, let today's matters conclude here. Brother Lin, you are magnanimous. Let us express our gratitude to Brother Lin." Chun Luji hastily chimed in. "Thank you, young Master Lin. Thank you. Let us go. Brother Lin, shall we find a place for a drink? Young Master Lu, please." The two ascended to the upper levels of Fu Li Jinsha, followed by a throng of Jiangchang's members. The manager of Fu Li Jinsha hurried ahead to lead the way. They departed, leaving behind a bewildered crowd of daring onlookers and over 100 of Chun Luji's subordinates, all of whom were left in a state of confusion. Was this truly the conclusion? What happened to the anticipated clash? The so-called kingpin of Jiangchang's underworld, Chun Luji, was struck twice and yet had to bow and apologize. Many gazed at Chen Luji, as if questioning, "Aren't you the leader of Jiangcheng's underworld? Why do you seem so cowardly?" Struck and still apologizing? Except for a select few who understood the underlying dynamics. The rest were left reeling from the disillusionment of their expectations. Hei Pai lay on the ground feigning unconsciousness, fearing that Chen Luji might retaliate against him. Had it not been for him, Chen Luji would not have suffered such a significant loss of face today. It wouldn't be long before today's events spread throughout Jiangcheng, and Chen Luji, the so-called kingpin, would become the subject of ridicule in casual conversations. Of course, such discussions would only occur behind closed doors. Zhang Min and her classmates watched Lin Dong's departing figure in disbelief, yearning to inquire about Lu Peng's knowledge of who Lin Dong truly was, yet were at a loss for how to broach the subject. Lu Peng himself was equally perplexed. He had been Lin Dong's roommate during their freshman year, and among the four, they shared the closest bond. He never imagined that Lin Dong harbored such a formidable identity and resolved to seek an opportunity to inquire further. Meanwhile, Zheng Yun and Chen Lan exchanged glances, each perceiving the regret reflected in the other's eyes. Had they forged a better relationship with Lin Dong during the group activities organized by Zhang Min, they might now be navigating Jiangcheng with ease. The presence of such a formidable individual, who seemed like a figment of dreams, had initially been underestimated by them. Life often unfolds in this manner. Some opportunities, once missed, may never return. In a top-tier private room within Fu Li Jinsha, two young men were engaged in conversation. "Huaili, you have worked hard these past few years. Young Master Qin, you are too kind. It is an honor for Huaili to serve you." "Thank you, young Master Qin," Huaili exclaimed with excitement. Few are privileged enough to receive a personal reception from young Master Qin. This was a tremendous honor for him. "By the way, how is Mingyu doing lately?" Just then, a knock resounded from the door. "Come in." A middle-aged man in his 40s entered. "Young master." Over a dozen members have gathered downstairs. "Oh, do you know what it's about?" "It appears a senior member has issued a summons." "Lu Chen." "No. Another senior member has emerged in Jiangcheng. Do not concern yourself with them. They are merely a ragtag bunch. Aside from a few core individuals and select senior members, the rest pose no significant threat." "Understood, young master." The middle-aged man exited the room. "Huaili, investigate this newly promoted senior member in Jiangcheng." "Yes, young Master Qin." Chapter 53. The Qin family, Qinzheng. Lin Dong and Lu Chun, accompanied by their entourage, were guided to the opulent top-floor suite of Fu Li Jinsha by the manager. As the largest entertainment establishment in Jiangcheng, it provides not only venues for leisure but also quiet spaces for conducting business. "Come, Brother Lin, let me introduce you to our members in Jiangcheng. This is my younger sister, Lu Xiao. This is This is." Lu Chun introduced each member to Lin Dong, who, with his exceptional mental acuity, memorized their identities in a single pass. The 12 individuals present were not the entirety of Jiangcheng's members, as 3 others were unavailable due to their absence from the city. Lin Dong surveyed the assembly. Lu Xiao appeared as a typical rebellious youth, around 17 or 18 years of age, while Hu Yu, likely of a similar age, was also heavily made up. Do the scions of these prominent families not attend school? Otherwise, which institution would accept such attire? Little do they know, even the school belongs to the L family. Who would dare to intervene? "I wonder what Lin Xiong is currently doing in Jiangcheng. It seems I have not encountered him before," Lu Chen inquired. After all, becoming a senior member is not an overnight achievement. The notion of directly spending 100 billion to ascend to senior membership is unfathomable to anyone. Since the establishment of this rule, there has never been a precedent. Even spending 10 billion to reach the intermediate level is a rarity, with only 2 or 3 individuals managing to do so. Among those present, very few can produce 100 billion in cash. What could one do with such a sum? Invest in projects or acquire land? Would that not be more lucrative? Purchasing a senior membership serves little purpose beyond ostentation. Unless one possesses an abundance of wealth that exceeds their capacity to spend, no one would engage in such frivolity. If Lin Dong were to suddenly arrive in Jiangcheng, then with his senior membership, the force behind him would undoubtedly be formidable. In that case, the power dynamics in Jiangcheng would be up for a dramatic reshuffle, compelling all factions to heed carefully. The pie of Jiangcheng is finite. The sudden appearance of an individual seeking a slice will inevitably diminish the shares of others. Even Lu Chen harbored such thoughts. Prior to Lin Dong's arrival, he was the sole senior member and the esteemed heir of the L family, a figure of immense influence in Jiangcheng. Should Lin Dong indeed make a sudden entrance with intentions of establishing a foothold in Jiangcheng, Lu Chun would have to treat him with utmost seriousness, particularly in the absence of knowledge regarding Lin Dong's background. Those who attain senior membership are rarely to be trifled with. The unknown is often the most formidable. investing capital without engaging in management or decision-making. This piqued the interest of those gathered. Is this not akin to receiving money without strings attached? Could there truly be such a fortunate opportunity? I wonder which projects pique Lin Xiong's interest. Perhaps we could collaborate. Lu Chun, too, found himself intrigued. Any project would suffice. I am not picky. Let us find a time to discuss this in depth. Lin Dong received several friend requests. Since they were offering monetary opportunity, he naturally would not decline. No one cast doubt on Lin Dong's capabilities. Attaining senior membership is no simple feat, however. These individuals harbored a suspicion. Could it be that Lin Dong was deliberately playing the benefactor to gain their favor before pursuing his own agenda? If that were the case, the matter of collaboration would require careful consideration. In truth, Lin Dong merely wished to expend his wealth swiftly, accumulating points to see if the system had any new features. At this juncture, Lin Dong assured, "Fear not, for I, Lin Dong, harbor no ambitions of entering Jiangnan, nor do I wish to partake in the division of its riches. I merely wish to distribute some financial assistance to all of you. Should you have any reservations, feel free to stipulate in the contract that I shall not involve myself in management, regardless of the stakes I hold." "Lin Xiong, you jest," Lu Chen replied, somewhat awkwardly, as he indeed harbored similar thoughts. Ever since his mental prowess reached its zenith, not only had his senses heightened, but his intellect had also improved, allowing him to perceive the trepidation of those around him. Thus, he chose to speak plainly, dispelling their concerns. He did not believe that these individuals would refuse his financial generosity. Since Lin Xiong has made his intentions clear, I shall not be coy. Jiangnan has enjoyed stability for many years, and I hope to avoid any further turmoil. I trust Lin Xiong will understand. Understood. I reiterate, I shall only invest. Without engaging in management, I will not seek to enter Jiangnan. You may rest assured. Should you require funds, do not hesitate to reach out to me. Excellent. Since Lin Dong is so forthright, I, on behalf of all members of Jiangnan, welcome your arrival. I hope for more opportunities for collaboration in the future. Consequently, a spirit of mutual delight enveloped the gathering. Numerous individuals in possession of projects, yet lacking funds, began to present their proposals to Lin Dong. As he had stated, since he was offering financial support, no one would turn it down. Lin Dong merely sought to spend money in exchange for points. Just as the conversation reached a fervent crescendo, Xiao Pejun entered, whispering a few words in Lin Dong's ear. Lin Dong furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Turning to Lu Chun, he remarked, "Lu Xiong, Pejun indicates that there are experts entering and exiting the adjoining private room." "Experts? What kind of experts?" Lu Chen inquired. "Oh." Lu Chen was taken aback, glancing at Xiao Pejun behind Lin Dong. Upon first sighting this individual, he felt an overwhelming sense of pressure emanating from him. Furthermore, given his ease in subduing Chun Lu Ji, his strength likely rivaled that of Lu Chen's two uncles. Thus, he immediately concluded that Lin Dong might be a vanguard sent by a prominent family to navigate the landscape of Jiangnan. However, since Lin Dong had clarified his intentions, it seemed unlikely that he genuinely sought to infiltrate Jiangnan. Now, the emergence of another such expert? When did Jiangnan become inundated with such caliber of talent? Lu Chen still believed it prudent to ascertain the situation. An expert of this level lurking in Jiangnan poses a substantial deterrent, and he must uncover the origins of this individual. After all, Jiangnan is the territory of the L family. Let us proceed, Lin Xiong, and together we shall make their acquaintance. Lu Chun rose and led the way, casting a glance at L Xiao Xiao as he departed. The group arrived at the threshold of the adjoining private room, only to be confronted by a middle-aged man blocking their path. Xiao Pejun stepped forward, confronting the middle-aged gentleman. Both of their auras clashed, creating an atmosphere thick with tension that left the other members gasping for breath. With Lu Chun and Lin Dong being the exceptions, Lu Chen boldly called out at the door, "Which esteemed guest graces Jiangnan? I, Lu, wish to extend my hospitality. Soon." A voice resonated from within. "Shan Shu, let them enter." A man named Shan Shu pushed the door open, and Lu Chun and the others followed him inside. There, they beheld two young men seated within. Lin Dong glanced around and was astonished to discover that one of them was none other than the president of the Jiangnan University Student Council, the renowned Zhou Huili. The other individual, whom Lin Dong did not recognize, appeared to be a few years older than Zhou Huili. Shan Shu stood behind this man. "May I inquire your name and purpose for visiting Jiangnan?" Lu Chen asked. "Who I am and where I intend to go does not require reporting to the esteemed Lu Deshao. If I venture elsewhere, it is of no concern to you. But coming to Jiangnan, I must insist on having a word with you. Lu Deshao certainly possesses great authority, so heed my words well." This young man stood up and approached Lu Chun, enunciating each word deliberately. "From the Qin family of Kyoto, I am Qin Zheng." "The Qin family of Kyoto? Qin Zheng?" Lu Chen's pupils constricted as he exclaimed. "The Qin Zheng of the 8 great kings of the Kyoto Zeding?" Chapter 54, Master of the Tiger List. Upon hearing the name Qu Zhang, the members behind Lu Chun stared in astonishment at the young man before them. The Kyoto Zdying and the Modu have long been adversaries. The establishment of Modu was originally to resist the expansion of the Kyoto Zdying's influence to the south. These two factions are akin to fire and water. One is an established power with deep roots in the north, while the other is a burgeoning force making its mark in the south. The 8 great kings of the Kyoto Zdying are legendary figures. It was unexpected to encounter one in their midst. Oh, so Lu Deshao is acquainted with me. I had presumed the Kyoto Zdying had fallen out of favor with your esteemed self, Qu Zhang remarked. Qu Zhang, as one of the 8 great kings of the Kyoto Zdying, has the audacity to arrive unannounced. What is your purpose? Lu Chun inquired. Having regained his composure, he was indeed astonished. The 8 great kings of the Kyoto Zdying are equivalent to the core members of Modu. Yet, he harbored no fear, for this was not only his territory, but also that of the L family. Regardless of how formidable the other party may be in the north, this is the south, Jiangnan, and even a dragon must abide by the rules here. Lu Deshao, I Qu Zhang, do not need to report to you regarding my whereabouts. You lack the qualification to demand such. Moreover, if I truly harbored ulterior motives, would I have come with only one companion? Qin Zheng did not wish to engage in conflict with Lu Chun, for this territory belonged to the latter. Moreover, he had brought only one companion with him, which compelled him to offer a brief explanation. Otherwise, given his status as one of the 8 kings of the Zyding, he would never have stooped to such lengthy discourse with Lu Chun, who was simply not of sufficient caliber. His purpose for being in Jiangbei province was to attend to certain matters, and he had intended to visit Zhou Huili to inquire about Shangwan Mingyue, only to unexpectedly encounter Lu Chun. Had their paths not crossed, he would have already departed. Shangwan Mingyue was the 3rd miss of the concealed clan, the Shangwan family. Both the Shangwan and Qin families harbored intentions of uniting their houses through marriage. Shangwan Mingyue was attending university in Jiangnan province, while Zhou Huili had been dispatched by Qin Zheng to monitor her movements and assist in warding off her suitors. As far as Qin Zheng was concerned, his woman was not to be subject to anyone's scrutiny. Qin Zheng, regardless of your intentions, I hope you vacate Jiangqing promptly. Otherwise, even though you are one of the 8 kings, I, Lu Chun, will probe into your depths today, Lu Chun proclaimed. Qin Zheng chuckled, for it had been quite some time since he had faced such a threat, especially from a senior member of the opposing faction. If he were to leave now, word would spread, jeopardizing his standing within the Zyding and tarnishing his reputation as one of its 8 kings. He had initially considered granting Lu Chun a face-saving exit, but the latter's refusal to reciprocate left little room for negotiation. Lu Shao, I have extended ample courtesy towards you. Should you persist in this unwarranted pursuit, do not blame me for taking advantage of you. The Lu family is merely a small clan confined to this city, hardly worthy of my attention, Qin Zheng asserted. Very well. It is true that the Lu family cannot compare to the Qin family, yet today, I shall test the prowess of the legendary 8 kings of the capital. Lu Chun retorted, repeating the word good thrice to convey his indignation. The audacity of Qin Zheng to dismiss the Lu family was intolerable. It was imperative to teach him a lesson, lest others perceive the Lu family as a soft target. At that moment, Lu Xiaoxiao arrived with 2 of the Lu family's guardians. Brother, Lu Xiaoxiao called out. Young Master Lu. The 2 guardians echoed. Uncles, please take action to vindicate the Lu family, lest some believe we are without strength, Lu Xiaoxiao urged. Shanshu, entertain them a while. Qin Zheng instructed the middle-aged man behind him. Understood, young master, Shanshu replied, stepping forward. The 2 guardians of the Lu family also advanced, while the others retreated to allow ample space. With a thunderous roar, the 3 engaged in combat, their strikes resonating with explosive force, showcasing their formidable strength. Shanshu effortlessly parried the attacks of the 2 guardians, appearing unfazed. The sound of their fists colliding echoed, and while Shanshu remained steadfast, the 2 guardians were forced back several meters. The disparity in skill was evident. Lu Chun watched in astonishment as his uncles were outmatched. Shanshu, end this swiftly, Qin Zheng commanded from behind. The 2 guardians exchanged glances, recognizing each other's shock. Nodding in agreement, they launched a coordinated attack from opposite directions, one aimed high, the other low. Their years of partnership ensured that their combined assaults exceeded mere arithmetic. Yet Shanshu remained rooted in place. As they closed in, he suddenly exerted force, blocking the low strike while unleashing a powerful punch that collided with the other guardian's fist. With a resounding thud, the guardian was sent crashing against the wall, blood spewing forth. The onlookers gasped in disbelief. What had previously resulted in mere steps back now culminated in one being hurled away. Had the opponent concealed their true strength? The remaining guardian, caught off guard, found himself too late to retreat as Shan Shu simultaneously deflected his attack and retaliated with another thunderous impact. The second guardian was also sent sprawling into a corner. Had he not instinctively blocked with his hands, he would have suffered severe injury. Now, however, his hands were fractured. Uncle Lu, Uncle Li, Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoxiao rushed to assist the fallen guardians. Are you a master of the Tiger List? Uncle Lu, supported by Lu Chun, inquired. Tiger List Master? Lin Dong was taken aback. It was a term he had never encountered before. The others present, save for Lin Dong, were equally shaken. This level was unattainable for the ordinary individual. Some might dismiss such rankings as mere fiction from novels or dramas, but in reality, only one list existed within the global underground world. Those who ranked upon it were the elite of the elite, and the Tiger List was among them. And what of it, Lu Xiao? Your family's sole master, Old Master Lu, is over 70 now. What will become of the Lu family when he is gone? Qin Zheng teased with a smile. How the Lu family fares is not for you to concern yourself with. I shall ensure you leave with something today. Do not presume I, Lu Chun, can be easily manipulated, Lu Chun declared, drawing a gun and aiming it at Shan Shu rather than at Qin Zheng himself. He dared not provoke Qin Zheng directly, for the Qin family was a venerable house in the capital, with deep roots far beyond the Lu family's reach. Should anything happen to Qin Zheng in Jiangnan, the Lu family might find itself obliterated in an instant. His intention was merely to impart a lesson, not to inflict harm. Qin Zheng's observation was astute. His grandfather was indeed aging, and the Lu family lacked anyone capable of shouldering its burdens. Aware of the significance of confronting one of the 8 kings, Lu Qin's defiance was a performance for the core members. A failure would at least demonstrate his courage to confront such a figure, while success would bolster his standing within the ranks. Thus, regardless of the outcome, he had to proceed. Should he manage to detain Shan Shu, his victory would be assured. As Lu Chun aimed the gun at Shan Shu, Qin Zheng's expression shifted from joviality to seriousness. The unyielding smile faded, replaced by a grave demeanor. The Ziding factions in the capital and Modu had an unspoken agreement to abstain from the use of firearms during conflicts. Now, Lu Chun had dared to aim a gun at them. Lu Xiao, are you aware of the consequences of your actions? Stop. Uncle Lu, standing beside Lu Chun, interjected urgently. He wished to convey that a master of the Tiger List no longer feared such rudimentary firearms. But it was too late. For the sake of his family, Lu Chun hesitated no longer and pulled the trigger. The gunshot silenced the entire room. Shan Shu, who should have fallen, vanished without a trace. Pajun, Lin Dong exclaimed. His mental fortitude had reached its peak, granting him heightened senses. He witnessed Shan Shu effortlessly evade Lu Chen's bullet and charge toward Lu Chun with lethal intent. With urgency, Lin Dong called out to Xiao Pajun, who stood nearest to Lu Chun. Hearing Lin Dong's warning, Xiao Pajun reacted swiftly, positioning himself in front of Lu Chun and launching himself toward Shan Shu. After Uncle Shan evaded Lu Chen's bullet, he charged forward without hesitation. His eyes filled with murderous intent. To dare point a gun at the young master is to invite certain death. Boom. A thunderous sound reverberated throughout the entire private room, far louder than the previous gunfire. The sound arose from the intense vibrations created by the two combatants clashing in the confined space. Consequently, apart from a select few with some background, the ordinary onlookers clutched their ears in agony. The two figures collided and quickly bounced apart. Uncle Shan staggered back 5 or 6 steps before regaining his footing. Similarly, Xiao Pajun was pushed back a few steps, even knocking Lu Chen to the ground. Brother, Lu Xiaoxiao hurriedly rushed over to help Lu Chen up. As Lu Chen stood, he spat out a mouthful of blood. The clash of 2 Tiger List masters had already left him injured, merely from being bumped by Xiao Pajun's retreating body. This demonstrated the terrifying strength of Tiger List experts. Brother, why are you spitting blood? Are you all right? Lu Xiaoxiao asked. Her eyes filled with tears as she gazed at Lu Chen. Xiao, I'm fine. Lu Chen replied, his face pale, regaining his composure. He cast a grateful glance at Lin Dong. Had it not been for Lin Dong's timely intervention in urging Xiao Pajun to act, he would have been a lifeless corpse by now. Primarily, it was because Qin Zheng had touched upon his sore spot that he had acted impulsively, drawing his gun. Reflecting on it now, even if he had killed Uncle Shan, what of it? He would have still broken the rules of both parties. Moreover, he did not dare to kill Qin Zheng, but Qin Zheng certainly had the audacity to kill him. This highlighted the disparity in their identities. Qin Zheng watched as Uncle Shan retreated several steps, while Xiao Pajun also fell back, and was somewhat astonished. He began to regard Lin Dong with a more serious demeanor, realizing that someone who could hold his ground against Uncle Shan had been by this person's side all along. May I ask who you are? Qin Zheng inquired, his gaze fixed on Lin Dong. Are you the newly appointed senior member of Jiangnan? Indeed, that is I. Are you planning to obstruct me? If young Master Qin were to leave now, I would not impede you. What a joke. Lu Chun has just violated the rules of our factions by daring to point a gun at me. Throughout my life, he is the first to do so, and I must ensure his demise. Qin was genuinely enraged. As the young master of the Qin family in Kyoto and one of the 8 kings of the faction, it was an affront to be threatened by a mere senior member. If Lu Chun remained alive, where would his dignity reside? Then there is nothing more to discuss. I have decreed Lu Chen's fate. Uncle Shan, unleash your full strength. Qin commanded Uncle Shan. Upon hearing this, Uncle Shan did not hesitate and charged at Xiao Pejun. Xiao Pejun stood resolute in the face of the oncoming threat. The two engaged once more in a fierce battle. Boom, boom, boom. Each punch landed with forceful impact. The private room echoed with the tremendous sounds of their fists and feet colliding, along with the explosive crack of air being displaced by their overwhelming strength. Aside from Lin Dong, even the top-tier masters Lu Shu and Li Shu were unable to discern the movements of the two combatants. The ordinary spectators could only see two figures entangled in a fierce struggle. The prowess of Tiger List experts was beyond the comprehension of mere mortals. Boom. The two exchanged blows once more, each staggering back. A closer inspection revealed that both had sustained injuries, with blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. Qin was genuinely astonished. Uncle Shan's strength was notable even within the Qin family, and to encounter an equally matched expert in this small Jiangnan was unexpected. Despite the length of their confrontation, no victor had emerged, and Uncle Shan had even been wounded. Lin Dong remained intently focused on the battle, prepared to intervene should Xiao Pejun show any signs of faltering. During their previous spar, he had only exerted 50% of his strength and had sent Xiao Pejun several steps back. He wondered what might occur if he unleashed his full power. Witnessing the fierce clash of the two Tiger List experts ignited a desire within him to join the fray. The two formidable fighters stood about 10 meters apart, seemingly preparing for their final strike. Chapter 56. Both sides suffer. Xiao Pejun and Uncle Shan stood at a distance of over 10 meters, both astonished by each other's strength, yet aware of the rising combat spirit in their opponent. Finding a worthy adversary was no easy feat, especially one who favored an aggressive, non-defensive style. Uncle Shan had grown up in the Shaolin Temple, receiving authentic teachings before joining the military. However, due to his reclusive nature, he had offended powerful figures and was ultimately rescued by the elder of the Qin family, joining their ranks. Now, tasked with protecting the young master of the Qin family, his strength was highly regarded. Both fighters were known for their ferocious, uncompromising styles, engaging in direct, unyielding combat without evasion. As a result, both had sustained minor injuries, which were trivial in their eyes. They were now both adjusting their stances, ready to unleash their ultimate techniques. The atmosphere in the private room descended into a profound silence. Lin Dong had initially intended to intervene, but upon seeing Xiao Pejun's expression, he repressed the urge. His keen instincts sensed that Xiao Pejun was exhilarated, his blood boiling with excitement. He yearned for this battle, craving a personal breakthrough. The guardians of the Lu family, Lu Shu and Li Shu, were likewise riveted on the clash between the two Tiger List experts, recognizing this as a rare opportunity. Both were peak-level masters, just a step away from entering the Tiger List. Yet, that single step felt insurmountable, perhaps unattainable for a lifetime. By witnessing the battle between these two experts, they hoped to gain insights that might propel them forward. Meanwhile, Lu Chun, Lu Xiao, and the other members gazed in disbelief at Xiao Pejun, who stood composed, not having anticipated such strength from him. This realization altered their perception of Lin Dong's background, casting it in a more formidable light. Suddenly, the two previously motionless figures sprang into action simultaneously. With incredible speed, they dashed towards each other, converging in an instant. At the moment of their collision, Uncle Shan focused his energy, unleashing a powerful palm strike fueled by his entire body's momentum, mentally declaring, "Dali Jin Gang Zhang." Xiao Pejun, on the other hand, clenched his right fist close to his chest, channeling all his strength into a single punch as they met, silently invoking, "Hu Pao Quan." Boom. The clash of palm and fist emitted a colossal sound akin to thunder, ringing in the ears of the spectators and causing a dizzying effect. Not only was there a deafening roar, but the force of their combined strength also generated a tremendous shockwave, toppling the tables and chairs where Qin Zheng and Zhou Huaili had been seated, making it feel as though a tempest had erupted. Following this, two muffled groans echoed. Both Xiao Pejun and Uncle Shan were propelled backward by the force of their own collision. Lin Dong quickly stepped forward, placing his hand on Xiao Pejun's back to cushion the impact of his retreat. Once they steadied themselves, both Uncle Shan and Xiao Pejun simultaneously spat out copious amounts of blood, their breaths ragged. This exchange had inflicted significant damage on both, likely requiring weeks, if not months, for a full recovery. "Pejun, how do you feel?" Lin Dong inquired, supporting him. "I'm fine. Let's focus on healing first," Xiao Pejun replied. Meanwhile, Uncle Shan attempted to speak, but was interrupted by Qin Zheng. Uncle Sean, rest for now. I will take over from here. Qin Zheng handed Uncle Sean off to Zhou Huaili for support and stepped into the center of the private room. Lu Chun, do you think someone will come to your aid, allowing you to escape today? As soon as Qin Zheng's words fell, his aura surged forth, and he drew a soft sword from his waist, its cold gleam flashing. Young master, be careful. Young master, be careful. Lu Shu and Li Shu shouted simultaneously, positioning themselves protectively in front of Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoxiao. At this moment, Qin Zheng's attack had already commenced. Originally, Qin Zheng possessed merely peak-level skills. However, both Uncle Lu and Uncle Li had just sustained severe injuries, their abilities significantly diminished. In a mere exchange, they were sent flying by Qin Zheng's two swords, blood blooming on their bodies. After dispatching the two, Qin Zheng did not relent. He charged directly toward Lu Chun and Lu Xiaoxiao, thrusting his sword toward Lu Chun. As Qin Zheng's blade neared its target, Lu Chun closed his eyes in resignation, having surrendered all hope of resistance. Yet, Lu Xiaoxiao, standing beside him, pushed him aside, placing herself in the path of Qin Zheng's sword. No, Lu Chun shouted, his eyes wide with disbelief. How could Xiaoxiao sacrifice herself for him? This was simply unbearable. The sword tip halted just a centimeter from Lu Xiaoxiao's body, not due to any change of heart from Qin Zheng, but because two fingers had appeared at the sword's tip. Those fingers belonged to Lin Dong. Could two fingers truly restrain the sword of a peak master like Qin Zheng? Qin Zheng stared at Lin Dong in shock, and not only him, but everyone present, including Uncle Sean, looked on in disbelief. Young Master Qin, this ends here, Lin Dong stated calmly. Before Qin Zheng could respond, Uncle Sean interjected, Young Master, we must leave. Uncle Sean, Qin Zheng protested, wanting to speak further. Leave. Uncle Sean insisted, his tone brooking no argument. He had sensed a chilling aura emanating from Lin Dong that even caused him distress. Qin Zheng had never experienced Uncle Sean speaking to him in such a grave manner, leaving him momentarily dazed. At this juncture, Qin Zheng found himself in a tempest of conflicting thoughts. If he walked away, it would mean a loss of face as the young master of the Qin family, one of the 8 kings of the Zitong. Yet, he had never witnessed Uncle Sean use such a tone with him before. After years of companionship, Uncle Sean would not lead him astray. What should he do? To leave or not to leave? Casting a glance around the room, Qin Zheng noted that except for Lin Dong, who remained unfazed, the others were visibly shaken. The apex confrontation among the masters of the Tiger List was indeed exhilarating. Stoking his admiration and yearning, he felt compelled to stay. Even if he could not eliminate Lu Chun today, he was determined to impart a lesson that would be etched in Lu Chun's memory for life. Retreating today would not only cost him face, but could also affect his mindset. As a peak master, he aspired to join the ranks of the Tiger List masters, and that required an unwavering resolve. Most importantly, he believed no one dared to kill him or even severely injure him. As the young master of the prestigious Qin family, he felt a profound confidence in his standing. No one in Jiangnan could withstand the wrath of the Qin family. The Lu family certainly could not, nor could any other clan. Hadn't he observed Lu Chun only daring to aim his gun at Uncle Sean and not at him? This was the advantage of a formidable background. He could slay others, yet others dared not slay him. With this realization, Qin Zheng forcefully pushed the sword forward, intent on piercing Lu Xiaoxiao. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, the sword remained immobile. How could this be? How was it possible that he could not overcome the pressure of two fingers? Uncle Sean recognized Qin Zheng's unwillingness to retreat. Although he could not force Qin Zheng to leave, he hoped the reputation of the Qin family would serve as a deterrent, preventing any lethal actions. Please, spare this young master. The Qin family would be eternally grateful, Uncle Sean hastily implored. Lin Dong ignored Uncle Sean, addressing Qin Zheng with indifference. Young Master Qin, it seems you remain unyielding. With that, the two fingers released their grip, swiftly overlapping, and lightly flicked the sword's tip. A crisp sound resonated throughout the room, a sound generated by rapid vibrations, bright and piercing, akin to countless needles pricking the ears of those present. The rapid tremors traveled through Qin Zheng's arm, rendering it numb, as if it no longer belonged to him. He instinctively released the sword. In that instant, the blade, unable to withstand such velocity, shattered into countless fragments that scattered across the floor. All present were left in shock at this spectacle, including the two masters of the Tiger List. Lin Dong stood calmly beside Lu Xiaoxiao, who had her eyes closed, her delicate features contorted in distress. Qin Zheng stood 2 meters away, cradling his right arm with a pained expression, surrounded by shards of the once formidable sword. Gazing at the remnants on the ground, Qin Zheng was overwhelmed. This was a weapon forged with the most advanced technology, capable of slicing through steel. Yet it had been reduced to debris by a mere flick of fingers. The strength of this individual was unfathomable, and he now felt genuine fear. What kind of family could produce someone with such prowess at such a young age? Uncle Sean, disregarding his own injuries, broke free from Zhou Huili's support and quickly positioned himself in front of Qin Zheng. Zhou Huili stood rooted, staring at Lin Dong, momentarily lost in thought. The first time he had seen Lin Dong, he had felt a sense of familiarity, but he could not place where he had encountered him. It was only when Lin Dong introduced himself that Zhou Huili recalled the rumors of Lin Dong, who had been abandoned by his girlfriend and had collapsed in a grove on campus. He even had some photos of Lin Dong on his phone. Though they shared the same appearance, name, and age, the aura Lin Dong exuded was entirely different. He suspected they were two distinct individuals, but the coincidences were too great. The same age, looks, and name, such a thing was improbable. Thus, this must be his former classmate, Lin Dong, the one whose heartbreak had led to a dramatic collapse. Yet now, standing before him, Lin Dong radiated an air of calm indifference, seemingly dismissing even young Master Qin. Zhou Huili found it hard to believe. Young Master Qin, do you wish to continue? Lin Dong inquired. He did not press the attack further. His sole aim was to save Lu Chun, who had once aided him. And they both belonged to the same organization. Watching Lu Chun being killed was something he could not bear. He also wished to avoid making an enemy of Qin Zheng. Although he felt his strength was considerable, his foundation was still lacking. Moreover, there was no deep-seated enmity between them. Qin Zheng sought Lu Chun's life, not his own. If someone genuinely intended to kill him, Lin Dong believed he would hold nothing back, regardless of the opponent's background. That was the change that strength brought. Qin Zheng remained silent, fixated on Lin Dong through Uncle Sean. He could not comprehend how someone younger than him could possess such formidable power. Perhaps, Qin Zheng contemplated, only a powerful family could cultivate such talent. With this thought, he felt a sense of relief. Uncle Sean, Huili, let us depart, he commanded. Zhou Huili hurried to support Uncle Sean, and the three exited the room. Before leaving, Zhou Huili addressed Lin Dong. Lin Dong, we shall meet again. Once they departed, the remaining individuals in the room, aside from Lin Dong and Xiao Pejun, exhaled in relief. The presence of such a legendary figure from the Qin family's 8 kings had exerted considerable pressure upon them. Subsequently, their gazes toward Lin Dong shifted from disdain to profound respect. To have confronted and triumphed over one of the 8 kings of the Zitong, rescuing Lu Dexiao in the process, would surely send ripples throughout the entire metropolis. Wherever a strong individual treads, they command admiration. Lin Xiong, your act of saving my life today shall forever be etched in the memories of my sister and me. From this day forth, should you require anything, simply call, and Lu Chun shall never decline. And I as well. I shall not decline. In the future, should anything arise in Jiangqing, simply invoke the name of Lu Xiaoxiao. In an instant, Lu Xiaoxiao reverted to her former rebellious essence. You are too modest, Lu. Chapter 58. On the Tiger Rankings? Qin Zheng, along with 2 companions, sat in the vehicle. Zhou Huili was at the helm, while Qin Zheng and Uncle Sean occupied the rear seats. Ordinarily, Uncle Sean would be driving. But due to his severe injuries, Zhou Huili took the wheel instead. Uncle Sean, what level has Lin Dong reached? Qin Zheng inquired, eager to ascertain the capabilities of Lin Dong, who was younger than him. On the Tiger Rankings? How could that be possible? Qin Zheng asked, astonished. Young master, you must understand that there are always individuals beyond our comprehension. Some possess extraordinary talents. During my time at Shaolin, I encountered a disciple whose prowess rivaled that of Lin Dong. Uncle Sean elucidated patiently. Do you think I have a chance to reach such a level? You possess considerable talent, young master. With diligence, you shall undoubtedly succeed. But by the time I reach their level, how much further will they advance? People are inherently different. Some are born with a starting point that others can never attain in a lifetime. There are those who are naturally gifted, who can ascend to great heights with minimal effort, while others lack such talents and find themselves stagnating despite their best efforts. Qin Xiao, I know that Lin Dong. Zhou Huili interjected. Oh, you know him? Qin Zheng asked. Indeed. He is a student at Jiangnan University. A student of Jiangnan University? Yes. Zhou Huili proceeded to share rumors about Lin Dong, and even showed Qin Zheng some images saved on his phone. So he is deliberately keeping a low profile at school. Qin Zheng remarked. How intriguing. A person of such formidable strength feigning modesty, indifferent even when his girlfriend is taken away. What manner of person is he? Lin Dong escorted Xiao Pejun to the first hospital. Despite the late hour, the hospital's leaders awaited their arrival, likely due to Lu Chun's prior notification. Lin Dong arranged for Xiao Pejun's hospitalization, ensuring it was in close proximity to his mother's ward, allowing Xiao to visit her frequently. Although they could have been placed right next to her, Xiao Pejun opted for distance to spare her any worry upon learning of his injuries. Pejun, focus on your recovery and spend time with your mother. Do not think of anything else. Once you and your mother are discharged, settle in Jiangqing. I will make all the necessary arrangements, Lin Dong advised in Xiao Pejun's hospital room. The other two were brothers who had faced life and death alongside him, and Xiao Pejun wished to assist them. Following Lin Dong, a scion of a prominent family, and continuing to fight alongside him was indeed the best option. Oh, you have such brothers? Call them over, as many as possible. I will provide them with the finest accommodations, Lin Dong promptly responded. The more skilled individuals like Xiao Pejun, the better, and money was no object. That sounds good. Have them come over tomorrow. Yes, young master. After a brief shower, Lin Dong lay down and glanced at his phone, where numerous messages awaited him. Sun Siyu, Lin Dong, when are you free? My parents wish to invite you for a meal to express their gratitude. Lin Dong, no need. It was no great matter. Sun Siyu, perhaps it is insignificant for you, but it is of monumental importance to my family. Lin Dong, very well. However, I am quite occupied these days. Let us plan for next week. Sun Siyu, great. I shall await your call. After concluding his chat with Sun Siyu, Lin Dong opened a message from Lu Peng. Lu Peng, Dongzi, are you okay? Thank you for today. Had it not been for your timely arrival, I fear for what might have transpired for Min Min and me. By the way, how did you know I was in room 47 at Fuli Jinsha? Lu Peng, I did not send you anything. Besides, I had no idea you were so adept at hiding. Given your previous demeanor, having you join us would have been akin to marching to our demise. Speak. When shall you explain this to the brothers? Lin Dong was taken aback. Lu Peng had not sent him a distress message. So, who had used Lu Peng's phone to contact him? Lin Dong took a screenshot of the message from Lu Peng and sent it to him. Lu Peng examined the timestamp and remarked, that message must have been sent by a classmate of Min Min's. At that moment, I had been kicked, and my phone was knocked away. I owe her my gratitude. Otherwise, the consequences could have been dire. Lin Dong, Da Peng, you should comfort Jiang Min well. She must be quite shaken. When we have time, let us all dine together and discuss further. Lu Peng, do I even need to say that? We were just in the same bed. Now, I'm off to take a shower. Lin Dong, you rascal. Chapter 59, The Transformations Brought by Strength. The following day, Lin Dong awoke to find it was already midday. After completing his morning routine, he headed to the Jinyi Hotel for a meal, also procuring some highly nutritious food for Xiao Pejun and his mother before proceeding to the first hospital. As Lin Dong made his way to the hospital, two men in their 30s were conversing with Xiao Pejun in his ward. Indeed, you've rarely sustained such severe injuries even amidst gunfire. Given your physical resilience, you will need at least a month to recuperate. So, do you intend to seek revenge on my behalf? Xiao Pejun queried. Let us not. We could hardly match him. If we go, it would merely be a matter of delivering ourselves as fodder. Who dares say I am incapable? We suffered equal injuries. Do you understand? He is likely bettered just like me. Seriously injured? Who is it? Where can we find him? Get lost. By the way, how have you been lately? Xiao Pejun inquired. Do not mention it. I lack formal education, merely brute strength. It is of little use where I am from. I can only work at construction sites to earn a living, but it is more stable than abroad. At least I can sleep soundly. Had we not pursued that last job, all 12 of us would still be fine. Xiao Pejun's tone turned somber. At this juncture, the trio fell into a contemplative silence, a shared burden weighing heavily on their hearts. What can we do? The regulations here are far stricter than abroad. One misstep could land us in prison, one of the men remarked. Really? Protecting the safety of our employer has always been our forte. And the situation domestically is significantly safer than overseas. It should be much more manageable. What does Lin Xiao offer us monthly? I earn 8,000 at the construction site. Anything less than that is unacceptable. You're thinking too highly of it. Do you believe this is like working abroad? This job cannot compare to construction in terms of labor. It will certainly pay less. Another interjected. At the very least, it must be 5,000. You two have such low aspirations. Let me tell you, the vehicle Lin Xiao provided me is worth millions. Do you think he cares about your meager salaries? It starts at a minimum of 10,000. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll likely call Lin Xiao. He should still be resting now. As they continued their conversation, Lin Dong entered. Lin Xiao, what brings you here? Xiao Pejun quickly attempted to rise, only to be halted by Lin Dong. Pejun, rest well. I brought you some food. And these two must be the brothers you mentioned? Lin Xiao, allow me to introduce them. The taller one is Yu Bing, and the shorter one is Wei Yong. Neither appeared particularly muscular, yet their every movement exuded a sense of power, a true testament to explosive strength. Those bodybuilders seen on television might appear robust, but their actual strength could be quite lacking. Pejun, you rest. I shall take them out for a meal as a welcoming gesture, Lin Dong stated. Lin Xiao, we can manage on our own. There is no need to trouble you. Yu Bing replied. Since you are here, you shall follow my lead. Just go with Lin Xiao. Xiao Pejun concurred. Lin Dong drove a luxurious Mercedes-Benz, carrying two companions to Fuli Jinsha. Subsequently, he handed the vehicle over to them while he himself led the way in a Bugatti Veyron. Last night, due to Xiao Pejun's injury, he was unable to drive, hence leaving the Bugatti behind. In the Mercedes, Wei Yong skillfully followed Lin Dong's vehicle. For these mercenaries, who had spent many years abroad, driving was a fundamental skill. They could maneuver anything from cars to tanks. Guo Bing remarked, "It appears our leader has chosen the right person this time. Lin Xiao is undoubtedly affluent. That car he drives is worth tens of millions, and he treats people well, even personally bringing food for our leader." Of course, Lin Dong led them to the Jinyi Hotel. Both Yu Guobing and Wei Yong were awestruck by the hotel's opulent decor. Despite their years abroad, they had only experienced war-torn countries, never encountering such lavish establishments. Lin Xiao, we can just find a casual place to eat. No need for such luxury, they suggested. It's all right, I own this place. In the future, whenever you have time, your meals and accommodations are on me, Lin Dong replied. Owned by Lin Xiao? We will stay here for meals and lodging? They stared in disbelief at the 8-star hotel before them. After a sumptuous meal, both men felt unsatisfied, having never tasted such exquisite food before. They lamented their past lives, reflecting on how they had lived poorly for so long. Later that evening, Lu Chun called Lin Dong, requesting him to come to Fu Li Jinsha. Upon arrival, Lin Dong found He Pai and Chen Luji kneeling in the private room. Upon noticing Lin Dong, they repeatedly bowed their heads in apology. Lin Xiao, I was wrong. Please forgive me this once. I will never dare again, they pleaded, their foreheads bleeding from the repeated impacts. Lin, I leave these two in your hands. Do as you wish. I will handle the aftermath, Lu Chun stated as he exited the room. Lin Dong silently observed the two men. This was the transformation brought by power. Had he remained an ordinary university student, what fate would Lu Peng and his girlfriend have faced? Lin Dong summoned Lu Peng and Zhang Min. Upon Zhang Min's arrival, her first reaction was fear, while Lu Peng rushed to He Pai, unleashing a flurry of punches. The room echoed with He Pai's cries of agony. Lu Peng had been helplessly watching his girlfriend being bullied. Had Lin Dong not arrived, he would have been left with lifelong scars. Eventually, He Pai was left with multiple fractures and taken to the hospital before Lu Peng ceased his assault. Chen Luji was untouched, despite being He Pai's ally. He had no direct involvement in this matter and had also been dealt with by Xiao Pejun Chapter 60, Huang Junlang's provocation. The May Day holiday thus concluded. On the first day of school, Lin Dong walked through the Jiangnan campus. Wow, isn't that the piano prince, Lin Dong? If he would sing Boy for Me Alone, I would be his girlfriend. One girl exclaimed. Dream on. Lin Dong would never look at someone like you. Another retorted. What if he prefers someone like me? He must like someone like me. Lin Dong cast a glance at the two girls who had spoken and involuntarily shuddered. One weighing over 180 pounds and the other covered in acne. He hastened his steps towards class, aware that many were discussing him along the way, most of whom belonged to the same caliber as those two girls. The female students at this school were indeed incomparable to those at the Communication University. They were several tiers lower in quality. Upon arriving in class, he found that most of the students were already seated. His classmates regarded Lin Dong with odd expressions. His performance at the May Day Gala had been nothing short of spectacular. Not only did he write the lyrics and compose the music, but he also performed it himself. And the song was incredibly melodious. Lin Dong glanced at his classmates and felt a bit better upon seeing Su Ying Shui. Finally, someone who didn't frighten him. Settling into his seat, the morning passed swiftly. In the afternoon, during an elective class, Lu Peng and a few of his roommates urged Lin Dong to join them at the indoor basketball court. Lin Dong had often been invited in the past, as he enjoyed the game and the cheers from his classmates. Most importantly, Jiang Shan used to watch him play, though that was merely a figment of his imagination. With his skills, he could barely keep up with Lu Peng and his friends during casual games, let alone participate in class-level competitions due to his lack of proficiency. Although he stood nearly 6 feet tall, his slender frame lacked strength. A mere bump would send him stumbling back several steps, compounded by the lack of practice time. However, that was the past. Now, Lin Dong's physical prowess had reached its peak, and it was unlikely anyone could push him around. The four of them divided into teams for a 2-on-2 match, Lu Peng and Lin Dong against Zhou Wenhua and Fan Biao. Lu Peng was a member of the school basketball team, albeit a bench warmer, yet he was far from an ordinary player, which meant he had to carry Lin Dong, who was still inexperienced. Lin Dong primarily handled the ball. After a while, it became evident that it was Lu Peng against two opponents. As they engaged in the game, Huang Junlang and a few others approached. Due to the limited number of indoor courts, everyone was eager to secure a spot. Although there were ample outdoor courts, no one wished to endure the blazing afternoon sun. Generally, if someone occupied a court, others would not dare to encroach unless they agreed to play together. Otherwise, they would have to leave. However, a few privileged individuals, like the student council president and Jiangda's top male idol, Zhou Huili, could command respect and space. Huang Junlang had yet to reach that level. As Lin Dong stood beyond the three-point line to serve, one of Huang Junlang's companions called out loudly, "Huang Deshao, I heard you got Jiangshan pregnant? Is that true? What are you planning to do about it? Surely, you aren't considering marriage?" Huang Junlang scoffed, "Marriage? What nonsense. Just give her a few thousand to get rid of the child. What else is there to do?" Impressive, Huang Deshao. That Lin Dong couldn't make Jiangshan pregnant after being together for so long, yet you did it in just a few days. Another chimed in. Huang Junlang boasted, "Let me be honest, Jiangshan was still a virgin when she was with me. I don't like picking up other people's discarded shoes." What? She was still a virgin? Is Lin Dong incapable? I wouldn't know, but I suspect so. Laughter erupted among them. Their loud conversation drew attention from those nearby, rekindling memories of Lin Dong's recent fainting episode. Jiangshan and Zhu Yan approached from a distance, overhearing their discussion, causing Jiangshan's face to pale and tears to well in her eyes. Lin Dong turned to glance at Huang Junlang, who defiantly stared back. Lu Peng approached, stating, "Huang Junlang, I don't care what you say about her, but if you mention Lin Dong's name again today, I'll make you leave on your knees." "Do you believe me?" Lin Dong spoke calmly, though he was genuinely angered. Huang Junlang's remarks about Jiangshan were her own choices, but to disparage him publicly was intolerable. Just as Huang Junlang was about to respond, he noticed Jiangshan's ashen face and red eyes glaring at him. "Huang Junlang, are you even human? How much suffering has Shan endured for you? How can you say such things about her in front of others?" Zhu Yan exclaimed, her face filled with fury. At this moment, Huang Junlang found himself in an awkward predicament. The last time he encountered Lin Dong in the grove, it had provoked Lin Dong to the point of bloodshed and unconsciousness. Thus, upon spotting Lin Dong here, he felt compelled to provoke him once more, hoping to witness another embarrassing spectacle, especially with so many onlookers present to amplify the effect. Lin Dong's audacity to walk alongside Han Shiyun warranted his retaliation. However, he was taken aback to discover Jiangshan lurking behind. "Huang Junlang, tell me, why have you treated me this way? When we were together, what did you promise? Eternal love, marriage after graduation. How could it all crumble in just a few days?" Jiangshan sobbed. Huang Junlang found himself in a difficult position. However, to publicly apologize to Jiangshan in front of so many witnesses was utterly out of the question. How could he, the illustrious Huang, maintain his reputation at Jiang University? Thus, he steeled himself and declared, "Jiangshan, I've grown weary of you. Isn't it just about the money you desire? Speak up. How much do you want? I'll give it to you." In front of the crowd, he couldn't afford to lose face, if necessary. He could later placate Jiangshan with gifts of clothing and handbags. "You Huang Junlang, you are nothing but a beast." With that, Zhu Yan rushed off to pursue Jiangshan. Chapter 61. The bullfight with Jiangshan and Zhu Yan gone. The atmosphere remained charged. On Lin Dong's side stood 4 individuals, while Huang Junlang's side boasted 5, including a starting center from the school's basketball team, a towering figure over 6 feet tall, weighing at least 250 pounds. On the surface, it appeared that Lin Dong's team was at a disadvantage. The surrounding spectators eagerly incited both parties, reveling in the drama. Yet, a brawl on a university campus was a serious matter, crossing Jiang University's bottom line. Aside from Lin Dong, the others dared not approach this red line. Even Huang Junlang, a privileged heir, was cautious. If he were expelled, not only would his father cut off his financial support, but he might also face a severe beating. Both sides were at an impasse until someone proposed a basketball 33 bullfight match, a quintessential method for resolving disputes on the court. Huang Junlang immediately agreed. It suited his intentions perfectly. Lin Dong's team had only Lu Peng, a benchwarmer, while the other 2 members were of average skill, and Lin Dong himself was hardly a contender. With a starting center on his side, Huang Junlang was confident of victory. "Lin Dong, what do you say? Are you man enough to accept? If you're scared, we can play 3 against 4. Huang Junlang taunted. "Dongzi, don't fall for it. He is trying to provoke you. With the gorilla here, we stand no chance." Lu Peng whispered to Lin Dong, although Lu Peng prided himself on not being easily intimidated. Facing the starting center, Yang Shu forced him to reconsider. Given their shared practice sessions, he was acutely aware of Yang Shu's prowess. A half-court bullfight would be nearly impossible to win against him, given his size and stamina. Huang Junlang, noticing Lu Peng's counsel to Lin Dong, interjected, "Lu Peng, stop whining like a coward. Have the guts not to let Yang Shu play, and let us settle this." "No, Yang Shu? Then I might as well play you without using my hands. A coward is a coward. Fine, let us do this." "Dongzi," Lu Peng urgently called out. "I have my own judgment." While Lin Dong had previously struggled with basketball, that no longer defined him. Quietly enhancing his skills to an advanced level and fortified by his exceptional physique, Lin Dong was now a formidable presence on the court. Huang Junlang quickly added, "Lin Dong, remember, you said it. Your word is your bond." "It is I who said it," Huang Junlang. How do you wish to compete? Lin Dong inquired. Since it's a competition, there should be stakes. How about this? The loser must shout, "I am a coward" 3 times in the school's broadcasting room during lunch break tomorrow and host a reconciliation banquet at the Jiangnan Hotel. What do you think? Dongzi, Lu Peng attempted to interject, but was silenced by Lin Dong. No worries, just do your best. All right. The rules are simple. A 33 bullfight. The first to score 10 points wins. 3-pointers count as 2. Agreed? Agreed. By the way, will you compete with 3 or 4 players? Huang Junlang teased. 3. This is your choice. Don't blame us for taking advantage. The news of the impending bullfight match between Lin Dong and Huang Junlang spread rapidly, fueled by eager spectators. The stakes were high. Not only would the loser face public humiliation, but they would also incur significant expenses hosting a banquet at Jiangnan Hotel, which could cost thousands. Students flocked to the Jiang University Gymnasium, some even skipping classes to join the excitement. Lin Dong's classmates heard the news and naturally came to watch. Some were there to cheer Lin Dong on, while others anticipated his potential embarrassment. Wow, isn't that one of the 3 goddesses, Han Shiyun? I can't believe she is here. You might not know, but I heard Han Shiyun and Lin Dong are involved. Impossible. How could that be? I saw them leave school together. Isn't Huang Junlang always pursuing Han Shiyun? I can't believe Lin Dong got to her first. No wonder their encounters are explosive. I heard Huang Junlang took Jiangshan from Lin Dong. And then Lin Dong snatched the goddess Huang Junlang could never attain. Wow, that is impressive. Look, isn't that suing Xue? Another voice called out. Seriously. Now, only Shangwan Mingyue is missing among Jiang University's 3 goddesses. Do you think she'll show up? Probably not. Shangwan Mingyue isn't won for crowds. On the court, both teams were ready. Lin Dong's lineup included Lu Peng, Fan Biao, and Zhou Wenhua. Lin Dong himself opted to observe first. Huang Junlang's team comprised himself, the gorilla Yang Shu, and one of his lackeys. The referee was another team member. With the referee's whistle, the match commenced. Lu Peng initiated the game with a swift drive, dribbling the ball with his right hand and darting to the right. Huang Junlang quickly pursued him, attempting to block his path. Lu Peng abruptly halted, switched to his left hand, and surged leftward. Huang Junlang failed to keep pace, allowing Lu Peng to penetrate the key. As Lu Peng leaped to score, a formidable figure loomed before him. Yang Shu, the gorilla, leapt in front of Lu Peng, and with his height and leaping ability, Lu Peng's shot was destined to be blocked. In a moment of ingenuity, Lu Peng passed the ball mid-air to the unguarded Fan Biao on the wing. Fan Biao caught it, unchallenged, and executed a layup, sending the ball effortlessly through the net. Lin Dong's team led 1-0 against Huang Junlang's. Thunderous applause erupted in the arena. Good shot. Well done. However, Huang Junlang's expression darkened. As the second play commenced, Huang Junlang took possession, facing Lu Peng. His flashy dribbling drew gasps from the crowd, yet Lu Peng effectively thwarted his attempts. Huang Junlang stepped inside and launched a jump shot aimed at Lu Peng, but the ball ricocheted off the rim. Just as the others prepared to grab the rebound, a hand swooped in, slamming the ball back into the hoop. The prowess of the starting center of the gorilla Yang Shu's team is truly remarkable. He executed a thunderous dunk, eliciting a chorus of cheers from the crowd. The score stood at Lin Dong's team 1, Huang Junlang's team 1. In Chapter 62, titled Basketball Virtuoso, Yang Shu learned from his initial misstep and remained unfazed by Lu Peng's attempts. He predominantly stationed himself within the paint, refusing to leap easily. Consequently, Lu Peng and his companions found themselves at a loss, too intimidated to enter the key, relegating their efforts to long-range shots, which proved futile as none of their attempts found the net. With Yang Shu guarding the paint, Huang Junlang was afforded limitless opportunities, albeit with a low shooting percentage. However, he had no shortage of offensive and defensive rebounds, all claimed by Yang Shu alone. Thus, Huang Junlang faced no pressure while shooting. The score quickly escalated to 2-8, with Lin Dong's team having only managed 2 points while Huang Junlang's team had amassed 8. Merely 2 more points would secure their victory. At this juncture, Lin Dong was set to enter the game. Should he delay further, a 3-pointer from Huang Junlang could spell the end of the match. Lin Dong signaled the referee for a timeout. My apologies, Dongzi. My shooting touch is off today. Many outside shots just won't go in. Lu Peng expressed with some regret. We are all struggling with our shooting, chimed in Fan Biao and Zhou Wenhua. No worries. I will take over from here. Just give it your all. I'll start first. Anyone who feels fatigued can take a breather. I'll sit out, Zhou Wenhua stated. All right. You take a rest, Wenhua. The timeout concluded, and Lin Dong, along with Lu Peng and Fan Biao, took to the court. Wait, is that a substitution? Isn't that the guy who sang Boy at the May Day Gala? What's his name? Lin Dong. Does he even play basketball? Since the May Day event, Ding Wei had harbored resentment towards Lin Dong. a previously unnoticed classmate who had suddenly risen to prominence as the piano prince. It was supposed to be his moment to shine with Suing Xue. Yet Lin Dong had eclipsed them. Ding Wei, as class monitor, it's shameful not to support your classmates. You're just displaying envy. Several girls in the class retorted. Lin Dong had become an idol among many female classmates, who had begun to notice his growing charm and charisma since the May Day Gala. Now, Lin Dong had amassed a considerable following at Jiangnan University. Suing Xue watched Lin Dong enter the court with curiosity, eager to discover his capabilities. Han Shiyun also gazed at Lin Dong, her eyes filled with admiration. Huang Junlang eyed Lin Dong as he approached. Lin Dong, remember tomorrow at noon 12. I can't wait to hear your self-assessment. The game isn't over yet. Do you really think you can reverse the tide just by stepping in? Perhaps you are overestimating your abilities. Lin Dekai Bai, Huang Junlang scoffed. We'll see when the final buzzer sounds. Let us get on with it. Lin Dong refrained from retorting, preferring to let his skills speak for themselves. Words held little weight. The match resumed, with the ball in Lin Dong's possession. He received the ball and effortlessly lifted it above his head with one hand, facing Huang Junlang's lackey, who clearly underestimated Lin Dong's capabilities. Hundreds of eyes in the arena fixated on him, eager to witness his offensive strategy. With a swift motion, Lin Dong propelled the ball forward. What the heck? Is he even capable of playing? That was his shot. This was the collective thought among the onlookers, including those already positioned beneath the basket, anticipating a rebound. However, 3 seconds later, all were left in disbelief as the basketball swished through the net. Lin Dong's team 4, Huang Junlang's team 8. Could it be? Unbelievable. Although many were skeptical, a basket is a basket. Lin Dong, keep it up. You're amazing. Let us have another. Some of Lin Dong's fans began to cheer for him. The game continued, with Huang Junlang now in possession of the ball. Lin Dong approached to defend, while Lu Peng maneuvered into the paint to match up with Yang Shu. Don't think that just because you got lucky with one shot, you can change the outcome. Allow me to show you what true basketball is. Huang Junlang declared as he began to showcase his flashy dribbling skills, executing a variety of ostentatious moves. Lin Dong remained casually stationed before Huang Junlang, showing no signs of defensive posture. Lin Dong, are you challenging me? You'll soon learn the consequences, Huang Junlang said, suddenly accelerating past Lin Dong on his right side. Lin Dong, however, exhibited no reaction. Huang Junlang felt a surge of excitement as he neared the paint, preparing to leap for a layup. Huh, where's the ball? Where did it go? As he turned, he discovered Lin Dong standing beyond the three-point line, holding the ball aloft, and with the same posture. He pushed the basketball once more. Another swish. Lin Dong's team 6, Huang Junlang's team 8. The first was luck. What about the second? The crowd erupted in excitement. Incredible. How did he steal that ball? Did anyone catch that? I didn't see it. It all happened too fast. Many were astonished. Who had claimed Lin Dong was incapable of playing? This was undoubtedly the mark of a skilled player. Huang Junlang, his expression darkening, continued to control the ball. This time opting for a more straightforward approach, forsaking the flashy maneuvers to securely dribble and prepare for a pass to Yang Shu for a strong inside play. Yet again, Lin Dong intercepted the ball. After stealing it, he crossed the three-point line and casually tossed the ball. Another clean swish. Lin Dong's team 8, Huang Junlang's team 8. In that moment, silence enveloped the arena. Everyone was astounded. 3 consecutive three-pointers, each effortlessly swished through the net. This was no longer mere luck. Lin Dong was undeniably an adept player, cunningly hiding his true capabilities. Huang Junlang called for a timeout. Faced with the prospect of another three-pointer from Lin Dong, he understood that he must strategize on how to contain him. In Chapter 63, titled I Can Dunk Too, Huang Junlang convened a timeout, seeking to devise a plan to curb Lin Dong's influence. In the Lin Dong team's resting area, Lu Peng and the others teased, "Impressive, Dongzi. You've been hiding your talents far too well. Did you underestimate us while playing?" They could hardly believe Lin Dong's exceptional skill. Though Lu Peng was aware of Lin Dong's mysterious background, he had not anticipated such prowess on the basketball court. Lin Dong chuckled wryly, pondering how to explain this. Should he reveal that he possessed a remarkably powerful system? Would they even believe him? Han Shiyun, seated in the audience, prepared to deliver water to Lin Dong as he took a breather, but before she could move, several girls had already rushed forward to offer him drinks. With a pout, she remained seated, seething. "Lin Dong, you're so handsome. Here, have some water," one girl exclaimed, extending a bottle of mineral water to him. "Drink mine, drink mine." Before Lin Dong could respond, another bottle was thrust into his hands. "Lin Dong, I admire you so much. Could you write me a song? I already have a title in mind, girl." In an instant, a throng of girls surrounded Lin Dong. In stark contrast, on Huang Junlang's side, several burly men remained, with not a single person available to fetch water. Despite Huang Junlang's affluence, being a veritable second-generation wealthy individual, His reputation was far from pristine. Arrogant and a notorious playboy, he felt a surge of discontent upon witnessing Lin Dong's popularity. Hastily, he gestured for his two teammates to join him in the center of the court, signaling the referee to commence the match. The game resumed. Huang Junlang positioned himself outside the three-point line to serve the ball. The formidable Yang Shu, often dubbed Gorilla, abandoned his defensive stance beneath the basket and moved forward to receive Huang Junlang's pass. Bending slightly, he dribbled with his right hand, preparing to push toward the basket. With his towering height and weight, scoring beneath the hoop was nearly assured. Lu Peng found himself being gradually forced back toward the basket by Yang Shu. Powerless against the stark disparity in physicality, desperately attempting to resist, yet ultimately ineffective as he was soon pushed beneath the rim. Yang Shu leapt forcefully, clutching the ball in his right hand, ready to dunk it. He aimed to humiliate Lu Peng. What a shot! Huang Junlang shouted. This moment was guaranteed to secure the score. In terms of dominance under the basket, Yang Shu was undoubtedly unrivaled at Jiangnan University. Just as Yang Shu prepared to slam the basketball into the hoop, an unexpected figure appeared before him, slapping the ball from his grasp. With a resounding smack, the basketball flew away. This unforeseen presence was none other than Lin Dong, who had been vigilantly observing Yang Shu's movements, waiting for the opportune moment to execute a block. The starting center of the Jiangnan University team, known as Gorilla Yang Shu, had just been blocked. This left the basketball-savvy students in attendance in utter disbelief, excluding those merely there for the excitement, who lacked understanding of the significance of Yang Shu's dunk being thwarted. No way, Lin Dong just blocked Yang Shu's powerful dunk? Am I seeing things? Incredible. Unbelievable. This is Yang Shu, nearly 2 meters tall, and Lin Dong, at 1.8 meters, just denied him. The arena erupted with lively discussions. Lin Dong's previous 3 consecutive three-pointers hadn't elicited such astonishment. They merely drew cheers from onlookers. Yet, this block genuinely stunned the crowd. To dare confront Yang Shu and successfully thwart him, Lin Dong was truly remarkable. A thunderous cheer erupted. Lin Dong, go! Lin Dong, we love you! Various shouts reverberated throughout the venue. Huang Junlang, feeling as though he had swallowed a bitter pill, was devastated. How could he be blocked? Especially on Jiangnan University's campus? Even in competitions representing the school against other universities, he had never experienced such humiliation beneath the basket. This was indeed a disgrace in his basketball career. Yang Shu, gazing at Lin Dong, who stood before him nearly a head shorter, uttered his first words on the court. Lin Dong, you can. However, this statement was laced with unrestrained fury. He then rushed to the three-point line to receive the ball, leaving Yang Shu with a complexion that fluctuated between pale and furious. As the basketball fell from the air, it landed near Fan Biao. Lin Dong received the ball passed by Fan Biao. Huang Junlang immediately closed in on Lin Dong, denying him any chance to shoot. Lin Dong feigned a move to the left and right, yet Huang Junlang remained steadfastly close. In truth, Lin Dong could have taken a shot. Huang Junlang's defense posed no real obstacle. However, he felt that merely winning wasn't thrilling enough, not spectacular enough. Isn't it just a dunk? I can do that too. Lin Dong passed the ball to Lu Peng and swiftly maneuvered around Huang Junlang. With Huang Junlang no longer obstructing his path, Lin Dong charged directly into the paint. What is Lin Dong planning? Isn't he known for his precise three-point shooting? Why not just take another three-pointer and win? Why charge inside? Perhaps he was aiming for a dunk. What a joke. Yang Shu was still beneath the basket. Who could possibly dunk over him? After all, Yang Shu had just been blocked by Lin Dong. What was stopping Lin Dong now? That prior block was merely a fluke. The murmurs from the audience didn't faze Lin Dong. He dashed into the paint, soaring like an eagle, right hand gripping the ball, preparing to unleash a ferocious axe dunk. All eyes in the arena fixated on Lin Dong. Yang Shu, witnessing Lin Dong's approach, jumped to thwart him, unwilling to grant Lin Dong the satisfaction of completing an axe dunk over him. Having just been denied once, he couldn't afford to lose face again. As Lin Dong ascended to execute the dunk, Yang Shu leapt in place, mirroring Lin Dong's earlier block, aiming to slap the ball from Lin Dong's grasp. With a resounding clap, the basketball did not soar away as it had before. Instead, it became ensnared between their hands in midair. This moment was captured by numerous spectators with their phones, a pinnacle of confrontation. Lin Dong, facing Yang Shu, exerted minimal force. Otherwise, even 10 Yang Shus would not withstand him. With a slight increase in pressure from his right hand, Yang Shu began to falter. Lin Dong, with the ball, and Yang Shu's hand, propelled toward the hoop. With a thunderous boom, the basketball crashed through the net. Yang Shu never anticipated Lin Dong possessed such strength. At that moment, Lin Dong's body collided with Yang Shu's, and Yang Shu felt an overwhelming force, causing him to involuntarily stumble backward, ultimately collapsing to the ground. Lin Dong landed steadily. The crowd was left in sheer astonishment. Chapter 64, The Birthday Banquet. The arena reverberated with disbelief. Yang Shu, indeed, had been dunked on by Lin Dong? Everyone struggled to comprehend it. Lin Dong, at a mere 1 meter 80 and over 100 pounds, had just soared over Yang Shu, who towered nearly 2 meters and weighed around 260 to 70 pounds. This utterly shattered their preconceptions. Yang Shu lay on the ground, bewildered. Being blocked was one thing, but now he had been dunked on? He felt too embarrassed to rise. Huang Junlang stood nearby, eyes wide in shock, utterly flabbergasted. The arena erupted with deafening cheers. Following the title of Piano Prince, Lin Dong earned a new moniker, Basketball Prince. The outcome of the next play was devoid of suspense. After intercepting the ball, Lin Dong executed a graceful behind-the-back shot, the basketball swishing through the net effortlessly. Lin Dong's team led 11-8 against Huang Junlang's team. Did Lin Dong truly not even glance at the hoop before shooting? This was simply beyond comprehension. In the previous game, he had made 4 3-pointers and 1 axe dunk, all successful. The most baffling aspect was that he didn't even look at the hoop for that final 3-pointer. The game concluded, and Lin Dong's name resonated once more throughout Jiangnan University. That evening, Huang Junlang hosted a modest banquet at the Jinyi Hotel, serving the cheapest dishes. Lin Dong and his companions did not quibble. They were satisfied with what was available. The following afternoon, Lin Dong shouted, "I am a vegetable," 3 times in the broadcasting room, provoking a wave of laughter from the entire student body. Huang Junlang felt utterly humiliated and, naturally, nurtured a deep-seated resentment toward Lin Dong, constantly plotting revenge. The subsequent days passed in tranquility, and 2 days later, Lin Dong, true to his word, received a text message from Han Shiyun. "Lin Dong, do you have time tomorrow? I'd like to treat you to a meal." Lin Dong contemplated for a moment. With nothing pressing on his schedule, he agreed. It was impolite to decline an invitation from a goddess. "It's settled. No backing out. I'll send you the location tomorrow." Lin Dong responded affirmatively. The next day, Lin Dong received a call from Han Shiyun, instructing him to meet at a restaurant near Fu Lijinsha. The largest entertainment venue in Jiangnan is surrounded by numerous restaurants, allowing for the delightful convenience of dining followed by entertainment. Lin Dong arrived in his Bugatti, parking it at the entrance. Upon entering the dining area, he quickly realized it was quite crowded, with 3 large tables filled with at least 20 individuals, including the flamboyant Huang Junlang. "Lin Dong, didn't you just treat me to a meal a couple of days ago? Why are you back for more?" Huang Junlang never missed an opportunity to mock Lin Dong. "Are you still sulking about losing the other day? Shall we schedule another match?" Lin Dong retorted, though Huang Junlang dismissed the idea, reminding him that today was Han Shiyun's birthday and questioning why he had come empty-handed. Lin Dong was taken aback to discover it was indeed Han Shiyun's birthday. Had he known earlier, he might have refrained from attending, as he preferred to avoid mingling with individuals like Huang Junlang, most of whom he barely knew. "Enough, you two. It's my birthday today, so let us all sit down and enjoy the meal," Han Shiyun interjected. With her command, Huang Junlang ceased his jabs at Lin Dong. "Thank you all for joining me in celebrating my birthday. Everyone here is one of my closest friends, and I appreciate the care you have shown me during my time at Jiangnan University. I propose a toast." Han Shiyun raised her glass and downed her beer, prompting others to do the same. However, the meal was a source of frustration for Huang Junlang. As the recently acclaimed male idol at Jiangnan University, Lin Dong attracted considerable attention from female guests, who frequently approached him to offer drinks, which he graciously accepted despite his previous poor tolerance for alcohol. Surprisingly, he felt no effects from the numerous drinks he consumed that evening. Was it an improvement in his constitution, or perhaps a newfound immunity to alcohol? After the meal, Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong, Han Shiyun's loyal protectors, led everyone to a private room which they had reserved in advance. Lin Dong contemplated slipping away, but found himself unable to do so due to Han Shiyun's attention. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by a towering 21-layer cake, a fitting tribute to Han Shiyun's 21st birthday. "Wow, such a grand birthday cake. It's my first time seeing something like this. So romantic," the girls exclaimed. "What do you think, Shiyun? I personally ordered this cake," Huang Junlang boasted. "Thank you, Junlang," Han Shiyun replied gratefully. "And I worked hard to secure this private room. It's the best entertainment venue in Jiangnan. Without connections, it's impossible to reserve such a large space." Zheng Yong chimed in, seeking credit. "Thank you too, Yonggu." Han Shiyun expressed her appreciation. "Make a wish now." Han Shiyun closed her eyes and began to wish. Afterward, they pushed the cake aside, intending to eat it later. At that moment, Huang Junlang presented a box to Han Shiyun. "Shiyun, today is your birthday, and I have prepared a simple gift for you. I hope you will accept it." Han Shiyun opened the box, revealing a beautiful crystal necklace. "Shiyun, this necklace is something I chose with great care. Do you like it?" Huang Junlang asked. As Han Shiyun took out the necklace, a receipt slipped out, intentionally left by Huang Junlang to showcase its value and incite envy among the onlookers. "Wow, This crystal necklace costs 280,000? That's incredibly expensive. Junlang, you're so generous. The guests were astonished. Huang Junlang felt a sense of pride. Having spent a significant sum to impress Han Shiyun, especially after being ignored by Jiang Shan, he had even resorted to giving her 50,000 yuan to terminate their relationship. Eager to pursue a new target, his attention had now shifted to Han Shiyun, a flower that many admired but few could possess. Zheng Yong interjected, Huang Junlang, what about your necklace? Shiyun, here, take a look at my gift. He presented a beautifully wrapped box to Han Shiyun. Inside was a car key. A car? You're giving me a car? Han Shiyun's friends were envious, imagining that such a gift would make anyone swoon. Since you didn't like the last one, I've upgraded to a convertible BMW 4. It's far more stunning than the previous model, Zheng Yong boasted. Huang Junlang, feeling overshadowed, angrily exclaimed, Zheng Heir. Didn't you say that after accepting my 3 million, you would never compete with me for Han Shiyun? Was that just empty talk? He revealed their prior agreement, causing shock among the others. What? Zheng Yong accepted 3 million from Huang Junlang and promised not to pursue Han Shiyun? Is he not a rich second generation? How could he resort to such measures? The crowd murmured, questioning Zheng Yong's status. Caught off guard, Zheng Yong felt humiliated as Huang Junlang's revelation left him speechless. You took the money, so you should honor your word. If you're a man, you must keep your promises. Huang Junlang pressed. I agreed not to compete for Han Shiyun, but if I don't act now, she might end up with Lin Dong, that loser. Did you not see them dining together? Zheng Yong countered, dismissing Huang Junlang as a rival. Lin Dong, bewildered, wondered how he had become part of this conflict. Enough. Can we please settle this? It's my birthday. Han Shiyun interjected firmly. With her plea, the argument subsided. Shiyun, my gift is genuine. Please don't feel burdened. Both Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong assured her simultaneously. Listen, I didn't invite you here to receive gifts, but to express my gratitude for your care. I want to clarify that I have someone I like, so please, no more gifts. Can we just be ordinary friends? Han Shiyun summoned her courage to speak. This decision was the result of careful consideration. Previously, during the ranking event, Lin Dong and Huang Junlang had collectively gifted her over 10 million, with 3 million remaining. Her original aspiration was to provide a better life for her parents, a goal she had now swiftly achieved. Thus, she has now lost much of her desire for wealth and no longer wishes to navigate between Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong. After all, she is merely a girl from an ordinary family. Should either of them truly confront her, she would be unable to withstand it. Therefore, today, taking advantage of her birthday, she decided to clarify matters, simultaneously making a statement for Lin Dong's benefit. The person she professed to have feelings for is Lin Dong. Shiyun, you must be joking. Huang Junlang asked, bewildered. Shiyun, do not jest like this. My heart cannot endure such a blow. Zheng Yong added. Clearly, the two of them were still unable to accept this reality. The surrounding crowd was equally astonished. Han Shiyun had actually rejected the extravagant gifts from both Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong, insisting on drawing a line between them. Was Han Shiyun out of her mind? With such esteemed protectors by her side, countless girls at school were envious beyond measure. I am not joking. What I say is true. Let us be ordinary friends. Shall we? Han Shiyun spoke softly. Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong exchanged glances, both reading unwillingness in each other's eyes. Since Han Shiyun had declared this in front of so many people, it was evident she was not merely playing around. Now they understood, they were merely backup options. Two devoted admirers who had been vying for Han Shiyun's affection for so long, only to see someone else seize the opportunity first. Zheng Yong was somewhat better off, as he had consistently been at a disadvantage in this rivalry with Huang Junlang and had not spent excessively. Huang Junlang, however, was in a different predicament. He had invested several million, and it appeared that money was about to go to waste. In a fit of rage, Huang Junlang's face twisted with fury. Han Shiyun, tell me, who is that man? I shall take care of him. Huang Junlang demanded angrily. Junlang, please, do not act this way. We can still be good friends. Han Shiyun pleaded. She feared that Huang Junlang would not relent, knowing she was in the wrong. Others had spent so much on her, and now she wished to push them away. Han Shiyun, do not try to mislead me. I have spent so much on you, and now you want to cast me aside? Not a chance. What will it take for you to let me go? Han Shiyun inquired. If you want me to let you go, then you must spend a month with me, and I shall release you. Then there is nothing more to discuss. I tell you, Han Shiyun, in this Jiangnan, do not think you can escape my grasp. I will have you. The women I, Huang Junlang, desire have never slipped from my fingers. Huang Junlang's visage contorted as he spoke harshly to Han Shiyun. With the faade already torn down, Huang Junlang revealed his true nature. And I as well. Han Shiyun, since you have acted so heartlessly, do not blame us. I have invested quite a bit in you over these days, and if you wish to completely rid yourself of me, you must at least accompany me for half a month. Otherwise, I will join forces with Huang Xian, and you shall find no place to stand in Jiangqing." Zheng Yong interjected. Chapter 66. Are you speaking to me? Han Shiyun stood there, feeling helpless. She had anticipated that matters would not be easily resolved. But she never expected Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong would make such threats. The onlookers began to sense that something was amiss. As friends of Han Shiyun, they naturally sided with her. Huang Junlang, Zheng Yong, what do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. Otherwise, we shall report you. One of Han Shiyun's roommates stated. Yes, do not act recklessly. We will report you to the school, and you may face expulsion, another chimed in. Get lost. This is none of your business. Otherwise, I will deal with you all. Huang Junlang shouted at the girl who had just spoken. The girl was taken aback, startled by Huang Junlang's sudden transformation. She hesitated to speak further, aware that Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong were both wealthy heirs in Jiangqing. At this moment, Han Shiyun began to sob. After all, she was a girl, and under such threats, tears flowed uncontrollably. Han Shiyun, crying will not help. If you wish to resolve this matter, you must spend a month and a half with us, and we guarantee that we shall no longer harass you. Otherwise, you will find it impossible to move freely in Jiangqing. Think this over well. Huang Junlang continued to threaten. With tear-filled eyes, Han Shiyun looked towards Lin Dong. For he was her only hope. She knew a bit about Lin Dong's background. The true owner of Jiangnan Hotel was not a mere ordinary person. At the very least, the families behind Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong could not compare. Lin Dong could no longer stand idly by. Gentlemen, is it not somewhat excessive to threaten a woman in such a manner? Lin Dong remarked coolly from the side. The behavior of these two wealthy heirs reminded him of his cousin Wang Li's experiences in Huqing. If no one were to assist Han Shiyun today, her fate would indeed be uncertain. Lin Dong, this is none of your concern. You would do well to remain silent. You lack the ability to play the hero. Huang Junlang retorted. I do not claim to be a hero, yet I cannot simply overlook this. Lin Dong replied. What can you do about it? Huang Junlang scoffed. Just as Lin Dong was about to speak, the door to the private room was pushed open slightly. A small head peeked inside, surveying the situation, and upon spotting Lin Dong, entered fully. Lin Dong ji, so this is where you are. I just saw your car outside and knew you must be here. I searched through several rooms before finding you. A girl with a voluminous hairstyle, adorned with large earrings and heavy makeup, entered, followed by 5 or 6 similarly dressed individuals, all appearing to be around 16 or 17. Xiao Xiao, who is this that took you so long to find? One of the girls behind Lu Xiaoxiao asked. This is my brother. Lu Xiaoxiao replied. Your brother? I had no idea you had a brother. You do not know him. He is just like a real brother to me. The two continued their conversation. Huang Junlang was not pleased. He was already in a rage. And now a group of young girls had appeared. Where did these little girls come from? Who let you in? Get out. Huang Junlang bellowed. Lu Xiaoxiao looked bewildered, pointing to herself with her finger, asking, Are you talking about me? If not you, then who? Hurry up and get out. Otherwise, I will have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your family. You do not know who I am? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired curiously. Who are you? Why should I know you? If I knew someone like you, I would have dealt with you long ago. Look at your outfit. You dress like a thug. How did your parents raise you? Or do you have a life, but no one to care for you? Huang Junlang said with a face full of mockery. Lu Xiaoxiao turned to Lin Dong and asked, Lin Dong ji, is this your friend? That makes things easier. Lu Xiaoxiao declared. She then turned to Huang Junlang and asked, You think you're something special? What is your name? Lu Xiaoxiao initially wanted to say you are quite impressive, but upon remembering Lin Dong was present, she changed her words. What is my name? You are not worthy to know. I have yet to ask you your name. What is my name? Someone tell him. Lu Xiaoxiao said. One of the people behind Lu Xiaoxiao stepped forward and pointed at her, saying, She is Lu Xiaoxiao, the second young lady of the Lu family in Jiangqing. Do you know the Lu family in Jiangqing? Yes, there is only one Lu family in Jiangqing. Daring to insult the second young lady of the Lu family? This was about to get interesting. Lu Xiaoxiao, the second young lady of the Lu family in Jiangqing? Zheng Yong's mind buzzed. He was the first to react, quickly retreating a few steps to blend into the crowd alongside Huang Junlang. Huang Junlang felt as if he might perish. He certainly did not wish to be involved. What kind of existence was the Lu family in Jiangqing? They were the pinnacle of high society. His own background was nothing in comparison to the Lu family. Rumor had it that the second young lady of the Lu family was a force to be reckoned with, and it appeared that this little girl before him was indeed that very person. He still felt a lingering sense of trepidation, having nearly spoken out in support of Huang Junlang just moments ago. If those words had escaped his lips, he would have been at a loss for how to meet his demise. Initially, Huang Junlang appeared somewhat dazed, but gradually, terror etched itself onto his previously calm visage. The second young lady of the Lu family from Jiangqing? Was she not the infamous demon king of Jiangqing lore? What had he just uttered? Was he truly suggesting that he would discipline her parents on her behalf, and claiming that she had a life, yet no one to care for her? Huang Junlang suddenly felt a spike in blood pressure, his head spinning. Why had she fallen silent? Hadn't he just vowed to discipline her on behalf of her parents? And stated that she had a life, yet no one to nurture her? Lu Xiaoxiao inquired. Huang Junlang, stricken with fear, dropped to his knees, repeatedly bowing his head as he trembled and stammered. Lulu, second miss, I apologize. I was blind and unwittingly offended you. Please, let this one transgression go unpunished. Just moments ago, he had exuded such bravado. How was it that he could scarcely articulate now? This scene left all the onlookers bewildered. Just moments prior, Huang Junlang had been imposing, yet now he quaked on the ground. Who was this young girl that could instill such fear in him? The fact that she had addressed Lin Dong as brother only added to the intrigue. Chapter 67, Huang Junlang's downfall. The spectators regarded Lu Xiaoxiao, the oddly dressed young girl, with astonishment. A mere name had reduced Huang Junlang to such a state, indicating that she was no ordinary individual. Lin Dong, what is his name? Lu Xiaoxiao asked Lin Dong. Having offended Lu Xiaoxiao, Huang Junlang's fate was sealed. He was undoubtedly doomed. A rich second generation? Lu Xiaoxiao queried, turning to her companions behind her. Do you know of anyone in our circle with the surname Huang? Not a clue. No idea. Unfamiliar. Never heard of him. Several young girls responded in unison, shaking their heads. Lu Xiaoxiao gazed at Huang Junlang and declared, You haven't even entered Jiangqing's social circle. What right do you have to call yourself a rich second generation? Do you think I would spare you? Do you know that I, Lu Xiaoxiao, have never been spoken to in such a manner in my entire life? You wish to discipline me on behalf of my parents? You claim I have a life, yet no one to care for me? You even told me to leave? My grandfather, my parents, and my brother have never spoken to me in such a way, Lu Xiaoxiao exclaimed, fury radiating from her. It was my fault. I was foolish. I am truly sorry. Huang Junlang pleaded, beginning to slap his own face. In that moment, genuine fear gripped him. Should the Lu family decide to target him in Jiangqing, his days of ease would be over. He could lose everything in an instant, and all that he held dear would vanish into thin air. Han Shiyun, no longer in tears, watched the scene with astonishment, glancing at Lu Xiaoxiao and Lin Dong. She realized that the crisis of the day had been averted. Huang Junlang had provoked a formidable figure and was now akin to a clay Buddha crossing a river, unable to protect himself, let alone concern himself with her plight. Yet, she felt a twinge of regret that Zheng Yong had escaped. Zheng Yong discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow, relieved to have narrowly avoided falling alongside Huang Junlang. Grateful for his quick reflexes, despite Huang Junlang kneeling and slapping himself, his actions did not quell Lu Xiaoxiao's wrath. Sisters, let's go. Beat him. Lu Xiaoxiao urged her companions, who charged at Huang Junlang with fists and feet flying. Huang Junlang could only passively endure the blows. He was too frightened to retaliate or even evade. However, being young girls, their strength was limited, and their blows, while numerous, did not inflict significant harm. Yet, Huang Junlang's cries were pitiful enough to echo through the room, as he hoped that their pity would lead them to spare him. After a few strikes, Lu Xiaoxiao's hands grew sore, yet her anger remained unassuaged. She glanced around. Stop. Lu Xiaoxiao, what are you doing? Lin Dong shouted. The bottle before them was filled with alcohol, and its thickness meant that if it were to be smashed upon Huang Junlang's head, it could very well cost him his life. How could Lu Xiaoxiao, so young, dare to act in such a manner? A few strikes for catharsis would suffice. Wanting blood was excessive. Just as Lu Xiaoxiao was poised to act, Lin Dong's voice halted her. She turned to him, saying, Lin Dong, he insulted me, and I want to hit him. A few insults, and you want to smash a bottle over his head? Do you know the consequences of such an action? Sometimes, problems cannot be resolved through violence. Put the bottle down immediately. Oh, Lu Xiaoxiao reluctantly set the bottle down. Furthermore, during school hours, you are not to frequent such places. Look at yourself. Do you resemble a student? If I see you like this again, I will have to discipline you on behalf of your brother. Lin Dong regarded Lu Xiaoxiao's attire with disapproval. She had transformed from a student into a figure that was quite the eyesore. Had his sister dressed like that daily, he would have reined her in long ago. He could not fathom why Lu Chun had not intervened. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, everyone present was taken aback. Just moments ago, Huang Junlang had threatened to discipline Lu Xiaoxiao's parents, and now he was still kneeling on the ground. Yet Lin Dong had just suggested he would discipline Lu Xiaoxiao on behalf of her brother. Even Lu Xiaoxiao's companions regarded Lin Dong with a teasing glint in their eyes. Why were so many people intent on reprimanding Lu Xiaoxiao today? They were bracing themselves for the storm that was sure to follow. Yet, Lu Xiaoxiao merely lowered her head, speaking in a somewhat aggrieved tone. Oh, I understand, Lin Dong. In an instant, their expressions shifted from jest to astonishment. When had Lu Xiaoxiao, the notorious demon of the Lu family, transformed into a compliant girl? Even within her own family, had she ever heeded anyone's words? Though her tone was tinged with grievance, Lu Xiaoxiao felt a surge of happiness within. Ever since Lin Dong had appeared beside her, effortlessly halting the sword that Qin Zheng had aimed at her chest, his image had soared in her esteem, even surpassing that of her brother Lu Chun. In moments of despair, figures that emerged suddenly often left the most indelible impressions. Being a member of the same circle, she understood the weight of the 8 kings of the Zitong. Even her brother was not their match. Since Lin Dong had been able to overcome Qin Zheng, he must be a formidable individual. Lu Xiaoxiao revered strength. Moreover, he was a savior who had rescued her life. Lin Dong's words brought her joy, for they affirmed that he still cared for her. Following this, Lu Xiaoxiao inquired, Lin Dong, may I visit during my break? You may come during your break. However, you must remove that wild hairstyle, the large earrings, and the heavy makeup from your face. A student should embody the essence of a student. All right then. By the way, Lin Dong, when do you have time? My grandfather wishes to meet you and express his gratitude. Lin Dong pondered for a moment and replied, this week is not feasible. I will contact your brother when I have time. The Lu family's reputation must be upheld, but it would have to wait until the following week. Very well, Lin Dong. We shall take our leave. Lu Xiaoxiao signaled to her companions as they prepared to depart. However, before leaving, she turned to Huang Junlang and stated, Huang Junlang, I shall remember you. I hope you can still call yourself a rich second generation tomorrow. Huang Junlang was left paralyzed with fear on the ground. It was over. Everything was over. He had successfully provoked the wrath of the Lu family. How could he continue to navigate Jiangnan? He could hardly bear to imagine the life that awaited him should his family go bankrupt. Chapter 68. Are you truly incapable? Lu Xiaoxiao and her entourage departed, leaving only those who had dined together in the private room. Huang Junlang sat on the floor, his eyes vacant. Zheng Yong secretly felt relieved. Han Shiyun gazed at Lin Dong with admiration. It was not only Han Shiyun. The young women in the room looked at Lin Dong with shining eyes. Unexpectedly, Lin Dong turns out to be such a formidable figure, shrouded in mystery. Lin Dong felt somewhat awkward under the hungry gazes directed at him. Han classmate. I have something to attend to, so I must take my leave. You all carry on with your fun, Lin Dong said. Han Shiyun, upon hearing Lin Dong's intention to leave, naturally opposed it. She walked over and tightly clasped his arm, exclaiming, Lin Dong, you cannot leave. Today is my birthday, and you have yet to present me with a gift. Lin Dong, caught in her embrace, felt a rush of shyness. He could sense her softness and yearned to break free, yet Han Shiyun held on with an unwavering grip, leaving him no chance. Han classmate, can I give you the gift next time? I genuinely did not know today was your birthday. No, it must be given today, Han Shiyun insisted, clinging to Lin Dong's arm and playfully rubbing it against her ample bosom, rendering his face crimson. Despite having dated Jiangshan for several years, he was still a novice in such matters and found it hard to withstand the provocations from a girl like Han Shiyun. A few bold girls approached, surrounding Lin Dong and playfully tugging at him, eager to establish a closer connection. Ultimately, Lin Dong had no choice but to agree to stay for a while longer. Since Huang Junlang was in the private room, they switched to another suite and continued their revelry. Zheng Yong and the other boys dared not approach, feeling intimidated by Lin Dong, wishing only to leave quickly to avoid a fate akin to Huang Junlang's. The night stretched on until nearly midnight before it concluded. When Han Shiyun went to settle the bill, she was informed that all expenses incurred by Lin Dong at Fu Li Jinsha were entirely waived, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Lin Dong's identity was profoundly enigmatic. How had they failed to recognize such a significant figure before? Where do you live, Lin Dong? Han Shiyun inquired as they approached the entrance of Fu Li Jinsha. Did you not drive here? Why not give us a ride? One girl suggested. Yes. Take us to school. It's unsafe for us to take a taxi at this hour, another chimed in. My car cannot accommodate so many people, Lin Dong replied. With about 10 girls remaining, it was indeed impossible for Lin Dong's vehicle to fit them all. It could only seat one. Upon reaching Lin Dong's Bugatti Chiron, he patted the car and declared, this is my vehicle. If I were to give you all a ride, I would have to make 10 trips. The sight of the stunning Bugatti Chiron left everyone in a daze. It was exceptionally beautiful. Indeed, women often find themselves irresistibly drawn to such super luxury cars. Wow. Lin Dong, is this your car? It's stunning. This is a divine vehicle. What are Huang Junlang and Zheng Yong driving? Their cars cannot compare. What is this one called? Quick, look it up. The Bugatti Chiron, a globally limited edition sports car, was indeed awe-inspiring. Everyone whipped out their phones to search. Wow. This is the Bugatti Chiron limited edition, with an official price of 66 million? One girl stammered after finding the information. 66 million was an astronomical figure for these students. Even second-generation affluent individuals like Zheng Yong and Huang Junlang could only gaze in longing at such a car. After Lin Dong unlocked the door and got inside, preparing to leave, He felt overwhelmed by the throng of attractive girls surrounding him throughout the night. Being a normal man, the occasional advances from these girls made him feel quite flustered. Just as he settled into the car, the passenger door swung open, and Han Shiyun climbed in. Now was not the time for politeness. If she wanted to win over Lin Dong, she needed to seize every moment they could share. Observing Han Shiyun taking the passenger seat, the other girls outside felt a surge of frustration, lamenting why they hadn't thought to claim that position first. It was a golden opportunity, not only to ride in such an exquisite car, but also to have Lin Dong all to herself. Lin Dong, wherever you want to take me is fine. I'll go with you tonight, Han Shiyun declared. Wherever is fine. This statement set Lin Dong's mind racing with fantasies. Could it mean going to a hotel? He glanced at Han Shiyun, who was blushing as she gazed back at him. To say that Lin Dong was indifferent towards a goddess like Han Shiyun would be a blatant lie. As one of Jiangdan's 3 goddesses, she possessed the qualities to captivate: beauty, figure, and an inviting warmth. If she were to make a move, few men could withstand her allure. However, Lin Dong was different. He had his own principles and was not like Huang Junlang, who thought only with his base instincts. Otherwise, he would not have been with Jiangshan for 4 years, completely respecting her wishes without crossing any boundaries. Han classmate, this seems inappropriate. There's nothing inappropriate about it. Last time, you claimed the top spot on my leaderboard. I should belong to you now. If Huang Junlang had claimed me, I surely would not have escaped, so I owe you my gratitude. Han classmate. I believe that if 2 people were to engage in that manner, they should first cultivate their feelings. Otherwise, how is it different from being animals? Don't you agree? Isn't a person merely an animal? You men are all creatures of base desires. Han classmate, I cannot agree with that. I am not like those other men, all right? Lin Dong asserted with righteous indignation. Han Shiyun looked at him with a teasing smile and said, are you really that different? Or is it that you truly cannot? This is intolerable. Lin Dong, I just want to see if you truly cannot, or if you are simply being wronged. I am here to vindicate you. Han Shiyun maintained her stance, determined to provoke Lin Dong. This is what you said. Don't regret it. Lin Dong replied, igniting the engine and speeding away, disappearing from the crowd's sight. The soundproofing of the 66 million sports car was remarkably effective. Outside, no one heard a single word of their conversation. Chapter 69, Injury of My Aunt. Lin Dong drove the Bugatti Chiron, taking Han Shiyun to Jiangnan International Mansion. Who regretted it? Han Shiyun said, forcing herself to sound nonchalant. Deep down, she felt nervous. After all, this was a significant milestone for a girl. She often indulged in romantic fantasies, yearning to find her Prince Charming and wholly surrender herself to him. At this moment, Lin Dong embodied that Prince Charming in her heart. The first time she learned Lin Dong's name was when he and Jiangshan broke up, causing her to feel enraged and heartbroken when Huang Junlang spread the news across Jiangdan's various groups and social media. In a bid to irritate Huang Junlang, she claimed the top spot on his leaderboard, and they met at the Golden Leaf Hotel. It was then that she discovered Lin Dong was actually a super-rich second-generation heir, far superior to Huang Junlang and his ilk. However, what truly captivated her was not solely Lin Dong's affluent background. While she longed for wealth to uplift her family's circumstances, she was not a mere gold digger. It was Lin Dong's ability to remain chaste for 4 years with Jiangshan, expressing his profound love through the exceptional song boy, and his consistently composed demeanor that truly drew her in. She frequently mingled with wealthy second-generation men and had her own understanding of them. Men like Huang Junlang pursued her out of novelty and the desire to conquer one of Jiangdan's 3 goddesses, seeking to bolster their own sense of accomplishment and become the envy of others. Perhaps once he had her, the novelty would fade, and he would then seek to conquer Su Yingxue and Shangwan Minghua. Such men are never truly satisfied. Yet, men like Lin Dong are different. Once a substantial relationship is established, he would undoubtedly take responsibility. Moreover, as Lin Dong's identity and talents gradually came to light, the number of girls vying for his attention would only increase, making it imperative for her to act swiftly. Thus unfolded the scene of her earnest affection tonight. Lin Dong fell silent, slowly maneuvering the car into the residential complex. He too felt a twinge of anxiety, his palms slightly perspiring upon the steering wheel. Once they parked, both ascended the stairs in silence, the tension palpable between them. Upon entering the room, Han Shiyun found herself devoid of the leisure to admire its opulence. Under normal circumstances, she would have been rendered speechless by the grandeur, yet now, her nervousness rendered her mute. Han Shiyun sat dazed on the sofa, while Lin Dong stood nearby, at a loss for words. Han, perhaps you might want to take a shower first? Lin Dong inquired cautiously. Oh, sure, Han Shiyun responded, her anxiety prompting her to rise and prepare for a shower. However, being her first visit, she was unfamiliar with the location of the bathroom and felt too shy to inquire, leaving her rooted in place. The bathroom is over there. Lin Dong gestured toward a direction. Han Shiyun, her face flushed, hurried over, opened the bathroom door, and securely locked it behind her. After Han Shiyun commenced her shower, Lin Dong settled onto the sofa, his anxious feelings unabated. He retrieved his phone, intending to distract himself momentarily. Upon unlocking it, he was greeted by an alarming number of missed calls, 7 or 8 in total. He quickly discovered that since 8 o'clock, his cousin Wang Li had been attempting to reach him, and unbeknownst to him, his phone had been on silent amidst the cacophony of the opulent venue. A wave of concern washed over Lin Dong. Could it be that, like last time, danger was looming? Soon, Wang Li's voice resonated through the receiver. Hello, Lin Dong Gu. Hearing her voice momentarily eased his tension. Wang Xiaomei, why have you been calling me incessantly? What's the matter? I didn't hear you. My phone was on silent. He queried. Lin Dong Gu, my mother has been assaulted. What? Auntie has been hurt. If Lin Dong were to rank the individuals he cared for in this world, his aunt Lu Yanmei would undoubtedly occupy the top position, alongside his elder aunt Lin Guoying, as his parents were no longer present. Since the tragic accident that claimed his parents, only his aunt's home and his elder aunts had provided him with a semblance of familial warmth. The thought of his aunt being attacked ignited a fierce anger within him. Who did this? Is she seriously injured? Lin Dong pressed urgently. How could Lin Quan have struck Auntie? Did she go after that compensation again? Rage surged within him. Though Wang Lihanti explicitly stated the details, he could easily deduce the unfolding events. It was likely that Auntie had sought compensation for their parents' tragic demise, leading to a heated confrontation with Heir Shun, resulting in Lin Quan's intervention. To deny them the money was one thing, but to resort to violence was utterly unacceptable. Initially, he had resolved not to pursue the compensation, feeling his funds were sufficient. However, now, he found it indispensable. It was preferable to toss it to a beggar than to allow it to fall into their hands. Wang Xiaomei, didn't I give you a substantial amount? Wasn't I clear about not mentioning it to Auntie? Why did she still pursue that money? Go. How could I say anything if you didn't? Wang Li retorted, her tone tinged with grievance. I didn't want Auntie to worry about me getting into trouble out here, you know? As a girl, suddenly having so much money could raise suspicions that I'm not studying properly and might be involved with wealthy men. Lin Dong found himself at a loss for words, realizing his cousin Wang Chao was quite the mischievous character. Should he confront Lin Quan, the outcome was uncertain. All right, hurry up. Lin Dong concluded the call with Wang Li and promptly contacted Wei Yong and Li Guobing, instructing them to come pick him up. After sending the message, he pondered for a moment and added another note. If Han Shiyun were to mistakenly believe he was lacking in that regard, it would be the utmost affront to his dignity. Yet, would she even believe it? He highly doubted it. If he were in her position, he too would remain skeptical. Alas, his reputation would be irreparably tarnished. However, now was not the time for such considerations. Chapter 70, Retreating at the Last Minute? Lin Dong did not wait long at the entrance of Jiangnan International Mansion before Wei Yong and Li Guobing arrived in a luxurious vehicle. Once seated, Lin Dong provided Wei Yong with a destination, allowing him to navigate directly. Lin Dong's home was situated in Jiangnan province, albeit in a remote county approximately 500 to 600 kilometers away. If they departed now, they should arrive by morning. Han Shiyun spent over half an hour in the shower, hesitantly emerging, acutely aware that she was about to face a pivotal moment in her life. Upon exiting the bathroom, she was merely draped in a towel, her damp hair accentuating her figure, embodying the allure of a beauty emerging from a bath, a sight that could incite fervor in any red-blooded man. Unfortunately, Lin Dong had already departed, and he would miss this captivating scene. Not finding Lin Dong upon her exit, Han Shiyun assumed he had gone upstairs and settled on the sofa to await his return. After a considerable wait with no sign of him, boredom set in, prompting her to check her phone, where she found 2 messages from Lin Dong. Reading his texts left her momentarily stunned before she burst into laughter. Lin Dong had indeed retreated at the last moment? Family matters? She doubted it. What time was it? Indeed, he was not the type to be frivolous. Bah, as if I were a loose woman, she chastised herself, for she was still untouched. She was merely pursuing her happiness with someone she admired. With Lin Dong's departure, Han Shiyun felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, prompting her to explore the luxurious residence she found herself in. Earlier, her nerves had prevented her from noticing just how splendid the place was. Standing before the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, gazing at the stunning night view of the river, she felt as though she had stepped into a dream. After admiring the scenery for a while, she captured several photos with her phone before ascending to the 28th floor. To her astonishment, there was even a private swimming pool. The pool was topped with transparent glass, revealing the star-studded sky above. Imagining herself reclining in the pool, gazing at the stars, she thought of the exquisite pleasure it would be. Without hesitation, she took a float from the poolside, placed it in the water, and lay back. Drifting to the center of the pool, her eyes fixed on the celestial display. If only Lin Dong were there to embrace her. With a couple of glasses of red wine to accompany the moment. Looking down at her towel-clad figure, she boldly discarded the towel. Such an enticing body, how could Lin Dong bear to leave? He truly was a man devoid of romance. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was hurrying frantically towards his aunt's home. His aunt's injury was a serious matter. Even if not grave, it pained him to think of her hurt, especially for the sake of the compensation. By the time Lin Dong arrived in Sioux City, it was already past 6 in the morning. He had managed a brief rest during the night, while Wei Yong and Li Guobing took turns driving. Upon reaching Sioux City, Lin Dong took the wheel. As his companions were unfamiliar with the area, and he could drive much faster alone. Arriving at his aunt's building, Lin Dong instructed Wei Yong and Li Guobing to wait in the car while he ascended alone. His cousin Wang Li opened the door. "Go, come in quickly. What happened?" "Where's Andy? Where's Wang Chao?" Lin Dong inquired. "Everyone is at home. My father is watching Xiao Chao. I am worried he might go looking for Lin Quan." As Lin Dong entered the house, he saw his uncle Wang Yongfu sitting on the sofa watching television. "Uncle," Lin Dong called out. "Xiao Dong is here. Go and see your aunt," Wang Yongfu remarked. At this age, still causing trouble for others. Now look, he can't even get out of bed. Wang Yongfu, Lin Dong's uncle, is a minor official, earning a living from the government. He is quite reliable in his work and remains calm in emergencies. Although he is not overly affectionate towards Lin Dong, he has not treated him with disdain during the 2 years Lin Dong lived there. Can't get out of bed? Didn't he cousin Wang Li say a few days of rest would suffice? This sounds serious. Lin Dong hurriedly went to his aunt's room, where he found her sleeping. Not wanting to disturb her, he gently closed the door and stepped back into the living room, joining his uncle and cousin Wang Li. Wang Yongfu recounted the situation to Lin Dong, which was largely in line with Lin Dong's thoughts. When Lin Dong's parents had an accident, they received nearly 2 million in compensation. At that time, Lin Dong was not yet 10 years old, so the money needed to be managed by his new guardian. Ultimately, Lin Dong chose to live with his second uncle Lin Guobang, but they disagreed over the compensation. Lin Guobang repeatedly emphasized that the money would be given to Lin Dong upon his 18th birthday. However, Lin Dong's aunt and elder aunt did not fully trust this, leading to the creation of an agreement that was kept by his aunt. After Lin Guobang received the money, Lin Dong's life became difficult until he moved to his aunt's house to attend high school, where conditions improved. Now, with Lin Dong approaching 21 and on the verge of graduating from university, Lin Guobang showed no intention of releasing the funds. Lu Yanmei, whose back had already been weak, was pushed and injured by Lin Quan, resulting in her current condition, which would likely require 2 weeks of recovery. "What about Wang Chao?" Lin Dong inquired. "Uncle, I will handle this matter well. Rest assured, I will ensure my aunt receives a satisfactory resolution. Xiao Dong, remember to act rationally. If necessary, we can use legal means to protect ourselves. Don't act impulsively." "I understand, uncle. I'll go check on Xiao Chao." Lin Dong approached the door of Wang Chao's bedroom. This had once been his own room. Since his aunt's house was a 3-bedroom apartment, he had shared a room with Wang Chao for 2 years, and they had a good relationship. Chapter 71, Taking My Aunt Back to Jiangnan. Lin Dong knocked on Wang Chao's door, but there was no response. It was locked from the inside. Bang bang. "Xiao Chao, it's me. Open the door." After a moment, he heard the lock disengage, but the door remained closed. Lin Dong pushed the door open and saw Wang Chao sitting angrily on the bed. Wang Chao, 16 years old and in his first year of high school, had his father Wang Yongfu running around to ensure he could attend a better school. At this rebellious age, learning that his mother had been assaulted, he was undoubtedly eager for vengeance. Being confined at home by his father left him in a foul mood. "Xiao Chao, what's wrong? Talk to me," Lin Dong said, patting Wang Chao's shoulder. "Lin Dong go. That Lin Quan dared to hit my mom. I want to kill him, but my dad won't let me. He is scared and wants me to be scared too," Wang Chao exclaimed furiously. Lin Dong lightly tapped the back of Wang Chao's head, saying, "What are you talking about? How can you speak about your father like that?" "It's true," Wang Chao retorted defiantly. "Your dad isn't scared. He is being rational. If something happens to him, what would happen to you, your sister, and your mom? Your aunt's back is already weak and can't handle heavy work. Your dad has been holding this family together, and he is already exhausted. How can you say that? If he can't go, I can. You can't keep talking about killing this and that. If something happens to you, your mom would be devastated. This whole situation arose because of me, so I will handle it. I promise to help you take revenge." "Really?" Wang Chao asked. "Of course. Just wait and see. Once we get your aunt's back treated, we'll go together to help her." "All right. Lin Dong go, I'll listen to you." Lin Dong took Wang Chao to the living room, where they sat together, while Wang Li went to prepare breakfast. In the living room, Lin Dong shared his intention to take his aunt to Jiangnan for treatment with his uncle Wang Yongfu. After a moment's thought, Wang Yongfu agreed and called his supervisor to take leave. He had long wanted to take Lu Yanmei to a major hospital in Jiangnan, but she had always hesitated to go. In truth, Lu Yanmei was reluctant to spend too much money, as the family relied solely on Wang Yongfu's income, which was already stretched thin. Before long, Lu Yanmei woke up. Lin Dong hurried in to ask, "Aunt, how are you feeling?" "It's nothing serious. My back is an old problem. A few days of rest will do." "Aunt, why do you insist on asking Lin Guobang for money? Don't you know what kind of person he is?" "All right, we'll discuss this later. The most important thing now is to treat your back. I've already contacted the hospital in Jiangnan. We'll leave soon." "Going to Jiangnan?" "I'm not going. I don't have any major issues. A few days of rest is sufficient, and it's just an old ailment. Going would be pointless." Lu Yanmei refused. At this moment, Lu Yanmei was thinking, how much would treatment in Jiangnan cost? The family was not wealthy, and they depended entirely on Wang Yongfu's income. With 2 children, one in college and the other in high school, Lin Dong's tuition was jointly funded by her and Lin Dong's elder aunt. They had no savings, and spending money on her treatment would only deepen their financial struggles. Wang Yongfu had urged her several times to seek treatment in a big city, but she had always declined. Naturally, she would not agree this time either. "Aunt, I know you are worried about expenses, but rest assured, I am earning money now. Let us treat the illness first, and you can look forward to enjoying life later." Lin Dong persuaded. "What can a college student earn?" "Listen, Xiao Dong. You must study hard, find a good job after graduation, and avoid any shady practices. How can you face your parents and me if you don't?" Lu Yanmei said sternly to Lin Dong. "Aunt, I truly haven't done anything wrong. You've known me my whole life. Don't you trust me?" Lin Dong replied with a wry smile. The reason he hadn't disclosed his financial situation to his aunt was to prevent her from worrying. He had intended to gradually reveal some information through his cousin Wang Li, but unexpectedly, she also dared not say anything. Now, with no other options, he had to be honest. However, Lu Yanmei clearly did not believe him. Despite Lin Dong's attempts to persuade her, she refused to go for treatment in Jiangnan. Even when Wang Yongfu and Wang Li joined in to convince her, it was to no avail. Lin Dong was left with no choice but to say to Lu Yanmei, "Aunt, my car is downstairs. If you don't believe me, would you like to take a look?" Eventually, with the assistance of several people, Lu Yanmei came downstairs and saw the luxurious Benz Lin Dong had driven. Lu Yanmei, Wang Yongfu, and Wang Chao all stared in astonishment at the grand vehicle. Speechless with shock, Wang Li had seen Lin Dong's 80 million car before, so this 3 million Benz did not impress her much. Moreover, she still had 100 million in her bank account from Lin Dong's previous gift. If she were to mention that, it would likely cause the 3 of them to faint. As a government employee, Wang Yongfu had some knowledge and recognized that the Benz was not cheap. It must be worth at least 1 million. Where did Lin Dong get the money to afford such a fine car? It seemed this young man had made quite a name for himself. Lin Dong was elated to make a name for himself, as he considered him to be half a son. During the 2 years he stayed at home, he believed he had treated Lin Dong well. As a timeless model from Benchi, the car was undoubtedly the dream of most men. Wang Chao was left in awe. He had always dreamed of owning such a luxury vehicle. It was simply magnificent and impressive. If he drove it to school, how many classmates would be envious? However, this was Lin Dong's car, and surely he would have the opportunity to drive it in the future. "Indeed, Auntie, this is my car. I assure you, I have never engaged in any illegal activities. All of this is earned by my own efforts," Lin Dong stated. How could a university student earn such a fortune? Lu Yanmei still found it hard to believe. "Auntie, I will explain everything to you later. For now, let us get in the car and go treat your illness." Since Lin Dong said so, Lu Yanmei no longer insisted. To her, Lin Dong was like her eldest son, and it was only right for her to enjoy the fruits of his success. Lu Yanmei was assisted into the car by Lin Dong and Wang Yongfu. Wei Yong and Li Guobing had been instructed by Lin Dong to find a hotel to rest, as they had hardly slept all night. Lin Dong intended to drive his aunt and the others to Jiangnan himself. Chapter 72, Gratitude. Lin Dong drove while Wang Chao sat in the passenger seat, brimming with excitement. Lu Yanmei and the others occupied the back seat. The luxury car, worth over 3 million, undoubtedly justified its price. If it had been an ordinary vehicle, someone like Lu Yanmei, who suffered from a back injury, would likely have found it quite uncomfortable. However, seated in this magnificent car, she felt no bumps at all. It was incredibly smooth and comfortable. Along the way, Lin Dong called Lu Chun, requesting him to give a heads up to the first hospital of Jiangnan. By 2 o'clock in the afternoon, they arrived at the entrance of the first hospital. The hospital's director, Lu Chuan, had been waiting for some time. He did not dare to be negligent regarding the instructions from the young master of the Lu family. "Mr. Lin, we meet again." Director Lu Chuan exclaimed hurriedly upon seeing Lin Dong exit the car. "Director Lu, I must trouble you again this time." Lin Dong responded politely. "Mr. Lin, you flatter me. It is our duty." After exchanging pleasantries, they proceeded to the expert consultation, and by 4 in the afternoon, the surgery commenced. In the meantime, Lin Dong checked on Xiao Pejun, advising him to take good care of his injuries. The surgery concluded just before 5 o'clock. Han Shiyun must have left by now, right? If she hasn't, it would be quite complicated. Upon returning to Jiangnan International Mansion, Lin Dong discovered that Han Shiyun had indeed departed. He breathed a sigh of relief, then called Jinya Hotel to have some food delivered to Jiangnan International Mansion, as his aunt was still injured and it would be unwise to exert herself. Jinya Hotel, an 8-star establishment, typically did not offer takeaway services, but at the chairman's request, they had no choice but to comply, lest they risk their jobs. Upon entering Jiangnan International Mansion, Lu Yanmei and her family were once again filled with astonishment. They could not fathom how Lin Dong, a junior in college, had acquired such wealth. In a large city like Jiangcheng, how much would such a property cost? Several million? Or even tens of millions? They could hardly dare to imagine that one day they would reside in such a luxurious abode. Wang Chao was exuberantly leaping about, feeling quite at home, as he had shared a room with Lin Dong for 2 years. As soon as they reached the upper floor, he jumped straight into the swimming pool for a bath. Auntie, uncle, please take good care of yourselves here. Consider this your home, Lin Dong told Lu Yanmei and Wang Yongfu. Xiaodong, is this your house? Lu Yanmei inquired. Yes. You must tell your auntie the truth. Where did you get all this money? Is it true? Auntie, I assure you, I have not engaged in any illegal activities. Please trust me, Lin Dong replied helplessly. However, Lu Yanmei seemed poised to say more when she was interrupted by Wang Yongfu. All right, Xiaodong is no longer a child. He is an adult with his own judgment. I trust him, Wang Yongfu interjected. Hearing her husband's words, Lu Yanmei ceased her questioning. Auntie, uncle, now that you are aware of my situation, I hope you can consider moving to Jiangcheng. This way, Xiao Chao can receive a better education here. Lu Yanmei and her husband exchanged glances, both feeling somewhat tempted. Wang Chao often associated with unsavory characters in Shuqing and had little motivation to study. His admission to high school was the result of Wang Yongfu's relentless efforts over several days, which not only incurred favors owed, but also substantial expenses. If they moved to Jiangcheng, a new environment might help him focus, and the educational standards here far exceeded those of a small place like Shuqing. Their greatest concern was their youngest son, Xiaodong. Your auntie understands that you are doing well now, but we have lived in Shuqing for decades. And your uncle's work is there as well. What would we do if we moved here? Auntie, you can come without doing anything. If you truly feel restless, I can arrange some light work for you, making it easier to look after Xiao Chao. What do you think? Lin Dong proposed. Mom, Dad, please listen to Lin Dong. If Xiao Chao continues to stay at home, he will undoubtedly be led astray. Even if you do not think of yourselves, you should consider Xiao Chao. Wang Li chimed in. We'll have to discuss this further. Lu Yanmei hesitated. All right. However, I genuinely hope you can come. You have done so much for me. It is time for me to repay you. Moreover, I currently own a hotel and need trustworthy people to help me oversee it, Lin Dong continued. You have opened a hotel? Yes. Right now, it's managed by people I hired externally, but I still have to attend school and lack the time to manage it. So I hope you can help me keep an eye on things, to prevent any mischief. Lin Dong was indifferent to the hotel's profitability. In fact, he would prefer it to lose as much as possible, as this would garner him more points as a wealthy individual. He merely wished for his aunt and uncle to move over. He also hoped to persuade his eldest aunt's family to join them. Lin Dong was generous to those who treated him well, while he remained indifferent to those who did not. Just like his second uncle, Lin Guobang. At this moment, Lin Dong's phone rang. It was to inform him that the food from Jinya Hotel had arrived. Lin Dong called the property management to allow the delivery in. For affluent owners like him, the property management's principle was to accommodate requests as much as possible, ensuring not to offend. Soon, the doorbell rang. Lin Dong opened the door to find over a dozen well-groomed attendants, each carrying a platter. Lu Yanmei and Wang Yongfu were momentarily stunned at the sight. The day's events had been overwhelmingly stimulating. This was how the wealthy enjoyed life. A lavish spread of exquisite dishes was laid before them, tantalizing their senses. Lin Dong went upstairs to call Wang Chao down for dinner, who was still happily playing in the pool. Lin Dong, go. Can I come here to swim often? Wang Chao asked as he climbed out of the pool. If you can persuade your parents to move to Jiangcheng, you can stay here anytime. Lin Dong replied with a smile. Really? Wang Chao exclaimed with joy. When have I ever lied to you? All right, I will definitely convince them. Then I can swim here every day? The meal left Lu Yanmei's family utterly satisfied. It was exquisite. In their lifetime, they had never tasted such delicious food. Auntie, this food is prepared by my hotel. You can help me oversee things there, and you can enjoy these every day. Lin Dong tempted. Mom, let's move here. I want to study here. Wang Chao added. Lu Yanmei and Wang Yongfu exchanged a glance. All right then, we shall move over. Fine. Tomorrow I will contact the school for Xiao Chao, Wang Yongfu agreed. Brother, can we postpone it for a few days? Wang Chao inquired. No. Lu Yanmei, Wang Yongfu. and Wang Li responded in unison. Chapter 73. The Transformation of Lu Xiaoxiao. The following day, Lin Dong called Lu Xiaoxiao, asking her to arrange for Wang Chao's enrollment at the same high school she attended. Despite Lin Dong's newfound wealth, his influence had yet to be established. His name was only known within the inner circles of the party. The general public remained unaware of him, and thus did not recognize his authority. As the second young lady of the Lu family, this minor task posed no difficulty for her. Within mere minutes, she informed Lin Dong that he could bring Wang Chao for enrollment. Lin Dong drove Wang Chao directly to Jiangnan No. 1 High School. This institution was renowned in Jiangnan province as an elite academy. Although it was a private school, it boasted a formidable faculty and was backed by the prestigious Lu family, earning it a stellar reputation throughout the province. Students admitted here were either top achievers, receiving full tuition, accommodation, and living expenses, along with generous scholarships, or they hailed from affluent families. Upon arriving at Jiangnan No. 1 High School, Lu Xiaoxiao was already waiting. The moment Lin Dong laid eyes on her, he was momentarily stunned, scarcely believing his own vision. The night prior, Lu Xiaoxiao had presented herself as a rebellious girl, yet today, she seemed entirely transformed. Her voluminous hair was styled into 2 ponytails, the large earrings were gone, and her heavy makeup had been replaced with a more natural appearance. Dressed in a short skirt uniform, she appeared before Lin Dong as the epitome of youthful innocence. At 17, Lu Xiaoxiao was in her second year at Jiangnan No. 1 High School, yet her petite stature made her resemble a girl of merely 15 or 16. In fact, not only did Lin Dong struggle to recognize her, but even her parents, grandfather, and brother Lu Chun were taken aback by this new look. They even speculated whether she had undergone some sort of personal crisis, as not only had her appearance changed, but her previously foul-mouthed demeanor was also beginning to shift. Lu Chun had questioned her several times, but had failed to uncover the truth. Naturally, Lu Xiaoxiao would not reveal that it was Lin Dong who inspired her transformation. The faculty and students of the school were equally astonished. The notorious Lu family troublemaker had suddenly morphed into a model student, leaving everyone in disbelief. Lin Dongji, what's wrong? Don't you recognize me? Lu Xiaoxiao waved a hand before Lin Dong. All right, I will heed your advice from now on, she added, stepping closer and playfully linking her arm with his. Lu Xiaoxiao's actions left Lin Dong feeling somewhat awkward. After all, she was a girl of 16 or 17, and such proximity inevitably led to sensitive touches. Perhaps she truly considered him her brother, he reassured himself. Little did Lin Dong know. Apart from a brief childhood phase of clinginess towards her brother Lu Chun, she had not behaved this way since becoming more self-aware in middle school. He was the first to experience such affection from her. Fortunately, classes were in session, otherwise, the sight of the mischievous Lu Xiaoxiao embracing a young man so intimately would surely have caused quite a stir among their fellow students. Meanwhile, Wang Chao, upon catching sight of Lu Xiaoxiao, felt as though his very soul had been struck. His heart raced, his blood surged, and every organ in his body seemed to operate at an accelerated pace. This was an encounter unlike any in his 16 years of life. In his navette, he was utterly captivated by the sight of such a remarkable girl of similar age. Yet, witnessing Lu Xiaoxiao's affectionate interaction with Lin Dong, he quickly buried his feelings. Xiaoxiao, allow me to introduce my cousin, Wang Chao. Wang Chao, this is Lu Xiaoxiao, the sister of a good friend of mine. Lin Dong introduced them. Hello, I am Lu Xiaoxiao. She smiled, her arms still linked with Lin Dong's as she extended her hand towards Wang Chao. Ah, hello, I am Wang Chao, he stammered, his face flushing as he shook her hand. The mere touch of her palm left him blushing deeply. Lu Xiaoxiao, oblivious to Wang Chao's peculiar demeanor, quickly released his hand. Her attention primarily focused on Lin Dong. Noticing Wang Chao's flustered state, Lin Dong cast a glance at him and realized something was amiss. His face was crimson, and his speech was halting. Was he smitten? He then looked at Lu Xiaoxiao, clad in her short skirt uniform, her delicate features radiating youthful exuberance. A stark contrast to the extravagant Lu Xiaoxiao from the previous night. It would be prudent to have a serious conversation with this boy soon. Lu Xiaoxiao was not someone to be trifled with, and it was better for him to rein in his affections before he ended up hurt. Ah, first love. Wasn't his own first love, which he had pursued for 4 years, fraught with pain? Lin Dongji, I have already coordinated with the school. You can take your cousin in to complete the enrollment procedures, Lu Xiaoxiao stated. Thank you very much, Xiaoxiao. Lin Dong replied courteously. Lin Dongji, you mustn't be so formal with me. She pouted, feigning annoyance. All right, Lin Dong replied, affectionately ruffling her hair with one hand. Let us proceed then, Xiaoxiao, she exclaimed, pulling him along, clearly enjoying his indulgent demeanor. Wang Chao followed silently behind. Lu Xiaoxiao led Lin Dong directly to the administrative office of Jiangnan No. 1 High School, where they completed all the necessary paperwork in under 10 minutes. Wang Chao was escorted to his designated class by the staff, while Lu Xiaoxiao accompanied Lin Dong to the school gate. Xiaoxiao, hurry off to class, Lin Dong urged. When will you come to my house, Lin Dongji? Lu Xiaoxiao asked, a hint of reluctance in her voice. All right, be sure to visit once you're done. Yes, definitely. I must head to class now. Goodbye, Lin Dongji. Goodbye. Study hard. Understood. Could it be that this girl had developed feelings for him? It seemed plausible. Otherwise, why would she so willingly change her appearance at his suggestion? It was worth noting that she rarely heeded her family's advice. What a predicament. Despite his charm, strength, wealth, and poise, he pondered whether his intervention during her most perilous moment had left a lasting impression on her. It might be wise to minimize their interactions moving forward to avoid any potential emotional turmoil. Chapter 74, Zizhao Shidao, Kyoto. In a tranquil courtyard, an elderly man and a young man were engaged in a game of chess. The elder appeared to be in his 70s or 80s, yet his youthful demeanor belied his age, exuding vitality and vigor, devoid of any signs of decline. The young man, though referred to as a youth, was at least 30, but in comparison to the elder, he could still be considered a boy. Shidao, your chess skills have improved remarkably, the elder remarked with a smile. The young man was none other than Zizhao Shidao, a prominent figure within Kyoto's inner circles. His name resonated not only among the younger generation, but was also held in high esteem by the elder generation. Shidao, playing chess is akin to navigating life. One must know when to advance and when to retreat. Lately, I have observed a hint of hesitation in your moves, the elder noted. Grandfather Zhou, you are astute. I confess I have been somewhat lost recently. Grandfather Zhou, in our youth, my brother and I shared a bond akin to that of blood brothers. Yet we find ourselves in a state of irreconcilable conflict over a woman. The principles of our teachings, I cannot discern whether they are right or wrong. A graceful and virtuous lady, a gentleman seeks a worthy match. In ancient times, there were verses about fleeting nights and the reluctance to rise at dawn, and yet, the young lady from the Murong family truly embodies the essence of unparalleled beauty. You need not be entangled in this matter. It is most vital to follow one's heart. Indeed, Grandfather Zhou, I shall remember this. At that moment, Zhao Shidao's phone rang. It was a call from Qinzheng, requesting to meet him. Zhao Shidao had heard of Qinzheng's exploits in Jiangnan, but rumors are merely whispers. It would be prudent to hear directly from Qinzheng. With the decade-long covenant with Murong Qinga approaching its conclusion, the emergence of such a formidable figure demanded his attention. They had agreed to rendezvous at the Great Wall Club, one of the 3 premier clubs in the capital and a gathering place for the elite, serving as the stronghold of the faction. Grandfather Zhou, I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall visit you again soon. Go on, go on. You young ones are at the dawn of your journeys. Do not squander time on this old man. Upon arriving at the Great Wall Club, Zhao Shidao was greeted with bows and salutations by all who encountered him. He pushed open the door to the top-floor private room, where Qinzheng awaited. Zidao? Qinzheng exclaimed, rising to greet him. I traveled to Jiangbei province on business, and took the opportunity to visit Jiangcheng to inquire about Mingwei from Zhou Huili, and I wished to see her as well. Unexpectedly, I was discovered by Lu Chun. Qinzheng recounted the events to Zhao Shidao in detail. Oh, you mean to say that by Lin Dong's side is someone who can contend equally with Qiu Shan and possesses remarkable strength? Indeed, he can hold my sword between 2 fingers and shatter it with a mere flick. Uncle Shan himself admitted he could not achieve such a feat. He suspects this individual is at least at the pinnacle of the tiger list, if not higher. With a resounding crack, Zhao Shidao crushed the cup in his hand into shards. The pinnacle of the tiger list, or even beyond. He was acutely aware of the implications. According to Qinzheng, Lin Dong had accomplished this at around the age of 20, his talent exceedingly rare. It seemed evident that Lin Dong was undoubtedly an heir of a concealed lineage, one of the foremost successors. How astonishing that Zhuge Sangqiong, at the final juncture of this decade-long agreement, would be graced with such a powerful ally. In Jiangcheng, after escorting Wang Chao to Jiangcheng No. 1 High School, Lin Dong arrived at the Jinya Hotel. He also intended to persuade his aunt and older aunt to relocate to Jiangcheng. Just as Lin Dong settled in his office for a brief nap, his phone rang, jolting him awake. Upon answering, he heard Yi Hong's voice. Brother Lin, you truly are a person of many affairs, having neglected to contact me for so long. Yi Hong continued, I am aware of your busy schedule. Your recent achievements have spread like wildfire. I never anticipated that you would so decisively drive Qinzheng, one of the 8 kings of the faction, out of Jiangcheng. Yi Hong marveled at Lin Dong's prowess. Although Li Bin had previously mentioned Lin Dong as an heir of a hidden family when selling the Jinya Hotel, the status of such heirs varies. Some belong to larger families with multiple tiers of succession. Initially, they believed Lin Dong to be at most a second heir. Yet his displayed strength undoubtedly belonged to that of a first heir from a super family. This status surpassed that of the 3 major factions. He felt immensely fortunate to have maintained a good relationship with Lin Dong. With the strength Lin Dong had revealed, introducing him would indeed be a sagacious move. Following the revelation of Lin Dong's exploits, Yi Hong received considerable recognition, which would serve as the final piece of the puzzle for his succession of the Yi family. Please do not flatter me, Brother Yi, Lin Dong modestly replied. Who is it? Lin Dong inquired. You shall find out upon meeting. We will contact you once we finalize the time. After hanging up, Lin Dong fell into contemplation. As his strength gradually became apparent, he began to encounter some truly significant figures. However, he felt he still lacked sufficient strength. His influence had not yet been established, and he needed to devise ways to invest more resources. Where could Xianjie have gone for so long without any updates? Is spending money truly such a challenge? Lin Dong lamented, never having imagined he would one day be troubled by the intricacies of expenditure. Chapter 75, Settling In. In the afternoon, Lin Dong contacted the sales representative at Jiangnan International Mansion, Chui Jia, to inquire about available properties. He intended to purchase a suite for both his aunt and older aunt and arrange for them to work at the Jiangnan Hotel. Even if they lacked skills, he could assign them to leisurely positions with a modest annual salary, ensuring they could establish themselves in Jiangqing. Chui Jia was elated, having recently earned millions from Lin Dong, a sum she had never imagined possible. Now, he was returning to buy more properties? Truly, he was a magnate. Lin Dong arrived at the sales office, accompanied by Chui Jia, to view the properties. He recalled how, during his last visit, he stood for several minutes in the lobby without anyone approaching, only to be fortuitously attended to by the newcomer, Chui Jia. That incident had cost several $100,000 in commission, an excruciating thought. This time, upon seeing Lin Dong, the sales representatives rushed to surround him. Sir, how may I assist you? Sir, are you looking to purchase a property? I am available to accompany you at any time. Sir, here is my business card. Feel free to contact me anytime. I apologize, ladies. I have already made arrangements with Miss Chui, Lin Dong interjected, squeezing through the crowd. At that moment, Chui Jia approached, keys in hand. Mr. Lin, I have the keys ready. Shall we go view the properties? They departed together, leaving the lobby abuzz with speculation. That girl Chui Jia must have slept with him. Indeed. Otherwise, how could someone buy such an expensive property through her? Although they perceived her as innocent, it seemed she was far from it. However, their envy and jealousy were palpable. The first building had no available properties, so Lin Dong casually inspected the second and third buildings, purchasing similar units, each valued around 100 million. Upon returning to the lobby, he paid a 10% deposit and mentioned he would return later to complete the paperwork. Another 200 million in sales, combined with the previous 400 million. Chui Jia's commissions from Lin Dong had reached an impressive 600,000. Such accomplishments would surely incite envy among the other sales representatives, even the manager. The other saleswomen lamented their missed opportunities. Although his aunt had recently undergone surgery, it was deemed a minor issue. The doctor advised her to walk more, and she would recover in about a week. Lin Dong brought the three of them to the second building. While this apartment could not compare to Lin Dong's penthouse, its opulent decor was still exquisite, as expected for a property of this value. Xiaodong, what brings us here? Lu Yinmei inquired after a brief glance. Xiaodong, this place is splendid. However, we cannot afford such a luxury, Lu Yinmei remarked. Though unaware of the actual price, the apartment's appearance suggested it was far from affordable, and their family had merely been scraping by for years. Where would they find the means to purchase a home? Aunt, I have already bought this property. The paperwork is yet to be finalized, but once you provide your identification, this apartment will be yours. Upon hearing Lin Dong's intention to gift them the apartment, Lu Yinmei and Wang Yongfu were taken aback. Although Lin Dong brought them to view the house, they had a premonition about it, yet his actions still surprised them. Lu Yinmei hurriedly exclaimed, "This is unacceptable. Xiaodong, you've worked hard to earn your money. We cannot accept this house. Indeed, this house is far too extravagant for us," Wang Yongfu added from the side. Only Wang Li stood by the window, admiring the scenery, envisioning that this would soon be her home. She never expected to reside in such a luxurious mansion one day. Since it was a gift from Lin Dong, she thought it best to accept it without hesitation. After all, it was impossible to refuse it. She had yet to inform her parents about the 100 million in her account. "Aunt, uncle, this is my way of expressing gratitude to you. Had I not lived in your home and instead remained with Lin Guobang, enduring his abuse, I cannot fathom how twisted my character would have become. I remember when I first arrived at your home, I was so withdrawn and icy. You both have shown me the warmth of family, gradually transforming me into who I am today. Now that I have the means, I wish to repay you. And if you refuse this house, I will forever feel uneasy." Lin Dong spoke in a low voice. Indeed, it was the 2 years spent at Aunt Lu Yinmei's home that allowed him to rediscover the warmth of family. Otherwise, he might have already dropped out of school and embarked on an irreversible path. Upon hearing Lin Dong's words, Lu Yanmei began to weep softly. Xiaodong, you have achieved so much now, but it's a pity that your sister and brother-in-law cannot witness it. If they were here, they would surely be proud of you. Wang Yongfu reflected on Lin Dong's situation with a sense of melancholy. After all, he had children of his own, and their family was not affluent. Having one more person to feed was manageable, but he also had to shoulder the burden of Lin Dong's tuition and living expenses. However, since his wife insisted on this arrangement, he had no choice but to acquiesce. Although he harbored some resentment, having already taken Lin Dong in, he chose not to treat him differently. His philosophy was that since Lin Dong had entered their home, he should be treated equally. One must acknowledge Wang Yongfu's open-mindedness. Typically, a person with a family and modest means would not permit an external nephew like Lin Dong to reside with them. Given the gravity of Lin Dong's declaration, Lu Yanmei and her husband could no longer refuse. Lin Dong accompanied Wang Yongfu to the sales office to complete the paperwork. Lu Yanmei and Wang Li remained in the newly acquired house, a lavishly furnished abode ready for immediate occupancy, which would soon be their home. After finalizing the paperwork and successfully paying the 100 million, the system added a point to his godly points, bringing his total to 81. The next day was Sunday. Lin Dong anticipated a call from Yi Hong, but after waiting all day, none came. In the evening, he received a call from Sun Siyu, inquiring why he had not visited her as promised earlier in the week, as she had awaited his call for 2 days. At that moment, Lin Dong recalled his commitment to visit Sun Siyu's home, but due to matters regarding his aunt, he had to postpone until next time. In the afternoon, Lin Dong received delightful news. Zhao Xian called to inform him that the foundation for their project was nearly established. Under financial incentives, she had recruited numerous talents. Lin Dong encouraged her to invest in any promising projects, disregarding monetary concerns, and instructed her to contact Wang Chong, where there was an additional 50 billion investment available, translating to 50 more godly points. He urgently needed to spend money to acquire these points, as he hoped to upgrade the system. He felt that his physical and mental limits had not yet been fully realized. According to Xiao Pejun, there remained hidden masters who could potentially surpass him. Despite having an advantage, I cannot accept being less than invincible. I demand an upgrade. Otherwise, what purpose does this system serve? Since heaven has bestowed upon me such an extraordinary opportunity, I cannot let it go to waste. I must seize it diligently. A week passed swiftly, and a new week began. On Monday, Lin Dong attended classes in the morning. In the afternoon, he arrived at the school's martial arts club. He sought to glean knowledge from this gathering. Currently, his prowess stemmed solely from his enhanced physical and mental capabilities, equating to strength and reflexes, lacking any formal techniques. He desired to learn some power application techniques or various martial arts forms to bolster his combat effectiveness. After a previous failure in attempting to add the 18 dragons subduing palm skill, resulting in a deduction of 10 godly points, Lin Dong became wary of carelessly adding skills, particularly martial arts ones. Who could verify the existence of such a name? If it did not exist, he would face another deduction, leaving him with only a handful of points. Alas, what a hardship! Upon arriving at a large building designated for club activities at the academy, Lin Dong discovered that this space required rental fees. Most of the larger clubs operated here. He entered the martial arts club floor and found a vast hall filled with hundreds of people, a mix of men and women, though the men vastly outnumbered the women. All seated in a meditative posture. Lin Dong was taken aback. Were they practicing? Wasn't the martial arts club about combat skills? Why were they engaging in internal cultivation? However, upon closer inspection, it appeared that most were engaged in conversation. Lin Dong took a seat at the back and nudged a fellow student beside him, inquiring, "What are you all doing?" The student glanced at Lin Dong and asked, "Aren't you part of our martial arts club?" I just arrived today, preparing to join." "Well, you're in luck. Today is a lecture by our club president, Shangwan Mingyue, one of the 3 goddesses of the academy." "Shangwan Mingyue? Isn't she the most enigmatic among the 3 goddesses?" Lin Dong pondered, astonished that a woman held the position of club president. Did all these men merely sit idly by, allowing a woman to lead? "Excuse me, is Shangwan Mingyue truly the club president? Is she formidable?" "Absolutely. No one in our Jiangnan martial arts club has managed to withstand even 3 of her moves. So impressive. Will she ever marry?" "Brother, are you joking? President Shangwan is the foremost among the 3 goddesses. Suitors line up all the way to the Media University." "All the way to Media University? Are you serious? Can all the boys at Jiangdao even match that number?" Lin Dong chose not to probe further, instead opting to observe what insights the martial arts club president would impart. Shortly thereafter, a young woman with a ponytail, clad in a crisp white training outfit, entered from backstage and took her place at the podium, sitting cross-legged on the floor. This must be Shangwan Mingyue. Although Lin Dong had been at Jiangdao for 3 years, he had spent most of that time working part-time. Knowing that both his aunt and older aunt faced challenges, this helped alleviate their burden and allowed him to purchase small gifts for Jiangnan, occasionally treating her to delightful meals. Thus, he had never encountered the most mysterious of the three goddesses, Shangwan Mingyue. He was most familiar with Su Yingxue, as they had been in the same class. Despite sitting at the back, further from Shangwan Mingyue, Lin Dong possessed keen eyesight. The moment she appeared, he observed her clearly. Judging by appearance, Shangwan Mingyue stood at least 175 centimeters tall, nearly matching his height, placing her among the elite tier of women. A delicate face resembling a melon seed, adorned with large, expressive eyes, elongated eyebrows, and a prominent nose, harmoniously complements her features. Without a trace of makeup, she is undoubtedly a paragon of natural beauty, her skin exceptionally flawless, seemingly as delicate as a petal. She is, without question, the foremost among the three goddesses, an enigmatic presence as if imbued with an ethereal spirit. Lin Dong observed the drooling male compatriots around him, pondering whether they were drawn here to learn martial arts or to bask in the beauty of Shangwan Mingyue. At that moment, Shangwan Mingyue addressed the audience from the podium. "Greetings, fellow students." Her voice resonated, clear and melodious. "Hello, President." The crowd of hundreds responded in unison, startling Lin Dong, who felt as though he were attending a leader's speech. "Today, I will enlighten you about the essence of martial arts. Martial arts can enhance physical health and prolong life. I have encountered centenarians who still move with remarkable agility. This is the longevity that martial arts cultivation can grant our bodies. To master martial arts, one must first cultivate the heart. Only by positioning one's mindset correctly can one achieve success in martial arts. Of course, to advance further in this discipline, innate talent is paramount. Some individuals possess extraordinary gifts, achieving heights within 3 years that ordinary practitioners might never attain in a lifetime. However, I do not intend to dishearten you. Even without remarkable achievements, one can still enhance their health. The spirit of martial arts is to cease hostilities and quell conflict, ultimately seeking mutual assistance and unity from discord. Martial might is not synonymous with violence. It is not for the sake of slaughter or combat, but rather to swiftly halt such acts, to protect and safeguard all beings. When absolutely necessary, one must act with empathy, transforming conflict into understanding, harmonizing with the universe. Following this, a barrage of statements ensued. Lin Dong understood none of it. What on earth was being said? He had come to learn techniques, boxing skills, and martial prowess, not to listen to grandiloquent rhetoric. After nearly half an hour, Chapter 77 commenced with Shangwan Mingyue concluding her discourse. The audience, much like Lin Dong, appeared utterly bewildered. It was clear that these male attendees were primarily attracted by the reputation of the Academy's leading goddess, rather than the pursuit of martial arts. In this era, financial gain seemed far more reliable. Lin Dong could not help but admire Shangwan Mingyue. Despite speaking to an unresponsive audience, she maintained her composure and dedication, a feat not easily accomplished. The floor was opened for questions, and she invited inquiries, promising to address them on the spot. "President Shangwan, might I inquire if there are still masters of martial arts in this era? Aren't they merely figments of television and novels?" A male student boldly stood to ask. "President Shangwan, can we still cultivate martial arts to great heights? It is challenging. Mastery of martial arts is not achieved overnight. It requires practice from a young age. Even those with high potential will find their achievements limited if they miss the optimal time for training." Another student inquired, "President Shangwan, it is said that you are in a relationship with the Academy's top male deity, President Zhou, who has declared that no man may approach you. Can you confirm your relationship with him?" This question evidently piqued the interest of the audience, leading to a cacophony of discontent regarding Shangwan Mingyue's response. At that moment, 2 individuals hurriedly entered the hall, a man and a woman, quickly scanning the crowd before approaching Lin Dong. The man knelt beside Lin Dong, bending his legs. "Lin Xiao, I was wrong. I should not have offended you. I hope you can overlook this and grant me mercy. Could you possibly intercede with the Liu family on my behalf?" Huang Junlang pleaded. After offending Liu Xiaoxiao that fateful Friday night, his family's enterprises had been ruthlessly targeted by the Liu family. Given the Liu family's influence in Jiangnan, his family's modest business had been swiftly driven to bankruptcy. In the subsequent days, his parents had exhausted numerous connections to no avail. Unaware that their misfortunes stemmed from their son's transgressions against the second young mistress of the Liu family, he could not bear to inform his parents of the truth, fearing their reaction. Yet, now, everything had crumbled. With his parents' bankruptcy, relentless bank demands, and the liquidation of nearly all valuable possessions, they had even lost their home. Their situation was now worse than that of beggars on the street, and his parents had aged overnight, even contemplating desperate measures. In his desperation, he recalled Liu Xiaoxiao's respectful demeanor towards Lin Dong that night, believing Lin Dong to be his family's only hope. If Lin Dong could plead with the Liu family, their crisis would be averted. Thus, he had brought Jiangnan along, promising her that should Lin Dong intervene, he would marry her immediately. At this point, pride mattered little. Saving his family took precedence. If the crisis remained unresolved, they would face a life more wretched than that of beggars. Huang Junlang's public kneeling before Lin Dong drew the curiosity of many, who gathered around to witness the unfolding drama. Isn't that Huang Xiao? Someone in the hall recognized him. Huang Junlang held a certain notoriety at Jiangnan University. He was a second-generation wealthy heir, not the most powerful, but certainly the most ostentatious. Wow. Huang Xiao is actually kneeling in front of someone in front of so many people? Who is this person? The crowd's gaze shifted to Lin Dong. Eager to discern the identity of the one capable of compelling Huang Xiao to kneel, Huang Junlang, now recognized, felt a burning shame. He had never experienced such humiliation before. Yet, he had no choice, as the fate of his family rested in Lin Dong's hands. Huang Junlang, I have done nothing to you. So what purpose does your kneeling serve? Lin Dong rose slowly, surveying the throng that had gathered. Lin Xiao, I implore you to intercede with the Liu family and spare my family, Huang Junlang beseeched. The Liu family is targeting you because of your offense against Liu Xiaoxiao. What does that have to do with me? Lin Dong retorted. And besides, are we on good terms? Why would I advocate for you? Lin Dong's response was sharp. Had they been on amicable terms? He had stolen Lin Dong's girlfriend, humiliated him, and even shared photos online, making Lin Dong the laughingstock of the academy. It was more than just a personal vendetta. It was a deep-seated enmity. Jiangnan observed Lin Dong, noting that since their breakup, he seemed to have transformed entirely. If anyone had known him best before, it would have been her, yet now she found herself utterly perplexed by his demeanor. How could a person's character change so rapidly? And now, Lin Dong possessed the means to assist Huang Junlang? What had he been concealing? Had he been testing their relationship all along? It was rumored that some wealthy heirs enjoyed masquerading as impoverished youths to seek true love. If that were the case, what had she sacrificed? For a few designer clothes and bags, she had forsaken a hidden super-rich heir who genuinely adored and cherished her. In that moment, Jiangnan felt utterly dizzy, realizing she had traded a vast forest for a mere blade of grass. Lin Dong. She began to speak, only to be interrupted. Jiangnan, do you wish to intercede for him as well? Lin Dong inquired, fixing his gaze upon her. Lin Dong, I implore you to assist Junlang, Jiangnan bravely declared, feeling utterly helpless as the forest had drifted far from her grasp. Should she fail to seize hold of Huang Junlang, this tender sprout, she would indeed find herself bereft of everything. What do you wish for? By what right do you wish? As an ex-girlfriend? A high school classmate? Or perhaps as Huang Junlang's current girlfriend? Lin Dong retorted with scorn. It was at this moment that the onlookers realized the truth. Lin Dong was the very individual who had his girlfriend snatched away by Huang Junlang, leading to his distress that had him on the brink of bloodshed, and who had his photographs disseminated in their group chat and on the school website. Just a few days had passed, and now Huang Junlang was kneeling before Lin Dong, begging for his assistance. The twist of fate was indeed astonishing, a narrative that even television dramas would hesitate to portray. Chapter 78. Lin Xiao, I am deeply sorry. Lin Dong, I beseech you, is that not enough? For the sake of our years of affection, will you not assist me one more time? Jiangnan suddenly begged in a subdued tone. Her only recourse now was to implore Lin Dong for aid. Once the crisis at Huang Junlang's home was resolved, she could marry him and live the life of a wealthy lady, a dream she had harbored for long. Even during her time with Lin Dong, this ambition lingered, though Lin Dong's unwavering kindness made it challenging to part ways. Otherwise, she would not have cast Lin Dong aside the moment Huang Junlang pursued her. Jiangnan, you lack the right to plead with me. Everyone else may beseech me, but you do not. My years of devotion pale in comparison to a few garments and handbags. These past few years, I, Lin Dong, have misjudged the character of those around me. I cannot assist you. Farewell. With that, Lin Dong turned to leave. Yet, Huang Junlang clutched his foot. Lin Xiao, it is my fault, entirely my fault. I implore you, assist me just this once. You are my last hope. If you do not help me, my family is truly finished. Huang Junlang wept and pleaded, clinging to Lin Dong's foot. As Lin Dong prepared to shake Huang Junlang off, a commotion erupted at the entrance of the hall. Following closely behind was a throng of people entering the venue. Leading the charge was the president of the student council at Jiangnan University, Zhou Huaili, widely regarded as the university's most eligible bachelor and recognized as Shangwan Mingyue's boyfriend. Wow, President Zhou has arrived. He must be here to see President Shangwan, the campus's golden couple. Quickly, let us go and take a look. The crowd that had gathered around Lin Dong and Huang Junlang dispersed in an instant, rushing to witness Zhou Huaili and Shangwan Mingyue. With a mere flick of his wrist, Lin Dong shook Huang Junlang off and followed suit, eager to observe Shangwan Mingyue in action. The earlier incident between Lin Dong and Huang Junlang had not affected Shangwan Mingyue. In the hall, amidst hundreds of people. Only a few dozen had gathered to witness the altercation, while the majority remained captivated by the demonstration by Shangwan Mingyue. On stage, Shangwan Mingyue was engaged in a practical exercise with a senior member of the martial arts club. This was precisely what everyone had been anticipating, as it offered a rare opportunity to be in close proximity to the goddess. However, at that moment, Zhou Huaili ascended the stage and addressed the club member, saying, "What did I say? No man is to approach Mingyue. Did you take my words lightly?" "I apologize, President Zhou. I will leave at once," the trembling club member stammered. When Shangwan Mingyue had called for a partner, he had rushed forward, eager for a chance to be near the goddess. It was a practical exercise, and physical contact was inevitable. His intentions were far from innocent. Typically, female members took the stage, but today he had inexplicably decided to seize the opportunity, unable to restrain himself due to Shangwan Mingyue's breathtaking beauty. Now, with Zhou Huaili's arrival, he felt a pang of guilt. Furthermore, as the president of the student council, Zhou Huaili was rumored to have a formidable family background, making him a person to be reckoned with. "Stop! Who permitted you to leave?" The departing club member was halted by Zhou Huaili's commanding voice. "President Zhou, I slap." Before he could finish, Zhou Huaili interrupted with a resounding slap. Slap. Another followed. Slap. 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 Zhou Huaili delivered 4 or 5 swift blows. He was about to continue when Shangwan Mingyue intervened. "Zhou Huaili, cease this at once," she exclaimed. "Miss Mingyue, young Master Qin instructed me to ensure your safety, prohibiting any man from approaching you. He dared to defy my orders. He deserves punishment," Zhou Huaili replied. With that, he delivered a forceful kick to the club member, who felt a sharp pain in his abdomen before being sent flying off the stage. The height from the stage to the ground was more than a meter. A fall could result in serious injury. The onlookers below quickly scattered, fearing collateral damage, leaving only Lin Dong standing firm. As the club member hurtled towards him, Lin Dong extended his hand, catching him and gently lowering him to the ground. Zhou Huaili, hearing no cries of distress, turned to glance at the crowd below, only to see the individual had been saved. Just as he was about to inquire who possessed such audacity, he recognized Lin Dong's face, and his pupils constricted in shock. This was Lin Dong. The events of that fateful night at Fuli Jinsha would be forever etched in his memory. The very person standing before him now was his peer from Jiangnan University, Lin Dong. What now? Should he apologize? But with so many witnesses present, how could he maintain his facade at Jiangnan University if he were to humble himself? Where would he place his dignity? Yet, if he chose not to apologize, he risked incurring Lin Dong's ire. He could not afford to provoke even young Master Qin. Forget it. Forget it. What good is face when weighed against one's life? Moreover, this was Lin Dong's territory. An apology might suffice. Surely such a prominent figure would not hold a grudge against someone like him. After coming to this conclusion, Zhou Huaili took a few steps forward, then leapt off the platform to stand before Lin Dong. The club member, whom Zhou Huaili had just kicked off, was effortlessly guided to the side by Lin Dong. Now, Lin Dong faced Zhou Huaili directly. As the crowd braced themselves for the spectacle of how Zhou Huaili would deal with Lin Dong, Zhou Huaili uttered words that left all present in shock. "Lin Xiao, I apologize. My previous actions were inexcusable. I did not see you here. Please, show mercy and do not hold my transgressions against a humble figure like myself. I, Zhou Huaili, sincerely apologize." Chapter 79, The First Among Jiangnan University. What, Nanny? The surrounding onlookers, eager for a spectacle, were utterly bewildered, including Shangwan Mingyue, who stood frozen in disbelief. Who was Zhou Huaili? The president of the student council at Jiangnan University, the most sought-after young man on campus. His family background was rumored to be terrifyingly powerful, far beyond the likes of Huang Junlang and his ilk. At Jiangnan University, his words carried weight, and even the administration took heed. How could such a figure bow and apologize to Lin Dong? What manner of identity did Lin Dong possess? That Huang Junlang had knelt before him was one thing, but even someone of Zhou Huaili's stature dared not provoke him. This was indeed staggering. When had Jiangnan University produced such a formidable figure? Shangwan Mingyue was equally taken aback. Zhou Huaili was a person of young Master Qin's circle, one of the 8 great leaders of the Zidao faction. Even in the hidden depths of Kyoto, he was a figure of significance. Zhou Huaili, being favored and accepted under his command, is undoubtedly not an ordinary individual. It appears that during the years of Qin Zheng sending him to monitor me, apart from Qin Zheng, he has not shown such reverence to anyone else. This suggests that the person before me is indeed of the same caliber as Qin Zheng. Shangwan Mingyue, however, is not particularly concerned with the internal matters of the Zitong. Otherwise, she would have heard that Qin Zheng was recently expelled from Jiangcheng in disgrace. Connecting this scene, it becomes quite evident that Lin Dong is the one who drove Qin Zheng away. As a concealed family, The Shangguan clan intends to emerge and seeks collaboration with a powerful family, with the Qin family in the capital as their target. The Qin family, having reached a developmental bottleneck, is in dire need of external support, leading to a swift agreement between the two parties. The most solid foundation for such cooperation is through marriage. Thus both families are inclined to unite Shangguan Mingyue with the eldest son of the Qin family, Qinzheng, to maintain this strong alliance. Shangguan Mingyue harbors a strong aversion towards a marriage predicated on mutual interests, yet she finds herself with no choice. As a girl, she lacks the agency to reject her family's arrangements. Upon their first encounter, Qinzheng was astonished by Shangguan Mingyue's beauty, and with the encouragement of their families, he promptly designated her as his future wife. Fortunately, being still young, Shangguan Mingyue opted to attend university in Jiangnan, aiming to evade Qinzheng. Yet, she never anticipated that Qinzheng would dispatch someone to watch over her. Lin Dong was equally surprised that Zhou Huili would bow and apologize to him. He had expected Zhou Huili to confront him. He had prepared himself to moderate his strength, fearing the potential for serious injury. Considering they were from opposing factions and had recently embarrassed his master, he assumed that even if Zhou Huili did not dare to engage him directly, he would at least utter some harsh words, as is customary in such scenarios. It is rare to see adversaries bowing and apologizing to one another. How could he possibly respond to that? In truth, Lin Dong underestimated his own capabilities. He has always believed his strength insufficient. Yet the prowess he has demonstrated thus far is enough to instill fear in many. Otherwise, Qinzheng would not have remained inactive for so long after suffering such a significant setback, which is uncharacteristic of someone of his stature among the Zitong's 8 kings. Although the Zitong may be somewhat adversarial, it does not imply that its members are barred from entering controlled territories or that outsiders cannot venture into Zitong realms. This is merely a matter of face for the higher-ups, and at least pertains to the 8 kings and core members of the Zitong. When one side's senior members make an appearance, the other side will similarly dispatch corresponding individuals for a meeting. Ordinary members can roam freely without concern. Had it not been for Lu Qin's urgent desire to ascend to core membership and reverse his family's decline, he could have easily pretended not to see. After all, Qinzheng's status as an 8th king of the Zitong is not something a mere senior member can compare to. His intention was to draw the attention of the 3 greats. Thus, one who recognizes the times is indeed a sage. Zhou Huili does not perceive any wrongdoing in his actions. Even if rumors spread, he would not be mocked. At most, the students unfamiliar with Lin Dong's identity might consider him somewhat timid. Moreover, he is on the verge of graduation, and the ordinary individuals at the school will never reach his level. Zhou Huili bowed at a 90-degree angle to Lin Dong, not hearing any response from him, and dared not rise, maintaining his position. As the saying goes, one does not strike a smiling face. Zhou Huili's unconventional approach of bowing and apologizing made Lin Dong feel somewhat embarrassed, as they bore no deep-seated grudges against one another. Yes, young Master Lin, I shall remember this. Zhou Huili straightened up, yet his tone remained exceedingly respectful. Lin Dong found the encounter rather dull and turned to leave. He had initially hoped to learn some techniques and master his strength, but ended up feeling like a spectacle, drawing attention as if he were a monkey. The crowd parted for Lin Dong, initially expecting a dramatic performance, only for the situation to conclude so quietly. As they observed Lin Dong's departing figure, curiosity mingled with respect. It seemed that from this day forth, the title of Jiang University's foremost individual would change hands. Lin Dong, once an inconspicuous figure, had swiftly ascended to this position in merely over half a month, an astonishingly rapid rise. Shangguan Mingyue watched Lin Dong's retreating silhouette, lost in her thoughts. As Lin Dong passed by Huang Junlang and Jiang Shan contemplated speaking, only to realize that she had become estranged from Lin Dong. Any words she could muster felt feeble. Zhou Huili noted Lin Dong's departure and did not impede him, finally feeling relieved. Since witnessing Lin Dong's strength that night, he has been under considerable psychological pressure when facing Lin Dong. An individual devoid of any martial foundation cannot comprehend such pressure, akin to an ordinary person feeling trepidation in the presence of a superior. Miss Mingyue, young Master Qin has instructed me to watch over you. I hope you can maintain your self-respect. Otherwise, when young Master Qin comes personally, he will not be as accommodating as I am. After speaking, Zhou Huili exited the hall. His final remarks sparked speculation among the onlookers in the hall. What does this imply? It seems Zhou Huili was merely sent by the young Master Qin to monitor Shangguan Mingyue. Does this mean Shangguan Mingyue truly has an owner? The person who Zhou Huili refers to as young Master Qin must be a remarkable figure. One wonders who is more formidable compared to Lin Dong. Most of the onlookers were now contemplating the possibility of Lin Dong having an affair with Shangguan Mingyue, if that were the case. How thrilling it would be if young Master Qin were to confront Lin Dong at Jiang University. However, judging by Lin Dong's previous demeanor, it appeared he held little interest in Shangwan Mingyue, the foremost among the three goddesses of Jiang University. Chapter 80, A Condition. Reflecting on the past half-month. It has indeed felt like a dream. Once a nobody, everything has transformed due to a system. Time passed, and a melodious voice rang in Lin Dong's ears. Are you Lin Dong? Lin Dong turned to see it was Shangwan Mingyue. What could she possibly want? Do you know Qinzhen? Shangwan Mingyue inquired further. I know him. He replied. Are you friends? Enemies? Oh, anyone who can be an enemy of Qinzhen must be quite extraordinary. No wonder Zhou Huili fears you so much. You are mistaken. I am just an ordinary person. Shangwan Mingyue did not dwell on this issue and asked, do you wish to join the martial arts society? Initially, I had intended to join, but now I have changed my mind. Why not? Lin Dong replied, questioning her. He held the martial arts society in disdain, and by extension, he looked down on her as its president. Do you believe the martial arts society is merely a showcase of flashy techniques? Is there any genuine skill to be learned? Did you not say it is too late to start practicing martial arts now? Lin Dong, since Zhou Huili fears you so much and you are regarded as an enemy by Qinzhen, your strength must be considerable. How about becoming the vice president of the martial arts society? Shangwan Mingyue invited. I am the betrothed of Qinzhen. Since you are his enemy, wouldn't you want to embarrass him? Cause him to lose face? Lin Dong turned to gaze at Shangwan Mingyue. Is this girl out of her mind? What does my disinterest in marrying him have to do with you? You wish to use me as a pawn to shield yourself? I am not that foolish. I might have won by chance once, but if it comes to backgrounds, I would be cast aside. He then stood up and left. Shangwan Mingyue was momentarily stunned by Lin Dong's actions. Aren't you enemies? She had thought this statement would surely entice Lin Dong to join the martial arts society. At that moment, she was eager to see whether Zhou Huili would dare to intervene. Moreover, judging by Zhou Huili's recent demeanor, Lin Dong's background was at least on par with Qinzheng's. Even if Qinzheng were to arrive, it would undoubtedly lead to a fierce confrontation, perhaps resulting in mutual destruction, which would be quite ideal. As Lin Dong was about to depart from her side, in a moment of desperation, Shangwan Mingyue launched an attack on him. In her view, Lin Dong must possess some degree of strength. She had not used her full power, believing he should be able to withstand it. On one hand, she wished to test Lin Dong's capabilities. On the other, she sought to demonstrate that the martial arts society was not merely a display of flashy techniques, but possessed genuine skill. As Lin Dong brushed past Shangwan Mingyue, he felt a sudden gust of wind from behind. Was someone attacking him? His senses were remarkably acute, and due to the unexpected nature of the situation, he was not entirely in control of his own strength. Thus, his power erupted uncontrollably, driven purely by instinct. At his current level, the sheer force unleashed was terrifying. Shangwan Mingyue felt as if she were a fragile boat amidst a tempest, threatened by the overwhelming tide. In a state of shock, she had no time to react before a powerful hand seized her delicate neck like a vice. A wave of suffocation washed over her, and tears began to flow. Realizing he had inadvertently grasped Shangwan Mingyue's neck, Lin Dong quickly released his grip. She collapsed to the ground, clutching her throat and coughing violently, tears streaming down her face. Lin Dong stood there, feeling somewhat awkward. His reaction had been purely instinctive. After all, who could blame him when she had launched a surprise attack without warning? After a brief moment, Lin Dong squatted down beside her, gently patting her back in an attempt to offer some comfort. After a minute or two, Shangwan Mingyue finally regained her composure and ceased coughing. When she turned to face Lin Dong, her beautiful oval face and large, captivating eyes were flushed. Miss Shangwan, I did not mean to harm you. It was merely a reflexive reaction to your surprise attack. Lin Dong said, feeling embarrassed. Are you implying that it is entirely my fault? Even if you had nearly killed me just now, I somehow brought it upon myself? Shangwan Mingyue asked, her voice hoarse, lacking its previous clarity and brightness. Isn't that the truth? However, Lin Dong dared not voice this sentiment. Since it is your fault, what do you propose we do now? You could have easily killed me with just a bit more force. Yet I only wish to convey that the martial arts society is not solely about showy techniques. I had no intention of causing you harm. What do you suggest? Lin Dong inquired. Join the martial arts society as vice president, but you must agree to one condition. Shangwan Mingyue declared. Lin Dong pondered for a moment before responding. Joining the martial arts society is acceptable, but I refuse to agree to any conditions. What if you demand something unreasonable from me later? Rest assured, I will not impose anything against your will. You will have the option to participate or decline, and I will not hold it against you if you choose not to. She assured him. Really? Yes. Very well. Just to clarify, if I choose to participate, I will. If I choose not to, I will not. Agreed. It's a deal. Shangwan Mingyue smiled. As Lin Dong observed her smile, he couldn't shake the feeling he might have been outmaneuvered. After all, he had only needed to exert a little more force, and such a stunning beauty could have easily met her demise. Clearly, he needed to learn to control his strength more effectively. Lin Dong decided to leave, as the situation had begun to attract the attention of some classmates, and he wished to avoid being the center of scrutiny once more. Shangwan Mingyue watched him depart. Despite still feeling a bit shaken, a charming smile spread across her face. Chapter 81. Core members Lin Dong had left, but Shangwan Mingyue remained rooted in place, her astonished expression now adorned with an enchanting smile. It appeared that if she wished to escape her family's predetermined fate, it would hinge upon Lin Dong. Was merely altering her family's plan sufficient? Perhaps she could strive for more. In that moment, her breath quickened. After years of relinquishing such unrealistic aspirations, she had even accepted her family's arrangements for a marriage alliance without protest. While she felt a deep-seated resentment, she also yearned to break free from the shadows cast by her upbringing. Yet, just as she was about to graduate and finalize the union, she had encountered Lin Dong. The sudden surge of strength he had displayed had left her breathless. She had never felt such formidable energy, even in the presence of family elders. A peerless prodigy. Shangwan Mingyue thought of a term. At their respective ages, the disparity in strength was akin to an insurmountable chasm. Lin Dong was undoubtedly a successor groomed by a powerful force. Although she was the second heir of the Shangwan family, with the support of a first-rate successor, perhaps she could also make a stand. Shangwan Weiwei, do you truly believe you have already secured victory? Not necessarily. I shall prepare a grand surprise for you. Shangwan Mingyue silently vowed. 2 days passed. Lin Dong became the vice president of the Martial Arts Society. However, he maintained a respectful distance from Shangwan Mingyue. He was well aware of her intentions to use him against Qin Zheng, a notion he found inconsequential, as he too regarded Qin Zheng as an enemy. Aware that retribution could come his way at any time, his acceptance of the vice presidency stemmed from a twinge of guilt, as it was true that Shangwan Mingyue had struck first, albeit without the intent to injure. The thought of taking a life was a heavy burden for someone like him, a model citizen. Thus, he regarded the vice presidency as a form of apology, leaving the specifics of her request to his discretion. One day, Lin Dong received a call from Yi Hong, indicating that a core member wished to meet him. They had arrived at the Jin Yi Hotel. Lin Dong requested the afternoon off and headed straight to the Jin Yi Hotel. Upon reaching the luxurious presidential suite where Yi Hong was staying, he knocked lightly on the door. Knock, knock. Yi Hong quickly opened the door. Lin, please come in. He welcomed, extending his courtesy. There was no way to be anything but polite, as Lin Dong's reputation had spread far and wide, and he was indeed a benefactor to Yi Hong. Inviting Lin Dong inside was undoubtedly one of the wisest decisions he had made in his life, securing further assurance for his future inheritance of the Yi family. You are too kind, Yiga, Lin Dong replied as he entered the room. A man was seated on the sofa in the living room. Upon seeing Lin Dong enter, he rose to greet him. Brother Lin Dong, it is an honor to finally meet you. I am Li Bin, a core member and a good friend of Yigo. I also held some shares in the Jin Yi Hotel you purchased, Li Bin said with a smile, his gaze appraising Lin Dong. So young, remarkably youthful. It was astonishing that this young man had managed to drive Qin Zheng out of Jiangnan in disgrace. Moreover, the fact that Qin Zheng had yet to make a move after suffering such a loss underscored the formidable nature of this young man. You're too kind, Li Go. Lin Dong replied as he scrutinized Li Bin in return. Li Bin appeared to be in his early 30s, exuding an aura of refinement and grace, embodying the ideal gentleman. He radiated a certain charm that could easily captivate women. Lin Dong sensed no oppressive air of superiority from him. Rather, he felt a refreshing breeze, a most pleasant sensation. The three took their seats. Li Bin poured a cup of tea for Lin Dong and remarked, Brother Lin Dong, do take a sip of this tea and let me know your thoughts. Very good, Lin Dong replied, feigning appreciation. He has no real appreciation for tea. His knowledge is merely gleaned from television. This so-called working-class hero, who spent his entire vacation laboring, has never indulged in such exquisite tea. He may have sipped on black or green tea, but they are all rather similar, lacking in distinction. If those masters of tea ceremony were to learn of his thoughts, they would surely be incensed. This tea is far from ordinary. Its annual production is limited, and only the most esteemed individuals have the privilege to savor it. Indeed, today I owe my opportunity to taste this tea to Brother Lin. Otherwise, such an occasion would rarely arise. It was he who specifically requested that I bring this for you to enjoy, Li Bin remarked with a smile. Who's the great figure you mentioned? Lin Dong inquired. A hint of curiosity in his tone. However, he refrained from probing further, as the individual who could present him with such a precious tea would undoubtedly have more to say than just a brief mention. It is indeed remarkable. Lin Dong pretended to sip a couple more times. Brother Lin, could you recount the events of that day? We are all quite intrigued about how you managed to best Qin Zheng, Yi Hong interjected. Li Bin also paused to savor the tea, turning his gaze to Lin Dong. Eager to hear the tale, There's not much to say, Lin Dong began, briefly recounting the events of that day but omitting the part where he shattered the sword with a flick of his fingers, feeling somewhat embarrassed to boast about himself. Brother Lin is not being entirely truthful. How could he leave out the most thrilling part? I have heard that you pinched Qin Zhang's sword between 2 fingers and shattered his long-coveted alloy soft sword with a mere flick. That is no ordinary feat, Li Bin exclaimed. How did you come to know of that? I truly do not understand the minds of these esteemed individuals, Lin Dong replied. Brother Li has misunderstood. The most thrilling part was the battle between Pijun and that mountain uncle. I merely added a touch of flair at the end, he humbly stated. Li Bin fell silent, aware of Qiu Shan's reputation as an established expert on the tiger list. However, he had never heard of Pijun, the expert beside Lin Dong. The duel between the 2 tiger list figures was indeed captivating. But could Qiu Shan truly shatter Qin Zhang's alloy soft sword with a flick? It seemed implausible, as that material was born from cutting-edge technology. This was precisely why they valued Lin Dong. If he were merely a subordinate of a tiger list expert, they would not have gone to such lengths to have a core member like him meet Lin Dong. Qin Zhang's in action thus far also pointed to this reality. At such a young age, possessing formidable strength, his background was naturally impressive. The world does not operate like the martial arts novels or dramas, where one suddenly acquires a martial art manual and masters unparalleled skills, or receives a legacy from an elder and instantly gains decades of experience. Such notions are sheer fantasy. True strength is cultivated step by step, and only the most powerful factions can nurture a prodigy like Lin Dong. Chapter 82. A Woman Who Astonished an Era. The 3 engaged in numerous inconsequential discussions, all in an effort to forge a good relationship with Lin Dong. Given Lin Dong's displayed prowess, even Li Bin, a core member, felt a twinge of apprehension. He believed that confronting Qin Zhang head-on would yield little success. Notably, he ranked among the top core members, with most of his peers unable to compare to the 8 kings of the Z Party. Lin Dong found the conversation somewhat tedious. He felt ill at ease in the company of these influential figures. He had yet to view himself as a person of significance, even though others already did. Sensing that the time was ripe, Li Bin addressed Lin Dong. Brother Lin, my visit is not solely to meet you. I come bearing important instructions. Just as I anticipated. Lin Dong recognized that Li Bin's mention of important was laden with meaning. Oh, who is this significant person, and what is the matter at hand? Lin Dong inquired, eager for clarity, as he had just joined and was unfamiliar with such matters. The Great One's name is Zhuge Sanqiong, one of the 3 founders, and he is the most powerful and esteemed among them. Li Bin elaborated, slowly imparting the significance of Zhuge Sanqiong to Lin Dong. In essence, Zhuge Sanqiong sought Lin Dong's assistance, though the specifics and timeline were yet to be determined, likely around 6 months from now. Zhuge Sanqiong and Zhao Shidao, both top-tier figures in their circle, had grown up as brothers in the same academy. Their bond was akin to that of blood brothers, and together they established the Z Party, achieving remarkable success. However, the emergence of a woman shattered their camaraderie. Morong Qinga, a woman of extraordinary beauty, she captivated an era, enchanting both Zhuge Sanqiong and Zhao Shidao, the pinnacle figures of their generation. Morong Qinga, the youngest daughter of the Morong family in the capital, was initially deemed unlikely to live beyond 18 due to congenital deficiencies. Nonetheless, she was taken under the wing of a mysterious figure. Even the illustrious Zhuge Sanqiong and Zhao Shidao were not exempt from her allure. They agreed to compete fairly, regardless of whom Morong Qinga chose in the end. The other would graciously concede. Should she opt for one or neither, their friendship would not falter. Yet, Morong Qinga established a 10-year pact with both. Subsequently, Zhuge Sanqiong's failure in the competition for the Z position led him to Magic City, where he allied with the twin heroes of that realm, establishing a divided dominion with the Z Party. Zhuge Sanqiong was uncertain how the title of the first among the younger generation was determined. Yet, the Z Party was now solely under Zhao Shidao's command, while Zhuge Sanqiong had to contend with 3 decision-makers, marking a clear disadvantage for him. As the 10-year agreement approached, Zhuge Sanqiong hoped Lin Dong could assist him. Given Lin Dong's current display of strength and the hidden forces behind him, he undoubtedly had the potential to become Zhuge Sanqiong's right-hand man. Upon grasping the entire situation, Lin Dong was taken aback. Zhuge Sanqiong was not only a founder of the party, but also of the Z Party. Moreover, these 2 titans had fallen into enmity over a woman. Such a melodramatic plot truly existed in reality. He had thought it was exclusive to television dramas. What manner of woman could compel 2 top-tier leaders to clash? Lin Dong was genuinely curious about Morong Qinga's appearance. Could she truly be as stunning as a celestial being? Brotherly, have you ever encountered Morong Qinga? What kind of woman is she, that 2 of the pinnacle figures of our generation would be so enthralled as to risk their friendship in pursuit of her? Lin Dong inquired with keen curiosity. Regrettably, during my time in Magic City, Murongqinga was in the capital for only a brief period, so I never had the pleasure of meeting her. It remains a significant regret. Not even Li Bin, it seemed, could quell his curiosity about the enigmatic Murongqinga. Brother Lin need not be anxious. Competing for the title of the first among the younger generation merely involves a contest of influence and personal strength. It is possible that Murongqinga may eventually request a duel between the two, at which point it would become a matter for the great ones. And there would be no need for Brother Lin to intervene. It is merely a precaution, Li Bin assured. That is splendid. I will not need to take action. Yet I will have the opportunity to witness Murongqinga and the two pinnacle figures in combat. As a senior member of the party, the great one's favor must be upheld, and he still required this identity to expand his influence. Brother Lin, you are indeed forthright. From this moment forth, you are officially a core member of the party. This is a decision made by the Great One. Shortly, I will convey the rights and responsibilities that come with core membership to you. Core members differ from senior members. They have ascended to a higher echelon and can partake in the decision-making of significant matters. Is this what it means to be promoted to core membership? So soon? Is there no fee involved? Lin Dong, in fact, wished to invest a bit of money. Being a wealthy individual without a rise in status was rather vexing. Zhao Xian's financial support was insufficient, leaving him quite troubled. As Yi Hong observed Lin Dong, a tinge of envy surfaced within him. A core member, indeed? How many senior members found themselves trapped at this juncture? To ascend to the status of a core member was a dream he fervently cherished. Why did Lu Chun, fully aware that he was no match for Qin Zheng, still charge forward with reckless abandon? Was it not merely for the sake of impressing the three esteemed leaders? Was it not a desire to elevate his status to that of a core member, even if it meant facing the peril of severe injury or even death? He was compelled to act. This was the allure of being a core member. Once he attained such a rank, he could harness certain powers, a privilege bestowed upon core members. Consequently, the crisis looming over his family would dissipate. Even if his grandfather were no longer present, no one would dare to challenge the Lu family or Jiangnan. For once provoked, it would mean inciting the wrath of the entire faction, a risk no one would be willing to take. In contrast, senior members lacked such protections. Even as fellow members, should one's family falter, there would inevitably be those ready to seize the opportunity. Such internal strife was not prohibited. The age-old principle of survival of the fittest prevailed. Even within the ranks of the faction, not every member was a brother. Many harbored intentions to betray you at the first opportunity. Only when facing external foes did they unite in a shared purpose, a rule established by the three leaders. How long had it been since Lin Dong joined? He had already ascended to the rank of a core member. The news of his promotion would undoubtedly evoke envy among the many senior members who languished at this stage. Before departing, Li Bin added Lin Dong to a group comprising merely 15 individuals. This was the core members group, consisting of 3 founders and 12 core members. With Lin Dong's inclusion, the count of core members rose to 13. Core members held a position of absolute authority, as many significant decisions required their consensus. The primary distinction from other factions lay in the fact that decisions in the faction were dictated solely by Zhao Shidao. His word was law, and even the 8 kings dared not oppose him. However, with 3 founders, when a decision yielded differing opinions, a vote among the core members was necessary. This arrangement underscored the value of core membership. Yet, harmony was not the prevailing atmosphere within. Upon Lin Dong's entry into the group, inquiries arose. Lu Meng, a local from Modu and one of the 12 core members, known for his prowess alongside the Modu duo, directly addressed Li Bin. Li Bin, a new member has arrived? Why was I not informed? As he was brought in by Li Bin, Lu Meng directed his question at him. Li Bin retorted, "Is this a major decision that necessitates prior notification?" Lu Meng, who do you think you are? Lu Meng responded with intrigue. Oh, a major decision? Who might this be to warrant such privilege? Li Bin declared, Jiangcheng's Lin Dong. Lu Meng exclaimed, Jiangcheng's Lin Dong? The one who confronted Qin Zheng and drove him out of Jiangcheng? Li Bin affirmed, indeed. Lu Meng responded with admiration, impressive. Lin Dong then sent a message. I am Lin Dong, and I kindly request your guidance. Lu Meng replied, so it's Lin Dong. We cannot offer you much assistance. Your reputation precedes you within the circle. Lin Dong pondered, what have I done to deserve this? Clearly, the internal dynamics were far from harmonious. As expected, where there are people, there exists a jungle of intrigue. Lin Dong felt as though he had unwittingly become ensnared in the internal conflicts. His first utterance in the group prompted immediate backlash. Li Bin advised, Lin Dong, ignore him. He is just a mad dog who bites anyone in sight. Lu Meng shot back, Li Bin, care to say that again? Li Bin reiterated, mad dog. Lu Meng retorted, you. Just as it seemed the two would come to blows, someone intervened. All right. We're all part of the same family. What is the fuss? Let us not give the newcomer a spectacle. Lin Dong, welcome to our big family. Subsequently, many voices echoed in welcome, though the sincerity of their sentiments remained questionable. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Welcome aboard. Having no familiarity with these individuals, Lin Dong was at a loss for words and chose to remain silent to avoid further confrontation. Li Bin refrained from updating him on the internal situation. Before long, the weekend arrived. Last week, he had promised Sun Siyu he would visit her home, but had been delayed due to his aunt's affairs. With no pressing matters this week, he decided to pay her a visit. Although reluctant, Lin Dong was determined to honor his commitment. Such a visit was bound to lead to misunderstandings with Sun Siyu's family. Sun Siyu, well aware that her invitation was somewhat inappropriate, still extended it, likely harboring ulterior motives. Alas, even an exceptionally outstanding man has his burdens. Lin Dong felt he needed to learn the art of refusal, especially as his growing prowess attracted more women around him. Han Shiyun, Lu Xiaoxiao, Zhao Xian, and Sun Siyu each held an interest in him. Counting them left Lin Dong astonished. How was he to choose among 4 exquisite beauties? Such dilemmas were typically reserved for children. He could only proceed step by step. His greatest flaw lay in his inability to say no. For instance, with Shangwan Mingwe, he had not been entirely at fault. She had initiated the confrontation, and his response was merely instinctual, yet he still ended up apologizing. Lin Dong contemplated, reflecting that this tendency likely stemmed from his relationship with Jiang Shan. In the past, he had always endeavored to meet Jiang Shan's requests, never once refusing her. When it came to women, particularly beautiful ones, he found himself unable to be resolute. Did this imply he possessed the potential for a scoundrel? Setting aside his doubts, Lin Dong dialed Sun Siyu's number. Naturally, Sun Siyu was overjoyed. The following day, while still enveloped in slumber, Lin Dong received a call from Sun Siyu inquiring about his departure time. Glancing at the clock, he noted it was barely 6 o'clock. Could this girl have stayed up all night? His suspicion proved correct. Sun Siyu had been so exhilarated upon receiving his call that she had not slept a wink. In her eyes, Lin Dong was akin to a hero, a savior descending from the clouds to rescue her family. At 7 in the morning, Lin Dong rose and drove to the entrance of the Communication University. Sun Siyu had been waiting there for quite some time. As it was Saturday, many affluent individuals arrived at the university to pick up students. The entrance bustled with students coming and going, and most of those arriving in luxury cars were middle-aged men. With the younger crowd being scarce, the majority appeared to be the fathers of these students, whether biological or adoptive. Only the parties involved knew. Standing at the entrance of the Communication University, Sun Siyu was a striking sight, even amidst a sea of goddesses. Tall, beautiful, and with an enviable figure, she embodied grace. Adorned in a pristine white dress that drew the attention of all around her. Today, Sun Siyu had gone to great lengths in her appearance, even applying a touch of light makeup, all in hopes of leaving a favorable impression on Lin Dong. Many affluent individuals, upon seeing Sun Siyu, suddenly found their own companions lacking in comparison. Several men driving luxury cars approached her, offering rides. As for where they would take her afterward, that was left to the imagination. However, Sun Siyu declined each offer. Observing her fellow alumni entering the cars of these wealthy men, she was acutely aware of their intentions. The sight of those portly, balding men elicited a wave of disgust within her. The more she witnessed her peers compromising their integrity for a modicum of resources and wealth, the more she appreciated Lin Dong's goodness. Had it not been for Lin Dong's generous assistance, she might have found herself treading the same treacherous path as her peers. Even though she undertook such actions, the result was merely a drop in the bucket. Hence, Lin Dong was destined to become a man she would never forget throughout her life. While Sun Si was lost in thoughts about Lin Dong, a voice echoed behind her, accompanied by a gentle tap on her shoulder. "Si, who are you waiting for here?" Upon hearing the voice, Sun Si instantly recognized it to be her close friend, Yu Mujuan, who was also known as one of the 4 rising stars of the performance department. Yu Mujuan was significantly shorter than Sun Si, yet her cuteness was undeniable. She epitomized the essence of petite charm, the kind of woman who naturally incites a man's protective instincts. "I'm not waiting for anyone. Junjun, where are you headed?" Sun Si inquired. "Oh, I'm waiting for a friend to pick me up." "A boyfriend? Look at how nervous you are. I won't steal your boyfriend," Yu Mujuan said with a playful smile. Chapter 84. Jiangqing's Yu family. As Lin Dong arrived at the entrance of the Media University, a wave of excitement ensued. "Look, what kind of sports car is that? It's so flashy. Oh my god, a Bugatti Veyron. Are you kidding me? Jiangqing has such a car? Incredible. Who is it here to pick up? They must be so lucky. If only it were for me. I would love to sit in the passenger seat and be the center of attention. Is it here to pick up Sun Si and Yu Mujuan? They are waiting over there. Oh no, my heart is breaking. Another goddess has been taken away. How do you know it's a pig? I believe it must be a handsome god." The power of the Bugatti Veyron was unparalleled compared to it. Even the expensive cars parked at the entrance appeared as mere bicycles. The disparity between a few million and nearly 100 million was starkly evident. Lin Dong parked the car right in front of Sun Si and Yu Mujuan. As the window descended, Lin Dong called out, "Sun Si, let us go." Upon seeing the dazzling sports car before her, Sun Si initially thought it was another wealthy individual trying to flirt until Lin Dong addressed her, and she realized it was him. It was only fitting for Lin Dong, who could effortlessly provide $1 billion to help her family through difficulties, to drive such a car. "Oh, here it comes." Just as Sun Si prepared to enter, Yu Mujuan grabbed her hand and leaned toward the passenger window. "What is your name? Are you Si's boyfriend? How come I've never heard her mention you before? How long have you been together?" Yu Mujuan inquired curiously. Lin Dong noticed the adorable girl leaning against the passenger window, bombarding him with questions. "Close friends? I know what you rich second-generation folks think. Let me tell you. Si is my best friend, and if you dare to bully her, I won't let you off lightly," Yu Mujuan said, raising her tiny fist playfully. "Junjun, we are truly just good friends." Sun Si interjected from behind. "All right, I won't disturb you anymore. But Si, as a girl, you must learn to protect yourself. Before understanding the other person, always maintain your boundaries, understand?" Yu Mujuan advised Sun Si. Hearing such words from a petite and adorable girl felt somewhat awkward. Sun Si's face turned crimson from Yu Mujuan's remarks. "I understand. Junjun, I'll take my leave now, bye." Sun Si hurriedly entered Lin Dong's car, anxious that Yu Mujuan might utter something even more peculiar. With a press on the accelerator, the Bugatti Veyron kicked up a cloud of dust, vanishing from the entrance of the Media University. "It's over. Goddess' son has been picked up by the Bugatti Veyron. Did you see who was driving the Bugatti Veyron? How old did he look? He seemed like a middle-aged man, bald. It's over. The goddess has truly been taken." "Nonsense. I saw a young, handsome guy behind the wheel." Yu Mujuan gazed in the direction Sun Si had departed. At that moment, a Rolls-Royce Phantom appeared before her. The arrival of the Rolls-Royce Phantom did not attract much attention from the students, except for a few who were knowledgeable about cars. Most did not recognize this model. Although it also had a starting price in the millions, its understated appearance failed to shine as brightly as the Bugatti Veyron. After the earlier spectacle of the Bugatti, the Phantom was naturally overshadowed. Yu Mujuan opened the car door and took a seat inside, where a middle-aged man in his 40s awaited her. "Dad," Yu Mujuan called out. Junjun, do you know the owner of that car from earlier?" Her father, Yu Chuanxiong, inquired. "I don't know, but my best friend does. He should be her new boyfriend." "Why? Do you know him? Is he a scumbag? If so, I can't let Si jump into a fire pit," Yu Mujuan expressed. "I don't know him, but I would like to meet him. When will you invite your friend and her boyfriend out for a meal?" Yu Chuanxiong suggested. "Why would you want to know him? Isn't he just a rich second generation?" Yu Mujuan asked, puzzled. "Junjun, one must not judge solely by appearances. That car is no ordinary vehicle. It's a limited edition Bugatti Veyron. Only 8 are sold globally, and its current price exceeds 80 million. "How much? 80 million? That's so expensive." Yu Mujuan was astonished. Even though her family was among Jiangqing's wealthiest, the price of 80 million for a single car was still hard to fathom. Thus, knowing him could be beneficial. In business, more friends mean more opportunities. You never know when a collaboration might arise. "Dad, can you not always talk about business? You finally came to pick me up, and you're discussing business with my classmates. You don't care about me at all," Yu Mujuan replied, a hint of displeasure in her voice. All right. Dad won't talk business. Let us see if you've lost weight." The Rolls-Royce Phantom slowly departed. "I just saw a middle-aged man in that car with Goddess Yu. Is that true?" "Absolutely. I swear on my reputation." "Give it a break. You even have a reputation?" "I truly do. I swear." "It's over. 2 of the 4 rising stars of the performance department have been taken. How can one live like this? Young man, work hard. If you put in the effort now, your girlfriend might still be in kindergarten." Inside the Bugatti Veyron, Lin Dong reassured, "Don't mind her. She's my best friend, Yu Mujuan, and she likes to joke around. Hey, Sun Si, please don't cry." Lin Dong, not knowing why, dreaded when women cried, especially beautiful ones. He genuinely couldn't bear it. "Lin Dong, what if I can't repay that money?" Sun Si suddenly asked. "Sun Si, honestly, that money is no burden for me. If you truly cannot repay it, how about offering yourself in exchange?" Lin Dong attempted to lighten the mood, but the atmosphere grew even more somber. Chapter 85, A Visit from the Groom? After that, neither spoke further. Sun Si's cheeks flushed as she gazed out the window. Lost in thought, Lin Dong initially aimed to enliven the atmosphere, but instead found it growing increasingly heavy. How could he continue the conversation? There was no way forward. Continuing down this path would lead to complications. Yangcheng was a municipal city, not as grand as Jiangcheng, a provincial city. But it was certainly more prosperous than Lin Dong's hometown, Shuqing, which was merely a county-level city. After more than 2 hours, Lin Dong finally arrived in Yangcheng. However, feeling somewhat empty-handed on his first visit felt inappropriate. He meandered around Yangqing, purchasing various items before he finally followed Sun Si's directions to her residential complex. Upon entering the community, Lin Dong's car attracted the attention of the two security guards in the booth. Although they had not seen Lin Dong's vehicle before, they did not impede him. Rather, they allowed him to pass without inquiry. "Brother Zhang, that car doesn't seem to belong to our community. Should we not check and register it?" a young security guard asked. "Xiaochun, as you have just joined us, it is imperative to possess keen observation skills in this line of work. I humbly request Brother Zhang to enlighten me." "Come, Brother Zhang, have a smoke." The young security guard was evidently new. The older guard accepted the cigarette, took a puff, and said, "Today, I shall impart some wisdom to you. To excel in this job, I, Brother Zhang, have diligently studied vehicle recognition. We are stationed in a high-end community, where any car valued over 500,000 yuan is granted immediate passage, while only those below this threshold require registration." "Why is that?" the young guard inquired. "Are you foolish? This is a prestigious neighborhood. Purchasing a unit here costs several million, even tens of millions. Who would buy a multi-million yuan property and drive a vehicle worth only 100 or 200,000? Cars worth over 500,000 are a different matter altogether. If you inadvertently offend some temperamental second-generation wealthy individuals, do you still wish to keep your job? I understand. The car that just passed was so exquisite. It must be worth over 500,000, which is why Brother Zhang allowed it to go through." "Over 500,000? Do you even know what brand that car was?" "No, but it looked incredibly flashy. Could it be worth over 1 million? I have seen it online. It is a world-renowned vehicle, a Bugatti Chiron. Do you have any idea of its starting price?" "How much?" 30 million. The older guard gestured with 3 fingers. "How much?" The young guard gasped in disbelief. "A car costing 30 million? That is simply beyond my imagination. 30 million. And that is merely the base price. Some limited editions start at over 50 million. How does that sound? Are you scared now? Who would dare to stop such a vehicle? If you encounter a reasonable owner, you might be fine, but if you meet a difficult one, a verbal reprimand would be the least of your worries. You might even receive a slap or two, and you would have to endure it, possibly losing your job in the process." Yes, Brother Zhang is indeed right. I am grateful for your guidance. Please continue to look after me, Brother Zhang. Here, take the whole pack of cigarettes," the young guard said, offering the entire pack. After parking the car, Sun Siyu led Lin Dong into one of the buildings and took the elevator to the 22nd floor. Upon reaching her doorstep, she took out her key to unlock the door, stepping inside to be taken aback. What on earth is happening? Why are there so many people? Lin Dong, following behind Sun Siyu, was equally astonished. Approximately a dozen individuals were gathered in the living room, chatting away, while sounds emanated from the kitchen. These were relatives of the Sun family, including uncles and aunts, who had all gathered today. "Dad, what is going on?" Sun Siyu asked. "Hello, uncle," Lin Dong greeted. Sun Weiqing casually sized up Lin Dong. A fine young man indeed. Polite, decent-looking, and his family's background is commendable, without the arrogance characteristic of the second-generation wealthy. Lin Dong, holding gifts, followed Sun Weiqing into the living room, while Sun Siyu remained at the entrance, her thoughts in disarray. She had a hunch about her parents' intentions. Surely they believed Lin Dong was her boyfriend, and she had not corrected them. After all, Lin Dong's willingness to lend 100 million yuan to assist their family was not something just anyone could do. Sun Siyu walked into the living room in a daze, still contemplating how to explain the situation to Lin Dong. Initially, she thought it would only be a dinner with her parents, her sister, and Lin Dong to express gratitude. But now there were so many guests. Would Lin Dong be upset? Would he leave in anger? Sun Siyu felt anxious. After all, she had not known Lin Dong for long and was unfamiliar with the temperament of this super-rich second generation. Surely not. He seems quite polite in general. If he is not accustomed to such gatherings and decides to leave in a huff, what would I do? With so many relatives, how could I extricate myself? Sun Siyu's mind raced with concerns. The last thing she wanted was for Lin Dong to be displeased. Meanwhile, Lin Dong was enduring a barrage of questions from Sun Siyu's numerous relatives. Where do you study? How many people are in your family? What do your parents do? How many siblings do you have? These people were clearly unaware that Lin Dong was the one who lent 100 million yuan to help Sun Weiqing out of his predicament. Otherwise, they would not dare to interrogate him so freely. A young man capable of casually offering 100 million yuan is certainly not ordinary. They assumed it was Sun Weiqing's prowess that enabled him to recover from such a financial setback. Lin Dong felt overwhelmed. These relatives seemed to genuinely believe he was Sun Siyu's boyfriend. He hesitated to reveal the truth and merely stated that his family was involved in a small business. Upon hearing that Lin Dong's family ran a modest enterprise, the relatives appeared less interested and somewhat condescending. The Sun family, after all, was engaged in significant business affairs. To them, a small business implied fruit stalls or convenience stores, hardly comparable to their stature. They perceived Lin Dong as someone trying to climb the social ladder by attaching himself to the Sun family. Lin Dong stole a glance at Sun Siyu and found her looking back at him, her gaze pleading. He internally sighed but continued to endure the inquiries. At that moment, the door to Sun Siyu's sister Sun Xing's room opened, and 5 or 6 young individuals emerged, ranging from 17 to as young as 12 or 13. These were Sun Siyu's cousins. Sister, Sun Xing called out. Sister Siyu, Sister Siyu. The others chimed in. They all regarded Lin Dong with curious eyes. Fortunately, the Sun family's residence was spacious enough. The living room measured 50 to 60 square meters, and even with nearly 20 people gathered, it did not feel cramped. Chapter 86. Playing with Fire Again? Sun Weiqing observed Lin Dong facing the onslaught of questions without a hint of impatience, nodding in approval. Although Lin Dong had lent 100 million yuan to assist their family, enabling them to overcome their crisis, if he were an arrogant and ignorant rich heir, Sun Weiqing would not want to entrust his daughter to him. After all, this decision would affect his daughter's lifelong happiness. However, he was also conflicted, as he could not promptly return the 100 million yuan to Lin Dong. Fortunately, he was pleased with Lin Dong's current demeanor. A super-rich heir who could handle such inquiries with humility and grace demonstrated commendable character, which reassured him. Lin Dong felt exhausted, truly exhausted. Had he known this would be the situation, he would have never come. Those unfamiliar with the powerful influence of relatives could not comprehend the fatigue he felt. He believed that even engaging in a brawl with Qin Zheng would not be as draining. Each person took turns speaking, and Lin Dong felt his head buzzing. The worst part was that some of them subtly looked down on him, leaving him feeling helpless. He wanted to tell them that he was, in fact, the world's richest man. However, who would believe such a claim? After enduring the relentless barrage from the living room, 4 or 5 middle-aged women emerged from the kitchen, inviting everyone to prepare for dinner and launching yet another round of questions directed at Lin Dong. The meal felt like a trial for Lin Dong, as everyone catered to the esteemed son-in-law of the Sun family, pouring drinks and serving dishes. Sun Siyu, seated at another table, watched Lin Dong smile and respond to her relatives' inquiries. Feeling a sense of bliss. How wonderful it would be if this were truly the case. She genuinely wished that Lin Dong was her boyfriend. If that were true, she would be the happiest woman in the world. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the meal concluded. Due to his improved constitution, Lin Dong, despite being toasted numerous times, felt no intoxication. In contrast, many at the table who had toasted him were left quite tipsy. In the afternoon, Lin Dong initially intended to leave, but due to the influence of alcohol, the Sun family adamantly refused to let him depart. Consequently, he had no choice but to feign a slight inebriation and was ultimately escorted to Sun Siyu's room, where he spent the afternoon in slumber. He genuinely feared that the family would return later, which would undoubtedly drive him to madness. In the evening, Lin Dong was awakened by Sun Siyu, who informed him that it was time for dinner. Upon rising, Lin Dong realized that aside from himself and Sun Siyu, the house was empty. Dinner has already been ordered at the hotel, and they have gone ahead, leaving just the 2 of us, Sun Siyu remarked. Then let us also depart, Lin Dong responded. Making his way to the door, Lin Dong, Sun Siyu suddenly called out. Lin Dong turned to look at her. Thank you for today, she said softly. Why thank me? I should be the one expressing gratitude to you. Your family was exceedingly hospitable, and I rarely get to enjoy such home-cooked meals. Lin Dong replied with a smile. I know you are comforting me. For someone like you, a wealthy heir, it must be quite unusual to be surrounded by people questioning you, especially when they hold you in such disdain. Yet you endured it for my sake. I am truly grateful to you. Upon hearing Sun Siyu's words, Lin Dong felt a tinge of embarrassment. Actually, it is nothing, Sun classmate. We are friends, after all. Friends should support one another. Sun Siyu then embraced Lin Dong from behind, resting her head on his shoulder. With a quivering voice, she said, Lin Dong, why are you so good to me? What should I do if I've truly developed feelings for you? Feeling the softness of Sun Siyu, Lin Dong's heart began to race. Sun classmate, please, do not say that, he hurriedly exclaimed, fearful of losing control. Just the other day, Han Shiyun had stirred similar emotions within him, and now Sun Siyu was doing the same. I am not a person of such virtuous character. Why does everyone enjoy playing with fire? Lin Dong, may I hold you gently for a while? Please do not speak. Let me just embrace you quietly, Sun Siyu requested. Hearing this, Lin Dong's tension gradually subsided, and he remained silent, savoring the warmth her presence brought him. After approximately 10 minutes, Sun Siyu released Lin Dong and wiped her face. Thank you, Lin Dong. Let us go. My father and the others may be waiting anxiously. With that, Sun Siyu moved ahead, while Lin Dong followed with a wry smile. Descending the stairs, Lin Dong drove Sun Siyu to the hotel, the only 5-star establishment in Yangqing. Those dining there were esteemed individuals of the city, signifying the highest level of service available. They arrived at the private room reserved by Sun Weiqing, a spacious area that comfortably accommodated 3 tables without feeling crowded. Everyone was already seated, awaiting Lin Dong and Sun Siyu's arrival. "Why did you take so long?" Sun Siyu's second aunt inquired. Although Lin Dong had behaved well, his humble background led many to look down upon him, resulting in grumbling about their tardiness. With this son-in-law, Sun Weiqing's future support for these relatives might be limited, which was the primary reason for their disdain towards Lin Dong. "Apologies, we were delayed by traffic," Chun Zuelian interjected. Lin Dong and Sun Siyu took their seats side by side. Soon, the servers began to bring out the dishes. Finally, no one raised a toast to Lin Dong during this meal. Evidently, the volume of alcohol he consumed at lunch had intimidated them. Everyone enjoyed the meal heartily. Halfway through, Sun Weiqing stood with a glass in hand, declaring, "This toast is for Lin Dong." Lin Dong promptly rose, holding his glass, and replied, "Uncle, you are too kind. This toast is for you. Lin Dong, please sit down and allow me to finish. I believe everyone is aware of my recent misfortune when I was deceived. I am able to make a swift recovery largely due to Lin Dong's assistance. Without his generous contribution of 100 million, it is likely that I, Sun Weiqing, would never have had the chance to rise again. Therefore, this toast is essential. Lin Dong, you have saved our family. Thank you." As Sun Weiqing concluded his speech, a profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone stared at Lin Dong in disbelief, struggling to comprehend that it was he who had provided the financial aid to Sun Weiqing during his crisis, and the staggering sum of 100 million at that. These relatives, who had benefited modestly from Sun Weiqing over the years, were aghast. The more astute among them had accumulated 3 to 5 million, while even the least fortunate possessed 1 to 2 million. Yet 100 million was a figure beyond their comprehension. Did Sun Weiqing possess a fortune of that magnitude? It seemed highly improbable. They were somewhat aware of Sun Weiqing's recent misfortunes and had been considering ways to assist him. After all, if he fell, their own lives would become difficult as well. They were all intertwined in fortune and misfortune. Yet the handsome, courteous university student Lin Dong had somehow managed to produce 100 million to aid Sun Weiqing. He appeared to be no older than 21 or 22. At such a young age, possessing such a vast sum could hardly be attributed to personal earnings. It must have come from his family. What kind of family could dispense 100 million without questioning its purpose? The depth of their wealth was astonishing. Lin Dong had merely referred to it as his family engaging in small business ventures. If this was a small business, what did that make them? Scavengers? A few who had previously ridiculed Lin Dong felt their faces flush with embarrassment. They had worried that if Lin Dong became a son-in-law of the Sun family, their own benefits might diminish. How utterly ludicrous. Would a wealthy heir of such a caliber ever consider becoming a son-in-law? Moreover, the Sun family's alliance with such a prominent lineage would reflect positively on them as well. In that moment, the way everyone regarded Lin Dong transformed dramatically, shifting from disdain and mockery to obsequiousness. This was the power of wealth. In their eyes, Lin Dong had transcended from a mere upstart hoping to attach himself to the Sun family to a formidable tree that even the Sun family sought to lean upon. Lin Dong, with a touch of arrogance, remarked, "Uncle, there is no need for such formality. Sun Siyu and I are good friends, and 100 million is but a trivial matter for me." The attendees were left somewhat numb. To speak of 100 million as if it were a mere 10,000 could only be done by someone like Lin Dong, a super-rich heir. While this sum may seem insignificant to him, it held monumental significance for the Sun family. Without it, they would face the imminent collapse of their household. "Everyone present should be grateful to you," Sun Weiqing added, casting a glance at the assembled relatives. He had observed their attitudes towards Lin Dong and refrained from intervening, eager to witness their reactions once the truth was revealed. How dare they look down on Lin Dong? They ought to consider whether they would still enjoy such joviality without his assistance. They should return home and weep instead. "Indeed. Thank you, Lin Xiao, for rescuing our entire family. I raise this glass to you. I will drink it all, and you may choose your own pace." Sun Siyu's second aunt eagerly stood with her glass raised towards Lin Dong. Since noon, she had been the most vocal against him, continuously finding fault. Sun Weiqing had no son to inherit the family legacy, while she had a son who could continue the lineage. Despite the fact that SNW Ich-ing is the most successful member of the SN family, the elder SN has always favored SNLOR, primarily because he has provided the family with a grandson. SNW Ich-ing, known for his filial piety, finds himself hindered by the elder's bias. Thus SNLOR's family benefits the most among their relatives. They have even discreetly suggested to the elder that should SNW Ich-ing leave all his wealth to his 2 daughters, it would sever their ties with the SN family, hoping the elder would advocate for a share of the inheritance. With Lin Dong's identity as a super-rich second-generation heir now revealed, she is elated. Lin Dong would undoubtedly not covet S.N.W. Iching's wealth. Rather, he will assist the S.N. family in expanding their fortunes, promising her a greater share in the future. Perhaps one day her family will amass assets worth hundreds of millions, allowing her to live without such toil and enjoy the life of a wealthy matron. As she contemplates this, a smile graces her face as she gazes at Lin Dong, reminiscent of a mother-in-law admiring her son-in-law, her delight growing with each glance. Mr. Lin, I am grateful for your generous support, enabling our S.N. family to rise again. I raise this glass to you. I drink to your health. And you may drink as you wish. The adults at the two tables take turns toasting to Lin Dong. The most apparent change is in their manner of address. While at noon they referred to him simply as Lin Dong or Xiao Lin. Now he is addressed as Mr. Lin. During lunch, each person insisted he finish their toast before they would relent, but now they predominantly drink to excess themselves. With Lin Dong free to sip or abstain without objection. This reflects a significant shift in social standing. The gathering continues with Lin Dong at its center, with everyone showing him respect, ensuring that whatever dish he fancies lingers on the table for an extended time. As the delightful meal nears its conclusion, the door swings open, and the guests initially assume it is a server. However, a gruff voice cuts through the air, clearly unrelated to service. Mr. S.N., is that you? I have been searching high and low for you. Upon hearing this voice, S.N.W. Iching's expression darkens. The newcomer, with a menacing demeanor, is followed by several lackeys, clearly not of good character. He strides in and slaps S.N.W. Iching's shoulder with such force that S.N.W. Iching's chopsticks clatter to the ground. Lu Weiying, what are you doing? This is our family gathering. Do not cause a disturbance. S.N.W. Iching retorts angrily. Cause a disturbance? Had you settled our matters, I wouldn't be here bothering you. Now that you're wealthy and have regained your status as the esteemed Mr. S.N., you think you can look down on me? Lu Weiying squints his eyes, sneering. Lu Weiying, this is a personal matter between you and Weiying Xiaoming. It has nothing to do with me or my company. S.N.W. Iching insists. Weiying Xiaoming was S.N.W. Iching's former business partner who absconded with the company's assets and accrued substantial debts in the company's name. S.N.W. Iching has since repaid these debts, as they were incurred under the company's name, and he remains the legal representative. He blames himself for his poor judgment in choosing partners. However, the dispute with Lu Weiying stems from a private loan arrangement between Lu Weiying and Weiying Xiaoming, and should not implicate S.N.W. Iching. Now unable to locate Weiying Xiaoming, Lu Weiying resorts to confronting S.N.W. Iching, leveraging his reputation as a local bully with numerous underlings. The saying goes, it is better to offend a gentleman than a rogue. Lu Weiying's relentless harassment leaves S.N.W. Iching feeling helpless. Although he has considered repaying the debt, Lu Weiying demands not only the principal of 500,000, but also a staggering 1 million in interest, totaling 1.5 million. This exorbitant sum extinguishes any thoughts S.N.W. Iching had of simply paying to resolve the matter, as someone like Lu Weiying, once indulged, would cling on as tenaciously as a cat to the scent of fish. Mr. S.N., your words are quite unamusing. Weiying Xiaoming is your brother and a shareholder in your company. Now that you have regained your fortune, who has to say you both aren't conspiring against me? Lu Weiying asserts. He is well aware of Weiying Xiaoming's misappropriation of company funds. The truth is undeniable. Yet, he needs a scapegoat to blame for his own financial woes. With S.N.W. Iching's company suddenly flourishing again, he has set his sights on him. Lu Weiying, do not act like a rogue here. Weiying Xiaoming has stolen all company assets. And I have reported this to the police, who have opened a case. You may inquire if we have wronged you. I care not for your excuses. I demand money. If you do not comply, I shall frequent your company until one of us runs out of time. Lu Weiying declares, casting a glance around the room. Upon spotting S.N.S.Y., his eyes widen in fascination, unable to look away. She is stunningly beautiful, with an extraordinary figure, even seated. Her height is clearly no less than 1.70 meters. Over the years, he has encountered many women, yet none compare to S.N.S.Y. Not even a third as captivating. His greatest passion in life has always been women of all kinds. Upon seeing S.N.S.Y., he resolves to possess her. Lu Weiying, do not overstep. S.N.W. Iching implores, but Lu Weiying disregards him, moving around the table to approach S.N.S.Y. May I ask your name? I am Lu Weiying, hoping to befriend you. S.N.S.Y. remains silent, though her tension is palpable. The others present feel a mix of anger and fear. Lu Weiying is notorious in YNGCHing, and anyone who crosses him meets a dire fate. S.N.W. Iching is powerless against him, let alone the others. Enough! S.N.W. Iching exclaims, slamming his hand on the table. Pointing at Lu Weiying. Lu Weiying, do not push your luck. If you dare to harm my family, I will ensure our conflict leads to mutual destruction. SNWHing's fury is palpable. He understands Lu Weiying's tendencies all too well. The thought of Lu Weiying laying eyes on his daughter is intolerable. He cannot abide the idea of failing to protect his family, especially with his future son-in-law, Lin Dong, watching. Seeking Lin Dong's assistance has not crossed his mind. Although he is from a prominent family, he lacks influence here, as this is not his territory. An intervention would disrupt the established order. Lu Weiying dismisses SNWHing's threats with a smirk, saying, "Oh, family. So, she is your daughter? Mr. SN, I did not realize you had such a beautiful daughter. Why did you not mention it sooner? Had you done so, we could have avoided this mess." As for the threats Lu Weiying has made, he pays them no heed. Mutual destruction? What right does SNWHing have to threaten him? He is merely a small-time businessman, of little consequence. In YNGCHing, there are plenty like him. However, how many possess Lu Weiying's notoriety? In the underground world of YNGCHing, while Lu Weiying may not dominate it entirely, he is certainly among the top 5. And he holds SNWHing in utter disdain. He possesses ample means to compel compliance. Unless SNWHing wishes to abandon all ties to YNGCHing and relocate. SNWHing takes a deep breath, stating, "Lu Weiying, I will pay you, as you demand, but I ask that you leave immediately." Yet Lu Weiying remains unfazed, grinning as he replies, "Mr. SN, I no longer desire money. If you grant me your daughter's hand, I promise your company will thrive in YNGCHing." SNWHing is rendered speechless with indignation. "If you continue this way, we will call the police," exclaims SNSY's mother. CHNCU Lien, as she retrieves her phone to report the incident. "If you dare to report this, I assure you that your company will never thrive in Yanqing. Do you believe me? Moreover, it won't just be your company that suffers. Even your residents will be affected. I trust you wouldn't want to wake up every day to find a pile of excrement in front of your door or be splattered with filth by strangers on the street. Right?" Lu Yong spoke ominously. Chun Zulian was also frightened, her hand that was dialing the phone suddenly halting. She feared that her decision might impact her husband's significant matters. The surrounding individuals were equally alarmed, for Lu Yong was no stranger to such intimidation. "That's more like it." Lu Yong's smile returned. "Lu Yong, just tell me, how much do you want?" Sun Weiqing asked, slumping into his seat. Lu Yong's threat regarding family was his greatest fear, as they were his Achilles heel. What Lu Yong had just uttered was indeed how he had built his empire. Today, the timing was impeccable. Otherwise, even if Lu Yong had a knife to his throat, he would not have flinched, for he did not believe Lu Yong would dare to act. But now, he felt cornered. For the sake of his family, he had to relent. He could only hope Lu Yong would not ask for too much. "Mr. Sun, as I mentioned, I am not interested in money at this moment. If you promise me your daughter, I will become your son-in-law. I assure you that you will have smooth sailing from now on. If any rival companies arise, just inform me, and I will handle them for you." "Impossible. Don't even think about it. This is absolutely out of the question," Sun Weiqing roared. "Oh, impossible? Mr. Sun, I hope you can still speak so defiantly in 3 days." Lu Yong then reached out to touch Sun Siyu's face. "Miss Sun, just wait for 2 days. I believe your father will change his mind." Just as his hand was about to graze Sun Siyu's cheek, a strong hand seized his wrist, preventing him from advancing any further. Chapter 89, Ruthless Individual. Lu Yong, prepared to feel the smoothness of Sun Siyu's face, was unexpectedly caught by a firm grip. He struggled to move, but the hand held him tightly, rendering him immobile. Turning his head, he discovered that a young man beside Sun Siyu had captured him. "Kid, you'd best mind your own business, otherwise you'll regret it." Lu Yong threatened Lin Dong fiercely. Lin Dong remained silent, yet the grip on Lu Yong's wrist only tightened. Lu Yong gradually sensed that something was amiss. The pressure from Lin Dong's grasp was becoming increasingly painful, and beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. "Ah, stop, stop, stop." Lu Yong could no longer endure the agony and cried out, "Yonggu, Yonggu, Yonggu." Several underlings at the door noticed Lu Yong's distress and attempted to intervene, but Lu Yong called them back. "Don't come over." The group halted immediately. "Young brother, you are still young. Please do not act recklessly. Just let go of your hand, and I will pretend nothing has happened today. How does that sound?" Lu Yong stammered. The pain in his hand was excruciating, making it difficult for him to articulate his words. He had no choice but to concede, feeling as though Lin Dong's grip might crush his bones. Lin Dong glanced at Lu Yong, remaining wordless. Was there any need for compassion towards a villain like Lu Yong? Certainly not. He continued to apply pressure. Lu Yong let out a wail of agony. "Ah, it hurts. Brother, I beg you. Let go." Then, the spectators heard a chilling sound. Crack. Had Lu Yong's hand been broken? The onlookers gazed at Lin Dong with expressions filled with dread. This young man, who had just appeared so polite, was capable of such brutality. He had forcibly broken Liu Yong's hand. Where did he acquire such strength? What does it feel like to have one's hand crushed to the point of fracture? Liu Yong was now in so much pain that he could not utter a single word. Sweat had thoroughly drenched his clothing. The underlings looked at Lin Dong, feeling a chill of fear. So ruthless. This young man was indeed merciless. They were all taken aback. Some individuals are not to be trifled with, Lin Dong remarked coolly. After saying this, he released Liu Yong's wrist. Cradling his injured hand, Liu Yong squatted on the ground, helplessly wailing. A few underlings hurried over to assist him. Everyone in the room stared at Lin Dong with astonishment, while Lin Dong appeared utterly unfazed, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. A few minutes later, Liu Yong regained his composure. Although his hand still throbbed painfully, it was significantly better than before. He glared at Lin Dong with a grim expression. Kid, I don't care who you are, but you are finished. In Yangcheng, from this day forward, your entire family will not have an easy time. Liu Yong, is it? I am seated right here, and I look forward to witnessing how you intend to bring about my downfall. As for Uncle Sun's family, you can utter such threats only after you survive today. Lin Dong's tone remained eerily calm, showing no concern for Liu Yong's threats. Fine, you wait. Liu Yong declared as he took out his phone and began dialing. He intended to summon reinforcements, judging by Lin Dong's earlier display. It was clear that this young man was not someone they could handle alone. But no matter how formidable he was, what difference would it make? As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands. Summoning 30 to 50 people, he doubted Lin Dong could overpower them. At this moment, Lin Dong also retrieved his phone. He sent a message in a group chat. Are there any individuals from Jiangnan province, Yangcheng? As a core member, his status transformation was evident in the group. Being among the few core members, his words naturally attracted considerable attention. Many lower, middle, and even higher-level members sought to align themselves with such a prominent figure, but had been lacking opportunities. Now that the chance had arisen, they rushed to respond. Big brother, I'm in Luxian, not far from Yangcheng. What do you need? I'll come immediately. Big brother, I'm in Yuanqing, also a neighbor to Yangcheng. I can arrive right away. Messages from such individuals flooded in, at least 7 or 8, all indicating proximity to Yangcheng and readiness to come. At that moment, a particular message caught Lin Dong's attention. Big brother, I am from Yangcheng and currently in Yangcheng. Where are you? I will come right away. Lin Dong engaged in a private chat with the person. I am Lin Dong, currently at room 36 of the Yangcheng Holiday Hotel, facing a bit of trouble here. Can you assist? Absolutely. Big brother, rest assured. There is nothing I cannot resolve in Yangcheng. I will arrive in 20 minutes. No, 15 minutes. Good. Then hurry. I will wait for you here. Just a moment. Big brother, I'm on my way now. Lin Dong hung up the phone. Beside him, Sun Siyu observed Lin Dong, her eyes sparkling. Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Yin Hong was enjoying a foot massage in a foot bath establishment with friends. Bored, he scrolled through his phone and noticed a core member was inquiring about anyone in Jiangnan province, Yangcheng. Jiangnan province, Yangcheng? Wasn't he a local? A core member needed his assistance in Yangcheng? Soon, the individual privately messaged him. After conversing with Lin Dong, Yin Hong was exhilarated. He was the ruler of Yangcheng, albeit a nouveau riche, controlling over 60% of the entertainment venues in the city. Yet, he felt somewhat lacking in depth and aspired to rise beyond Yangcheng, integrating into the upper echelons of Jiangnan province. After considerable effort, leveraging connections and funds, he finally joined this colossal organization that was a significant entity for him. The members here were all of his level or higher, including powerful figures from provincial cities. Yet, a core leader was seeking his help in Yangcheng? What level of influence did such core leaders hold? The entire organization comprises merely a dozen or so individuals. He had never envisaged the possibility of engaging with such prominent figures. This moment appears to be a divine opportunity bestowed upon him, a chance to ascend to greatness, which he must seize with utmost diligence. As for the troubles mentioned by Lin Dong, they hardly occupied his thoughts. In his mind, there was nothing insurmountable in Yangcheng. He was already contemplating that once he assisted Lin Dong, a core member, with his predicaments, they would likely become acquainted. With further interactions, he would gradually align himself with this formidable figure. Chapter 90. The Intimidation of Core Members. Yin Hong hurriedly rose to his feet and addressed his friends who had accompanied him. You all enjoy yourselves for now. I have an urgent matter to attend to. Honggu, what could be so pressing as to make you abandon us? One inquired. Indeed, after such a rare gathering, your departure seems rather disheartening, another added. Yin Hong felt a tinge of embarrassment. He had organized this gathering, and these 3 were among his closest friends. However, he had to attend to Lin Dong immediately. There could be no delay. Thus, he stated, a prominent core figure is experiencing some difficulties at the Holiday Hotel, and I must head over right away. A core figure? The 3 were taken aback. Although they were not members, it was not due to a lack of desire, but rather an absence of connections. Ever since Yin Hong had joined, he had frequently boasted before them, leading them to acquire some basic understanding. Yin Hong was the most junior member. There were intermediate and senior members above him. The core members constituted the leadership echelon, and such figures were undeniably formidable. According to Yin Hong, there were only a handful of core members within the entire organization, each one a top-tier figure. They promptly rose, eager to accompany Yin Hong and witness the prowess of the core figure. Honggo, shall we join you in witnessing the grandeur of the core figure? One of them asked. Yin Hong pondered briefly before responding. Very well. We must make haste. We cannot keep the esteemed figure waiting. The four swiftly changed into appropriate attire and drove towards the Holiday Hotel. In room 36 of the Holiday Hotel, Lu Yong's guests had begun to trickle in, numbering over 20, with some still lingering outside. The Sun family was crowded into a corner of the room. Two younger children were on the verge of tears, while the others bore expressions of anxiety, having never encountered such a scene. The Sun family gazed at Lin Dong with palpable concern. At that moment, Lin Dong remained seated in silence. After admitting his guests, Lu Yong felt emboldened. You were quite the bravado earlier. Why the silence now? Show me that bravado again. He taunted, as he pointed a finger at Lin Dong's nose, his demeanor brimming with arrogance, spittle nearly landing on Lin Dong's face. Lu Yong, how much do you want? I will pay you to leave immediately. Sun Weiqing confronted Lu Yong, standing before his family. Money? Sun Weiqing, do you really believe money can settle today's affair? Stay out of this. I will settle our matters later. Right now, I must deal with this kid. Lu Yong's finger was mere inches from Lin Dong's nose. In response, Lin Dong remained silent, swiftly seizing Lu Yong's finger and forcefully bending it backward. A resounding crack echoed throughout the room. Ah! Lu Yong cried out in agony as the speed of Lin Dong's actions left everyone stunned, and his finger was broken. At that moment, over 20 of Lu Yong's underlings finally reacted, preparing to swarm Lin Dong. A voice pierced through from outside, declaring, I dare anyone to move. Upon hearing this, all who were poised to act froze in their tracks. Yin Hong and his three friends entered the room. Lu Yong lay on the ground, wailing. Both his hands were broken, tears streaming down his face, his cries drowned out by his own lamentations, seemingly oblivious to Yin Hong's entrance. The underlings of Lu Yong instinctively lowered their heads, shocked by Yin Hong's sudden appearance. Who was Yin Hong? The tyrant of Yangcheng, known as Hong Yi. Individuals like Lu Yong were unworthy even to carry Yin Hong's shoes, let alone his underlings. Offending Yin Hong in Yangcheng could lead to dire consequences. Are you Lin Xiao? Yin Hong inquired, bowing slightly toward Lin Dong. I am Lin Dong. You are Yin Hong? Lin Dong replied, recognizing him from their online interactions. He studied Yin Hong, who appeared to be in his 40s, exuding a commanding presence, suggesting a significant status in Yangcheng. Acknowledging Lin Dong as a core member, Yin Hong dared not display any disrespect, despite Lin Dong's youthful appearance. His elevation to the core level at such a young age indicated an incredibly profound background. He dreamt of associating with these elite scions of powerful families. Do you recognize the individual on the floor? The one who threatened my life? Lin Dong gestured towards Lu Yong, who was still groaning. Yin Hong approached Lu Yong, delivering a kick that prompted him to rise. Stop your wailing, if you're not dead. Get up. Otherwise, you may find yourself truly deceased. Yin Hong's tone was calm, yet it sent chills down the spines of Lu Yong's underlings. Get up if you're not dead. Otherwise, you may find yourself truly dead. The gravity of Yin Hong's words was palpable. Lu Yong, enduring excruciating pain, glanced up at Yin Hong, nearly losing consciousness from fear. Hong Yi? He croaked. Get up. Yin Hong commanded. Yes, yes. I will rise at once. Lu Yong struggled to his feet, enduring the pain, and knelt before Lin Dong to apologize. Lin Xiao? Lu Yong hesitated, gazing at Lin Dong. Yin Hong delivered a swift kick to the back of Lu Yong's knee, forcing him to kneel before Lin Dong. Apologize to Lin Xiao. If he forgives you, today's incident will be forgotten. If you fail to gain his forgiveness, you know the consequences. Yin Hong asserted. Upon hearing Yin Hong's words, even the dimmest of minds would recognize the gravity of his offense. He had angered someone far beyond his reckoning. If even the tyrant of Yangcheng, Hong Yi, addressed Lin Dong as Lin Xiao, the latter's connections must be formidable. Lin Xiao, I apologize. I, Lu Yong, was blind to your worth. I beseech you to spare me. Lu Yong pleaded, bowing his head repeatedly against the floor. Thud, thud, thud. He struck the ground with force, the sound echoing through the room. Should he fail to receive Lin Dong's pardon today, his ability to leave Yangcheng would be in serious doubt. Chapter 91, The Moment of Grandeur. Yin Hong observed Lu Yong kneeling before Lin Dong, his head striking the floor with a resounding thud, and casually glanced around the room. This glance sent a wave of fear through Lu Yong's underlings, prompting them to kneel and beg for forgiveness. Thud. Thud, thud. The sounds of supplication filled the room. The Sun family stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered by the sudden turn of events. The once menacing Lu Yong now resembled a dog, groveling on the floor as he sought Lin Dong's mercy. Uncle Sun, how do you propose we handle Lu Yong? Lin Dong turned to Sun Weicheng, inquiring. Lin Xiao? You may decide. Sun Weicheng replied, feeling somewhat uneasy. He had initially intended to address Lin Dong simply by name. But upon recalling that even Yin Hong referred to him as Lin Xiao, he refrained from doing so. Yin Hong is not someone who can be compared to Lu Yong. In Yangcheng, offending Yin Hong essentially means severing one's own future, leaving no room for struggle. Referring to Lin Dong in such a manner would imply a superiority over Yin Hong. What if Lin Dong decides to leave and Yin Hong comes to seek retribution? However, calling him Lin Xiao seems somewhat inappropriate, as Lin Dong is, after all, the boyfriend of my daughter. What father would address his son-in-law as Lin Xiao? Uncle Sun, let us not be so formal. I am good friends with C.E. Just call me Lin Dong, he said. Comparing himself to them was not really different. Was he really so naive as to believe he had never encountered such figures before? Lin Dong casually stood up, placing a foot on Lu Yong's already fractured hand, instantly unleashing his immense mental prowess. In that moment, everyone in the room felt a chilling breeze sweep through, involuntarily shuddering. Lu Yong, tormented both physically and mentally, could not even muster a cry before losing consciousness. Yin Hong and his three companions also froze, exchanging glances that revealed mutual terror in their eyes. At that instant, Lin Dong manifested the demeanor befitting a top-tier affluent heir. Only those who had long occupied high positions could exude such pressure, akin to a mountain bearing down upon them. He feared that the status of his core members would not suffice to intimidate Yin Hong, hence his display. After all, Sun Siyi's family would continue to reside in Yangcheng, and if he were to assist, he would do so wholeheartedly. This notion stemmed from Lin Dong's relatively recent induction and unfamiliarity with the dynamics at play. The identity of a core member was entirely distinct from that of a mid-level member, for someone of Yin Hong's lower echelon. It was more than sufficient to instill dread, leaving him no room for ulterior thoughts. Yin Hong, this is my uncle's son, the father of my good friend. I will rely on you to look after his family while they are in Yangcheng, Lin Dong indicated towards Sun Weicheng and Yin Hong. Given the current circumstances, it appeared that Yin Hong held a considerable position in Yangcheng. Having him oversee the Sun family should ensure their well-being. Rest assured, Lin Xiao. Henceforth your uncle's son's affairs will be my responsibility. I cannot guarantee elsewhere, but in Yangcheng, Yin will ensure his affairs are smooth sailing, Yin Hong pledged, thumping his chest in assurance. Cultivating a relationship with Lin Dong was in his best interest, and in Yangcheng, it was merely a matter of a word to extend favors to whomever he wished. Very well, Yin Hong, I shall remember you. Should any matters arise, do not hesitate to contact me, Lin Dong remarked, patting Yin Hong on the shoulder. Uncle Sun, let us take our leave. I will leave everything in Yin Hong's capable hands. Lin Dong called out to the Sun family. With that, he exited first, and the entire Sun family hurriedly followed. Upon entering the corridor, they were greeted by a line of Lu Yong's subordinates kneeling on the ground, trembling in fear. They were not afraid of Lin Dong, who seemed a distant figure to them, but rather terrified of Yin Hong. The infamous reputation of Yangcheng's tyrant was not mere bravado, it was firmly established through action. The Sun family wished for Lin Dong to stay overnight, eager to cultivate a closer relationship with the formidable figure he represented, while also hoping to alleviate the disrespect shown to Lin Dong earlier that afternoon, particularly from those who had mocked him. Had they known Lin Dong possessed such formidable influence, they would have sought to curry favor with him instead of looking down upon him. Yet, after witnessing his fierce demeanor, they were now intimidated, refraining from approaching him and instead directing their gaze towards Sun Siyi. Sun Weicheng discreetly tugged at Sun Siyi's clothing, suggesting she persuade Lin Dong to stay. Lin Dong was already preparing to enter his car. Lin Dong, Sun Siyi called out. Lin Dong turned to face her. Would you be able to stay the night? Sun Siyi asked with an expectant gaze. Initially inclined to decline, Lin Dong found himself unable to refuse upon seeing her radiant expression and hopeful eyes. He had a weakness for such amiable and charming women. This did not imply that Lin Dong was a philanderer. On the contrary, despite being surrounded by numerous exquisite women since his breakup with Jiangnan, he had not engaged in any substantial relationships. The most recent instance involved Han Shiyun, where circumstances nearly led to something beyond friendship had it not been for his aunt's intervention. However, that was also due to Han Shiyun's affront to his dignity as a man, provoking him despite her use of provocation tactics. Lin Dong believed that while one should be unyielding towards adversaries, it was acceptable to be lenient towards friends. All right, Sun Siyi joyfully approached Lin Dong, linking her arm with his. The Sun family was equally delighted by his decision to stay. The younger children, captivated by Lin Dong's car, expressed a desire to ride in it. The allure of a top-tier supercar was undeniable. However, their parents swiftly intervened to prevent them from approaching. They were not surprised that Lin Dong could drive such an extravagant vehicle. It was fitting for someone of his elite status. Yet, they regretted not recognizing his caliber sooner. Had they been aware of his ownership of such a car from the outset, they would not have looked down upon him. Chapter 92. The Conical Power Structure. Lin Dong departed with the Sun family. In the private room number 36 of the Holiday Hotel, only Yin Hong and his 3 friends remained, along with the unconscious Lu Yong and his subordinates kneeling on the ground. "What do you think?" Yin Hong inquired of his companions. Initially, they felt nothing. But at the moment Lin Dong stood, it was as if they faced a mountain. The pressure was intense. "I felt it too, just now." A chill swept through the room. "This young master seems quite formidable," remarked one. "Those who become core members are certainly not ordinary individuals. Let's refrain from speculating further and focus on cleaning up this situation. Honggu, if we truly manage to connect with this big shot, do not forget about us." One friend urged. "Rest assured, if we truly establish a connection, I will not forget you," Yin Hong assured them. Judging by the pressure Lin Dong had just exerted, it was evident he had called upon Yin Hong to avoid dirtying his hands with someone like Lu Yong. The previous night did not witness any scandalous events. Aside from some relatives of Sun Ce who flattered Lin Dong until late into the night, nothing else transpired. Days passed. 3 days later, Lin Dong finally received a call from Zhao Xian, who informed him of a promising project. Based on her team's assessment, it held significant investment potential. Although the asking price was somewhat high, and she sought Lin Dong's opinion. Without hesitation, Lin Dong agreed, directly transferring funds. He had no objections. Relishing the thought of a higher asking price, he felt he had little opportunity to spend money, and his occasional expenditures hardly contributed to his standing as a wealthy individual. He had prepared 2 properties for his aunt and elder aunt, costing a total of 2 billion, with 1 billion still unpaid. Moreover, he had grown disinterested in accumulating a mere 1 or 2 wealth points. To see his wealth multiply rapidly, he needed to invest aggressively. Nonetheless, he understood the importance of strategic investments. If he acted recklessly, it would likely attract the attention of those with ulterior motives. Lin Dong felt he lacked the capacity to safeguard his assets, prompting him to maintain a low profile. In terms of influence, he was merely at the beginning stages of establishment, far from the level of figures like Zi Dangzi, Zhao Shidao, and Zhuge Songqiu. Even compared to Qin Zheng and Lu Chun, he was not a match. In terms of strength, Pa Jun had once remarked that he was merely the most formidable among the younger generation, indicating that many from the older generation could surpass him. Thus, he aspired to cultivate his own faction, with the ambition that one day, among the world's top 1,000 enterprises, he would possess substantial shares in 800 of them. At that moment, with a mere gesture, the global economy would tremble. How remarkable! How imposing! As for why he chose Zhao Xian to occupy such a pivotal position, it was primarily because he had once been a nobody, surrounded by individuals lacking such capabilities. From their interactions, it was evident that Zhao Xian was someone he valued. She was capable and held firm principles. Furthermore, having learned about Zhao Xian through her family's search for her, he discovered that she was undoubtedly a person who understood gratitude. Despite the harshness of her upbringing, she continued to think of her family after earning money, managing to maintain her living expenses while saving almost nothing over the years. For Lin Dong, capability was secondary. Financial gain was inconsequential to him, as he already possessed more than enough wealth. The essence of character was paramount. A person of poor integrity, regardless of their abilities, would never be considered by Lin Dong. Ultimately, what he admired about Zhao Xian was her character. He was confident that once the dust settled, she would continue to support her family in whatever manner she deemed fit. Upon acquiring the system, Lin Dong had quietly resolved to conceal his full strength until he felt secure enough to reveal it. Discretion was his guiding principle, his secret weapon for success. His current endeavor was to diligently accumulate Xinhao points to see if the system might upgrade. An extreme physique and mental fortitude were undoubtedly insufficient. After transferring 20 billion to Zhao Xian, his Xinhao points did not immediately increase. It was only the next day that they rose by 20, bringing the total to 101. This confirmed Lin Dong's hypothesis that the funds within the Super Xinhao system needed to be spent to increase the points, and donations or money transfers would not yield any increments. Otherwise, Lin Dong could simply transfer 1 trillion to his company's account, which would be delightful. The system, in essence, simply urged Lin Dong to spend money to enhance himself through the accumulation of Xinhao points. Meanwhile, he established a security department, tasking Xiao Pejun with contacting some mercenaries he had known abroad. Whether domestic or foreign, anyone willing to come would receive generous treatment, provided their character met the standards. Individuals with egregious pasts who had been forced to flee abroad would be strictly excluded. Wei Yong and Li Guobing were also instructed to assist Xiao Pejun in setting up the security department. Given his current strength, there were likely few who could pose a threat to him. If he could not handle them, then Wei Yong and Li Guobing would be mere appetizers. Lin Dong was puzzled. Wasn't it said that after the last May Day gala, one could request leave at will? Upon inquiry, he learned that someone had directly approached the school leadership, claiming Lin Dong frequently skipped classes, not resembling a student in the least, which tarnished the reputation of Jiang University, a prestigious institution. Consequently, even the homeroom teacher was reprimanded by the school leaders. After receiving a phone call from his homeroom teacher, Lin Dong promptly arrived at the principal's office. He knocked twice. "Come in." A commanding voice echoed from within. Lin Dong entered, finding Principal Zhou Limin poring over documents on his desk. Upon Lin Dong's arrival, Zhou Limin glanced up and inquired, "What brings you here, student?" "Hello, Principal Zhou. I am a third-year student from the Business Administration Department. My name is Lin Dong." Lin Dong took a seat in front of Zhou Limin. "I see. Go on," Zhou Limin prompted. He sensed something different about Lin Dong. Unlike previous students who appeared anxious in his presence, Lin Dong exuded a casual demeanor that struck him as unusual. "Principal Zhou, due to certain matters outside of school, I may need to request leave at any time. I hope you can grant me this privilege," Lin Dong stated. "Oh, you wish for the privilege to take leave at will. Could you share the reason?" Zhou Limin asked with a smile, curious as to why Lin Dong dared to approach him with such a request, seemingly confident that he would agree. "I have been engaged in business outside of school, so I might be quite busy." "Business?" "Lin Dong, our university supports entrepreneurship among students. As long as you submit the relevant materials for review, we can greenlight your endeavors, provided everything checks out. However, I prefer not to submit anything, which is why I came directly to you," Lin Dong replied. "Oh, do you think I would agree to that?" Zhou Limin inquired. "I believe you wouldn't refuse." "Principal Zhou, and why is that?" Zhou Limin pressed. "Because I intend to donate 100 million to Jiang University, with 50 million allocated to establish a scholarship fund for underprivileged students excelling academically, and the other 50 million for improving various facilities at the school. What do you think?" "Principal Zhou?" Lin Dong smiled. Zhou Limin was visibly taken aback by Lin Dong's declaration. A donation of 100 million to Jiang University? Such a feat had never been witnessed since its inception, not only at Jiang University, but even among the nation's renowned universities. There had never been a precedent for such generosity. Jiang University was among the top 10 prestigious institutions in the country, having produced many notable figures over the years. And while donations were frequent, they typically ranged in the hundreds of thousands. The largest donation in Jiang University's history had come from an alumnus who had become a wealthy business magnate, contributing only 20 million. Now, a mere third-year student claimed he would donate 100 million? Who would believe that? To be honest, Zhou Limin himself found it hard to accept. He suspected Lin Dong was merely jesting with him. "Lin Dong, are you certain you wish to donate 100 million to the school? This isn't some kind of prank, is it?" Zhou Limin asked, sitting up straighter. "Of course. Why else would I come to see you, Principal? To chat? If I wanted to chat, I would seek out my seniors or juniors, wouldn't I?" Lin Dong replied, still smiling. Zhou Limin scrutinized Lin Dong, who exhibited no signs of the nervousness typical of other students. Rather, he displayed a somewhat irreverent attitude, suggesting he was unafraid of him. Could he be from a prominent family? Quite possibly. A third-year student capable of making a fortune of 100 million? That seemed implausible. Moreover, if Lin Dong were indeed donating 100 million, how much wealth did he possess? 1 billion? Or perhaps 10 billion? If Lin Dong was not toying with him, he surely hailed from a wealthy lineage. The prospect of acquiring an additional 100 million in funds could facilitate numerous initiatives, potentially enabling them to attract top-tier students from several provinces. This would significantly enhance the university's reputation, fulfilling Zhou Limin's lifelong dream of elevating Jiang University into the top 3 universities nationwide. "Very well, Lin Dong. If you truly intend to donate 100 million to the school, I will grant you this privilege, and we will express our gratitude for your contribution to Jiang University. However, should you be here merely to toy with me, do not blame me for adhering to protocol." "Agreed, Principal Zhou. Let us finalize it this way. But I would prefer to remain anonymous in my donation. I do not wish to be the center of attention at the university." "No problem." With that, Lin Dong was escorted by Principal Zhou Limin to the university's finance office, summoning various leaders from Jiang University. Until the donation was completed and the 100 million was successfully transferred, the university leaders remained in a state of disbelief, as if caught in a dream. In the past, when a donation of several million was made, it would be accompanied by grand ceremonies and extensive publicity. Yet now, a donation of 100 million was concluded with such simplicity. Lin Dong's name has appeared on the list of school leaders. undeniably marking him as a wealthy benefactor, one to be treated with utmost respect. Lin Dong, we sincerely thank you for your contribution to Jiangdan's development. On behalf of all faculty and students, said Principal Zhou Limin, firmly grasping Lin Dong's hand. A donation of 100 million is indeed a historic milestone. Lin Dong is still a student and wishes to remain inconspicuous. Once he graduates, he can publicize this event, further elevating the school's reputation. A third-year student who has ventured into entrepreneurship and donated such a sum demonstrates an extraordinary sense of belonging. Moreover, his success in business at this stage underscores the excellence of the school's educational philosophy. Zhou Limin felt immense joy, recognizing that not only would the school benefit from this generosity, but it would also enhance its visibility, attracting more students, a true win-win situation. Due to Lin Dong's desire for discretion, the school refrained from organizing a donation ceremony. After completing the donation, Lin Dong departed, continuing his leave. Attending classes had become a lesser priority. With limited mental energy, he absorbed knowledge swiftly, confident he would not fail his courses. Attending essential classes would suffice. Even in the event of failure, he believed the school would accommodate him. As the weekend approached, Liu Yanmei's health had significantly improved after 2 weeks of care. Lin Dong felt he could only focus on his endeavors once his family was settled. He purchased another Mercedes, with Wei Yong and Li Guobing each driving one. For these former mercenaries, staying awake for days was trivial, let alone driving for a few hours. Departing at 6 in the evening, they arrived in Shuqing by midnight. Liu Yanmei initially intended for Lin Dong to stay at home, as he had resided there for 2 years. However, Lin Dong felt both he and Wang Chao had matured and deserved their own privacy. It was more comfortable to live alone. Sharing a room with Wang Chao felt somewhat awkward. Staying in Wang Li's room also seemed inappropriate, so he insisted on leaving with Wei Yong and Li Guobing. Before departing, Lin Dong requested the agreement signed by his second uncle, Lin Guobang. Xiaodong, considering your capabilities, that compensation is hardly significant to you. However, your aunt knows you feel aggrieved. Lin Guobang has indeed acted unscrupulously. Nevertheless, he is your blood relative who raised you for several years. I hope you do not go too far, Liu Yanmei advised solemnly as she handed the agreement to Lin Dong. Yes, aunt, I trust you. Go ahead. The following day, Lin Dong, accompanied by Wei Yong and Li Guobing, proceeded to visit his second uncle, Lin Guobang. Based on Lin Dong's understanding of Lin Guobang and his aunt, Zhang Guifang, it was clear they would not willingly surrender the compensation. Hence, Lin Dong had already contacted the best lawyer in Jiangnan the previous night and sent them the agreement. Due to this document, the opposing party acknowledged that the case had little room for doubt. The lawyer should be en route to Shuqing by now. Through various connections, he had also reached out to the court, which assured him that as long as the evidence was solid, they would expedite the process. Lin Guobang's residence, located on the outskirts of Shuqing, was a 3-story house built jointly by Lin Dong's father and Lin Guobang. This meant Lin Dong possessed half ownership of the house. However, after custody was awarded to Lin Guobang, the property naturally fell into his hands. The trio arrived at Lin Guobang's residence, which clearly did not welcome Lin Dong's presence. Entering the house, they found Lin Guobang's family, his second uncle, Lin Guobang, his aunt, Zhang Guifang, his cousin, Lin Fei, and his younger cousin, Lin Quan, all present. Watching television without acknowledging Lin Dong. Unfazed, Lin Dong smiled and walked to the center of the living room, placing the agreement on the coffee table. Lin Guobang, this is the agreement you signed years ago. Hurry up and give me my parents' compensation. I want to make things difficult for you. I don't even want the house. Consider it payment for my years of living here. Lin Dong addressed him directly, omitting the term uncle, as his years of living there had left him with psychological scars. Do you think your denial holds any significance? This is in black and white, and the court has records. You cannot escape your obligations, he asserted. Lin Guobang remained silent, but Zhang Guifang erupted. Lin Dong, you ungrateful wretch. Did you not live here for free? You ate our leftovers, wore our clothes. I tell you, your parents' compensation has all been spent on you. There is not a penny left. Lin Dong took a seat and retorted, come on, calculate for me how a teenager like me could spend 2 million? If you can figure that out, I'll forego the money. Didn't you eat, wear, and use our things? Zhang Guifang shouted back. During my years here, I ate your leftovers and wore Lin Fei's hand-me-downs. You expect me, a boy, to wear girls' clothes to school? And as for expenses, did you ever give me a single penny? It was my aunt and elder aunt who supported me. Zhang Guifang was rendered speechless, resorting to a desperate claim. Regardless, your parents' money has already been spent on you, so you will receive nothing. Lin Dong lifted the agreement from the coffee table, stating, you both should see clearly. This agreement is explicit, and Lin Guobang signed it. The court has records. If you refuse to fulfill it, I will take you to court. Go ahead and sue us. We are not afraid. The money is already spent, Zhang Guifang retorted defiantly. You should think carefully. With this evidence and the court's records, the outcome is virtually inevitable. You will earn the reputation of deadbeats, freezing your assets and affecting Lin Fei's job, Lin Dong replied with a smile. He was aware that his cousin Lin Fei worked at a bank in Shuqing, a position Lin Guobang had secured through considerable effort. If they were labeled as deadbeats, it would inevitably affect Lin Fei's employment, prompting his assertion. Indeed, Lin Dong's words struck fear into Lin Guobang's family. Lin Fei's job was hard-won, and her position at the bank had brought them considerable pride. If this situation jeopardized her employment, it would be dire. Lin Fei felt a flutter of panic. Banks value credibility, and if her parents were labeled as deadbeats, it could cost her job, an opportunity she had boasted about among friends. Realizing this, she cast a reproachful glance at her parents. Lin Dong, don't go too far. If you affect Fei Fei's job, I won't spare you, Lin Guobang threatened. Having been physically dominated by him since childhood, Lin Dong felt a twinge of fear, unsure why he had the audacity to demand money today. Nonetheless, Lin Guobang held a psychological advantage over him. Lin Guobang, how do you think you can evade me? I am quite curious whether you intend to chase me around the courtyard like in our childhood days. You may try now. After Lin Dong spoke, his previously smiling face transformed into a stern expression. Lin Guobang's words reminded him of the tragic experiences of his youth. During that time, any mistake made by Lin Guobang would be blamed on him, resulting in a severe beating. Even when they were in a bad mood, they would vent their frustrations on him. Being struck with thin rods, leaving him covered in wounds, became a commonplace occurrence, and the pain was excruciating. It was only when he moved to his aunt's house in high school that he finally escaped the shadow of that home. Chapter 95, Intimidation. Lin Dong's words shifted his previously cheerful demeanor into one of seriousness, instantly imposing tremendous pressure on the Lin Guobang family, who gazed at him in astonishment. Although it had been a long time since they last saw Lin Dong, they regarded him as a submissive individual. When confronted with Lin Guobang and his wife, he appeared as terrified as a mouse facing a cat. Even when in the presence of Lin Fei and Lin Quan, he was cautious. This treatment over the years had instilled a psychological shadow in Lin Dong. In the past, he would never dare to rebut the words of Lin Guobang and his wife, as any hint of defiance would lead to a brutal beating. Upon seeing Lin Dong today, they instinctively reverted to their previous impression of him. Even though Lin Dong was accompanied by two individuals, they dismissed them entirely, believing that someone as timid as Lin Dong would not dare to confront them. However, Lin Dong not only dared to refute them, but also spoke with a tone of mockery, a stark contrast that Lin Guobang found intolerable, causing him to lose face. He forcefully slammed his hand on the coffee table, stood up, and pointed at Lin Dong, declaring, Lin Dong, do not think that just because you have grown a backbone, I will hesitate to strike you. Lin Guobang is what you call me. I am your second uncle, your guardian. I was able to make you run around the courtyard when you were a child, and I can do it again. At this moment, Lin Quan also glared at Lin Dong, his expression unfriendly. Having grown up alongside Lin Dong, he was merely a year younger, and with the assistance of his parents, he often bullied Lin Dong in their youth. He would transfer any blame onto Lin Dong, making him a scapegoat, enduring beatings on his behalf, thus giving him a psychological advantage. Now, at 20 years old and having failed to gain admission to university after graduating high school, he had been drifting through society, associating with various unsavory characters, which inflated his sense of superiority. Now, Lin Dong had the audacity to come to his home demanding money and dared to mock them. The money was intended for his mother's plans to marry and buy a house, and it had nothing to do with Lin Dong. Lin Dong, if you continue to disrespect my father, calling him Lin Guobang, do not blame me for being impolite. Lin Quan interjected. Lin Dong turned his head to look at Lin Quan and calmly replied, Lin Quan, hold your tongue. I will settle accounts with you shortly. How dare you speak to me like that? You must be itching for a fight, Lin Quan exclaimed, rising from the sofa and attempting to rush at Lin Dong. However, as he stood, a powerful hand pressed him back down into the sofa, rendering him immobile. Who the hell are you? If you don't let go, I swear you won't walk out of Sioux City. Lin Quan struggled desperately, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge the grip of that hand. In response to Lin Quan's curses, Li Guobing remained silent, merely applying a bit more pressure on Lin Quan's wrist. The sudden increase in pressure left Lin Quan gasping for breath, silencing his insults as he flailed his arms helplessly in the air. Li Guobing, having been a mercenary abroad, found it effortless to subdue a petty thug like Lin Quan. Seeing Lin Quan pinned to the sofa, Zhang Guifeng, who was seated nearby, immediately stood up to assist him. However, she was forcefully pushed down onto the sofa by Wei Yong, who appeared suddenly in front of her. Lin Guobang, witnessing this scene, grew furious and stood up, intending to find a weapon, as his wife and son were being bullied, leaving him feeling utterly humiliated. Lin Guobang, you best remain seated. These two are mercenaries who have seen the horrors of war and have truly stained their hands with blood. Do you really believe you can contend with them? Lin Dong said, gazing at Lin Guobang. As Lin Guobang prepared to seek a weapon, he paused at the sound of Lin Dong's voice, turning to look at Wei Yong and Li Guobing. At that moment, Wei Yong and Li Guobing released some of the bloody aura they had cultivated on the battlefield. Instantly, the Lin Guobang family felt a chill run down their spines, their eyes filled with terror as they regarded the two men. The Lin Guobang family were ordinary people and could not withstand the menacing presence emanating from Wei Yong and Li Guobing, who had been tempered by the battlefield. Lin Guobang slumped back down onto the chair, saying, Lin Dong, what exactly do you want? There is no money. As for a life, I have one. I do not believe you dare to do anything to us. Zhang Guifang shouted. This money was intended for her son Lin Quan to marry and purchase a house. If it were given to Lin Dong, what would happen to Lin Quan, who was still unemployed? Moreover, the interest on that compensation was substantial, and without that money, their family would face hardships. Thus, they resolutely refused to give Lin Dong any funds. Initially, Lin Guobang had considered acquiescing, realizing the power dynamics at play and observing that the two men accompanying Lin Dong were not to be trifled with. However, upon hearing Zhang Guifang's words, he quickly regained his composure. Indeed, even if they refused to give Lin Dong money, what could he do to them? So what if they had been mercenaries abroad? This was their homeland. Did they truly dare to commit murder? Lin Dong, the money has already been spent. You will not find any here. And I am your second uncle, your guardian. I have the right to manage this money, Lin Guobang asserted. Lin Dong couldn't help but chuckle. Second uncle? Guardian? Lin Guobang. Do you even understand what it means to be a guardian? Do you deserve that title? Moreover, even if you were my guardian, I am now of age, and your role as guardian has long since expired. As for your financial situation, I am unconcerned. The agreement is clearly written in black and white, and you signed it. Upon my coming of age at 18, you were obligated to provide me with this money. I will not even demand the interest. I have no money. Lin Guobang firmly insisted. Very well. I have already retained the finest lawyer in Jiangnan, and he should be on his way here now. By this afternoon, you will likely receive a court summons. You would do well to consider your options, Lin Dong stated. At that moment, Lin Guobang was at a loss for what to do. If he paid, his son Lin Quan's future would be uncertain. If he refused, and Lin Dong truly took them to court, with the evidence in Lin Dong's possession, they would undoubtedly lose, which would jeopardize Lin Fei's job. Caught between securing his son's future and preserving his daughter's hard-earned career, Lin Guobang and Zhang Guifang found themselves in a difficult dilemma. Chapter 96. All is lost. The living room fell into silence. Lin Dong did not urge them, remaining leisurely in his chair, seemingly waiting for them to make a decision. Lin Dong, there is no money. You can take us to court if you wish. Even if a judgment is rendered, we have no funds. Ultimately, it was Zhang Guifang who made the decision. Her words essentially indicated a preference for money, forsaking her daughter Lin Fei's future. Lin Guobang let out a sigh of relief. Since Zhang Guifang had made the choice, so be it. Mom, how can you do this? Lin Fei cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Zhang Guifang. After all, a daughter would eventually marry, while a son was expected to care for his parents in their old age. Thus, it was only natural for them to prioritize finances. Since you have decided not to provide this money, prepare to await the court summons this afternoon. I have no desire to waste my breath on you, Lin Dong remarked nonchalantly. The decision made by Lin Guobang and his wife was, in fact, anticipated by Lin Dong. Hence he was not particularly surprised. He had foreseen this outcome and had already contacted his lawyer to arrive promptly. What followed was another matter. Lin Dong stood up and approached Lin Quan and Li Guobing. Li Guobing, who had been restraining Lin Quan by pressing his hand against his chest, seized his clothing and lifted him from the sofa. Lin Quan, having been thoroughly terrified, had gone limp. The overwhelming bloodthirst emanating from Li Guobing was directed at him. A mere thug from a small county, Lin Quan had engaged in some fights, but how could he withstand the aura of a master like Li Guobing? Lin Quan, I do not wish to hold childhood grievances against you, but how dare you lay a hand on my aunt? I will settle this score with you. Lin Dong, if you have the ability, let me call for help, and I will ensure you do not leave Sioux City, Lin Quan weakly retorted. Even at this point, he was still threatening Lin Dong, believing that knowing a few unsavory characters in Sioux City afforded him some leverage. Slap. Lin Dong delivered a resounding slap to Lin Quan's face. Although not delivered with full force, Lin Dong's physique was significantly stronger than that of an average person, causing Lin Quan's face to swell instantly, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Dong, do not act recklessly. What you are doing is illegal, Lin Guobang shouted from the side. Witnessing his son's face swell from Lin Dong's slap, Zhang Guifang took out her phone to report the incident, only to have it snatched away by Wei Yong and thrown to the ground. Slap. Ignoring everyone else, Lin Dong delivered another slap to Lin Quan's face. leaving both sides swollen, resembling a pig's head. Tears streamed down Lin Quan's face from the pain inflicted by Lin Dong's 2 slaps. Lin Guobang and Zhang Guifeng felt immense sorrow, yet they were powerless, now at the mercy of others. Come, let me hear some more harsh words from you, Lin Dong said. Lin Quan, teary-eyed, gazed at Lin Dong in silence. What? Are you afraid now? Then tell me why you harmed my aunt. Lin Dong pressed further. Lin Quan remained silent. Speak, Lin Dong bellowed, sending a shiver through the entire Lin Guobang family. I did not hit her. I merely pushed her gently a couple of times. Lin Quan stammered, visibly shaken. He was genuinely fearful. After 2 to 3 years apart, Lin Dong seemed like a completely different person, one that instilled a sense of dread in him. Just a gentle push? Then how did she injure her waist and remain bedridden for half a month? Lin Dong's eyes glinted with coldness as he questioned Lin Quan. I don't know. Don't know? Lin Dong grasped Lin Quan's chin firmly. I truly do not know. Lin Dong, I was wrong. Please spare me. Lin Quan pleaded, tears streaming down his face. He was desperate. The pressure from the current Lin Dong was overwhelming. Lin Dong smiled and released Lin Quan. Li Guobang also let him go. Lin Dong turned to Lin Guobang and said, Lin Guobang, to be honest, this amount of money holds little value for me. I initially had no intention of pursuing it. However, since Lin Quan dared to harm my aunt, you may blame him for this predicament. Remember to transfer the money promptly, if you can, by this afternoon. The court will freeze all the assets under your family's name. We shall meet in court. With that, Lin Dong turned and exited the living room. Li Guobing and Wei Yong followed suit, leaving the Lin Guobang family in stunned silence, exchanging glances of disbelief. After more than 2 years apart, the once timid Lin Dong had transformed into someone so formidable and assertive. Previously, Lin Dong had to rise earlier than the roosters, sleep later than the dogs, eat worse than pigs, and work harder than oxen, often enduring cruel beatings. This sudden shift in power dynamics left them momentarily disoriented. What should we do? Zhang Guifeng asked, shaken by Lin Dong's intimidation. Hurry, go borrow a card from your parents. We must transfer the money quickly, or it will truly be frozen, Lin Guobang urged. The family hurriedly made their way to Zhang Guifeng's family home, with Lin Quan disregarding his injuries. As long as the money remained intact, this minor injury was inconsequential. Over the years, Lin Guobang's family had lived quite comfortably on the 2 million compensation from Lin Dong's parents. They had even rented out Lin Dong's former home. The annual interest, combined with the rental income, was more than enough for their family's sustenance, which is why they had not sought employment. Now, with only that sum remaining, if it were to be frozen, their lives would become dire. However, upon reaching the bank to transfer the funds, they discovered that their bank card was flagged and temporarily unusable. This was, of course, Lin Dong's doing. He aimed to give Lin Guobang's family a glimmer of hope, only to gradually turn it into despair. The Lin Guobang family caused a scene at the bank, unwilling to relinquish what was essentially their last financial lifeline, despite it not rightfully belonging to them. Yet, the bank was not a place where they could throw tantrums. Ultimately, they were reported to the authorities, and the entire family was taken in for disturbing public order. While at the station, they received a court summons, along with the news that all their assets would be frozen. At this point, the entire family realized they were doomed. Chapter 97. Coincidentally, after leaving the Lin Guobang household, Lin Dong instructed Wei Yong and Li Guobing to drive a car to his aunt's home to assist with moving belongings. He himself drove to his eldest aunt Lin Guoying's residence. He intended to find a way to help her family relocate to Jiangnan. Just as he had done with his aunt, the housing was already arranged, and they could easily secure a position at Jiangnan Hotel, enjoying a life of comfort. He had entrusted Lin Guobang's affairs entirely to his lawyer and, having made the necessary connections, saw no need to concern himself further, as he was not genuinely in need of that amount of money. His eldest aunt Lin Guoying represented a beacon of hope in Lin Dong's life, second only to his aunt Lu Yanmei, and had always treated him with kindness. Since middle school, Lin Guobang had ceased to financially support Lin Dong. The two aunts had covered his living and educational expenses. Furthermore, during his senior year, as academic pressures mounted, he had moved in with his eldest aunt Lin Guoying for a year to prepare for the college entrance exam, as living with his aunt had become inconvenient. Now that he had the means, he was determined to ensure both families were well settled, providing him with a sense of solace. Lin Guoying's home was located in an old neighborhood in Sioux City, where both she and her husband worked at a nearby factory. They had only one daughter, Zhu, who was 4 years older than Lin Dong, making her his cousin. Lin Dong drove into the familiar neighborhood, being an old complex. There was no longer anyone manning the entrance. He parked his car beneath his aunt's building and ascended the stairs. Walking through the corridor where he had once lived for a year, Lin Dong felt a wave of nostalgia. Since starting university, he had seldom returned. It was not that he was ungrateful or lacking in sentiment. but rather that he had spent most of his summer and winter breaks working part-time jobs, wanting to earn money to alleviate some of the burdens on his aunt and his eldest aunt, which had limited his visits. The circumstances at his eldest aunt's home differed slightly from those at his aunt's. When his eldest aunt gave birth to his cousin Zhu, complications arose, preventing her from conceiving again. This incident strained their marriage for several years, even leading to discussions of divorce, until they gradually reconciled. Additionally, due to their lack of a son, after Lin Dong's parents passed away, they had been eager to gain custody of him. However, at that time, Lin Dong did not choose them, which resulted in a lingering disfavor from his great-uncle Zhu Huagua after Lin Dong moved into their home. Upon arriving at the 4th floor, Lin Dong knocked on the door of his great-aunt's house. Soon, the old security door creaked open to reveal a familiar face, his great-aunt Lin Guoying. Her tone, however, bore a hint of joy as she regarded Lin Dong. Having no sons of her own, she truly considered Lin Dong as her own child. Come in, come in. Don't just stand out there, Lin Guoying exclaimed, pulling Lin Dong into the house. Once inside, Lin Dong noticed that 7 or 8 people were seated on the sofa in the living room. Besides great-uncle Zhu Huagua and his cousin Zhu, his 4th uncle Lin Guowei was also present, while the others were unfamiliar to him. Great-uncle, 4th uncle, sister. Lin Dong greeted each of them in turn. His relationship with 4th uncle Lin Guowei was rather neutral. There was no animosity, but also no significant support. The relationship between his great-aunt's family and 4th uncle's family was generally good. However, they had not been in contact with 2nd uncle Lin Guobang for many years due to issues surrounding Lin Dong. Xiaodong, let me introduce you to everyone. This is your sister's boyfriend, Chen Hui, and these are his parents, along with his little aunt and his cousin. Lin Guoying approached, pointing at the 5 individuals Lin Dong did not recognize. Hello, brother-in-law. Hello, uncle and 2 aunts. Hello, cousin. Lin Dong greeted them, yet they paid him no mind. It was then that Lin Dong sensed an unusual atmosphere in the room. His cousin Zhu had slightly red eyes, as if she had been crying recently. Great-uncle Zhu Huagua sat there, visibly displeased. Dear in-laws, this is my nephew, the son of my 3rd brother. He is currently attending university in Jiangnan. Lin Guoying introduced Lin Dong to the others. After the introductions, Lin Dong followed his great-aunt into the kitchen to offer assistance, wanting to escape the tense atmosphere in the living room. However, he was promptly ushered out by Lin Guoying, as 4th Aunt Yulian was already in the kitchen and did not require his help. Left with no choice, Lin Dong sat in the living room, pretending to watch television. At that moment, his cousin's future father-in-law began to speak. Dear in-laws, how did you find our previous proposal? Not well, Zhu Huagua retorted sullenly. What do you want then? Do you truly expect my son to live in such a dilapidated house? How long has this place been standing? There isn't even a decent school nearby. How will their children receive an education? If it weren't for the fact that this young couple genuinely has a good relationship, I would have urged them to part ways long ago. Chun Hui's mother interjected. Mom, what are you saying? Chun Hui protested. Xiao Hui, don't speak. Do you really want to spend your life in such a place? You are our only son. The idea of him living here is absolutely out of the question. Chun Hui's mother spoke resolutely. Chun Hui fell silent, indeed not wishing to reside there permanently. Zhu Huagua was infuriated, wanting to argue but at a loss for words. The reality was that their family was significantly less affluent than Chun Hui's, and asking Chen Hui to become a son-in-law was indeed quite a burden. Yet what choice did he have? Who wouldn't desire to enjoy their retirement, surrounded by grandchildren? If their daughter were to marry and leave, they would be left alone in their old age, which was a rather disheartening prospect. At that moment, Lin Guoying stepped forward and said, Dear in-laws, we are actually planning to buy a house. We are currently looking, so you need not worry about the children's education. Buy a house? Don't think I am unaware of your family's situation. Both of you are ordinary workers. What house can you afford? Do you know how expensive real estate is now? I hope you aren't considering purchasing a second-hand house. How could a second-hand house suffice for a wedding? Lin Guoying fell silent at that. They were indeed only considering buying an old second-hand house in a school district, as new properties were beyond their financial reach. At this juncture, Zhu began to quietly sob again. Her parents wanted her boyfriend Chun Hui to move in after marriage, yet his parents were firmly opposed, primarily due to the disparity in their living conditions. She wished to provide a good educational environment for their future children, but did not want to disappoint her parents. Additionally, she was now pregnant, and the matter of marriage needed to be expedited, as it could not be delayed any longer. Chun Hui could only silently pat her shoulder, as he too lacked a viable solution that would appease both families. After listening for quite some time, Lin Dong finally grasped the situation. His cousin was pregnant and required an immediate wedding. However, great-uncle wished for her to move in after marriage, while the other party's family objected, citing the poor conditions that would adversely affect the child's education. Both sides had been at an impasse for almost a month, and with each passing day, Zhu's pregnancy progressed. The wedding could not be postponed any longer, yet there seemed to be no feasible solution that would satisfy both families. Lin Dong thought, "This is indeed a stroke of fortune." He had been pondering how to persuade his great-aunt's family to move to Jiangnan, given that they had lived there for decades. If it weren't for his cousin Wang Chao, it was doubtful they would have agreed. Now, was this not the perfect opportunity? The other family claimed a second-hand house could not serve as a wedding residence. What about a first-hand property in Jiangnan International Apartment, valued at 100 million? Surely that qualifies as a wedding residence. They worried about the child's educational environment? Nonsense. Jiangnan International Apartment is located near the finest schools in Jiangnan Province, offering education from kindergarten through to university. Now let us see what they have to say. Lin Dong's mood brightened considerably. During lunch, he feasted heartily, reveling in the delightful dishes prepared by his great-aunt, which he had not tasted in a long while. Moreover, his increased appetite due to improved health led him to eat rather excessively. His behavior prompted the Chun Hui family to shake their heads in disbelief. This lad must have been starving for days, merely here to mooch off their food. Everyone else, aside from Lin Dong, barely touched their meals, as the unresolved situation left them with little appetite. Especially for his great-aunt's family, they lacked any inclination to eat. Zhu scarcely managed to swallow a bite. After lunch, once everything was tidied up, they convened once more to deliberate. Yet, despite their discussions, no satisfactory resolution emerged. Sensing the moment was ripe, Lin Dong stood and proclaimed, "I have a solution that will ensure both families are content." At his words, all eyes turned to him, and a glimmer of hope shone in Zhu's eyes. "What is your solution?" Lin Guoying inquired. "Great-aunt, your family should move to Jiangnan. The environment there is not only pleasant, but the educational standards are also commendable. There are ample opportunities for development," Lin Dong suggested. Before Lin Guoying could respond, Chun Hui's mother interjected, "Move to Jiangnan? How would that be feasible? Do you have any idea how exorbitant the housing prices are there? We can't even afford a new house in Shuqing, let alone think about relocating to Jiangnan. Have you lost your senses?" Lin Guoying initially thought Lin Dong might have a viable plan, but upon hearing his suggestion, she deemed it impractical. If they truly had the means to move to Jiangnan, would there be a need for such discussions here? Zhu's hope also dissipated in an instant. "Great-aunt, in truth, I came here with a proposal. I hope you will consider moving to Jiangnan, allowing me to express my gratitude for all your care over the years. I have already prepared a house for you in Jiangnan," Lin Dong stated earnestly. His sincerity was palpable, but none in attendance took him seriously. Lin Guoying and Zhu Huagua merely regarded Lin Dong's claims as exaggerated, feeling embarrassed in front of their in-laws. Chun Hui's family displayed open mockery. "So you are Lin Dong? Some boasts should not be made lightly. You intend to buy a house in Jiangnan and provide one for your great-aunt? As a university student, where would you acquire the funds to purchase a house in Jiangnan? Have you perhaps damaged your brain while studying?" Chun Hui's mother remarked sarcastically. "Indeed. Are you aware of the exorbitant prices of houses in Jiangnan? Do you truly believe you can buy a house there as a mere university student? How brazen. I cannot fathom how you managed to get into university. Surely it cannot be a dubious institution." Chun Hui's aunt chimed in. "Whether it is boasting or not is not for you to judge. If Jiangnan University, ranked among the top 10 nationally, is considered dubious, then pray tell, what constitutes a legitimate school?" Lin Dong retorted. "What? Jiangnan University?" Being from Jiangnan Province, they were certainly cognizant of the institution's status. They were merely astonished to learn that Lin Dong was a student there, as none in their large family had been able to gain admission. "Very well. If you can truly establish a home for them in Jiangnan, I shall agree to your request," Chun Hui's mother stated. After a moment's thought, she added, "However, even in Jiangnan, it cannot be in a remote area. There must be schools nearby, and the house must not be less than 200 square meters." She, of course, did not believe that Lin Dong, as a university student, could genuinely afford a house in Jiangnan, let alone provide it for others. But what if Lin Dong attempted to deceive her by purchasing a dilapidated house in the most secluded area? Thus, she carefully appended those conditions. "Very well. Did you drive here?" Lin Dong inquired. "Naturally. In this day and age, a car is a standard necessity. How could one possibly not have one?" "Excellent. Then come with me shortly," Lin Dong replied. "Little Dong," Lin Guoying called out. "Aunt, you must trust me," Lin Dong earnestly assured Lin Guoying. After a prolonged gaze at Lin Dong, Lin Guoying finally responded, "All right." She believed that Lin Dong would not deceive her. "Uncle, Sister Zhu, you should join us too," Lin Dong called out to Zhu Huagua and Zhu. A group of about 10 descended the stairs. Chun Hui's family trailed behind. Following this encounter, they would surely refrain from demanding their son to visit again. However, when they eventually exited the building and witnessed Lin Dong open the door of a grand Mercedes-Benz, the family was instantly dumbfounded. Their family, though considered well off in Shuqing with a car and a home, owned merely a modest vehicle worth over 100,000. A luxury car such as a Mercedes-Benz was but a distant dream for them. The sight of this magnificent vehicle was a stark contrast to their earlier mockery of Lin Dong's claims. The Chun family's faces flushed with embarrassment. Chapter 99, A Lavish Feast. Not only was Chun Hui's family taken aback, but even Lin Dong's aunt's family and his fourth uncle's family were equally astonished. A vehicle of such caliber, like the Mercedes-Benz, was regarded as a luxury in the small county of Shuqing. They may not recognize brands like Porsche or Ferrari, but they certainly knew of Mercedes-Benz and BMW, as these had become ingrained in their understanding of luxury automobiles. Aunt, come, get in the car. Lin Dong opened the passenger door for Lin Guoying. Little Dong, is this your car? Lin Guoying asked. Where did you acquire such funds? Aunt, do not concern yourself with that just yet. Please get in. I will explain later. My aunt and her family have already agreed to move to Jiangnan, and the houses prepared for you are all in the same community. Rest assured, I have not engaged in any illegal activities, Lin Dong assured her. Lin Guoying did not press further and entered the passenger seat of the Mercedes. Since Lin Dong promised to explain later, she decided to wait. She had indeed been worried about Lin Dong's activities outside. Zhu Huagua, his daughter Zhu Zhu, and Chun Hui settled into the back seat, while Chun Hui's parents drove their own vehicle. Lin Dong's fourth uncle Lin Guowei and fourth aunt Yu Lian stood aside. Feeling somewhat out of place, they wished to experience Lin Dong's luxury car and see the houses he had prepared for Lin Guoying. But since Lin Dong had not invited them, they felt hesitant to intrude. Their relationship with Lin Dong was far less intimate than that of Lin Guoying, primarily because they had not received any portion of Lin Dong's parents' 2 million compensation. Lin Dong entered the driver's seat, ignoring Lin Guowei and his wife. To him, they were mere strangers, someone he would greet with a casual acknowledgement. During his time of hardship, it was only his aunt and his elder aunt who had reached out to support him, thus he would forever recognize only their families. He started the car, preparing to depart, leaving the couple awkwardly standing in place, as they should have had the right to sit in the vehicle. Lin Guoying opened her mouth to say something on behalf of Lin Guowei, but ultimately refrained. Little Dong has grown. He has his own thoughts and can discern who has treated him well. Any further words from her would be futile. On the way, Lin Dong called his aunt, informing her that he and Lin Guoying's family would proceed ahead. Driving in front, Lin Dong led the way, followed closely by Chun Hui's parents. They departed from Shuqing just after 1 in the afternoon and arrived in Jiangnan around 7. Lin Dong took them directly to Jinyi Hotel, where a sumptuous feast awaited them. Upon entering the hotel, four beautiful and tall receptionists bowed in unison to welcome them, leaving everyone except Lin Dong feeling quite uneasy. Once inside, the opulent decor overwhelmed them. Coming from a small county, they had never set foot in such an 8-star hotel. Shuqing did not even have a 3-star establishment. Little Dong, what are we doing here? Lin Guoying inquired, with the others looking to Lin Dong for clarification. Were we not supposed to view houses in Jiangnan? Why have we ended up in a luxury hotel? Aunt, after several hours of travel, everyone is fatigued and hungry. Let us dine first. Once we finish our meal, we can proceed to view the houses. Lin Dong explained. It must be quite expensive to eat here. Should we not consider another place? Lin Guoying suggested. Aunt, do not worry. Just follow my lead. Lin Dong reassured her. Upon hearing this, Lin Guoying ceased to voice any further concerns. Upon meeting Lin Dong this time, she noticed a significant change in him. He was no longer the timid and indecisive individual he once was. Little Dong had matured and thrived, which brought her great comfort. Shortly after Lin Dong and the others entered the lobby of Jinyi Hotel, the newly appointed beautiful lobby manager hurried down from upstairs to greet them. Having just escorted a group of esteemed guests upstairs, she rushed down upon receiving word that Lin Dong had arrived. Mr. Lin, welcome to Jinyi Hotel. Your dinner reservation is ready. Please follow me. The manager addressed Lin Dong. Initially, she had intended to call him Mr. Lin Dong, but his glance prompted her to change to Mr. Lin instead. Lin Dong and his party followed the manager to his exclusive private room number 1. The manager opened the door to the room, and Lin Dong entered first, followed by the others. Upon entering the private room, Lin Guoying's family and Chun Hui's family were utterly astounded by the sight before them. A lavish spread of exquisite delicacies was laid out before them, enveloped in a haze, resembling a dream. Enormous lobsters and majestic king crabs were the most striking, alongside various unfamiliar yet delectable dishes that surpassed anything they had seen on television. Already famished, both families could not help but swallow their saliva in anticipation. Lin Dong pulled out a chair for Lin Guoying to take her seat, and then invited the others to join him at the table. While they all sat down, a sense of restraint lingered, preventing them from digging in until Lin Dong served food to Lin Guoying and began eating himself, prompting them to gradually follow suit. Chun Hui, his cousin, and Zhu Zhu, the 3 young individuals, were not preoccupied with eating. Instead, they took out their phones to snap pictures and post on social media. They certainly would not let such a splendid opportunity for boasting pass them by. Soon, the photos they posted triggered a wave of astonished reactions among their social circles, filled with various comments, all imbued with envy and admiration. Such exquisite cuisine is likely irresistible to anyone, save for those suffering from anorexia, fulfilling the vanity of these youthful individuals to a great extent. Zhu Zhu's post featured not only a few images, but also a caption expressing gratitude for her cousin's generous hospitality. Chapter 100, Regrets of the Past. At the Lin Guowei household, the couple was seated in the living room, engrossed in a television program. Their son, Lin Su, had made plans to play basketball with his classmates on this weekend, thereby not accompanying his grandaunt Lin Guoying. He was preoccupied with his phone when he suddenly stumbled upon his cousin Zhu Zhu's social media post. He was instantly astounded by the culinary delights in the images, most of which he had never even seen before. The large lobster and the majestic king crab looked utterly delectable, prompting him to dash into the living room. Mom, Dad, weren't you supposed to be at Grandaunt's house today? Didn't you say Zhu Zhu's boyfriend's family would come to discuss marriage? How come you didn't invite me for such a sumptuous meal? Lin Su remarked, somewhat miffed, as he presumed his parents had dined with the grandaunt's family. He then showed his phone to Lin Guowei and Yulian. The couple appeared somewhat unsettled. They had only glimpsed such delicacies on television, and this lavish spread must have cost a fortune. Coupled with Zhu Zhu's comment, it was evident that Lin Dong had treated them to this feast in Jiangnan. It seemed Lin Dong had indeed made something of himself. He had mentioned plans to buy a house for the Lin Guiying family in Jiangnan, yet regrettably, none of this pertained to their family. As Lin Dong's fourth uncle, Lin Guowei could have had a close relationship with Lin Dong, akin to Lin Guoying's, thereby sharing in the prosperity that Lin Dong now enjoyed. Unfortunately, after failing to secure custody of Lin Dong, which involved a compensation of 2 million, Lin Guowei had ceased to show any concern for him. With a hint of disinterest, Lin Guowei tossed the phone aside, stating, "We didn't have that for lunch. We merely had some simple home-cooked meals at your grandaunt's." "Then did they have that for dinner? Aren't you on good terms with grandaunt's family? Why didn't you call us for such delicious food? I've never had anything so exquisite in my life." "I don't care, I want to go too," Lin Su exclaimed, a bit irate. Lin Guowei was already feeling irritable due to matters concerning Lin Dong, and Lin Su's petulance only added to his vexation. Taken aback by Lin Guowei's sudden outburst, Lin Su turned and ran to his bedroom, slamming the door with a resounding bang. "Look at you. This was your decision from years ago. What does this have to do with the child? Always taking your frustrations out on him. I told you to treat Xiaodong better. He is your own nephew after all, but you wouldn't listen. You said whoever took the money would take responsibility. And now look at the situation." Yulian chimed in from the side. Lin Guowei remained silent, reclining on the sofa. Ever since Lin Dong chose to stay with his second uncle Lin Guobang, he had indeed stopped caring about Lin Dong. He had only heard from his elder sister Lin Guiying that Lin Dong was having a rough time with Lin Guobang and showed signs of mistreatment, hoping they could intervene. However, he had dismissed it, claiming it was none of his concern, that Lin Dong had brought this upon himself. Now that Lin Dong had succeeded, driving luxury cars and planning to buy a house for his elder sister's family, and treating them to such high-end cuisine, Lin Guowei felt a pang of envy and regret. Had he shown even a modicum of concern for Lin Dong, they might not have ended up in this predicament. But now it was all too late. "Oh, how I regret my past decisions." Yulian refrained from provoking her husband further. Although she had urged him to treat Lin Dong better, her actions had never matched her words. It was merely talk. Yet witnessing Lin Dong's success, particularly as his elder sister, who had previously been the least well-off, seemed poised to become the wealthiest, stirred a sense of envy within her. The potential of individuals is indeed limitless. A table laden with food, dozens of dishes, was consumed by the 9 of them over the course of 2 hours. Lin Dong, with his enhanced constitution, ate the most. But he was astonished to see how much the ordinary guests could consume as well, opening his eyes to their appetites. Unbeknownst to him, these individuals had never experienced such fine dining in their lives, making them reluctant to waste any morsel. They took breaks only to continue feasting until they had nearly polished off everything before finally setting down their chopsticks. During a respite, the 3 young men, Chun Hui and his companions, took out their phones to search for the dishes online. After tallying the prices, they were astounded to discover that the entire meal was valued at a staggering million. This realization made them even more reluctant to waste any food. After the meal, they rested for a brief moment. Lin Dong instructed the hotel manager to arrange several top-tier suites for their overnight stay. It was too late to view the houses. The sales department had closed, and they could only go the following day. The next morning, after breakfast, Lin Dong led everyone to Jiangnan International Mansion, driving his luxurious vehicle. He entered without hindrance, while Chun Hui's family, arriving in a car worth over 100,000, was halted at the entrance by security. The security guard, having worked there for 2 to 3 years, had never seen such a low-end vehicle enter the prestigious international mansion, even among the owners. Lin Dong's car was considered one of the least impressive, prompting the guard to stop them for questioning. "Hey, what are you doing? Leave immediately. This place is not for you." A guard barked at Chun Hui's parents. For a vehicle worth merely a few $100,000, he felt no need to be courteous. Despite his inability to afford such a car himself, having worked there for a few years, he had developed a keen sense of discernment. "Brother, here, have a cigarette. We are with that car ahead," Chen's father said courteously, offering the guard a cigarette. In this unfamiliar city, he felt somewhat apprehensive. After accepting the cigarette, the guard spoke into his walkie-talkie. Number 6. Number 6. A Mercedes has just entered. Have the owner bring their property certificate to the gate for verification. Received. Received. Came the response over the radio. The guard then condescendingly addressed Chen's father. "You all should park your car to the side and wait. Don't wander about. This is not a place for people like you to roam freely." This provoked Chun Hui's mother and aunt, who had never encountered such indignity in Sioux City. "What with this guard's arrogance? What do you mean we can't enter? You're just a security guard," Chun's mother retorted. "Exactly. What kind of authority does a mere security guard have? You'll be out of a job soon enough." Chun Hui's aunt chimed in. "Oh, you lot. You think you can become owners here? You think I'll be the one out of a job? Do you even know where this is? This is the most expensive community in Jiangnan province, with each unit starting at 50 million. The priciest can reach 4 billion. You think you can own a place here? Dream on." The guard mocked without mercy. His words left the occupants of the car in shock. Each unit starts at 50 million? The most expensive reaches 4 billion? This completely shattered their expectations. In Sioux City, houses were only worth 4 to 500,000 at most, and even larger or better located properties barely exceeded 1 million. The contrast to a starting price of 50 million was simply staggering. Seeing the impact of his words, the guard, feeling quite pleased, added, "Hurry up and move your car to the side. Don't block the entrance. Only important individuals can come and go here. If you inconvenience someone, can you bear the responsibility?" Chun Fu hastily pulled the car over to the side, awaiting Lin Dong and his companions to emerge and greet him. Meanwhile, the occupants of the vehicle simultaneously recalled that Lin Dong, their prospective relative, had mentioned taking them to view a property. Could it possibly be this one? A residence starting at 50 million yuan gifted to their family? Perhaps as a wedding home for their son? The three exchanged glances, each reflecting a mixture of astonishment and delight. It felt as though fortune had unexpectedly graced them. Chapter 101. An annual salary starting at 1 million. The Chen family did not wait long at the entrance before Lin Dong appeared to receive them. He was taken aback that they had been halted outside. He had entered countless times without obstruction. After reuniting with Chun's family and meeting with Lin Guoying and others, Lin Dong guided them to building number 3. Cui Jia, holding the keys, awaited them in front of the building, having been informed by Lin Dong in advance. "Mr. Lin, please." Cui Jia courteously addressed him. Lin Dong was her significant benefactor. Selling him 3 properties had earned her 6 million yuan. Under Cui Jia's guidance, they arrived at the luxurious flat for which Lin Dong had already placed a deposit. Upon entering, both families were taken aback. The opulence of the residence truly warranted its starting price of 50 million yuan. The decor, furnishings, and views were unparalleled, though they lacked expertise in such matters. It did not hinder their appreciation of beauty. Lin Guoying remained skeptical, despite Lin Dong already owning a unit in building number 1. Ultimately, after further persuasion from Lin Dong, Lin Guoying accepted the offer. Subsequently, Lin Dong led them to the sales department with Cui Jia, settled the remaining payment, and, using Lin Guoying's identification, processed the property deed. The residence would henceforth belong to Lin Guoying's family. Lin Dong then escorted them to the Jinyi Hotel, where he arranged relatively relaxed positions for Lin Guoying's family of 3 and Chen Hui, essentially roles that involved sitting and receiving payments. When both families learned that this was the only 8-star hotel in Jiangnan province owned by Lin Dong, they were left numb. The series of surprises Lin Dong had bestowed upon them in recent days had been overwhelming. First, a luxury car worth millions, then a flat valued in the hundreds of millions, and now a vast 8-star hotel. Once he had settled his relatives, Lin Dong felt a sense of relief. It was time to begin strategizing his influence. Despite possessing ample wealth, blind expansion was unwise. A calculated approach was essential. Until he was prepared to confront any opposing forces, it would be best to maintain a low profile. Lin Dong adhered to the principles of the older generation. Wealth should not be ostentatious. In the afternoon, Lin Dong visited Jiangxing First Hospital. Xiao Pejun was nearing discharge, and Lin Dong wished to inquire about the preparations for the security department and the number of recruits acquired thus far. In Xiao Pejun's hospital room, Lin Dong found him, Li Guobing, and Wei Yong engaged in a discussion, presumably regarding the newly established security department. "Lin Xiao, you're here?" Xiao Pejun exclaimed upon seeing Lin Dong enter. Li Guobing and Wei Yong turned their attention toward him as well. Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao? They both called in unison. Pejun, how is your injury? When can you be discharged? Lin Dong asked as he approached. No need. Let us heed the doctor's advice. A few more days one team make a difference. How is the security department coming along? How many recruits can we bring in? All right, let us start with those 10 or so recruits, but their character must be thoroughly vetted. I do not wish for my security department to harbor any nefarious individuals in the future. Rest assured, I have chosen trustworthy individuals. Although we are mercenaries, our primary focus is on ensuring the safety of our employers, not on being assassins. In fact, we are often adversaries to those killers, as their targets are frequently the individuals we protect. That is good. You must prioritize character. This is domestic. If we happen to recruit any international fugitives, it would be difficult to explain. Once they arrive, they will be under your supervision as the head of the security department. Understood. Thank you, Lin Xiao. I have tentatively set your salary. You will earn 10 million as the head, with bonuses for exceptional performance. The others will start at 1 million, with raises based on capability. How does that sound? Lin Dong inquired. Upon hearing this, Xiao Pejun and the others were wide-eyed, hardly able to believe their ears. An annual salary starting at 1 million? Xiao Pejun, as the head, would earn in the tens of millions. Previously, the 12 of them had worked abroad for years, barely earning over 10 million, and that was after facing life-threatening situations. Now, Xiao Pejun could earn such a sum in just 1 year? And the domestic environment was far more favorable than abroad. Lin Xiao? Isn't that a bit excessive? Xiao Pejun questioned. For them, this compensation indeed seemed extraordinarily generous. It is not excessive. As long as you follow my lead, it will only increase from here. Then I shall express gratitude on behalf of my brothers. Xiao Pejun replied appreciatively. Lin Dong then turned to Wei Yong and Li Guobing, stating, I have a task for both of you. Please, Lin Xiao, go ahead. They responded in unison. Yes, Lin Xiao. However, 5 million is too much. A 1 million base salary will suffice. Accept the pay as is, as the security department expands. You both will be considered veterans, and your compensation will naturally improve. Thank you, Lin Xiao. They accepted without further resistance. After transferring the funds to Wei Yong and Li Guobing, Lin Dong departed, urging Xiao Pejun to expedite the recruitment process. With the increasing investments from Donglai International, potential crises were inevitable, emphasizing the need for the swift establishment of the security department. Once Lin Dong left, Xiao Pejun and the others exchanged glances, sensing a shared sentiment. They would once again fight together, enjoying camaraderie and leisure. Chapter 102, Flights of Fancy. On Lin Guoying's side, both families sat together in the luxurious flat that Lin Dong had just gifted. Lin Guoying recounted Lin Dong's past to the Qin family, sharing the misfortune of losing his parents at a young age. His determination to gain admission to Jiangnan University, one of the nation's top 10 schools, and his eventual success in amassing considerable wealth. Lin Guoying felt immense pride in Lin Dong's achievements. Zhu Zhu and Chun Hui were still in disbelief that this property would soon belong to them. Not only had they secured a wedding home, but Lin Dong had also arranged jobs for them. Chun Hui's parents were equally thrilled. Their son had found a partner with such a robust support system, presenting them with opportunities to benefit as well. The residence was vast, allowing them to stay as long as they wished. However, not everyone was entirely pleased. Chun Hui's aunt and cousin felt left out. This property belonged to her sister's family, which meant they would reap the benefits, while she had no connection to it. Previously, she had been unexposed to such grandeur. But now that she had witnessed it, she longed to reside in such luxury and enjoy the finest cuisine daily. From Lin Guoying's narration of Lin Dong's story, she learned that he had lost both parents at a tender age and that Lin Guoying had always treated him well, supporting his education financially. Observing Lin Dong's respect towards Lin Guoying over the past few days, she began to entertain a notion. Her own daughter was also in university, of a similar age to Lin Dong. Although her school was not prestigious, she believed her daughter was attractive enough. Is it feasible for Lin Guoying to orchestrate a union between her daughter and Lin Dong? Should this arrangement materialize, she would ascend to the role of Lin Dong's mother-in-law, thereby wielding considerable influence and affluence. Luxurious automobiles, opulent residences, and gourmet delicacies would all be within her reach, establishing her as a prominent figure among the affluent in Suchong. Contemplating this prospect, her heart raced with excitement as she discreetly began a conversation with her daughter via her smartphone, inquiring about her thoughts on Lin Dong and whether she would be interested in forging a deeper connection with him. If her daughter expressed enthusiasm, she would seek to facilitate the bond through her sister and Lin Guoying, fostering a closer relationship between the two families. Observing her daughter's lowered gaze and slightly flushed cheeks, she sensed that her daughter would likely not decline the opportunity. After all, How many young women could resist the charm of such an exceptional man as Lin Dong? Yet, a lingering question remained. Would Lin Dong consider her daughter worthy of his attention? This matter would require Lin Guiying's mediation. Subsequently, she sent a message to her own sister, Chun Hui's mother, articulating her thoughts and requesting her to gauge Lin Guiying's sentiments regarding the potential match. Should this endeavor succeed, her family would reap immense benefits. Today, Lin Dong merely arranged for Lin Guiying's family to check into a hotel, leaving the rest of the Chun family, aside from Chun Hui, without any stake in the situation. If this union were to flourish, Lin Dong would still be in university, and they might find themselves in a position to manage the entire Jinyi Hotel. This establishment is valued in the billions. Even a small trickle of its wealth would suffice to indulge them for a lifetime. She also cautioned her sister that while the Chun family was currently enjoying certain benefits, should Lin Dong eventually marry a formidable partner who exercises strict control over him, their fortunes could take a turn for the worse, potentially resulting in Lin Guiying's family being expelled from the hotel. Only by uniting Lin Dong with her daughter could they truly maximize the Chun family's interests. Upon receiving her sister's message and weighing the pros and cons, Chen's mother concurred with her sister's reasoning. Presently, aside from her son Chen Hui, the Chen family had yet to secure any substantial advantages. If they could indeed unite Lin Dong with her niece, thereby solidifying familial ties, the Chen family would genuinely be aligned with Lin Dong. With this in mind, she turned to Lin Guiying and inquired, "Dear relative, how old is Lin Dong now? Does he have a girlfriend?" Chen's mother continued, "My niece is of a similar age to Lin Dong, possesses commendable looks, and is well-mannered. We know her well. Shall we not consider introducing them to each other?" Lin Guiying was taken aback, glancing at the bashful girl opposite her, momentarily at a loss for words. "Dear relative, I believe matters of the heart should be left to the young to decide. We should refrain from interfering. They have already met. If there is mutual interest, they will surely pursue it without our intervention." Lin Guiying hesitated before responding. "Dear relative, this is hardly interference. We are merely facilitating an opportunity for them to explore their feelings. Lin Dong respects your opinion greatly. Why not speak to him and encourage them to spend time together? If it doesn't work out, we will not pressure them," Chen's mother urged. "Very well, I shall find a moment to mention it to Lin Dong. However, the outcome rests in their hands," Lin Guiying conceded, recognizing the importance of maintaining goodwill with her daughter's potential mother-in-law. "Excellent. Just inform Lin Dong to suggest they add each other as friends and converse. If it doesn't pan out, we will not impose our wishes. Let the youth manage their own affairs," Chen's mother replied with delight. Meanwhile, Chun Hui's aunt observed Lin Guiying's agreement with satisfaction and discreetly signaled her daughter to seize the opportunity. Zhu Zhu and Chun Hui wandered through their new abode, exploring the living room, bedroom, kitchen, restroom, and the picturesque views outside, capturing the lavish decor and photographs for social media. They accompanied their posts with captions declaring, "This will be our home in the future. It feels like a dream." They even included the address of Jiangnan International Mansion, causing quite a stir among their social circle, eliciting envy and admiration from their friends. Upon seeing this, Lin Guowei's family asked Lin Su to research the location and pricing of Jiangnan International Mansion online. The results left them speechless, revealing it to be the most expensive luxury residence in all of Jiangnan province, designed by renowned international architects, boasting lavish interiors. With prices starting at 50 million per unit, Lin Guowei's heart sank as he absorbed this shocking reality, feeling as though he had been struck mercilessly. He retreated to his room, remaining there for 3 days, unable to reconcile the stark contrast between his family's situation and Lin Dong's newfound success. Despite being Lin Dong's uncle, their fates had diverged dramatically. He now regretted the choices that had led to this disparity. In Chapter 103, Lin Dong contemplated the situation and directly called Zhao Xian, feeling the urgency to expedite investment discussions, as progress had been painfully slow. The current funds available for his ventures were insufficient, far from the necessary standard. Once connected, Zhao Xian greeted him enthusiastically. "Hello, Director Lin. Xianjia, how are things progressing?" Lin Dong inquired. "What of Wang Chong? Has he reached out yet?" "All arrangements with General Wang have been finalized. Once these two companies complete their assessments, they will proceed there," Zhao Xian replied. "Xianjia, your pace is rather languid. Given that the team is nearly assembled, we must promptly finalize some investments. If they are suitable, I am open to higher premiums, but we should prioritize companies with proven success, rather than spending time on smaller enterprises. Director Lin, pursuing such companies may not yield maximum returns. I believe investing in promising smaller companies is the wiser choice," Zhao Xian suggested. Were it not for his own limited influence and strength, Lin Dong would have simply acquired stakes in any reputable company without hesitation. He understood that without substantial power, even spending money became a cautious endeavor, which was deeply frustrating. He was still uncertain whether his system could upgrade further. His physical and mental capacities had reached their limits. Yet he knew he needed to confirm whether there was still potential for growth within the system. His immediate goal was to accumulate 1,000 points in divine wealth, then observe the system's response, hoping for further enhancement. If that were not possible, he would need to devise a plan to discreetly cultivate his influence elsewhere. If growth were indeed feasible, he would focus on becoming invincible before taking action, alleviating the need for caution in his future endeavors. Xianjia. What I require now is tangible results, not thrift. Investing in smaller companies will take too long for them to develop. I lack the luxury of time. This month, you must expend over 5 billion, yet without drawing excessive attention, Lin Dong asserted. What? Director Lin, could you repeat that? I didn't catch it, Zhao Xian asked, a hint of hesitation in her voice. Indeed, she had heard clearly. She merely found it difficult to believe, thus she sought to confirm once more. I asserted, this month, allocate at least 500 billion for investment. However, if you can expend 1,000 billion, that would be even better, but do keep it discreet. Nothing too ostentatious, understood? On the other end of the line, Zhao Xian was utterly bewildered. Lin Dong actually demanded she spend over 500 billion this month? Had he lost his mind? Which employer does not wish for their employees to save money, to obtain the greatest benefits for the least cost, to accomplish the most with the least expenditure? Was he simply burning through money, or did he harbor some grudge against it? The mindset of these super-rich heirs is indeed perplexing. Or could it be that Lin Dong had other motives? Mr. Lin, are you certain about this? You mean 500 billion, not 50 billion, nor 5 billion? Zhao Xian inquired again. Xianjia, I unequivocally tell you, it is indeed 500 billion, and there is no upper limit. However, let us still maintain a low profile to avoid unnecessary troubles. All right, I understand. But to invest such a large sum in such a short time without attracting attention is quite challenging. Do your best. Avoid concentrating so much in one place. Diversify your investments. Within these 2 days, I will send 2 individuals to protect you. Spending excessively may attract the attention of ill-intentioned individuals. Money is secondary, but safety is paramount. Thank you, Mr. Lin. I shall get to work. The task is quite substantial, and I must urge them. Understood, Mr. Lin. After disconnecting the call, Lin Dong contacted Wang Chong, and after a casual exchange, Wang Chong urged Lin Dong to expedite the assessment and finalize the investment plan. Once the funds were confirmed, he could continue advancing the project. He had already received a call from Zhao Xian, the project leader from Lin Dong's company, but she indicated that 2 other companies needed to be assessed before proceeding. Yet, hadn't they already agreed on 50 billion for 30% equity? He was puzzled by Lin Dong's sudden change of plans. Little did he know this was Zhao Xian's decision, with no relation to Lin Dong, who was eager to spend more. Zhao Xian, now the investment head of Donglai International, naturally aimed to maximize efficiency and minimize costs to demonstrate her value and earn her boss's favor. She simply did not realize that Lin Dong was not in need of frugality. Lin Dong promptly declared that no assessment was necessary and directly transferred 50 billion to Wang Chong. Wang Chong was equally perplexed, utterly confused by Lin Dong's intentions. One moment they required an assessment, the next it was unnecessary, claiming he trusted him, with funds directly deposited. However, since the funds were secured, the rest was inconsequential. He could proceed with the project. After transferring 50 billion, Lin Dong's wealth surged to 152 points, providing him with a modicum of solace. Chapter 104, Zhao Xian's Best Friend. In the bustling metropolis, within an upscale apartment, Zhao Xian, clad in pajamas, sat on the sofa having just ended the call with Lin Dong, preparing to contact her team to hasten their progress. Lin Dong had conveyed that results were paramount and not to fear expenditures. He must be eager to produce tangible outcomes to present to his family. The television had mentioned that in certain prominent families, heirs vie for leadership positions to the point of mortal conflict. Perhaps Lin Dong was also embroiled in such a struggle, facing similar dangers. Thus, she needed to accelerate her efforts, for she and Lin Dong were indeed inextricably linked, their fortunes intertwined. One's success was the other's. Should Lin Dong fail in his ambitions, her own situation would undoubtedly deteriorate, especially as she harbored an inexplicable affection for him. Therefore, she was determined to assist him vigorously. Since he was unperturbed by expenditures, achieving results would naturally be more efficient. After contacting her team to expedite the investment finalization, she also reached out to several large corporations interested in financing, planning to meet them the following day. At that moment, a slender figure wrapped in a bath towel emerged from the bathroom, delicate features framing her face as she tousled her hair with both hands. Her skin as fair as porcelain, seemingly capable of dripping water. If a man were to witness this scene, his blood would surely race. Xian, are you on the phone with your man? Can't last just a few days without him? Have I not catered to your needs? The woman said alluringly. Approaching Zhao Xian, she lifted Zhao Xian's chin with one hand, leaning in for a kiss. Zhao Xian turned her head aside, swatting away the advancing hand. Luo Luo, could you behave yourself? The one referred to as Luo Luo was none other than Zhao Xian's university roommate and best friend, Luo Qianro. The two had been inseparable since their freshman year, maintaining an unaltered bond even after graduation. Although years had passed since they last met, their rapport remained intact. Zhao Xian glanced enviously at Luo Qianro's figure before casting her gaze downward at her own. While she was not lacking, she undeniably paled in comparison. Both women had been regarded as campus beauties during their university years, yet Luo Qianro had always garnered more attention. Her physique was nothing short of perfection, devoid of any flaws, complemented by her exquisite face and sultry voice. She was indeed a heartthrob among men, captivating not only freshmen but also senior students. And even some professors succumbed to her allure. However, after several years of camaraderie, Zhao Xian had noticed that this girl seemed rather disinterested in men. Those pursuing her accounted for nearly a third of the male population at their university, ranging from the most ordinary to the most handsome, without exception. The ordinary fellows showered her with love letters, flowers, and heartfelt breakfasts, while the handsome ones offered designer clothes, handbags, perfumes, and various luxury items, all of which were discarded without a second thought. After 4 years of university, not a single man had succeeded in winning her heart. This girl had no interest in men, yet frequently took liberties with her. Even her first kiss had been forcibly taken by this persistent friend. Luo Luo, after all these years, you remain unchanged. Such a splendid figure wasted without being shown to men, Zhao Xian exclaimed, reaching to loosen the bath towel around Luo Qianro, revealing a body that could only be described as flawless. Unbothered by the removal of her towel, Luo Qianro had long since seen all of Zhao Xian. Knowing every blemish and sensitive spot, those dreadful men, how disgusting they are, eyeing you with such hunger, Luo Qianro remarked, sitting beside Zhao Xian, unabashedly nude. By the way, Luo Luo, are you truly not considering finding a man? Will you really spend your life alone? Zhao Xian asked, turning her head. What is so great about men? Is being alone uncomfortable? Why subject oneself to that? You should accompany me for life, Xian Xian. Luo Qianro replied with a flirtatious tone. No, Luo Luo. I certainly do not wish to live my life like that. You should find someone else. Zhao Xian hastily refused. Xian Xian, you've changed. Just a few years apart. Have you found a man? You were definitely on the phone with him. Come on, tell me about your man. What is he like? How tall? How much does he weigh? And what is it like when you're intimate? Is it comfortable? Luo Qianro inquired playfully. Zhao Xian felt her face flush at the barrage of questions. This girl truly had no shame, asking anything and everything. How would she know what intimacy felt like? Luo Luo, you insatiable girl, how can you ask such things? I have no idea. Zhao Xian stammered, blushing. You don't know? Aren't you with a man? Is he lacking? What purpose does such a useless man serve? I was thinking, if you feel comfortable, could you lend me your man for a while? You truly have no shame. Can a boyfriend be borrowed so casually? Zhao Xian said, her face flushed. Why not? Given our relationship, what is there that cannot be shared? How about we serve one man together? That way, we shall never be apart. Luo Qianro embraced Zhao Xian, who was naked. Xian Xian, don't leave. Come and tell me. Was that just now your boyfriend? No, he is my boss. Zhao Xian replied a bit shyly. Your boss? Male or female? Male? How old? In his 20s. So young? Yes. He is still in college. A college student is a boss. Not bad. No wonder he has won the heart of my beautiful Xian Xian. Luo Luo. Don't speak carelessly. By the way, Luo Luo, my boss just assigned me a heavy task, and I need your help. What task? He wants me to spend at least 500 billion on investments this month. 500 billion. What kind of person is your boss? Does he have too much money to burn or what? I don't know. You must help me this time. You are more familiar with Modu than I am. Are there any significant projects in need of financing? I will indeed ask around. Don't worry. 500 billion is nothing. I will definitely help you accomplish the task. After Zhao Xian left, Luo Qianro picked up a towel, draped it over her alluring body, and sat motionless on the sofa, lost in thought. Chapter 105. The Elder of the Lu Family. The next day, Lin Dong received an early morning call from Lu Chun, inquiring if he was free as the elder of the Lu family wished to meet him. After pondering for a moment, Lin Dong agreed. The Lu siblings had invited him several times before, but he had been occupied with other matters. Now that he had some free time, he thought it would be good to meet. After all, Lu Chun had helped him on several occasions, and they could be considered good friends. Following Lu Chun's directions, Lin Dong arrived at another affluent district in Jiangnan, the Nanshan Villa area. Although the price per square meter of these villas was not as high as that of the Jiangnan International Mansion, the spaciousness was remarkable. Each villa starts at 3,000 square meters and features private gardens and swimming pools. The environment here is beautiful, the air fresh, and devoid of the noise and clamor of the city center. If Jiangnan International Mansion is the most expensive property per square meter in Jiangnan province, then Nanshan Villa area is the most expensive property overall. Furthermore, even before its completion, the Nanshan Villa area was fully booked, reflecting its immense popularity among the wealthy elite of Jiangqing, surpassing that of Jiangnan International Mansion. Named Nanshan Villa area, it naturally draws inspiration from the poetic imagery of picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely gazing at Nanshan. The entire villa area is built along the foothills of Nanshan, with the entrance at the base and the villas ascending in sequence. The further up one goes, the more expensive the villas become, with a villa at the summit reportedly offering a view of nearly half of Jiangqing, currently owned by the Liu family, the developers of the villa area. As Lin Dong arrived at the Nanshan Villa area, the Liu siblings were already waiting for him. He parked his car in front of them and rolled down the window. "Brother Lin, you've come. Our elder has been eager to meet you," Liu Chun said as he approached. Because Lin Dong was driving a Bugatti Veyron, the Liu siblings recognized his arrival from afar. "We are thrilled that you could come. Let us go. I'll lead the way. The elder is already waiting," Liu Chun added, heading toward a supercar parked ahead. Liu Xiaoxiao then opened the passenger door of Lin Dong's Bugatti and hopped in. "Brother Lin Dong, I'll ride with you," Liu Xiaoxiao declared. Lin Dong was taken aback by her decision to join him. Ever since he realized the young girl had feelings for him, he felt uncertain about how to navigate their relationship. "Xiaoxiao, why didn't you go to school today?" Lin Dong asked. About 10 minutes later, following Liu Chun, Lin Dong drove into a vast estate. This was the most luxurious and upscale part of the Nanshan Villa area. It could hardly be classified as a villa. It was a grand manor, occupying the entire summit of Nanshan. The mere existence of this estate illustrated the extent of the Liu family's power in Jiangqing. After parking the car in the garage, Liu Chun led Lin Dong toward the main hall, where the elder, Liu Rui, was already waiting. The second generation of the Liu family, including Liu Chun's father, generally managed their own affairs externally. The Liu family's influence extended beyond Jiangqing. While Jiangqing served as their base, they had companies in many other cities, though all within Jiangnan province. Once outside Jiangnan province, their influence diminished significantly. Thus, this manor was primarily inhabited by the elder and the Liu siblings, along with a few family retainers. Liu Chun was the designated heir of the elder, and while others may have harbored discontent, there was little they could do. In the Liu family, the elder held ultimate authority, and no one dared to contradict him, even in private thoughts. Entering the main hall alongside the Liu siblings, Lin Dong saw an elderly man with a weathered face and a frail appearance seated on a sofa. A steaming pot of tea sat on the table in front of him, while 4 middle-aged men stood behind him, 2 of whom had been severely injured by Shan Shu, a bodyguard of Qin Zheng, during their previous encounter at the luxurious Jinsha. "Grandpa, Grandpa," the Liu siblings called out, sitting on either side of the elder. The elder smiled and nodded before turning his gaze to Lin Dong. "Greetings, Elder Liu." Lin Dong greeted politely. Liu Rui remained silent, scrutinizing Lin Dong meticulously. This examination lasted about a minute or two before Liu Rui spoke. "Not bad, not bad. No wonder you were able to defeat Qin Zheng. Indeed, a young talent." The elder's praise made Lin Dong feel somewhat embarrassed. "Elder Liu, you flatter me," Lin Dong humbly responded. "There is no need for modesty, Lin Xiaoyu. Qin Zheng is considered a remarkable figure among the younger generation, especially with the powerful Qin family backing him. For you to drive him out of Jiangcheng is no small feat, it was merely luck. Luck is a form of strength as well. Please, Lin Xiaoyu, take a seat and enjoy this tea." Liu Rui gestured for Lin Dong to sit, and then slowly poured him a cup from the purple clay teapot in front of him. Lin Dong lifted the teacup and took a sip, finding it similar to the tea he had the last time he drank with core member Li Bin. No discernible difference. He couldn't understand why these influential people had such an affinity for tea. It was merely a means to quench thirst for him. He had no interest in appreciating its flavor. However, since the occasion was so formal, he felt it necessary to feign enthusiasm. Liu Rui noticed Lin Dong's lack of genuine interest, but chose not to comment. Everyone has their own way of life. Since Lin Dong did not enjoy tea, he would not insist. Discussing tea culture with someone uninterested would be akin to playing music to a cow. "Today, I invited you, Lin Xiaoyu, firstly to express my gratitude. Without your assistance, it's uncertain whether Chunxin and Xiaoxiao could sit here today. Secondly, I wish to meet you," Liu Rui stated. "There is no need for such formality. Elder Liu, I am a friend of Liu Chun and a member of the same circle. Liu Chun has often assisted me, so this is simply what I ought to do." Liu Xiaoxiao, observing the polite exchange between the two men, grew somewhat impatient. Suddenly, she interjected, "Grandpa, Brother Lin Dong, can't you be a bit less polite? Who knows, we might all be family someday." At this declaration, Both Lu Chun and Lu Rue were momentarily taken aback, exchanging bewildered glances with Lu Xiaoxiao. Realizing her words might have been inappropriate, she felt the urge to explain but was at a loss for words, ultimately deciding to leave the room.